Chapter 467, The Power of the Hell Slash. This forbidden technique is interesting. However, it doesn't allow one to bridge the realm gap and break through. Xuan calmly analyzed what he was seeing. You're still so calm. Aren't you worried about your disciple at all? As a teacher, you really are. Rather than him, Yuelin was the one worried. At this moment, Zhuge Yuyu also noticed the change in Gao Tianyu's aura. The Cloud Sky Sword, which had been ready to unleash a heavenly slash, ground to a halt. It seems like you want to decide the winner with a single move. Zhuge Yuyu looked at Gao Tianyu and smiled. She suddenly felt that Yizan's actions before the Seven Peaks competition were prophetic in nature. If she had relied on her previous abilities to face Gao Tianyu, she would have lost. Did teacher teach me the Hell Slash technique in preparation for this situation? Zhuge Yuyu muttered to herself. HMPH. It doesn't matter what secret technique or divine power you use. I'll break them all. As soon as she finished speaking, the Cloud Sky Sword started to emit a strange blood-red light. Her profound ice divine bone was activated, and the power of ice generated by the 9 serenities of frost technique was fully unleashed. The extreme cold aura, coupled with the strange blood energy, could even penetrate the soul of a cultivator. The surroundings suddenly darkened, and a crack suddenly appeared in the sky that turned into a huge bloody mouth, which swallowed and spat out terrifying power that seemed like it would devour everything. Everything became eerily silent. Mu Baikon's expression was extremely serious, and his fists were already clenched. His eyes fell on the white figure in the sky, and his heart was already in turmoil. What a terrifying sword technique! What grade of divine power is this? At the same time, Gongsun Shoyu, Elder Tongtian, Gao Shun, and Yuelin all stood up in shock. As Mystic Lord Realm experts, they could clearly sense the terrifying power this divine power contained. The blood energy that was gushing out could corrode anything and everything. The barrier around the arena seemed like it would break at any time. Hell Slash. Zhuge Yuyu hovered in the sky as the Cloud Sky Sword transformed into a sword that seemed like it had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Then, that sword descended toward Gao Tianyu. The huge bloody mouth was also about to swallow Gao Tianyu. Gao Tianyu's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and his body trembled. Even though his cultivation level was now higher than hers, he felt as if this attack was the Grim Reaper's scythe, here to take his soul into hell. It was a terrifying sword technique that was unparalleled. Compared to it, his forbidden technique was nothing at all. Tianyu, quickly admit defeat. Gao Shun cried out with an anxious expression. He had no way of knowing that Zhuge Yuyu had cultivated such a terrifying sword technique. Admit defeat. Am I really going to lose to a cultivator who has only been cultivating for 3 months? It was as if Gao Tianyu did not hear Gao Shun's words. He raised his extremely pale face and looked at the Hell Slash technique that was descending upon him. In the face of death, Gao Tianyu's face became more determined. No, I will never admit defeat. I want to stand. I want to fight. Gao Tianyu roared at the sky. The azure sword in his hand shone brilliantly, and erupted with overbearing sword chi as he swung it toward the Hell Slash. 2 extremely powerful forces collided fiercely, and the barrier, which was already full of cracks, suddenly shattered. In that instant, the shockwaves swept out in all directions, causing panic among the crowd. At the critical moment, Gongsun Shoyu waved his sleeve, and a surge of spiritual power swept out, instantly dissolving the shockwaves. At the same time, Gao Shun turned into a streak of light and flew through the sky. He carefully caught the heavily injured Gao Tianyu and took out a healing pill for him to consume. After a long time, Gao Tianyu opened his eyes with difficulty. He looked at his father's extremely worried expression and felt guilty. Father, I'm sorry, I didn't win the match for Hidden Sword Peak. When Gao Shun heard that, he felt like crying. His heart was filled with mixed emotions and he did not know how to reply. Tianyu, you really are a silly child. Your life is more valuable than the competition. Although you lost, I witnessed with my own eyes how fearless you were just now. You truly are a worthy son of the Gao family. Good job, Gao Shun consoled him. At this moment, he realized that his own pride and the dignity of Hidden Sword Peak could not be compared to the safety of his precious son. Moreover, the reason why he had been fighting with Yizan until now was only because of the grievances between the 2 peaks. This was a grudge between him and Yizan, so why did he involve the younger generation? The moment he realized this, Gao Shun's heart was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have dragged these children in. He had thought that the Seven Peaks competition would be able to end the thousands of years of bad blood between the two peaks. He did not expect to almost lose his precious son. Gao Shun raised his head and looked at Yi Zan, his expression displaying the complicated emotions he felt. At this moment, Yi Zan flicked his sleeve and turned into a streak of light, also arriving at the arena. Seeing Gao Shun's complicated expression, Yi Zan suddenly had an idea. Yi Zan immediately took out a pill from his storage ring and handed it to Gao Shun. Senior brother Gao, this elixir is a special healing pill from Cloud Sky Peak. Hurry up and have Tianyu take it. When Gao Shun saw this, his expression froze. He thought that Yi Zan had come to mock him, but it turned out that he was completely wrong. Senior brother Gao, this is a grudge between the chiefs of our peaks, and also a problem between us. Why should we involve the juniors? If senior brother really can't let it go, I'll be waiting for you at Cloud Sky Peak. Chapter 468, Special Reward Mechanism. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan turned around and walked towards Zhuge Yuyu. Gao Shun's emotions were in turmoil. He knew in his heart that Yi Zan's open-mindedness was far beyond his. He had already lost. For 100 years, he had always wanted to prove that Hidden Sword Peak was stronger than Cloud Sky Peak, and just 3 months ago, everything seemed to have been progressing smoothly. However, all of that had changed now. Yi Zan could have taken the opportunity to take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered in the past 100 years, but in the end, he chose mercy. Once he thought of this, Gao Shun laughed out loud with great enlightenment. Only today did he realize how ridiculous his actions were. The bad blood between the two peaks had become his obsession. However, Yi Zan had been completely unfazed by the whole thing. Ha ha ha, how laughable, 100 years of obsession was all for nothing. Tianyu, consume this recovery pill and stabilize your injuries. Don't let your cultivation foundation be damaged. After resolving the knot in his heart, Gao Shun quickly gave the pill to Gao Tianyu. After taking the pill, Gao Tianyu's pale face eased up a lot as his injuries stabilized. On the other side of the arena, Zhuge Yuyu also floated down from the sky with a pale face. Although she did not pass out, she staggered and fell into Yi Zan's arms. Although the power of the Hell Slash was extremely terrifying, Zhuge Yuyu had not had enough time to master it. Thus, when she forcefully unleashed its power, it drained all of her spiritual power. Yi Zan carefully helped her up and took out a recovery pill. Hurry up and take this pill. Circulate its medicinal power through your body to heal your injuries. Zhuge Yuyu raised her pale face and nodded obediently. She swallowed the pill and immediately sat down to recover. The battle was truly worthy of being the finals of the Seven Peaks competition. That last exchange between the two of them could be said to be earth-shattering. Thankfully, although both of them were injured, it did not affect their cultivation foundations. Gongsun Shoyu also went over to check on Zhuge Yuyu and Gao Tianyu briefly, and then nodded to the judge. Seeing this, the judge quickly walked out. I hereby announce that the winner of this century's Seven Peaks competition is Cloud Sky Peak's Zhuge Yuyu. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd went wild and started cheering in unison. Oh my god, Cloud Sky Peak is so awesome. This is really a case of an underdog rising up. My heart almost jumped out of my chest just now. Among the countless spectators, Su Changhei's face was filled with a happy smile as he screamed loudly without caring about his image. From last place to first. In the past 100 years, Cloud Sky Peak had suffered countless humiliations. Now, thanks to Zhuge Yuyu's victory, they had finally regained their former glory. Ha ha ha, Sister Yuyu is so awesome. I told you she could defeat Gao Tianyu. Who else has something to say now? I'd like to see who dares to look down on Cloud Sky Peak in the future. Su Changhei's face was full of pride. His exaggerated expressions were simply ridiculous. The cultivators around them were dumbfounded. Are you also a disciple of Cloud Sky Peak? Why do I feel like you're even more excited than they are? The corner of Su Changhei's mouth twitched when he heard that. He glared at the cultivator. Why do you care? In any case, Cloud Sky Peak is the most awesome. Tisk. Do you think you're Chief Yi Zan's disciple? The crowd gave Su Chang the middle finger in disdain. At the same time, in the arena, Gongsun Shoyu's aged face revealed a gratified smile. His gaze fell on Yi Zan as he chuckled. Congratulations, junior brother Yi. Cloud Sky Peak is the victor of the Seven Peaks competition. Ha ha ha, we were just lucky. Yi Zan smiled, not feeling too proud. At this moment, Gongsun Shoyu waved his sleeve, and a streak of light landed in front of Yi Zan, then revealed the appearance of a storage ring. Needless to say, this was the reward for the competition. Although Yi Zan's expression remained calm, he was inwardly ecstatic as he examined the storage ring. Sure enough, there was a divine fruit of the great Tao within it. In addition, there were also many high-grade magic artifacts and pills. From the looks of it, Gongsun Shoyu had really invested a lot into this century's Seven Peaks competition. Perhaps he thought that Bai Xuanyuan would definitely win the competition. Of course, although Gongsun Shoyu felt a little regretful, he would not go back on his word because of this. Just as Yi Zan put away the storage ring, a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! As the host has given special healing pills to his disciple and a disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, the host has received a 10,000x randomized critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained an immortal grade pill, Yellow Soul Divine Pill. Quantity: 10. Why are there 10 of them? Ding! As the host has successfully triggered 2 critical rewards at once, one of them included a special reward mechanism that rewarded the host with an additional number of rewards. The upgraded system is really different. It's so fancy. Yi Zan could not help but smile. He did not expect that there would be a certain chance of triggering a special reward mechanism if he gave a treasure to his disciple and the disciple of the sect at the same time. This was a win-win scenario. He could gain brownie points and rewards at the same time. Yi Zan immediately checked out the Yellow Soul Divine Pills. Yellow Soul Divine Pill, an immortal grade pill. It's the highest grade pill known to date. It's extremely effective in restoring a cultivator's body and cultivation foundation. As long as the cultivator's soul has not completely dissipated, it can bring the dead back to life. Chapter 469, Adulation. Whoa, isn't this too fucking lucky? When Yi Zan saw the system's description of the Yellow Soul Divine Pill, he could no longer remain calm. Not only were these immortal grade pills, but they could also bring the dead back to life. In that case, with these 10 pills, would he not have 10 lives? This was really great. All in all, in this 7 Peaks competition, Yi Zan could be said to have gained a lot, and that was enough to make him overjoyed. However, he still projected an outwardly calm appearance. At this moment, Yuelin walked over. Congratulations, junior brother Yi. You've led Cloud Sky Peak to jump from last place to first. Her words were filled with envy. In short, no one would dare to look down on Cloud Sky Peak anymore. It was not only related to Yi Zan, as Zhuge Yuyu, who was now considered the strongest among the younger generation below the Void Realm. Her final sword strike had been deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. I was just lucky. Yi Zan nodded lightly, unassuming. At this moment, Gongsun Shoyu smiled and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, this 7 Peaks competition has now come to an end. The disciples who lost should not be discouraged. Cultivate even more diligently to redeem yourselves in the future. The path of cultivation is long. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely be able to get a good ranking in the next 7 Peaks competition." "Yes, Sect Master," everyone said in unison. After Gongsun Shoyu announced the end of the competition, Yi Zan turned to Zhuge Yuyu, who had completely recovered from her internal injuries after absorbing the pill's medicinal power. Zhuge Yuyu slowly raised her pale face and looked straight at Yi Zan, a bright smile on her face. Over the past 3 months, Zhuge Yuyu had been enduring the humiliation in her heart and cultivating with all of her might so that she could redeem her teachers and Cloud Sky Peak's dignity. Looking at the envious gazes of the people around her, Zhuge Yuyu did not swell with pride. She knew very well that she was able to get to where she was today all because of her teacher. "Silly girl, you did well this time. I'm proud of you." Yi Zan touched Zhuge Yuyu's head with a gentle look and said softly. When Zhuge Yuyu heard that, she smiled so widely that her eyes turned into crescents. The happiest thing in the world for her was to be able to get her teacher's approval. Just then, a slightly lonely figure walked over to them. This person was Gao Shun. He looked at Yi Zan and Zhuge Yuyu with a complicated expression. After taking a deep breath, Gao Shun opened his mouth and said, "Congratulations, junior brother Yi, for successfully leading Cloud Sky Peak to victory. You win." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shun took out a top-grade Earth rank magic artifact, which was a set of flying needles. Gao Shun immediately handed it to Yi Zan. "I'm willing to accept my loss. This set of flying needles is yours." After giving him the flying needles, Gao Shun turned around and left. Yi Zan's lips curled into a smile. He then turned to Zhuge Yuyu and handed her the flying needles. Little girl, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have won this bet. This set of flying needles belongs to you. When Zhuge Yuyu was stunned. Teacher, I already have the Cloud Sky Sword. Why don't you keep it for yourself? Or maybe give it to Xian? Yizan smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry about it, having more is always better. Who knows, it might come in handy for you in the future. Xian doesn't need any magic artifacts at all. The Hellfire technique she cultivates is her strongest weapon. When she heard this, Zhuge Yuyu stopped resisting and took the flying needles. In any case, it was a gift from her teacher, so she would definitely cherish it. When the crowd saw this, their faces were filled with envy. The scene was simply too envious, jealous, and hateful. Oh my god, isn't Chief Yizan being too generous to her? Those are top-grade Earth-rank flying needles. Why don't I have such a good teacher? Don't say any more. It's really infuriating to compare ourselves with her. Everyone's hearts were filled with admiration and envy. What could they do? They were not disciples of Cloud Sky Peak, and many of them were not even disciples of the Seven Peaks. They were just ordinary outer sect cultivators. Among the crowd, Xiao Feng's eyes fell on Zhuge Yuyu's beautiful figure, who was the center of attention at the moment. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He had been the center of attention when he joined the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, while she had been left by the wayside. However, the tables had turned now. No one cared about him. How had this happened in just 3 months? In addition to Xiao Feng, Li Shuiye also had her head lowered, her face full of disappointment. She also yearned to be like Zhuge Yuyu and enjoy the attention of everyone in the arena. They were clearly from the same village, but their fates were completely different. Perhaps from today onward, she and Zhuge Yuyu would be in 2 completely different worlds. Chapter 470, The Dust Has Settled. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Yizan. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Elder Tongtian also came over to greet him with a smile. I didn't expect that I would have the honor to see such an earth-shaking sword technique in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. This trip has truly been worthwhile. You have an eye for talent, and your disciple will become a famous expert sooner or later. Now that the Seven Peaks competition has ended, I should return to the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect. If fellow Taoist Yi is free, you can visit our sect as a guest at any time. I will definitely welcome you with open arms. Elder Tongtian was deliberately trying to get on Yizan's good side. Although Yizan was young, Elder Tongtian still admired him. Furthermore, in his eyes, Yizan's potential was greater than Zhuge Yuyu's. It had only taken him 100 years to break through to the Mystic Lord realm. This was a friend worth making, especially in the current chaotic times, where the beasts of the archaic divine mountains were attacking. The sects and empires of the East Continent were likely to go through another great baptism of chaos. Thus, befriending powerful allies was a given. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, I feel like we've hit it off well. I'll definitely pay you a visit in the future. Ha ha ha, that's good. I'll head back first. I'll await your arrival at the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect. Elder Tongtian smiled and left with Mu Baiken. Before Mu Baiken left, he looked at Yizan and Zhuge Yuyu with some reluctance. Until now, he was still immersed in Zhuge Yuyu's earth-shaking sword strike. Yizan turned around and said to Zhuge Yuyu after those two left, we should also head back. Zhuge Yuyu nodded obediently, and then followed behind Yizan as they left the arena. Oh my god, Sister Yuyu, you were so amazing just now. My eyes were almost blinded by your brilliance. I've already decided, besides Chief Yizan, you'll be my second idol. From now on, I'll follow Sister Yuyu and live a good life. If you go east, I'll definitely not go west. Su Chang ran over with a smug expression on his face. If someone who was not in the know saw this scene, they would think that he had won the Seven Peaks competition. Yizan's mouth twitched when he saw this, and he glared at Su Chang. Can't you act with a little more dignity? If you continue like this, how can your father be at ease letting you take over the Su family? Did your father ask you to come to Cloud Sky Peak to be a cheerleader? Su Chang immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. He naturally knew that his father had sent him to Cloud Sky Peak to get in touch with Yizan and to ease their previous grievances. More importantly, it was so that he could broaden his horizons and experience the strength of a top-notch holy land. Of course, Su Chang had also been closely observing the entire Seven Peaks competition, which was why he had realized that there were many people his age stronger and more talented than he was. His talent was sufficient to hold its own in the Yangli Divine Empire, and that was about it. Therefore, He knew his previous arrogance was born out of ignorance. Chief Yi Zan, I understand what you mean. I'll definitely cultivate properly in the future and will definitely not let father down. Su Chang raised his head and said with determination after thinking it through. Compared to before, Su Chang had indeed changed a lot. He was no longer as arrogant and foppish as before. Moreover, Su Chang had one good trait, which was that he would never go back on his word. Hearing this, Yi Zan nodded in relief. He had long guessed Su Tiansheng's intentions, which were to use this experience to completely correct Su Changhei's hedonistic lifestyle and attitude. Thankfully, Su Chang was not beyond saving, and thus far, the experience had made him a much better person. Of course, Su Tiansheng probably also had other hopes. Aside from allowing his son to have more contact with Yi Zan, it would be best if his son could become Yi Zan's disciple. In fact, such situations were not rare in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. The direct descendants of the major families that had connections with the Seven Peaks were basically all disciples of the chiefs of these peaks. Such relationships were more beneficial for the transactions between the two sides. Yi Zan had the same idea, but it was not the time to take in another disciple yet. In any case, Su Chang still had a ways to go before Yi Zan would consider taking him in as a disciple. Alright, now that the competition is over, let's head back, Yi Zan said lightly, and then turned and left. It was time for him to deal with other matters. For example, the crack in the depths of the archaic divine mountain, which was filled with a strange dark power, and the ancient tomb that was hidden there. Just who had left this behind? Was it the black tortoise carrying a huge coffin that Su Chang had mentioned earlier? After a while, they returned to Cloud Sky Peak. The originally lively atmosphere immediately became calm. After this period of time, the palace in the peach forest of Cloud Sky Peak was nearing completion. After returning to the Cloud Sky Peak, Su Chang immediately ran to the peach forest to supervise the work. As for Feng Xian, the moment she returned to Cloud Sky Peak, she said that she was exhausted and went back to rest. Yi Zan knew that this girl was probably pressured by her senior sister's performance and wanted to quickly absorb the power of the precious bone in her body as soon as possible. Only then would she be able to catch up to Zhuge Yuyu. Chapter 471, Chaos Innate Divine Fruit. After returning to his room, Yi Zan sorted out the treasures he had obtained from the Seven Peaks competition. This included the divine fruit of the great Tao that he had been anticipating. Yi Zan looked at Zhuge Yuyu with a smile. My precious disciple, you've already broken through to the 9th level of the materialization realm. You can use the power of this divine fruit to comprehend the power of the laws. Perhaps it won't be long before you reach the void realm. Yi Zan did not hesitate at all. He immediately placed the divine fruit of the great Tao in Zhuge Yuyu's hand and said, in any case, you were the one who won this honor for Cloud Sky Peak, so it should belong to you. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu looked at the divine fruit in her hand in shock. Her teacher had actually given her such a precious treasure. The reason why she wanted to win the Seven Peaks competition was because she believed that Yi Zan was interested in the divine fruit of the great Tao. That was why she had tried so hard. However, he was now giving it to her instead. Sure, she was currently stuck at the 9th level of the materialization realm for the time being, but she knew with time, she would be able to comprehend the power of the laws and break through to the void realm. In that case, was Yi Zan giving it to her to save her time? Zhuge Yuyu's heart was filled with gratitude, but she was also conflicted. After thinking for a while, Zhuge Yuyu handed the divine fruit back with a determined look. Teacher, Yuyu can't accept this divine fruit. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay teacher's kindness for the rest of my life. Furthermore, this divine fruit was something that I wanted to fight for and give you. Teacher, you are already a mystic lord realm expert. If you refine it, you will be able to make the most of it. Don't waste it on me. Zhuge Yuyu shook her head firmly. Although refining the divine fruit of the great Tao would help her reach the void realm, it was also useful to her teacher. There was no way she could be so selfish as to use it for herself. Yi Zan felt both comforted and amused by this. His disciple was truly filial. However, if she did not take it, he would not get the system's reward. However, Yi Zan's gaze then softened again. 2253. Although the effects of this divine fruit are great, it's not very useful to me. Yi Zan deliberately put on a stern face and said seriously, I have made my own decision, and I will not take it back. Are you going to disobey my words? When Zhuge Yuyu saw this, she panicked. She had never seen her teacher with such a stern expression ever since she entered Cloud Sky Peak. Little girl, I have high hopes for you. Only by constantly improving your strength can you become the true representative of Cloud Sky Peak and spread its fame all over the world. Don't let me down, Yuyu. Yi Zan's words were clearly effective, as Zhuge Yuyu was crying her heart out. She was already extremely satisfied with her current achievements, but her teacher still had great expectations for her. If she did not take the fruit, she would definitely make her teacher sad. After hesitating for a long time, Zhuge Yuyu accepted the divine fruit with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely not let you down. Seeing that this girl had finally accepted the divine fruit, Yi Zan inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. He really had to dial in the theatrics that time. Yi Zan waved at Zhuge Yuyu. In that case, you should go back and have a good rest. After you've completely stabilized the condition of your body, you can absorb this divine fruit and try to break through to the void realm. Zhuge Yuyu nodded her head obediently and left with the divine fruit in hand, her face full of reluctance. The moment Zhuge Yuyu left, the system's notification rang out. Ding! As the host has given his disciple a top-grade Earth rank magic artifact, a set of flying needles, the host has received a randomized 10,000x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained a divine rank magic artifact, the torrential pear blossom needles. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the divine fruit of the great Tao, the host has received a randomized 10,000x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the innate chaos divine fruit. Fuck! 2 10,000x reward multipliers. I've made a fortune this time. Seeing this, Yi Zan was extremely excited. This upgraded system was the best thing ever. He did not expect that after the Cloud Heaven Sword, he would get another divine rank magic artifact. Then, Yi Zan's eyes fell on the innate chaos divine fruit. It was formed by the purest spiritual energy in the world, and it was as good as an immortal grade treasure. However, the only flaw was that the fruit did not contain immortal energy. Of course, if he could refine the pure energy within it, he might be able to break through to the Supreme Realm. Once a cultivator broke through to the Supreme Realm, as long as their soul was not destroyed, they could instantly recover from any serious injuries, even if they lost an arm or a leg. In truth, they were not much different from Unity Realm experts from the Tianyuan continent. However, one was from a lower plane, while the other was from a middle plane. The energy levels of the two planes were different, so naturally there would be some differences. Chapter 472, Beast's Invasion. However, Yi Zan did not want to enter the Supreme Realm immediately. As he had comprehended karmic intent on the Tianyuan continent, even though it had been forcefully refined by the system during his journey through the realm passageway, there was still a sliver of it left in his body. He had an inexplicable feeling that a great change was about to happen. These torrential pear blossom needles are pretty good, but it's a pity that I don't need them at the moment. Yi Zan played with the needles for a while, then put them inside his storage ring. These torrential pear blossom needles were exactly the same as the Tang sect secret weapons in his previous life. Once they were used, they would ignore any barriers or artifacts. Not only that, if they managed to reach their target's meridians, they would destroy them. These needles were best used to restrain cultivators and monsters with strong physical bodies. Of course, he still had to test out its power. In the next few days, Cloud Sky Peak returned to its usual calm state. Zhuge Yuyu was cultivating in seclusion, while Feng Xian stayed in her room to refine the power of her precious bone. Su Chang continued supervising the construction of the palace in the Peach Forest. On one particular day, Yi Zan left Cloud Sky Peak for a meeting with the other chiefs. In the meeting hall, Gongsun Shoyu sat in his seat with a solemn expression. Every time his eyes fell on the letter in his hand, his brows furrowed even more. Senior brother Gongsun, what happened? Why did you call us over in such a hurry? Gao Shun was puzzled by this situation. Ever since that day, Gao Shun could be said to have undergone a major change. He was no longer as arrogant as before, and had become more amiable. When the other elders noticed the change, they were initially surprised. However, they knew that it was all due to Yi Zan. When Gongsun Shoyu heard this, he raised his head and looked at the elders. His expression was grave. I have received important news today. At midnight last night, many ancient beast descendants appeared in the East Continent. According to the report, these ancient beast descendants seemed to be fighting over a certain treasure. An earth-shattering battle broke out between them, causing the entire East continent to fall into chaos. The battle between the ancient beast descendants has spread to the outskirts of Qingyang City. Many villages in the East continent have been destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Damn it, these ancient beast descendants are too brutal. They actually dared to massacre so many humans. Yuelin was infuriated by this. The reactions of the other elders were almost the same. At the same time, everyone was curious about the treasure that would cause so many ancient beast descendants to fight over it. Gongsun Shoyu shook his head helplessly. I don't know the exact situation, but a cultivator once saw a huge fiery bird flying through the sky, leaving an endless sea of fire in its wake. Its body was huge and it moved extremely quickly. The ancient beast species that fits those characteristics is most likely the legendary heaven-devouring divine sparrow. What? It's the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. In that instant, everyone became silent. Not only did the heaven-devouring divine sparrow possess extremely powerful flames, but it could also devour all living things. It was an extremely powerful ancient beast species. Furthermore, according to the ancient records, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow was extremely brutal. When it was hungry, it had even devoured tens of thousands of humans. It was definitely as strong, or even stronger, than a peak-level mystic Lord Realm expert. Perhaps it had even reached the Supreme Realm. However, back when it had last appeared, Chief Tianzan had appeared to save the day and banished it to the archaic Divine Mountains. It had already been several hundred years since it last appeared. Now, 100 years after Chief Tianzan's death, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow had reappeared. Hearing this, Yi Zan's eyes lit up. 100 years ago, Chief Tianzan had indeed mentioned the origins of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow to him. It was said that this ancient beast species was extremely terrifying. Even though it was only a peak-level mystic Lord Realm expert back then, it had the power to rival an early-stage Supreme Realm expert. Most importantly, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow was extremely fast, and had a level of intelligence that was not inferior to that of a human. It would choose to flee if it found itself in danger, which was why Tianzan had not been able to kill it back then. Then, what does senior brother Gongsun propose? Gongsun Shoyu raised his head and said with a heavy expression, the appearance of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow has caused a huge problem for the East continent, especially in the territory of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Back then, Chief Tianzan was able to drive away the heaven-devouring divine sparrow by himself and force it to retreat. Although he has passed away, we as his juniors must walk in his footsteps. We will definitely be able to stop the beast's invasion of the archaic Divine Mountains. How do you all feel about this? When everyone heard this, they became excited and hot-blooded, especially when they recalled the battle back then. Gao Shun even laughed out loud and said, we must inherit the legacy of our predecessors. There's no reason why we should cower in fear. Chief Tianzan was able to do it back then, so we can definitely do it too. Well said. Beside him, Liang Dai laughed loudly too. For the first time, he did not argue with Gao Shun. We'll pull all of the feathers off that heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Yuelin chuckled when she heard this, and then said, as long as senior brother Gongsun gives us the order, everyone in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect will act immediately. Chapter 473, Departing. Hearing this, Gongsun Shoyu nodded in relief. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect was united. Sure, there were some conflicts between peaks, but at critical moments, everyone would come together to fight their enemies. Suddenly, Gongsun Shoyu's gaze fell on Yi Zan, who was not far away. He was surprised to find that the latter was silent. What do you think, junior brother Yi? Gongsun Shoyu asked. Yi Zan was taken aback. He had attended many meetings, but this was the first time Gongsun Shoyu had taken the initiative to ask for his opinion. It seemed that his status had really changed in the past 3 months. Since senior brother Gongsun has made a decision, then I will abide by it. Speaking of which, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow and my cloud sky peak are tied together by fate. I'll personally finish what my teacher started back then. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were filled with shock, and they looked at Yi Zan with admiration. They naturally knew how terrifying the heaven-devouring divine sparrow was, but even so, they did not sense the slightest bit of fear from Yi Zan. Then again, even to this day, they were unsure of Yi Zan's true strength. After receiving Yi Zan's reply, Gongsun Shoyu felt much more at ease. Very good, that's the answer I wanted to hear, Gongsun Shoyu laughed and said in a clear voice. According to the usual arrangements, each of you will act to pursue the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. You must remember that the heaven-devouring divine sparrow is extremely terrifying. Unless you have no other choice, don't take any risks. You must contact the others immediately and join forces to annihilate it. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect is not the only sect participating in this operation. The top holy lands of the Yangli Divine Empire are also included. As soon as they see the designated signal, they will immediately rush over. With so many experts working together, we'll definitely be able to kill the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Got it, Sect Master, all of the chiefs said in unison. You guys can go back and prepare. Then, everyone left the meeting hall. Yi Zan's expression had subtly changed. When Yuelin noticed, her curiosity got the better of her. Junior brother Yi, what's wrong? Did something happen? Nothing. Yi Zan shook his head and said, I was thinking about something just now, but I don't have any clues yet. When will senior sister depart? It should be tomorrow. However, I still have some things to deal with before I leave. When do you plan to depart? Yuelin asked with a smile. Now, Yi Zan thought for a moment before saying. Isn't that a little rushed? I have a strange feeling that there will be a major change in the near future, so it's better to settle the matter of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow as soon as possible. Senior sister Yuelin, if there's nothing important, I'll return to Cloud Sky Peak first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan flicked his sleeve and turned into a streak of light that flew toward Cloud Sky Peak. A major change. Yuelin was confused by Yi Zan's words. However, there was one thing that Yi Zan was right about, which was that this matter was best settled as soon as possible, before things got out of hand. The moment Yi Zan returned to Cloud Sky Peak, he immediately called Feng Xian and Su Cheng over. Zhu Yuyu was at the critical moment of breaking through, so Yi Zan did not disturb her. Teacher, what happened? Feng Xian asked doubtfully. Feng Xian had noticed Yi Zan's departure to the meeting hall. Seeing his serious expression when he returned, she knew that something big must have happened. Yi Zan was silent for a moment, and then said, Xian, I might have to leave the sect for a while, and your senior sister is still at a critical moment of breaking through. For now, you'll be in charge of all the affairs on Cloud Sky Peak. Can you do it? When Feng Xian heard this, she was dumbfounded. After she regained her senses, she hurriedly asked, Teacher, what will be doing out there? When will you be back? It's just a small matter. I'll come back once I'm done, so don't worry. Yi Zan chuckled, and then his gaze fell on Su Cheng. Kid, didn't you want to follow me around? This time, I'll take you out to see the world. When Su Cheng heard this, he was at first stunned, and then his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Oh my god, am I hearing this right? Chief Yi Zan wants to bring me with him to the outside world. Oh my god, the moment has finally come. I've been content with my place for the past month, but I'm starting to miss the feeling of acting cool. Of course, although Su Cheng was inwardly ecstatic, he still kept a straight face and ran to Yi Zan like an obedient follower. After that, he looked at Feng Xian with a proud expression. Big sister Xian, I'm going to go out to see the world. You can stay on Cloud Sky Peak. Get lost. Hearing this, Feng Xian rolled her eyes in annoyance. Wasn't teacher being a little too biased? He didn't bring his own disciple along, but this flunky instead. What was the use of having this guy around? He was not strong, and he liked to cause trouble everywhere. Was he not just annoying? Thinking this, she pouted. Of course, she knew that her teacher had his reasons for doing this, so she did not voice her dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, you can stay here and be envious. I'll be leaving first, bye. Su Cheng decisively ignored Feng Xian's eye roll and followed Yi Zan down the mountain. With Chief Yi Zan as his backing, who would dare to mess with him? He was going to stand tall. The two of them left Cloud Sky Peak and headed straight for Qingyang City. Su Cheng was particularly excited throughout the journey. He could not help but whistle whenever he saw a beautiful woman. His face was akin to that of a villain who had achieved success. It was as if he was telling those beautiful women, look at me. I have an awesome backer. Chapter 474, A Grim Situation. At noon, Yi Zan finally arrived at Qingyang City with Su Cheng. Is this really Qingyang City? Chief Yi Zan, did we come to the wrong place? Su Cheng suddenly realized that something was wrong. The Qingyang City in front of him seemed to be very different from how he remembered it to be. The once prosperous Qingyang city was now filled with countless refugees. Huge holes had been punched into the hard walls of the city, and the streets were filled with flames. Countless refugees were lying on the ground and wailing. This was like hell on earth. What happened? Su Chang panicked when he saw this and quickly ran in the direction of the Su family's residence. Yi Zan did not stop him and followed him. Father, mother. As soon as Su Chang returned to the Su family's residence, he immediately ran toward the main hall with an anxious expression on his face. Young master. When the servants of the Su family saw Su Chang return, they immediately turned nervous and wanted to stop him. However, Su Chang moved too quickly and had almost reached the hall. Just then, a figure in white suddenly appeared at the door. Greetings, Chief Yi Zan. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly bowed with respect. Although most of them had never seen Yi Zan before, Su Chang had already circulated portraits of Yi Zan throughout the Su family, demanding that every servant remember Yi Zan's appearance and not offend him. Is Master Su present? When the servants heard this, they immediately became flustered. Some time ago, the family had brought the family's experts to the archaic divine mountains to help the refugees, and he has yet to return. Hearing this, Yi Zan frowned. He had just used his divine sense to examine the general situation in Qingyang City. Right now, Qingyang City was in the midst of war. The city was in shambles, and the streets were filled with countless refugees. At such a critical moment, Su Tiansheng had actually brought the experts of his family to help the refugees of the archaic divine mountains. However, on second thought, it was quite normal for Su Tiansheng, as the head of a major family in Qingyang City, to help out. Is Chief Yi Zan looking for Master Su for something in particular? A person who seemed to be the leader of the servants took a step forward and asked nervously. Yi Zan shook his head slightly. It's nothing, I just came over as it was on the way. At that moment, Su Chang walked out of the main hall. His worried expression had returned to normal. Just now, he had already learned from his mother that his father had indeed brought the experts of the family to the archaic divine mountains. After knowing that his parents were safe, Su Chang heaved a sigh of relief, and then looked at Yi Zan. Chief Yi Zan, my father is currently in the archaic divine mountains, so he is unable to welcome you personally. Are we going there next? Su Chang had no idea why Yi Zan had left the sect earlier, but once he saw Qingyang City's situation and heard about it from his mother, he now had his guesses. After all, Qingyang City had encountered a disaster and the entire city was engulfed by the flames of war. The Su family's residence was in Qingyang City, so naturally, they were not spared. Perhaps Chief Yi Zan had taken this into consideration, and that was why he had brought Su Chang along. Currently, several hundred miles away from Qingyang City, there were countless berserk beasts slaughtering everything in their surroundings. The major families of Qingyang City had already gathered many cultivators to fight to the death against these berserk beasts. Qingyang City was also in a state of turmoil. As the number of refugees in the city increased, the frequency of burning, killing, and plundering increased. If this continued, the city would descend into chaos even before the berserk beasts breached the city's defenses. There's no hurry. Follow me. We'll take a look outside the city. Although there were many refugees in the city, the soldiers from the city lord's mansion were still suppressing them. There would not be any major incidents for the time being. However, in comparison, the situation outside the city was not good. Waves for berserk beasts were advancing toward Qingyang City, and cultivators from the various top holy lands of the Yangli Divine Empire had also appeared. One of them was the elder from the Jade Lake Divine Sect, Situ Mo. Of course, there were also many unfamiliar faces that Yi Zan had never seen before. Su Chang quickly nodded and followed closely behind Yi Zan. Yi Zan and Su Chang traversed the war-torn streets and made their way out of Qingyang City. Su Chang was shocked as he looked at the land that was seemingly bathed in flames. Fuck, what caused this? At that moment, many cultivators had gathered on the top of the city wall and were looking into the distance. Have you guys heard? Last night, a few experts from the Shah family encountered an extremely terrifying ancient beast descendant on their way to the archaic divine mountains. It was rumored to be a mystic lord realm beast. I heard about it too. I was told that the Shah family lost hundreds of men because of this. Not only that, but the beast seems to be heading in the direction of Green Sky Ridge. The Lin family and the Shah family have already sent out many scouts to track down the beast. Who knows what is going on out there now? Now that the heavenly treasure has appeared, the ancient beast descendants of the archaic divine mountains are causing havoc everywhere. The entire East continent is in turmoil. I don't know how long Qingyang City can last. We have to make plans. Hearing this, Yi Zan pondered this matter, and his expression gradually turned serious. From the looks of it, the situation was even more serious than he first thought. He had come down to hunt down the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. He had thought that he would be able to get some information from Qingyang City, but he had not expected that these cultivators would be clueless about its whereabouts. It was likely that those who had seen it had perished at its hands. Su Chang saw the change in Yi Zan's expression and chose to remain silent, not daring to disturb him. Suddenly, Su Chang looked around and saw a familiar face. Oh, isn't this the famous young Master Sha? How long has it been since we last met? How did you become so unkempt? Chapter 475. Meeting Charlotte again. The corners of Su Changhei's mouth curled up slightly as his gaze fell on a person in the distance. This person was Charlotte, who was Su Changhei's arch-enemy. However, Charlotte currently looked extremely disheveled. His originally luxurious clothes were now in tatters. It was quite obvious that he had just returned from the archaic divine mountains. The aura within his body was in chaos. How could Su Chang miss out on such a rare opportunity? He had never forgotten Charlotte's mocking look when he was beaten up by Yi Zan. Charlotte naturally noticed Su Chang as well, and his face turned even paler. Su Chang, what's the meaning of this? Do you want to fight me? Don't joke with me. In your current state, I can beat 100 of you, okay? Stop trying to act all arrogant and such. Su Chang, you. When Charlotte saw Su Changhei's disdainful expression, he was infuriated. Then, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that there was an additional figure behind Su Chang. Charlotte immediately became flustered. Why? How could it be him? That white-robed figure had been deeply imprinted in Charlotte's mind. This person was a terrifying existence who had almost destroyed the entire Sha family. Moreover, Yi Zan had said before that he would definitely come to Qingyang City in the future. He had thought that Yi Zan was just joking back then, but he had shown up in front of him right here and now. When the Sha family cultivators behind Charlotte saw this, their eyes were filled with fear. They quickly reminded Charlotte not to be rash and not to fight with Su Chang. They had long received news that the Su family had latched onto the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and now had Cloud Sky Peak as their backing. All in all, in Qingyang City, the Su family's strength had already surpassed the Sha family's. If Charlotte still chose to go against Su Chang now, would he not be asking for trouble? Su Chang naturally noticed the change in their expressions and quickly turned around to look. When he saw Yi Zan coming over, he suddenly had a look of realization. Hee, if you have the guts, come on over. Weren't you always very arrogant? I'll handicap myself by using one hand to beat you up. Now that Chief Yi Zan was behind him, was this not the best time to show off? There's no other way. It's impossible to keep a low profile with such a big shot by my side. Since that's the case, why hide this young master's overbearing aura? Hee, if you have the guts, come over. Aren't you very arrogant? So what if I give you a handicap of one hand? I'm going to hang you up and beat you up with one hand today, Su Chang said arrogantly. Su Chang, don't go too far. Charlotte was enraged, and clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The Sha family cultivators were also angry, but restrained themselves. Ha ha ha, young Master Su really knows how to joke. We're no match for young Master Su. It's only been a few days, but young Master Su has changed greatly. You've become more handsome and suave, and your strength is extraordinary. Sha Hai, one of Charlotte's guards, laughed as he flattered Su Chang. Su Chang happily basked in the praise. Oh my god, it's been a long time since I've experienced the feeling of acting cool. It's simply the best. Seeing that you guys are aware of your place, today's matter will end here. I won't take this up with you, Su Chang said in all seriousness. Seeing Su Changhei's arrogant expression, Charlotte was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, when he remembered that Yi Zan was around, he was forced to suppress his anger. I'll admit defeat for now. Sha Hai, let's go back. Charlotte glared at Su Chang and was about to turn and leave. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly called out. Hearing this, Charlotte's expression changed. He was all too familiar with this voice. This was the one person he did not want to offend. Sure enough, it was Yi Zan who had turned around with an indifferent expression and slowly walked toward them. Charlotte and the Sha family cultivators trembled, and their faces turned pale. Chief Yi Zan. Charlotte's voice trembled as he called out. In his mind, he was already imagining how he was going to suffer. However, what shocked him was that there was no hostility in Yi Zan's eyes. Did you all just return from the archaic divine mountains? Charlotte was so scared that he could not respond. However, Sha Hai, who was beside him, was still calm. He quickly smiled and said, "Greetings, Chief Yi Zan. We have indeed just returned from the outer regions of the archaic divine mountains. Does Chief Yi Zan have any questions for us?" Very good. Yi Zan nodded, then asked, "What is the current situation in the archaic divine mountains and outside the city? Have you found any traces of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow?" Heaven-devouring divine sparrow. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was at this moment that the cultivators on the city wall remembered that this handsome man in white was the terrifying existence who had killed the ancient ape with one sword. Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Cloud Sky Peak, Yi Zan. Why would he appear in Qingyang City? The expressions of the onlookers suddenly changed. They had been chatting so enthusiastically just now, so they had failed to notice Yi Zan's presence. A few of them broke out in cold sweat and almost fell to the ground in fear. Fortunately, none of them had been blabbering nonsense about the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. If they had accidentally provoked this expert, they would probably have suffered greatly. Yi Zan was famous throughout the Yangli Divine Empire for having slain the ancient ape and defeating the three elders of the Immortal Divine Sect. Chapter 476. Shamelessness is not always bad. At this moment, the cultivators of the Shah family were extremely flustered. Only Sha Hai managed to keep his cool, answering, "Chief Yi Zan, our Shah family's experts have been investigating the area outside the city and the periphery of the archaic divine mountains for a few days, but we failed to find any traces of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. However, we did encounter many ancient beast descendants during this time, all of which were very powerful. Our Shah family paid a heavy price during these battles. Right now, the flames of war have spread everywhere outside of Qingyang City. All of the major families and top-tier holy lands of the Yangli Divine Empire have joined the ranks to fight against the ancient beast descendants. We were told that someone did spot the heaven-devouring divine sparrow's tracks north of the mountains. It was chasing a group of thousands of refugees, who have probably all died. After that, it disappeared completely, but it is speculated that it has most likely entered the archaic divine mountains. He did not think that things would end up becoming so troublesome. If the heaven-devouring divine sparrow entered the archaic divine mountains, it would be difficult to track. After all, the archaic divine mountains were vast and boundless. As long as he hid in a random place, it was likely that no one would be able to find it. That being said, Yi Zan had an inexplicable intuition that it would appear again. After all, every ancient beast descendant was targeting the heavenly treasure. As long as the black tortoise carrying the huge coffin appeared, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow would definitely be nearby. After getting the information he wanted, Yi Zan did not make things difficult for the Shah family. Although the Shah family had indeed offended Yi Zan before, they were not a threat to him, so it was fine to show magnanimity. In any case, Yi Zan was not someone who would kill people on a whim. Yi Zan said to Su Chang, then turned into a streak of light and headed in the direction of the archaic divine mountains. Su Chang looked at Charlotte with a smug expression, then quickly followed after Yi Zan. Looking at the two of them leaving, Charlotte could not help but hammer his fist against the city wall in anger. Truly detestable. Didn't this guy also offend Yi Zan before? It's only been a few days since we last met, so how did he end up getting on good terms with him? With the Su family riding on Cloud Sky Peak's coattails, the Shah family could only sit and watch helplessly. Sha Hai, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. He first looked at his young master, then at the departing Su Chang. He sighed deeply. Young master, Su Chang isn't a peerless genius, but there's one thing about him that I'm impressed with, which is his shamelessness. When everyone heard this, they were dumbfounded. What the fuck did he mean by that? Uncle Shah, what are you talking about? Charlotte was dumbfounded. However, in order to find out what was going on, he still calmed down and asked for guidance. It was rare to see his young master asking for advice so humbly, so Sha Hai could not help but nod in satisfaction. Don't be fooled by Su Changhai's arrogance. He's actually very smart. Once he found out that Chief Yi Zan was not someone he could offend, he immediately admitted his mistake and discarded his dignity. As the saying goes, a man knows when to yield and when to stretch. This is not something to be ashamed of. If doing so can bring endless benefits to one's family, it will bring honor to the ancestors. I heard that once Su Chang offended Chief Yizan, he knelt down without hesitation and even set himself up to become a filial son. Perhaps in young master's eyes, Su Changhai's behavior is extremely unsightly. However, people like him often achieve unimaginable things. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone came to the same realization. Charlotte's mouth could not help but twitch. Good Lord, I didn't expect to lose to him in this manner. If I knew this would happen, I would have knelt down and sworn to be filial too. At the thought of this, Charlotte's expression turned extremely ugly. However, he had to admit that he could not compare to Su Chang in terms of character, or at least shamelessness. Wait, in that case, does that mean Chief Yizan likes filial children? Charlotte suddenly realized a very important thing. In fact, he had heard all about Su Changhai's achievements during this period of time. It was said that after he returned to the Su family's residence, he underwent a huge change. He was extremely filial to his parents and elders, and he became more humble with others. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Since that was the case, why could he not do the same? Chapter 477. Bei Xuantian. As long as he performed well enough, perhaps Chief Yizan would find him pleasing to the eye one day. Charlotte did not wish to obtain any great benefits either. It would be fine as long as he could resolve the previous grudges between them. Thinking this, Charlotte immediately made a decision. Got it, from now on, I'm going to be a filial son. As soon as he finished speaking, Charlotte turned around and headed in the direction of the Shah family's residence. The people around them were dumbfounded. Did the sun rise from the west today? Was the young master of the Shah family really going to become a filial son? Ha ha ha, oh my god, this is really unbelievable. Young master is actually going to be a filial son. Shah Hai, who was beside him, was also surprised. However, he was also thrilled by this development. No matter what the outcome would be in the future, this was a very good start. One had to admit that Yizan had a great influence in Qingyang City. All three of Qingyang City's hedonistic young masters were afraid of Yizan. One was Su Chang, the other was Charlotte, and the last one was Lin Dong. Shah Hai looked in the direction of the archaic divine mountains with a gratified smile on his face. I hope that young master will really change for the better in the future. Otherwise, I don't know how the Shah family will survive in the future. After that, Shah Hai followed Charlotte and left. In the mystic world, bloodline was extremely important, so under normal circumstances, only direct descendants were allowed to inherit the family. In other words, as the eldest young master of the Shah family, Charlotte was the only direct heir. If Charlotte failed to live up to expectations in the future, the Shah family would likely decline or even be wiped out. As a member of the Shah family, Shah Hai naturally could not bear to see his family suffer that fate, which was why he had tried his best to nudge Charlotte toward the right direction just now. Although the effects were promising, he was not sure how long Charlotte could last. Outside Qingyang City, the land was still engulfed in flames. At this moment, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. They looked at the corpses that were scattered all over and the flames that burnt them. Why does it suddenly smell like roasted meat? Su Chang looked at the charred body below and suddenly had a brainless idea. Hearing this, Yizan's mouth twitched, and he slapped him. This kid was asking for a beating. After realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Su Chang quickly covered his mouth, afraid that he would ruin his image in Yizan's mind. Then, he followed behind Yizan and did not dare to speak anymore. Yizan carefully searched the area for a while, and then found a strange bone among the corpses of several beasts. Chief Yizan, what are you holding? From Su Changhai's perspective, there was nothing special about this bone. It was not even a precious bone. The bone of a beast, Yizan said in all seriousness. Su Changhai's mouth twitched when he heard that. Who could not tell that this was the bone of a beast? From the patterns on the bone, it was obvious that it belonged to a unicorn. Yizan carefully observed the unicorn bone in his hand, and then his eyes fell on something not far away. At this very moment, the ground began to tremble slightly. The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly became violent. There's quite a commotion up ahead. Let's go over and take a look. Yizan put away the unicorn bone and turned into a streak of light. Soon, the two arrived at a mountain peak. From their vantage point, they could clearly see a group of cultivators surrounding a black spotted lion beast. Yi Zan used his spiritual sense to probe in. The black-spotted lion beast was as powerful as a void realm cultivator. Even if these young cultivators worked together, it would still be difficult to deal with it. However, Yi Zan also discovered that there were several elders among the cultivators who had not made a move yet. These elders were at least heaven realm cultivators. From the looks of it, these cultivators were from a major family, which is why they had strong guardians with them. Chief Yi Zan, look, these cultivators aren't dressed like members of our Yangli Divine Empire. They look more like cultivators from the Haihan Divine Empire in the north. Su Changhai's knowledge and keen eye came in handy in times like these. The Haihan Divine Empire. The Haihan Divine Empire was located to the north of the East Continent. How had they ended up here? At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, and Mystic Lord Realm Elder suddenly squinted his eyes. With his spiritual sense, he could sense an extremely obscure aura in the surroundings. The old man said to the young man in front of him, "Nephew, we should welcome our guest." Hearing this, Bei Xuantian's eyes flickered and he immediately noticed Yi Zan and Su Cheng at the peak of the mountain. As the second prince of the Haihan Divine Empire, he had grown up in the imperial palace and enjoyed a very respected status. However, it was also because he was the second prince that he did not have the right to inherit the throne. As a result, his personality became extremely unsociable, and he hated it the most when others looked down at him. Bei Xuantian's eyes immediately turned cold. Who dares to spy on me from the mountain peak? Get down here quickly and apologize. Hee. Hearing this, Yi Zan chuckled. Then, he signaled Su Cheng with his eyes. The best way to deal with a hedonistic son was to use the former hedonistic son to deal with him. Su Cheng naturally understood Yi Zan's intentions, so he smirked. This was a chance given to him by Yi Zan to show off, so he had to do his best. Just watch me. Su Cheng looked at Bei Xuantian with an evil smile on his face. Chapter 478, Lesson Time. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to shout at us despite Chief Yi Zan being here. HMPH. It was time to teach him a lesson. Su Cheng took a step forward with a disdainful smile. Country bumpkin, where did you come from? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Bei Xuantian could not help but raise his saber when he noticed Su Chenghai's disdainful expression. If they were in the Haihan Divine Empire, anyone who spoke so disrespectfully to him would have been executed. Ever since he was young, other than his elder brother, no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. I am the second prince of the Haihan Divine Empire, Bei Xuantian. Know your place, peasant. Are you prepared to die? He thought that Su Cheng would be terrified after he revealed his identity. However, much to Bei Xuantian's confusion, Su Cheng burst out laughing. Hee. I thought it was some noble prince, but it turned out to be the second prince of the Haihan Divine Empire, a mere second prince. Even the crown prince wouldn't dare to speak to me in such a manner when visiting the Yangli Divine Empire. Put away your royal pride. This isn't the Haihan Divine Empire's territory, Su Cheng said with a cold smile. He had initially been shocked that Bei Xuantian was a prince. However, once he learned that the latter was only the second prince, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Even if Bei Xuantian was the second prince of the Haihan Divine Empire, he could not be so arrogant in another empire's territory. Xuantian, don't be so angry. We're here representing the Haihan Divine Empire to seek a marriage alliance. Don't get into a conflict with the major families of the Yangli Divine Empire. The black-robed old man reminded him, but his eyes were fixed on the white figure behind Su Cheng. He had an inexplicable intuition that this person's strength was extremely terrifying. For a Mystic Lord Realm expert to feel this way, it could only mean that the other party's strength far exceeded his. Although the white-clad young man was only standing on the peak of the mountain, his aura was strange and suffocating. The black-robed elder was very surprised. Were the experts of the Yangli Divine Empire so terrifying? How could the guardian of an aristocratic son be so powerful? Hearing this, Bei Xuantian suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a cold look. Very well, I'll remember you. If you have the guts, tell me your name. Hee. You call yourself the second prince of the Haihan Divine Empire, but aren't you just a coward? This young master will never change his name. It's Su Cheng. Bei Xuantian could not restrain himself after hearing Su Cheng call him a coward. His eyes were filled with rage as the saber in his hand released sharp saber chi. The terrifying power of an 8th-level materialization realm expert erupted. He was about to attack Su Cheng. At this moment, sword intent filled with destructive power shot up into the sky and instantly locked onto him. In that instant, Bei Xuantian's body suddenly trembled, and his eyes suddenly became listless. In those few seconds, he felt like he had fallen into the depths of hell. When he came back to his senses, his body trembled uncontrollably and his face turned extremely pale. The saber in his hand clattered to the ground. Still trembling, he glanced at the white figure standing behind Su Chang. The white-robed young man seemed completely indifferent. However, it also seemed that the entire situation was under his control. At this moment, Bei Xuantian finally understood why Su Chang dared to be so arrogant. A peak-level mystic Lord Realm expert. The black-robed old man's eyes narrowed. Bei Xuantian's body trembled even more when he heard this. What? That person is actually a peak-level mystic Lord Realm expert. This was simply too fucking ridiculous. They had just reached the territory of the Yangli Divine Empire, and had somehow already encountered a peak-level mystic Lord Realm expert. Were such experts so commonplace in the Yangli Divine Empire? Bei Xuantian's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The reason why he was not worried about his safety on the journey here was due to the presence of the black-robed elder, Bei Moyan. However, even Bei Moyan had a look of fear on his face. Bei Xuantian was not a fool. He naturally could understand the situation. The expert at the peak of the mountain was definitely not an existence he could afford to offend. His father had been right. There were many experts in the Yangli Divine Empire, which was why he had been specifically instructed to keep a low profile when he went to the territory of the Yangli Divine Empire. He had not thought much of his father's advice, but it seemed that his ignorance had come back to bite him. Uncle Moyan, what should we do now? Bei Xuantian asked nervously. He had attacked Su Chang because he could not control his anger. Moreover, he also sensed a trace of killing intent within the sword intent. This matter was obviously not easy to resolve. Hearing this, Bei Moyan looked helplessly at Bei Xuantian, somewhat disappointedly. This kid was too impulsive. However, now that the situation had come to this, he had to discard his dignity. Bei Moyan squeezed out a smile as he spoke to Yi Zan. I am Prince Bei Moyan. How should I address you? Which sect do you hail from? However, after Bei Moyan said this, he did not receive any response. When Bei Xuantian saw this, he was a little displeased. Although the experts of the Yangli Divine Empire were powerful, there was no need for them to be so rude, right? However, due to the other party's terrifying strength, they did not dare to show any hint of dissatisfaction on the surface. Just like that, the atmosphere became strangely awkward. Suddenly, a golden jade carriage appeared. It's the carriage of the Yangli Divine Dynasty's royal family. Su Chang was surprised to see that. As a disciple of a major family of the Yangli Divine Empire, he was naturally familiar with the royal family's carriages. They were not hard to identify anyway, as they had the crest of the royal family. Back then, when Feng Xian had escaped from the palace, the carriage she rode on was similar. It was also because of the crest on the carriage that Feng Xian was able to travel unimpeded and had not encountered any great dangers. Very quickly, the luxurious carriage arrived in front of Bei Xuantian and the others. A handsome man in luxurious attire stepped out of the carriage. The man's gaze was gentle, but he exuded a sense of majesty and authority. Chapter 479, The Crown Prince is here. So what? Yi Zan squinted his eyes and looked deeply at the young man. The man's body was filled with fate energy that was tied to the fate of the Yangli Divine Empire. From this, the identity of the other party was easy to determine. The Crown Prince of the Yangli Divine Empire, Things are starting to get interesting. Yi Zan's lips curled into a smile, but he had no intention of going down. He was rather curious as to how Su Chang would handle the situation. Seeing the appearance of the Crown Prince of the Yangli Divine Empire, Bei Xuantian and Bei Moyan's eyes both lit up. It seemed like there was a possibility of resolving this awkward situation now. Yi Zan could target them, but he could not possibly target the Crown Prince of the Yangli Divine Empire, right? Furthermore, with the appearance of the Crown Prince, as a cultivator of the Yangli Divine Empire, should this fellow not at least show some sort of reaction? However, to Bei Moyan's disappointment, Yi Zan still did not say anything. He was still as calm as ever. When Su Chang saw the Crown Prince of the Yangli Divine Empire, Feng Wenyu, appear, he immediately became nervous. Oh my god, why did the Crown Prince come here personally? Don't tell me that these people know each other. Su Chang quickly glanced at Yi Zan. When he saw the latter's calm expression, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, the big boss was by his side, otherwise, he would have peed his pants on the spot. Hee hee, I didn't think that I would one day be able to act cool in front of the crown prince. This is really exciting. The moment Feng Wenyu stepped off the carriage, he felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. He hurriedly raised her head and looked at the peak of the mountain. Who is that person? I can't sense his cultivation level. At this moment, the expert behind Feng Wenyu hurriedly warned him with a serious expression, Your Highness, that expert is extremely strong. I'm no match for him. The East Continent is in turmoil now, so all of the experts from the top holy lands have appeared. Maybe this expert is one of them. Feng Wenyu nodded. Even though he was the crown prince of the Yangli Divine Empire, his status only reigned supreme in the secular world. Compared to those top holy lands that had been in existence for countless years, the Yangli Divine Empire was merely a small force that had only been around for a few thousand years. If the top holy lands wanted to, they could change the ruling empire at any time. As the crown prince, Feng Wenyu was naturally very clear about this. It was also because of this that he was not as arrogant as the other disciples of the major families. On the contrary, he was very humble. Looking at Bei Moyan, Feng Wenyu said very politely, Greetings, Prince Moyan. It's been a long time. I received a report from a scout earlier that informed me that the two of you have entered the Empire's territory. My father instructed me to come over to welcome you both. However, it seems that you've encountered some trouble. At that moment, Feng Wenyu glanced at Su Chang in the distance. He had put two and two together. Ah, we have troubled your highness. We did not run into any trouble, but after we had arrived here, we accidentally offended this young master. Since your highness is here, I hope that your highness can put in a few good words for us and see if this young master can forgive us for our rashness just now, Bei Moyan said humbly. Those who were not in the know would think that Su Chang had been the one who had bullied them. Su Changhei's mouth twitched when he heard this. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. The ability of the wicked to seize the advantage was really unparalleled. Were it not for Chief Yizan, he would have died under Bei Xuantian's saber. These people were really hypocritical. They were the ones who had initiated the conflict, but now they were playing the role of victims. Feng Wenyu raised her head and looked at Su Chang. He was certain that he had no impression of Su Chang at all. Even so, he asked very politely, May I know your name, fellow Taoist? Which holy land do you hail from? Su Chang quickly coughed and imitated Yi Zan's calm expression. Qingyang, Su Chang, Qingyang, Su Chang. Hearing this, Feng Wenyu's eyes froze. He seemed to recall that this person was the hedonistic son of the Su family of Qingyang City. Since that was the case, this matter would be easy to handle. If Su Chang really came from some powerful holy land, this matter would have been much more difficult to deal with. However, it was just a member of a major family. There was no way they would disregard his words, right? So it's young Master Su. I've heard so much about you. My two friends may have been in the wrong just now and accidentally offended young Master Su. I hope that young Master Su can forgive their mistakes for my sake, Feng Wenyu said very politely. It had always been his style to use peaceful means before resorting to force. After all, if things could be resolved verbally, there would be no reason to use force. Even the crown prince had come out to plead on their behalf, so Su Chang was stuck in a difficult position. After all, he was also a member of a major family in the Yangli Divine Empire. However, if he were to acquiesce, would that not be letting those two off? Actually, if he ignored the crown prince's words, he would be able to brag about this for a year. He made his decision. Sure, I can forgive them. All they need to do is kneel down and admit their mistakes. What, you? Bei Xuantian was enraged. I'm the second prince of the Haihan Divine Empire. What right do you have to ask me to kneel? Since he was young, he had never knelt to anyone other than his father. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more that can be said, Su Chang said without any hesitation. Even if the crown prince was here, as long as Yi Zan backed him up, what was there to be afraid of? Please don't get angry. There's no reason to go so far. Hearing this, Feng Wenyu hurriedly stopped him with a gentle tone. However, he was also a little displeased. A mere hedonistic son of Qingyang City had disregarded his words. Chapter 480, This marriage is over. Uncle Tiangong, what do you think? Helplessly, Feng Wenyu could only turn to the old man beside him. The old man's name was Feng Tiangong. He raised his eyelids slightly and stroked his beard with his hand as he spoke slowly. It's not difficult to resolve this matter. You just need to ask about what happened. That's reasonable. Feng Wenyu nodded his head in agreement. He then walked over to Bei Xuantian and asked him about what had transpired. After asking Bei Xuantian, Feng Wenyu turned to Su Chang to hear his side of the story. After a while, Feng Wenyu frowned. There was a huge discrepancy between their stories. However, Feng Wenyu felt that Su Changhei's words were more trustworthy and realistic. After all, Bei Xuantian's story was somewhat vague. He only said that he had unintentionally offended Su Chang and had not gone into the details. In contrast, Su Chang described the entire incident in detail, saying that Bei Xuantian had arrogantly asked him to kneel for simply observing them. Su Chang was not a citizen of the Haihan Divine Empire, so why was there a need to kneel before Bei Xuantian? His words worsened Feng Wenyu's impression of Bei Xuantian. This guy was indeed arrogant. If Xian married him, would she really be happy? There had never been any familial love within the royal family. Only benefits mattered. This much was clear to him. Still, he did not approve of the marriage alliance regardless. However, he was not the decision-maker in the Yangli Divine Empire, his father was. Even if he was dissatisfied, he did not dare to show it. In fact, the reason why Feng Xian had been able to escape the royal palace was thanks to his help. He did not want his sister to be used as a tool of the royal family, and had hoped that Feng Xian would have the freedom to choose herself. After understanding what had happened, Feng Wenyu became even more dissatisfied with the marriage alliance with the Haihan Divine Empire, and especially with Bei Xuantian. Xian would definitely not be happy if she married him. Thinking this, his expression hardened, and he took a few steps back, no longer intending to interfere. Crown Prince Wenyu, what do you mean by this? Bei Xuantian's expression changed when he saw Feng Wenyu's expression. Your Highness, Prince Mo Yan, after examining the course of events, it appears that this is a personal grudge between the two of you. As such, it should be resolved by your side. Citizens of the Yangli Divine Empire have always been reasonable. However, if you can't work it out, you can also fight him. After all, this is a world where only strength matters. Feng Wenyu laughed, then took a few steps back to avoid being accidentally caught in the crossfire. HMPH. Since the Crown Prince has said so, Su family brat, if you have the guts, come and challenge me. Bei Xuantian glared at Su Chang arrogantly. However, Su Chang was not an idiot. He was obviously no match for the other party. Only a fool would accept that invitation. Tisk, do you really think I am afraid of you? Come up here and hit me if you dare. If you're not a coward, then come over and hit me. Bei Xuantian clenched his fists in anger. His facial expression was twisted, and he really wanted to cut this B***** into pieces. At the side, Bei Moyan could not help but shoot a meaningful look at Feng Wenyu, his eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. Your Highness, we're here to form a marriage alliance on behalf of the Haihan Divine Empire. Is this how you treat your guests? In my opinion, the marriage alliance between our two empires is of utmost importance. Feng Wenyu shrugged his shoulders indifferently, his face the picture of calmness. The marriage alliance was only a temporary measure. If the two empires really wanted to go to war, even a marriage alliance would not stop it. Father instructed me to welcome you graciously, but he never said that I should clean up your mess. I am the Crown Prince of the Yangli Divine Empire, and not someone's minion. Since this is a personal grudge, you should settle it yourself. If you can't even settle this tiny thing, how can I be at ease in betrothing Xian to the Haihan Divine Empire? You, Bei Xuantian's face turned red with anger, and he almost exploded right there and then. Was Feng Wenyu not questioning the power of the Haihan Divine Empire with those words? Bei Moyan's expression turned cold as well, and he flung his sleeves furiously. It seems that your Highness does not intend to interfere in this matter. Very good, so this is how the Yangli Divine Empire treats their guests. I've finally seen your true colors. Hearing this, Feng Wenyu's expression changed. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. He was immediately forced into a passive position. The atmosphere turned awkward again. At this moment, a bright light flashed by. The white figure on the peak of the mountain flew through the sky and landed in front of Su Chang. When everyone saw this, they looked up in shock, especially Bei Moyan, who was most afraid of Yi Zan. Had it not been for Yi Zan's presence, he would have killed Su Chang long ago. Senior. Su Chang was relieved to see Yi Zan and quickly hid behind him. To be honest, He was really on the verge of panicking just now. He was afraid that Bei Moyen would fly into a rage out of humiliation and slap him to death. Fortunately, the big boss appeared in time. The feeling of having a powerful backer was amazing. Yi Zan raised his brows slightly and slowly walked to Bei Xuantian's side. However, just a slight glance scared Bei Xuantian so much that his body trembled, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat. You are the second prince of the Haihan Divine Empire. Bei Xuantian's lips trembled as he spoke. Senior, I am indeed the second prince of the Haihan Divine Empire. What can I do for you? Yi Zan had not thought that he would be able to meet the marriage partner of his precious disciple during this trip to Qingyang City. However, Yi Zan was very disappointed. I don't need anything. However, about your marriage alliance, drop it and forget about it, Yi Zan said lightly. The spiritual power in his body spread out quietly, transforming into a net of destructive sword chi that enveloped the two of them. His invisible and terrifying spiritual pressure spread out, causing their hearts to palpitate and their bodies to tremble. This was the terrifying, spiritual pressure of a peak-level mystic Lord Realm expert. Chapter 481, Lucky Sister. What does Senior mean by that? Hearing this, Bei Moyen's face turned ashen. This was a marriage alliance between two empires. What did it have to do with Yi Zan? Yi Zan glanced at the latter indifferently. The person your second prince is trying to marry is my disciple, and I don't agree to this marriage. Do you have any objections? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Feng Wenyu was stunned. This powerful expert was actually her sister's teacher. Bei Xuantian's expression turned extremely ugly, and so did Bei Moyen's. Bei Xuantian glared at Feng Wenyu angrily. Since Feng Xian had already successfully acknowledged a master and become a disciple of a top holy land, why did the Yangli Divine Empire not inform him in advance? Now, as the representatives of the Haihan Divine Empire, they had come to the territory of the Yangli Divine Empire with great fanfare in order to secure the marriage alliance between the two empires. However, it turned out that the marriage partner had already become the disciple of a top holy land. Were they toying with him? A top holy land was far stronger than both their empires combined. Who the fuck would dare to go up and try to snatch the bride? Hearing this, although Feng Wenyu was very surprised, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up into a smile. This sister of mine is quite smart, she's found herself a powerful backer. From Yi Zan's tone just now, he could tell that Yi Zan treasured Feng Xian very much. Otherwise, he would not have bothered dealing with the matter regarding her marriage. Ever since he found out that there was to be a marriage alliance between the two empires, he had been extremely worried. After he had secretly allowed Feng Xian to escape, he had often sent people to inquire about how she was faring. Things were still fine until a while ago. He had constantly received updates on where she was and how she was doing. However, for some unknown reason, his subordinates failed to locate her a month ago, which made him extremely worried. Now knowing that she had become Yi Zan's disciple, he was relieved. Yi Zan looked at Bei Xuantian indifferently and said, "If you have nothing else to say, then it will be decided as such. The marriage is off. Of course, you can also try to snatch her. I will welcome you at any time. How may I address you, sir?" Bei Moyen thought for a moment and asked. Yi Zan turned around and said without looking back, "I'm Yi Zan, the chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's Cloud Sky Peak." What? He's actually a chief from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Feng Wenyu's expression turned serious when he heard this. Bei Moyen's eyes flashed with realization. This person is actually a chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. And he's a peak-level mystic Lord Realm expert. Bei Xuantian was dumbfounded. Uncle Moyen, is the Great Wilderness Divine Sect very powerful? Why are you so afraid? He lived in the royal palace all year round, so he was not very familiar with the outside world. Hearing this, Bei Moyen took a deep breath and explained, "That's right. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect is extremely terrifying. It has been in existence since ancient times and doesn't belong to any divine empire. 1,000 years ago, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had an invincible expert, who was the last chief of Cloud Sky Peak, Tian Zan. Chief Tian Zan's strength was unrivaled. He forced back the invasion of ancient beast descendants with pure strength. His attainments in the Sword Dao had reached a shocking level. Much like this current period, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow wreaked havoc back then. However, it was Chief Tian Zan that defeated it and banished it to the archaic divine mountains. When he thought of Chief Tian Zan, Bei Moyen revealed an expression of respect and admiration. Back then, Chief Tianzan could be said to have led the human race to defeat the other races with his invincible sword. He had thought that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's strength would decline after the death of the Chief Tianzan. However, it seemed that the new chief of Cloud Sky Peak had reached the peak of the Mystic Lord realm. What shocked Bei Moyan the most was that Yi Zan's aura was unstable, which was a telltale sign that he was about to reach the Supreme Realm. When he thought of this, Bei Moyan's heart was filled with disbelief. Was the Great Wilderness Divine Sect really so lucky? Was there going to be a second Supreme Realm expert after Chief Tianzan? After hearing Bei Moyan's reply, Bei Xuantian's face was filled with despair. He knew in his heart that when Yi Zan said those words, the marriage had truly been called off. In the face of such a terrifying expert, even his father would not dare to show any disrespect, let alone him. Even if the Haihan Divine Empire had many top holy lands backing them up, they would never offend the Great Wilderness Divine Sect over such a small matter. In the mystic world, strength reigned supreme. Uncle Feng, have you ever heard of this person? At this moment, Feng Wenyu whispered the question to Feng Tiangong. Feng Tiangong nodded with a serious expression on his face. I've indeed heard of him. Chief Yi Zan of Cloud Sky Peak is the most famous expert in recent times. He almost killed 3 elders from the Immortal Divine Sect in Qingyang City. It's a blessing that your sister managed to become his disciple. Perhaps we can even use the princess's relationship to pull the relationship between the Empire and the Great Wilderness Divine Sect closer. In comparison, the marriage alliance with the Haihan Divine Empire is insignificant. When Feng Wenyu heard this, he was surprised. His sister had pulled a rabbit out of the hat with this move. Got it. I will definitely discuss this with father when I return. Father has always been able to accurately judge the situation. He will definitely make the right choice. Bei Xuantian and Bei Moyan were a little embarrassed. Uncle Moyan, what should we do? Bei Xuantian was at a loss. If Bei Moyan had not offset part of Yi Zan's spiritual pressure, he would have knelt down long ago. Chapter 482, Another Princess. They had come here with such fanfare, but had to leave in a sorry state, which would definitely make them a laughingstock in the Haihan Divine Empire. Furthermore, as the second prince of the Hai Divine Empire, Bei Xuantian's status was extremely volatile. If the marriage alliance was ruined, the consequences would be. Bei Moyan looked at Yi Zan deeply, and then sighed helplessly. Xuantian, we only have one choice left. What is it? Bei Xuantian's eyes lit up upon hearing this, as if he had found a way out. Give up on Princess Feng Xian and choose another princess to marry. Bei Xuantian's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had already looked through all the portraits of the princesses of the Yangli Divine Empire. The one he was most satisfied with was Feng Xian. He had thought that he would be able to return with a beautiful wife after coming to the Yangli Divine Empire, but he had not expected. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction, but he had no place to vent his frustration. Bei Xuantian gritted his teeth in anger at the thought of giving up, and his expression darkened. Seeing this, Bei Moyan patted his shoulder helplessly. Xuantian, anyone who wants to achieve great things must first learn to overcome defeat. I know you're unwilling to accept this, but this is our only choice. In any case, the empires have not announced the identities of the marriage partners, so as long as you marry a princess, the ministers and court members will not criticize you. Bei Xuantian took a deep breath, and then nodded. In the face of absolute power, yielding was the only option. However, the seed of hatred had also been planted in his heart. If he were the crown prince of the Haihan Divine Empire, would he have had to suffer such humiliation? Everything, it was all because of power. He had to obtain absolute power so that he could control everything in the world. When Bei Moyan saw this, he shook his head in heartache. However, he could do nothing about it. After all, who would have guessed that Feng Xian would end up becoming Yi Zan's disciple? Princesses were normally not allowed to leave the palace, so having one join a top holy land was unprecedented. Alright, this marriage alliance will end here. I will not repeat myself again. As for what your two empires plan to do after this, I couldn't care less. However, my disciple is not allowed to become anyone's bargaining chip. If you are dissatisfied with this, feel free to look for me at Cloud Sky Peak at any time, Yi Zan said lightly. At this moment, Yi Zan walked over to Feng Wenyu. He looked at the crown prince, who exuded an aura of majesty and held the fate of the empire, with satisfaction. Feng Xian had said before that the reason why she was able to leave the palace was mostly because of her brother, the crown prince. You've done very well, Feng Wenyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Feng Wenyu greets Chief Yi Zan. Feng Wenyu politely bowed. That girl Xian often talks about you. Seeing you in person today, it seems that you truly have the bearing of a future ruler. Chief Yi Zan, you're too kind. Such praise is unwarranted. Seeing this, Yi Zan was even more surprised. He did not expect this guy to be so calm in the face of flattery. It seemed that he had a steady character. The Yangli Divine Empire had an outstanding successor. Yi Zan did not say anything else and turned to look at Su Chang. All right, Su Chang nodded eagerly, and then glared at Bei Xuantian arrogantly before following Yi Zan. Seeing the two of them leave, Feng Wenyu smiled. As expected of the chief of Cloud Sky Peak, Chief Tian Zan has an excellent successor. I wonder if Chief Yi Zan can surpass Chief Tian Zan. Although it seemed unlikely, he was still very optimistic about Yi Zan's chances. After all, Yi Zan was so young, and his cultivation talent and potential had not been exhausted. It looked like he would reach the Supreme Realm at any time. It might take 1,000 years, but there was a chance that Yi Zan could reach the Ancient Realm. As for the legendary sealed Immortal Realm, that was something no one dared to consider. After all, in the past 10,000 years, although countless outstanding geniuses had appeared within the human race, no one had ever been able to break through and reach the sealed Immortal Realm. Your Highness, perhaps we can use the princess's relationship to get in touch with Cloud Sky Peak. If we can forge a good relationship with the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, your position in the Yangli Divine Empire will definitely be more secure, Feng Tiangong suggested. That's reasonable. Feng Wenyu nodded in agreement. Although he was now the crown prince of the Yangli Divine Empire, and his status could be said to be above everyone else, there were many princes in the royal palace. If he could obtain the support of the powerful expert, not only would it stabilize his position as the crown prince, but it would also be of great help to him when he inherited the empire in the future. It seems like I'll have to pay a visit to Cloud Sky Peak in the future to see how Xian is doing. Feng Wenyu's gaze then landed on Bei Xuantian. Now that Yi Zan and Su Chang had left, it meant that the conflict had been resolved. In any case, the royal status of people like him and Bei Xuantian were meaningless to the top experts of sects like the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Your Highness, since the matter has been resolved, please come with me. My father has already prepared a big gift in the palace and is waiting for you both. As for the details of the marriage alliance, when the two of you arrive at the palace, my father will naturally give you an explanation. Actually, Feng Wenyu was not interested in either of them, but he still had to carry out the mission his father had given him. As for what would happen after that, it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 483, The Reappearance of the Black Tortoise. At this moment, the black-spotted lion beast was dumbfounded. It was questioning its entire existence. Fuck, that's too much. Although I'm a little weak, I'm still a descendant of an ancient beast. Can't you show me some respect? They were all chatting. What were they talking about? In the beginning, Yi Zan and Su Chang had been attracted by the fight between Bei Xuantian and this black-spotted lion beast, which was why this entire situation had unfolded in the first place. However, throughout the threats and discussions, the black-spotted lion beast had been ignored. You damned animal, I'm going to skin you alive. Bei Xuantian's gaze finally turned toward the black-spotted lion beast, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Then, the saber in his hand released a sharp saber chi that flew toward the beast and instantly split it in two. This was the only avenue by which he could vent his anger. By this time, Yi Zan and Su Chang were already approaching the archaic divine mountains. Su Chang finally could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Chief Yi Zan, was that second prince the one betrothed to Sister Xian? Yi Zan nodded lightly. Then why didn't you just kill him? That way, we can get rid of the root of the problem once and for all, Su Chang said innocently. Was there a hole in this guy's brain? Why did he always make things sound so simple? Brat, remember this, not everything can be simply solved by force. Even if you kill Bei Xuantian, there are other princes in the Haihan Divine Empire. As long as the two empires want to ally with each other, the marriage alliance will always be a viable option. Therefore, instead of perpetuating that cycle, it's best to exert pressure and get them to change the marriage partner. You have to be clear that the value of the living is always higher than that of the dead, okay? Yi Zan looked at Su Chang deeply. Su Changhei's eyes brightened when he heard that, but he soon put on a confused expression again. Seeing this, Yi Zan shook his head helplessly. It seemed like he needed to find time to fix this brat's way of thinking. Other than the fact that this guy was pretty good at acting cool, he was simply unsightly in other aspects. In any case, that was a problem for another day. It was best to focus on the matter at hand. Yi Zong waved his hand, and then stepped forward. Su Cheng quickly followed after him. Although he did not really understand, he was at least clear about one thing. Big Boss is really Big Boss. The way he thinks is completely different from ordinary people. Looks like I'll have to ask Big Sister Xian for advice in the future. If Big Sister Xian knew that Chief Yi Zong had faced off against two empires to deal with her marriage problem, she would probably be endlessly grateful. Su Cheng could not help but feel his blood boil when he thought about what had transpired just now. It was a pity that an actual fight had not broken out though. He wanted to see Yi Zong in action. As night slowly descended, the archaic divine mountains fell both dark and silent. In the southern section, there was a bonfire in the middle of a forest. A group of cultivators were seated in front of the fire. There were also familiar faces among them. They were the Reincarnation Fairy, who had interacted with Yi Zong in Qingyan City, and Situ Mo. The bonfire glowed dazzlingly in the night, but the Reincarnation Fairy's eyes darted toward the nearby forest area. She had an ominous feeling. The forest was too quiet, so quiet that it was too strange. Uncle Situ, don't you feel that something is wrong? Isn't this forest a little too quiet? The Reincarnation Fairy suddenly asked. When Situ Mo heard this, he was puzzled. He quickly checked his surroundings and did not find anything amiss. This environment is too quiet and strange. I suddenly have an ominous feeling about this place. It feels like the calm before the storm. Girl, you're being too nervous. Are you sure you're not hallucinating? The archaic divine mountains are dangerous, so isn't it normal for them to be a bit quieter? Situ Mo was unable to detect anything unusual with his spiritual sense. Seeing this, the Reincarnation Fairy could only nod and hope for the best. However, she could not shake that feeling of uneasiness. They were here to pursue the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. According to the information they had received, the last place the heaven-devouring divine sparrow had been spotted was nearby this place. However, they had searched this area for nearly a day to no avail. It was really strange. It's quite late now. You should rest early. We'll continue the search tomorrow morning. Just now, the Grand Elders group sent news that they arrived in the depths of the archaic divine mountains. They will likely obtain some gains very soon. Situ Mo smiled and returned to his tent. He then instructed a few disciples to stay outside and keep watch. The Reincarnation Fairy nodded. She was indeed a little tired. Then, she turned around and went back to her tent to rest. Time passed slowly, and the moment when dawn arrived, the area around them suddenly trembled violently. Situ Mo, who had sensed the commotion, rushed out of the tent. When he looked up at the sky, he was stunned. What is this? An incomparably huge tortoise had suddenly appeared and was slowly advancing. With every step this huge tortoise took, the entire area trembled violently. The most eye-catching thing was the huge coffin on its back, which seemed to be filled with rich life energy. Could that coffin be the legendary heavenly treasure? Everyone recovered from their shock and stared greedily at the coffin. Situ Mo was also very surprised. He had not expected to encounter the legendary black tortoise like this. Uncle Situ, why is this tortoise carrying the heavenly treasure here? The Reincarnation Fairy also walked out. Her gaze was locked onto the black tortoise. Even as the saintess of the Jade Lake Divine Sect, she had never seen such a powerful giant beast. Just its aura alone was enough to make her soul tremble, and she almost lost her balance. Situ Mo also shook his head. I'm not too sure, but I have a strange feeling that the appearance of this black tortoise is not a good sign. The heavenly treasure it was carrying was extremely alluring, and overflowed with life force. Situ Mo guessed that the heavenly treasure hidden in the coffin was most likely a rare longevity divine treasure. This was likely what had attracted the attention of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Chapter 484, Pixiu, Danger. Each step the black tortoise took was extremely slow, but contained terrifying power. Then, while everyone was watching, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the direction of the archaic divine mountains, and a huge ancient beast descendant made its appearance. What? It's actually a Pixiu. Seeing this, Situ Mo's expression changed drastically. He had not expected there to be another terrifying ancient beast descendant aside from the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Furthermore, from the aura it was exuding, this Pixiu had already reached the supreme realm. What the hell is going on? The situation in the East Continent is going to change drastically now. The onlookers were all terrified when they saw the Pixiu. Even Satu-mo was anxious. He quickly said to the Reincarnation Fairy and the cultivators behind him, the appearance of the Pixiu is an ominous sign. We must leave as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Satu-mo quickly crushed the teleportation talisman in his storage ring and brought everyone away. Although he was a middle-stage mystic Lord Realm expert, and might be able to hold his own if the two beasts fought, he would not be able to protect the disciples. Reincarnation Fairy was the saintess of the Jade Lake Divine Palace, so he had to ensure her safety. As such, he chose to retreat first and await reinforcements. At this moment, a lightning bolt the size of an arm suddenly fell from the sky and crashed into the ground below. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the ground, and one could see tendrils of lightning emerging from the impact site. With the appearance of the black tortoise and the Pixiu, panic set in. In addition to the cultivators from the Jade Lake Divine Sect, there were also experts and disciples from other top holy lands present. In that instant, everyone's expression changed. When they looked up, they were shocked and stunned. Oh my god, it's actually a Pixiu. This voice echoed many others in the area, as all of the cultivators who were situated on the outskirts of the archaic divine mountain ran for their lives frantically. Satu-mo and the others did not stop fleeing after teleporting either. This is really unbelievable. I thought that the most dangerous thing in the archaic divine mountains would be the heaven-devouring divine sparrow, but now a Pixiu has shown up. Reincarnation Fairy's face was extremely pale. She felt that this was related to the ominous feelings she had sensed the night before. The Pixiu used the power of lightning to attack the black tortoise. The destructive power that erupted caused the archaic mountains to tremble. However, although the Pixiu was extremely powerful, the black tortoise seemed to be stronger. The power of lightning then transformed into a huge purple dragon that tore through the sky and bombarded the black tortoise. Shockingly, the black tortoise simply ignored the purple lightning dragon and simply continued moving forward. Then, as soon as the purple lightning dragon touched the huge coffin, it dissipated into nothingness. What terrified Satu-mo and the others the most was that although the huge black tortoise seemed to move very slowly, every step it took seemed to bring it further and further away from the Pixiu. No matter how hard the Pixiu tried to catch up, it could not. Just as everyone was wondering if the black tortoise was about to disappear without a trace again, flames that could burn everything suddenly erupted from the other direction of the archaic divine mountains. Buzz! An ear-piercing screech was heard as a huge bird soared into the sky. Each of its feathers contained the power of true fire. What? The heaven-devouring divine sparrow has also appeared. They had not expected that the heaven-devouring divine sparrow, which they had been searching for all day, was actually hidden underneath the ley line outside the archaic divine mountains. The heaven-devouring divine sparrow soared into the sky, and then its huge wings suddenly began to spin, forming a spinning wheel of fire that covered the sky. Saintess, be careful. A fireball containing terrifying power suddenly hurtled toward the Reincarnation Fairy. Seeing this, Satu-mo's expression changed drastically. The spiritual power in his body swept out, and he used his most powerful divine power to condense a barrier to block the fireball. After all, this fireball was something created by a supreme realm existence. Although it was just a casual attack, even he might not be able to withstand it. Seeing this, Reincarnation Fairy's face turned even paler. At this moment, the fireball hit the barrier, and its flames started to devour the barrier. Am I really going to die here? She stared at the fireball that was inching closer and closer to her with a desperate expression. She wanted to run, but the fireball had a large impact radius that she would not be able to outrun even with her short-distance teleportation talisman. No, Satu-mo shouted anxiously as he tried to use his divine power again. However, at this moment, a lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky and was about to hit him. Now, Satu-mo was caught in a dilemma. He could choose to try and block the fireball, or protect himself and the other disciples behind him. Chapter 485. Yi Zan appears. Satu-mo despaired, and was about to resign himself to fate. However, at this moment, a bright white divine light suddenly flashed across the sky. This terrifying white divine light contained an extremely sharp sword intent that instantly swept away the two attacks. The Reincarnation Fairy turned to look toward the source of the sword attack, and noticed a white figure hovering in the sky. She instantly recognized him, as she still remembered his domineering appearance at Qingyang City. It's him, he actually saved me. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Saintess, are you alright? After blocking another lightning bolt with great difficulty, Satumo rushed over to the saintess and found that she was safe and sound. He heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle Satu, I'm fine. I didn't expect him to appear here though. Hearing this, Satumo also quickly looked over. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never expected that at the moment of life and death, it was Xuan who had saved the reincarnation fairy. From now on, the Jade Lake Divine Sect owed Xuan a huge favor for rescuing their saintess. The outskirts of the archaic Divine Mountains were currently being rocked by shockwaves from the battle between the ancient beast descendants. Satumo did not have time to think too much into the matter and quickly checked the injuries of the other disciples of the Jade Lake Divine Sect. Damn it, we've already requested assistance, but I don't know when the Grand Elder and the others will arrive. In order to avoid more casualties, all of you should stay put, Satumo instructed them with a serious expression. As a Mystic Lord Realm expert, this was the first time that he had found himself not up to the task. The white figure slowly descended from the sky. At the same time, a handsome young man ran over. Naturally, they recognized this person too. He was Su Chang from the Su family of Qingyang City. Elder Satu, long time no see. How are you? Xuan went over to Satumo and the others. We're fine. Thank you for your help just now, Chief Xuan. Were it not for your timely help, I'm afraid the Jade Lake Divine Sect would have suffered heavy losses. Satumo was sincerely grateful. Seeing this, the reincarnation fairy quickly said, I will definitely remember Chief Xuan's life-saving grace. Xuan nodded, not overly concerned by this. He had also sensed the aura of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow and another powerful ancient beast descendant, so he had rushed over. When he arrived, he noticed their predicament and acted to save them. Perhaps for Xuan, it was just something he did in passing, but it was something that was deeply imprinted into the hearts of these Jade Lake Palace cultivators. It's good that you're safe. Fortunately, I came in time. Otherwise, things would have turned out pretty badly. Xuan's gaze turned toward the heaven-devouring divine sparrow in the sky, and his eyes glistened with excitement. Su Chang, stay with them and don't run around. I'm going to greet the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Xuan's face was calm as he spoke. What, are you going alone? The heaven-devouring divine sparrow was a supreme realm ancient beast descendant. It was terrifyingly strong. Although Xuan was also strong, would he be able to withstand the attacks of a supreme realm existence? Chief Xuan, you must not be impulsive. The safest way now is to wait for the other experts to arrive, and then join forces to fight against the two beasts. Besides these two supreme realm ancient beast descendants, there's also that unfathomably strong tortoise. This isn't something we can deal with ourselves. They are fighting over the coffin anyway, so why don't we just sit back and reap the benefits? Satumo had quickly analyzed the situation. Ever since the haven-devouring divine sparrow appeared, it had been hurling attack after attack at the black tortoise. The Pixiu, which was also attacking, was also caught up within the range of its attacks. At this moment, the outskirts of the archaic Divine Mountains were trembling from the shockwaves that rippled out from the constant attacks. Even the spatial barrier in the area was starting to crack. There was lightning, there was fire, and there was that unfathomable tortoise. Right now, everyone in the area had sent out distress signals requesting reinforcements. If they waited long enough, the experts from the various holy lands would converge here and join forces to suppress the beasts. Although Xuan was powerful, it was still too dangerous to fight these beasts alone. Chapter 486, The Might of the Second Move. Although Satumo's words made sense, Xuan did not want to wait any longer. The heaven-devouring divine sparrow's strength had reached the supreme realm, and it was just right for him to test his strength on. Ever since he had obtained the Flora Sword technique, Xuan had never used its second move. The heaven-devouring divine sparrow and Pixiu were undoubtedly excellent test subjects. Don't worry, I'm just using them to test the power of my sword technique. If the situation doesn't look favorable, I can easily retreat. Xuan smiled, his face full of confidence. Then, he took a step forward and turned into a streak of light, flying into the sky. The reincarnation fairy wanted to stop him, but in the end, could not. Seeing this, Satumo sighed. He could only pray that Xuan would return safely. At this very moment, everyone was paying close attention to this earth-shattering battle in the outskirts of the archaic Divine Mountains. Both beasts had ancient bloodlines flowing through their bodies, and were supreme realm existences. Every time they struck out, the mountains would tremble and the ground would crack. As everyone watched, entranced, they suddenly saw a white streak of light suddenly appear in the center of the battlefield. Who was that guy? He actually dared to barge into the battle between two supreme realm beasts. Has he lost his mind? My God, someone actually dared to interfere. Isn't this just courting death? Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they stared blankly at the white figure that had appeared in the sky. Xuan hovered in the air with an indifferent gaze. His entire being seemed to have become a divine sword that soared into the sky, filled with terrifying sword intent. As the sea of fire rushed toward him, everyone saw Xuan's face clearly. Some of the more well-informed ones immediately let out cries of surprise. Oh my God, isn't that the chief of Cloud Sky Peak, Xuan? Why is he here? What? Xuan, is that the person who killed the ape beast back then? That's right, that person was indeed Chief Xuan, but why is he here? From the looks of it, he's thinking of challenging these two beasts, right? Isn't he being a little too arrogant? The crowd immediately broke out into a heated discussion. Some experts admired Xuan's courage, while others felt that he was too arrogant. At the same time, on the outskirts of the archaic Divine Mountains, Li Siwan saw Xuan appear in the sky, and a crazed killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. He had never forgotten the humiliation Xuan had inflicted upon him in Qingyang City. It was also that experience that had caused his Tao heart to collapse. Fortunately, the elder of the immortal divine sect had personally helped him, otherwise his cultivation level would have fallen as well. HMPH, you're actually trying to fight against a supreme realm heaven-devouring divine sparrow by yourself. You're really courting death, Li Siwan said, his eyes cold. Now, all eyes were on Xuan. Xuan hovered in the air, but he did not choose to attack immediately. Instead, he put two fingers and condensed sword chi from his fingers. Moments later, Xuan's eyes turned slightly as he looked at the huge bird in the sky that was engulfed in a sea of fire. Then, his extremely powerful sword chi soared into the sky. In an instant, the surrounding sea of fire and lightning was parted, and a huge sword appeared in the sky. At the same time, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow seemed to sense danger and immediately let out an uneasy cry. This was the second sword move of the Flora sword technique. It could shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. This was the first time Xuan was using it since he started cultivating the technique. His eyes were filled with excitement. This sword chi controlled the power of life and death. In that instant, all of the flowers and plants across the entire archaic divine mountains instantly quivered, and an extremely profound sword chi surged into the huge sword. There were no fancy moves, only extreme power. That's really unbelievable. What kind of sword technique is this? My God, such a profound sword technique. Is that really something a human created? When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded and filled with shock. Wait, could this be a legendary divine technique that has surpassed the power of laws? I didn't expect Xuan's attainment in the sword depth to have reached such a level. It's really unimaginable. At this moment, the sword that hung in the sky finally finished condensing. In that instant, an invisible force suddenly rippled out and enveloped the surroundings within a special domain. An indescribable killing intent suddenly erupted in the area that was filled with a sea of fire and lightning, as if it was going to devour everything. It caused everyone to feel heart-palpitating fear. At the same time, Li Siwan's complexion became extremely unsightly the moment he sensed this terrifying aura. A nearby tree had been snapped in half by his fist, and his elderly face gradually turned savage. How is this possible? How could he have cultivated such a high-level sword technique? Li Siwan was on the verge of going crazy. Su Chengkong, who was beside him, said calmly when he saw this. Actually, there's nothing strange about this. Senior brother, don't forget that the sword strike that Xuan used in Qingyang City wasn't as powerful as this one, but it contained the same aura. Xuan's attainments in the sword Dao have probably reached the pinnacle. And I've warned you before not to offend this man. If it wasn't for senior brother's impulsiveness, the relationship between our immortal divine sect and the great wilderness divine sect would not have declined to this level. That mistake has already been made, so I hope that senior brother won't make the same mistake again. Su Chengkong's words were not only a reminder, but also a warning. Chapter 487, One Sword Strike. It was obvious that if Li Siwan made the same choice again, not only would Su Chengkong stand by and do nothing, but even the immortal divine sect might abandon him. After all, the immortal divine sect was an ancient sect that had existed for countless years. It was impossible for them to choose to make an enemy out of another equally powerful sect just because a mere mystic lord realm elder had grudges with the other sect. Li Siwan naturally understood this, so he could only helplessly grit his teeth and swallow his anger. At the same time, the reincarnation fairy was looking at Yi Zan and the terrifyingly huge sword. Uncle Satu, can you see the secret behind this sword technique? How does it compare to our sect's judgment sword technique? She was very curious. What level had Yi Zan reached in terms of the sword Dao? How did he learn such a terrifying sword technique? Ever since she met Yi Zan in Qingyang City back then, she had been fascinated by him. How had such a monstrously talented expert remained unknown for 100 years? Was there some sort of special reason behind this? He had only shot to fame after the incident with the ape beast's precious bone. There were not even any rumors about him in the mystic world prior to that. Had he shunned fame and glory? Was this the true demeanor of a peerless expert? Over the years, she had been competing with Mu Baiken to see who was stronger, but after seeing Yi Zan, she understood. A true expert did not need to prove himself to anyone. True gold would always shine. Satu Mo looked at Yi Zan deeply, then sighed. Although our sect's judgment sword technique is powerful, Yi Zan's sword technique very likely exceeds the constraints of the power of the laws. His words shocked the cultivators from the Jade Lake Divine Sect. Is his sword technique really that terrifying? To the point that even our sect's judgment sword cannot match it? The two aren't even on the same level, Satu Mo said very seriously. Hearing this, everyone felt a little disappointed. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect, the Immortal Divine Sect, and the Jade Lake Divine Sect were all top holy lands. However, it seemed that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was about to break away from the pack and rise up. At this moment, the heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow let out an ear-piercing cry. It seemed to have sensed some terrifying danger, and its wings were filled with the terrifying power of true fire. Clearly, this sense of danger came from that huge divine sword in the sky. It immediately gave up on attacking the Pixiu and gathered all of its power, charging toward Yi Zan. To the heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow, Yi Zan was the far bigger threat. It opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force emerged as it tried to swallow Yi Zan. However, Yi Zan would naturally not allow this to happen. His peak-level mystic lord realm cultivation erupted. Although he had not reached the supreme realm, it would not stop him from fighting the heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow. Let's fight, Yi Zan howled at the sky, a crazy smile on his face. Moments later, the huge divine sword released a baleful aura, and even created a huge hole in the spatial barrier. It was filled with killing intent that seemed to want to devour everything. Then, it transformed into a blood-red divine dragon that whizzed toward the heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow. This was an attack that contained all of Yi Zan's power, and it had locked onto the heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow. A look of fear flashed across its eyes, as its body trembled. It could clearly sense the terrifying sword intent contained within the blood-red divine dragon. After it discovered that the blood-red divine dragon had locked onto its aura, and there was no way to escape, it immediately used the suction force in an attempt to dissolve the power of the attack. The two forces collided with each other, causing the entire area to tremble. A rain of blood suddenly began to fall within the archaic divine mountains. The blood belonged to the heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow. Everyone looked up and saw that half of the heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow's wing had been cut off by Yi Zan. Oh my god, is this for real? When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked that even the heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow had not been able to withstand that sword attack. Everyone could clearly sense that the heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow's precious bone was emitting a brilliant light. It was obvious that it had just used its inherited divine ability. Even so, it had still been seriously injured by Yi Zan's sword attack. The heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow released a pained cry, as it looked on in fear at Yi Zan. Ever since it was born, it had never been so severely injured. Even the invincible chief Tian Zan was only able to drive it back to the archaic divine mountains, but was unable to cause any serious damage to it. The heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow's massive body crashed into the ground, and its life force was rapidly draining away. Wait, did Chief Yi Zan kill the heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow with one strike? When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked senseless. Chapter 488. Giving chase. Just as everyone thought that it was going to die, its huge body suddenly erupted with dazzling fiery light. Everyone's expressions changed drastically when they saw this. The heaven-devouring Divine Sparrow was a supreme realm existence. Even if its physical body had been severely injured, as long as its soul still existed, it would be able to recover. When Xuan saw this, he raised his eyes slightly, also feeling a little surprised. However, it mattered not. If he could not kill it in one strike, then he would use another. At this moment, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow spat out a huge fireball toward Xuan, forcing him back. As a supreme realm existence, in terms of strength, it naturally surpassed Xuan. It had been too careless just now, and had been distracted by the Pixiu, which was why he had been seriously injured by Xuan's attack. After learning the hard way, it would not make the same mistake again. After using the fireball to force Xuan back, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow did not choose to attack again. Instead, it glared at Xuan fiercely, then turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Even though its body had successfully recovered thanks to the surging life force of a supreme realm being, it had still been weakened. Furthermore, it could not take too many of those sword strikes, otherwise, it might really end up being buried here. Trying to run, it won't be that easy. Monstrous sword intent erupted from Xuan's body, and he turned into a dazzling streak of light and pursued the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. However, it was an ancient beast descendant known for its speed. Even if Xuan used the power of teleportation, he could not catch up. This beast runs pretty fast. Helplessly, Xuan could only give up. He had gone all out, but was unable to match its speed. He now understood why Chief Tianzan had been unable to kill the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. However, Xuan didn't want to give up such a rare opportunity. If he did not kill it while it was injured, things would be troublesome for him when it recovered. "You're not going anywhere." Xuan let out an angry roar as his body turned into a divine sword that soared into the sky and slashed toward the archaic divine mountains. My god, isn't this guy a little too brutal? Which one is the real beast here? When everyone saw this scene, they were completely dumbfounded. They had heard of Xuan's battle achievements and knew that he was terrifyingly strong, but this display of strength was beyond their wildest imagination. A peak-level Mystic Lord realm expert was chasing a supreme realm beast. Was this some sort of dream or illusion? What was going on? Had the world gone crazy? How had Xuan accomplished this? How had he become so strong? Xuan's destructive sword chi shot up into the sky. In an instant, it cut through space and slashed toward the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. At that moment, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow turned around and was almost scared to death. It had grown to fear this human sword strikes, and no longer dared to be careless. It pushed its body to its limit as it moved even faster, dodging the dazzling sword chi. Then, it suddenly opened its huge mouth, as that unparalleled suction force suddenly emerged again, trying to devour the living beings around it. Xuan's expression changed when he saw this. The power of his spiritual sense swept out, carefully observing the energy flow within the heaven-devouring divine sparrow's body. Suddenly, he discovered that the precious bone within the heaven-devouring divine sparrow's body was emitting a dazzling divine light. It transformed into a mysterious rune. As the heaven-devouring divine sparrow devoured the living beings around it, its injuries were slowly recovering. I see. I didn't expect the heaven-devouring divine sparrow to be able to use its devouring power to heal its injuries. According to the ancient legends, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow was a ferocious beast that had been born during the Chaos Era. It was born in the depths of the Eastern Sea in the mystic world and lived in the Fusong tree like the Golden Crow divine beast. The only difference between the two was that the Golden Crow divine beast would appear during the day and shine light upon the earth with its brilliant divine power. This was why it was called a divine beast by humans. In comparison, whenever night fell, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow would appear silently and use its terrifying and strange devouring power to devour everything, treating everything and everyone as food. After countless years, countless living beings had fallen at the hands of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. As it constantly devoured living beings, its cultivation rose. However, the cost of that was that the heaven-devouring divine sparrow was hated by the human race, and even hunted down. In an ancient book of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, it was recorded that the human race had once encountered a world-ending catastrophe in ancient times. The true instigator of that catastrophe was the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. The heaven-devouring divine sparrow had wanted to devour all of the living beings in the entire mystic world and completely control it. It was a crazy plan. Fortunately, it failed in the end. Furthermore, thanks to that catastrophe, the human race gradually became stronger and gained the strength to compete with the other races. At the same time, the ancient beasts that had been sleeping in the archaic divine mountains gradually awoke. After countless eras of war, the human race had designated these ancient beasts as the 10 most powerful beasts. The appearance of these 10 powerful beasts completely shattered the heaven-devouring divine sparrow's dream of devouring the mystic world. Chapter 489. Xuan. Of course, these were only recorded in the ancient books of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and were considered legends. Xuan did not know how much of it was true and how much of it was exaggeration. More importantly, this heaven-devouring divine sparrow was obviously not the same as the one from the ancient times. Is your devouring power really that terrifying? Do you really think it can easily devour everything? Just as he was about to use the cloud heaven sword to finish off the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. On the other side of the archaic divine mountains, an earth-shaking roar was suddenly heard. At the same time, an incomparably powerful energy wave suddenly rippled out, causing the entire archaic divine mountains to shake uncontrollably. The energy waves churned through the air in layers, making them visible to the naked eye. Everyone's expressions immediately changed as they hurriedly circulated their spiritual power to resist the energy waves. Xuan quickly looked up. It was the black tortoise that had let out the roar. After being repeatedly provoked by the Pixiu, the black tortoise could not bear it any longer. The power in his body suddenly erupted. It was only a roar, but it sent Pixiu flying. Moments later, the black tortoise raised a huge leg, which was wrapped in the destructive power of the laws, and suddenly kicked it. Spatial cracks appeared everywhere, and the Pixiu stared fearfully at the incoming foot. It circulated all of its spiritual power and charged up its heavenly lightning power frantically. Then, the entire sky turned gray. The terrifying power of the heavenly lightning flashed through the sky and transformed into a torrent of lightning bolts that swept toward the black tortoise. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from atop a huge mountain. A monkey holding a huge staff suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. Its blood-red eyes contained terrifying power. What? It's actually a Xuan. Everyone was shocked. The appearance of the black tortoise had attracted not only the Pixiu and the heaven-devouring divine sparrow, but also this Xuan, which had an extremely rare bloodline. The Xuan held the huge staff in its hand and then let out a loud roar. It leapt into the sky, and its huge staff came crashing down onto the back of the black tortoise. When it did, the black tortoise roared angrily, and it swatted the staff away. Shortly after, the 3 extremely powerful beasts began to fight. Spatial cracks began to appear all around them, spewing out void power. Interesting. Xuan lit up when he saw this scene. Then, his gaze shifted back to the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. After devouring many living beings, it had recovered a great deal. Even if Xuan used all of his strength, he might not have the advantage against it. However, if he used the cloud heaven sword, he most likely would be able to deal with the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. That being said, Xuan had changed his mind. He wanted to watch all of these beasts fight each other. What exactly was the heavenly treasure? Was it really worth fighting over like this? Then, Xuan flicked his sleeves and his figure suddenly disappeared. The heaven-devouring divine sparrow, which had just recovered from its injuries, immediately erupted with spiritual power. It wanted to settle the score with Xuan, but when it looked around, it discovered that Xuan had already disappeared. Helpless, it let out an angry roar. At this moment, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow also sensed the Xuan's aura. Although the black tortoise was extremely powerful, it was now besieged by 2 powerful beasts. The huge coffin on its shell was starting to show signs of being dislodged. Seeing this, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow gave up on trying to find Xuan and joined forces with the other 2 beasts to besiege the black tortoise. As long as it managed to obtain the heavenly treasure, it would likely be able to surpass the Supreme Realm and reach the Ancient Realm. Oh my god, the 3 Supreme Realm beasts are besieging the black tortoise. Tisk tisk. That black tortoise has probably been alive since time immemorial. Those 3 beasts don't know how to respect the elderly. Su Chang, who was among the Jade Lake Divine Sect's group, was spouting nonsense at this moment. Then, just as he was about to start blabbering again, a palm suddenly out of nowhere and smacked his head. Fuck. Su Chang was shocked. He thought that some expert had suddenly made a move on him, but when he turned around, he discovered that it was Xuan. Chief Xuan, when did you return? You really almost gave me a fright. I almost thought that someone was jealous of my looks and wanted to disfigure me. Su Chang patted his chest with lingering fear and said seriously. The nearby Jade Lake Divine Sect cultivators cringed out of embarrassment on his behalf when they heard his words. Could this guy's skin be any thicker? Even an iron wall would be ashamed to say such words. They could not comprehend why an expert like Xuan would allow such a shameless person to accompany him. That kid was a hooligan, but the point was that, at least in terms of cultivation or talent, anyone here had him beat. What was Chief Xuan thinking? Rather than a shameless hooligan, even bringing around a beautiful but dumb woman was better. Nearby, the reincarnation fairy noticed his arrival and asked curiously, "When did Chief Xuan return?" "We did not sense your presence at all. Just now," Xuan said lightly. Chapter 490, The Grand Elder of the Jade Lake Divine Sect. "I see," the reincarnation fairy nodded and was about to say something. However, Xuan spoke first. "How about you guys? Did something happen?" "We're fine. Although the battle between those great beasts is extremely terrifying, we're far enough away to avoid suffering any real damage," she replied with a smile. When Tsutomu saw that Xuan had returned safely, he heaved a sigh of relief. Right now, he was surrounded by many juniors from the Jade Lake Divine Sect, and with such a terrifying battle taking place, it was truly difficult for him to hold it off by himself. If something like what had happened to the reincarnation fairy happened again, he would have to bear the blame. "Chief Xuan, you've finally returned." Tsutomu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said happily, "I'm already so old, and my heart isn't as strong as it once was. I was terrified for you just now. If you had not come back, I would not have known what to say to your sect. I didn't expect this old man to be so humorous. However, Chief Xuan's sword attack just now was so terrifying. I have never seen anything like it. It can truly be called a divine sword strike. After this battle, Chief Xuan's name will definitely spread throughout the East Continent," Tsutomu said with a face full of emotion. This was something he truly believed, and he was not just saying it out of courtesy. Xuan was only a mere mystic lord realm expert, but was able to severely injure the heaven-devouring divine sparrow, a supreme realm being, with a single sword strike, crossing realms. It was absolutely unbelievable. Tsutomu had an inexplicable intuition that given Xuan's monstrous talent, he would definitely reach the supreme realm in the future and lead the human race to glory. Xuan smiled and did not say anything about it. When he was on the Tianyuan continent, he had never cared for fame, let alone in the mystic world. Moreover, he was just acting on a whim and wanted to try out the power of the second sword move of the Flora sword technique. As for whether he could defeat the heaven-devouring divine sparrow and shaking up the East Continent, that was not something Xuan was bothered to think about. "I don't care about fame. I'm just doing whatever my heart tells me to." Xuan chuckled, then his eyes fell on the great battle, and his eyes glowed with excitement. "What I'm more curious about now is what kind of treasure is hidden in that coffin that the black tortoise is carrying. It was actually able to attract 3 powerful beasts with ancient bloodlines." Hearing this, Tsutomu was even more impressed by Xuan. If he had Xuan's strength, fame was something he himself would have chased and basked in. After all, after painstakingly cultivating to become strong, who could resist the temptation of being famous? This feeling was simply too cool. Okay. No man could resist it. However, Xuan seemed to be simply nonplussed by the whole idea. His expression remained completely calm. Perhaps this was what a true expert was. As for the huge coffin Xuan was talking about, Tsutomu shook his head helplessly. "I'm not sure either. I only know that this black tortoise has been around for a few days. However, until now, no one has managed to figure out what is hidden inside. However, it's obvious that it's something that's extremely valuable." Xuan nodded in agreement, and then his eyes turned to the battle again. As the terrifying energy waves spread out, the entire world began to tremble. In the sky above the archaic divine mountains, the 3 powerful beasts released their terrifying divine powers to try and knock the coffin off the back of the black tortoise. However, the black tortoise was so powerful that it was not at a disadvantage despite being outnumbered and surrounded. As time slowly passed, more and more cultivators entered the archaic divine mountains, and an entire day passed just like that. When the first wisp of purple aura rose from the east the next day, the 4 beasts were still locked in battle. The surroundings had been ravaged by heavenly lightning, true fire, and demonic power. Despite this, the black tortoise remained steady and unyielding, and its power seemed to be as vast as the ocean. "Oh my god, what's going on here? It's terrifying." The cultivators who had just reached the outskirts of the archaic divine mountains were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Huge cracks were everywhere, and violent energy shockwaves caused the ground to tremble every few minutes. Several mountains had already been flattened and crushed. At this moment, a few bright lights suddenly fell from the sky, which then revealed the figure of an elder covered in divine light. Oh my God, it's the Grand Elder of the Jade Lake Divine Sect. What exactly is happening? Even such a powerful expert has made his way here. Everyone was observing the situation with bated breath. Chu Tianba's arrival ignited the onlookers into a frenzy once again. In a short while, a few more bright lights flashed through the sky. Oh my God, even Elder Tongtian is here. Chu Tianba greeted Elder Tongtian with a smile when he saw him. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Chu would come here as well. A smile appeared on Elder Tongtian's aged face. As the Grand Elder of the Jade Lake Divine Sect, Chu Tianba had absolute control over the Jade Lake Divine Sect and was also responsible for training the Saintess. Over the past 100 years, Chu Tianba had never left the Jade Lake Divine Sect. Chapter 491, Elder Taiyan. Ha ha ha, isn't it the same for fellow Taoist Tongtian? Chu Tianba smiled and said indifferently. Elder Tongtian knew very well that in the entire East Continent, only the reincarnation fairy could make Chu Tianba take action. After all, the Saintess was the future leader of the Jade Lake Divine Sect, and she shouldered its fate. As for the heavenly treasure, such a thing was not as important as the reincarnation fairy from Chu Tianba's perspective. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while before stepping into the archaic divine mountains. At this moment, a few more bright streaks of light appeared in the sky. When the two of them saw this, they were shocked. They looked at the old man who had appeared. Elder Taiyan, this old man has also made an appearance. The two of them looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They were extremely familiar with the old man in the black and white robe. This person was the Grand Elder of the Immortal Divine Sect, Elder Taiyan, and he was a half-step Supreme Realm expert. Seeing him here was really strange because he was supposed to be cultivating in seclusion in order to break through to the Supreme Realm. Dozens of years ago, Elder Tongtian had heard that Elder Taiyan had sensed an opportunity to break through and had gone into seclusion in the Immortal Divine Sect. This was why it was such a surprise seeing him here. Could it be that this old fellow had already reached the Supreme Realm? Seeing Elder Taiyan appear, Su Chengkong and the other cultivators of the Immortal Divine Sect quickly greeted him respectfully. Elder Taiyan then turned to the earlier two. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you two fellow Taoists would still be so healthy after so many years. Elder Taiyan looked at the two of them indifferently and then said with a teasing smile. They were all cultivators of the same era, and they all belonged to different holy lands, so they were naturally competitors. However, they had been fighting for hundreds of years, and had yet to determine a winner. Therefore, rather than fighting for real, they were mostly content to tease each other about who would live longer now. Chu Tianba glared at Elder Taiyan in annoyance. You haven't kicked the bucket yet, old geezer, so there's no way I'd go before you. Didn't you go into seclusion? Why did you suddenly appear? Have you managed to take that step? Elder Tongtian asked curiously. Elder Taiyan did not give an answer, but just smiled. His personality had always been like this, he liked to hide things. Suddenly, Elder Tongtian looked at Elder Taiyan, and then smiled. Teacher, Mu Baikan, who was beside him, could not help but ask for more information. Elder Tongtian kept smiling and said, you may not know this, but the Grand Elder of the Immortal Divine Sect in front of us was involved in a very well-known incident back then. And it's definitely a dark matter. Hearing this, Mu Baikan suddenly became interested. Elder Tongtian did not choose to hide it, and he did not deliberately lower his voice. Back then, when Elder Taiyan reached the peak of the Mystic Lord realm, his confidence was off the charts. He thought that he was already invincible. As such, after he left the Immortal Divine Sect, the first top holy land he wanted to challenge was the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. The result of this was self-evident. He was beaten up by Chief Tian Zan of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, and was forced to flee with his tail between his legs. As soon as Elder Tongtian finished speaking, the people around him could not help but laugh. There are many top holy lands in the East Continent, yet he chose the strongest one. He sealed his own fate. Hearing this, Elder Taiyan's face turned extremely ugly. This part of his history had always been a sore spot in his heart, and it was still fresh in his memory. He had thought that after hundreds of years, this matter would have been long forgotten by everyone, and had not expected Elder Tongtian to actually bring it up. Elder Taiyan's expression immediately turned cold. He furiously flicked his sleeves, turned around, and stomped away toward the outskirts of the archaic divine mountains. Seeing this, even Chu Tianba, who had a steady personality, could not help but smile. He then looked at Elder Tongtian. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you have to be careful later. Elder Taiyan is vengeful and has not left the sect for many years. Now that you've brought up his dark history, he'll definitely be looking to target you in the future. It's just the immortal divine sect. The Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect doesn't fear them, Elder Tongtian said indifferently. He clearly was not too bothered by this. Hearing this, Chu Tianba narrowed his eyes. As an old friend, he was naturally familiar with Elder Tongtian's character. If the latter was not certain that he could deal with the aftermath, he would not have revealed Elder Taiyan's dark history to the public. Thinking this, Chu Tianba wondered if someone from the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect had reached the Supreme Realm, and if so, who it was. To Chu Tianba's knowledge, it was impossible for a cultivator from the same era as him to break through before he did, so it had to be a cultivator from the previous generation. Every top holy land had an unfathomable foundation, and there were countless experts hidden in the dark. Thus, to determine the combat power of a top holy land, one could not look at the strength they displayed on the surface. Behind these top holy lands would usually be cultivators from the previous era. These experts were often in seclusion, looking for an opportunity to break through to the next realm. Only when the sect was facing a life-and-death crisis would they choose to help. It was not just the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect and the Immortal Divine Sect. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect was the same. Of course, only the chiefs were qualified to know such a secret. Even Hua Rufeng, the future sect masters, was not qualified to know. Chu Tianba laughed. Then, his body turned into a streak of light and disappeared. As more and more cultivators entered the archaic divine mountains, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Chapter 492, Last Chance. In the north of the archaic divine mountains, Elder Taiyan and the disciples of the immortal divine sect gathered together. Elder Taiyan's gaze fell on the battle in the distance and frowned. How long has this battle been going on? Senior brother, it has been going on for an entire night. First, the Pixiu appeared, and then the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Now, there's even a Xuan. The situation is extremely urgent. Su Changkong quickly explained the situation. Hearing this, Elder Taiyan squinted his eyes. What kind of treasure can cause three powerful ancient beast descendants to fight over it? Su Changkong looked at Elder Taiyan in front of him, and his heart was filled with shock. He had sent a request for assistance back to the sect earlier, but had not expected Elder Taiyan to be the one dispatched here. They had no idea that Elder Taiyan's target was the huge coffin on the back of the black tortoise. Of course, no one knew that Elder Taiyan had a secret. He was about to reach the end of his life. If he could not obtain this heavenly treasure and break through, he would die of old age just like Tianzan. Elder Taiyan had spent 100 years in closed-door cultivation, but had yet to break through to the Supreme Realm. As such, he was overjoyed when he heard news about this heavenly treasure. Furthermore, in Su Chengkong's report, it had been stated that the treasure was overflowing with endless life force. As long as he managed to obtain the life force, he would definitely be able to break through and become a Supreme Realm expert. Normally, according to the number of years Elder Taiyan had been cultivating, his lifespan would not be exhausted so quickly. However, in order to break through quickly, Elder Taiyan had chosen to take the unconventional route and practiced many forbidden techniques, which had led to the exhaustion of his life force. Due to this, from the outside, Elder Taiyan looked even older than Gongsun Shoyu and the others. All in all, he did not have much time left. This heavenly treasure was his last chance. Listen up, no matter what price we have to pay, we must get this treasure. As long as this treasure falls into my hands, I'll satisfy any request you have, Elder Taiyan said with a serious expression. At this moment, Li Siwan's eyes brightened. After some thought, he stepped forward. Senior brother, do you remember the chief of the Cloud Sky Peak from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect that I told you about? What? Hearing this, Elder Taiyan frowned. Compared to other cultivators, he was more sensitive to the name, Cloud Sky Peak. What do you want to do? I've warned you before not to provoke the people of Cloud Sky Peak. Now that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect is rising up, it's not the right time for the two holy lands to fall out. Even if you really want to fight them, you have to wait until that old man Gongsun Shoyu dies. Elder Taiyan reprimanded him rudely. He did not want to be troubled by Cloud Sky Peak at this critical moment. If he could not obtain the treasure, he would definitely die soon, and with his passing, the immortal divine sect would surely decline. Hearing this, Li Siwan felt fearful, and hurriedly explained. Ah, senior brother, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way. I just want to remind you that the chief of Cloud Sky Peak, Yi Zan, is also present here. What? Hearing this, Elder Taiyan furrowed his brows even more. Then, as if he had thought of something, the corners of his mouth curled up. I didn't expect someone from Cloud Sky Peak to be here. Elder Taiyan, who did not want to talk about Cloud Sky Peak initially, was suddenly interested. He was indeed afraid of Chief Tian Zan and Gongsun Shoyu of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, but that did not mean he was afraid of Yi Zan. When he thought about how Chief Tian Zan had humiliated him back then, he became even more furious. Since Chief Tian Zan's disciple was here as well, was this not a chance for him to take revenge? He had naturally heard of how Te Zan had heavily injured Li Siwan with one strike, but he had not been bothered by this. After all, at his current level of cultivation, a casual slap was enough to kill a useless person like Li Siwan. The latter's strength was not even worth mentioning. Although Yi Zan's strength was quite good in comparison, the other party was only 100 years old, so how strong could he be? Su Changkong's expression changed when he heard this. He had an ominous feeling and quickly said, Senior brother Taiyan, Yi Zan is indeed here in the outskirts of the archaic divine mountains, and he appeared last night. However, he also destroyed half of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow's body with his destructive sword strike. His strength has undergone a huge change. Hearing this, Elder Taiyan's expression changed. He was aware of how strong the heaven-devouring divine sparrow was. It was a terrifying existence that had reached the supreme realm. Was the disciple of Chief Tian Zan that awesome? Could it be that this fellow had already reached the supreme realm? That was simply impossible. Yi Zan had only been cultivating for 100 years. That guy was just lucky with his sneak attack. Don't give senior brother Tianyan the wrong idea. At that time, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow was distracted by the Pixiu. That's why Yi Zan's sneak attack was successful, Li Siwan said disdainfully from the side. I see. I was wondering how this guy managed to achieve such terrifying strength in less than 100 years. Even so, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow is a genuine supreme realm existence. It seems that Yi Zan is not simple. Thinking this, Elder Taiyan became even more curious. The new chief of Cloud Sky Peak had become a legend since he entered the eyes of the public, but was he really that powerful? Forget it, let's go meet Yi Zan. If he's really powerful, then we'll just let this matter go. If he doesn't live up to his fame, then it's time to settle the score. Chapter 493, Battle for Seniority. Li Siwan was delighted to hear this. From his perspective, as long as Elder Taiyan acted, he would definitely be able to crush Yi Zan. Thinking this, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Just you wait, kid. You're gonna get it. Su Changkong naturally noticed the change in Li Siwan's expression and sighed helplessly. Since things had come to this, there was nothing he could do. He could only pray in his heart that Elder Taiyan could really suppress Yi Zan. At this moment, on the other side of the outskirts of the archaic divine mountains. Chief Yi Zan, how long do you think this battle will last? Su Chang was already numb from watching the battle for an entire night, and could not help but complain. Hearing this, Yi Zan narrowed his eyes. Once one breaks through to the supreme realm, the life force within one's body is almost endless. As such, the recovery ability of supreme realm experts is extremely terrifying. Unless one is able to crush them with absolute power, determining the victor between them within a short period of time is impossible. Su Chang did not know much about the cultivation. After all, he used to be a good-for-nothing rich man's son, and the only reason he cultivated was because his father forced him to. Furthermore, his theoretical foundation regarding cultivation was lacking, and almost non-existent. But won't they feel tired? Su Chang asked seriously. Hearing this, the reincarnation fairy could not help but laugh. Yi Zan's mouth twitched. Why had he brought this brat along again? It was too embarrassing. Why was he such a dunce when it came to cultivating? Thankfully, the reincarnation fairy was quite patient and said slowly, cultivation is about using the spiritual energy of the world to nourish your body and temper your meridians and bones. From there, your body will undergo qualitative changes. As a cultivator breaks through, the limits of their body and meridians will also increase. In other words, as long as the spiritual power in the body is not completely consumed, a cultivator will never feel tired. Isn't this basic theoretical knowledge when it comes to cultivation? How could young Master Su not be familiar with this? Ah, is this all common sense? Su Chang touched his head awkwardly. Why didn't my father teach me these things? Yi Zan held his forehead helplessly, regretting his decision to bring this brat out. He was dying from secondhand embarrassment. The reincarnation fairy was amused by this, but she was very curious. Why would a powerful expert like Yi Zan bring such a weirdo along? Right at this moment, the spiritual energy around them started to fluctuate. Sensing this, Yi Zan narrowed his eyes, and a cold gleam flashed across the depths of his eyes. He put two fingers together, and a monstrous sword chi manifested as he pointed his fingers toward the reincarnation fairy. Seeing this, she was shocked. She could not understand why Yi Zan was suddenly about to attack her. Moments later, the sword chi erupted and flew toward her. Then, the sound of clashing metal was heard. She quickly turned around and discovered that an old man had appeared beside her. The old man held an ancient bronze sword in his hand and had used it to block Yi Zan's attack. The reincarnation fairy looked at the old man in surprise. That's right, the old man who had suddenly appeared was no other than Chu Tianba. She looked at Chu Tianba and then at Yi Zan, who was in front of her, and explained hurriedly, "Chief Yi Zan, please don't attack. This is my teacher." While she was anxious about this, she was also touched. Just now, she had thought she had said something wrong, which caused Yi Zan to attack her. She had not expected Yi Zan's target to be her teacher instead. In that case, was he not protecting her? The moment the old man appeared, he sensed a very strong aura from him. This old man was at least as strong as Gongsun Shoyu. Seeing him appear so suddenly, he mistakenly believed that the old man was trying to harm the reincarnation fairy, and had thus attacked him with a probing strike. That being said, he did not expect the other party to be so powerful as to be able to block his attack so easily. Of course, the probing strike was merely a casual attack. You must be Yi Zan, right? Fellow Taoist Yi Zan's attainments in terms of the sword Tao are truly shocking. If I didn't react in time, I'm afraid I would have died. Chu Tianba looked at Yi Zan, a smile appearing on his aged face. Fellow Taoist must be the Grand Elder of the Jade Lake Divine Sect, Chu Tianba. Yi Zan did not react to the flattery. Instead, he was very humble. Fellow Taoist Chu is truly powerful. You managed to block my attack so easily. It seems that I am lacking when compared to fellow Taoist Chu. Of course, both of them were just being polite. After that brief exchange, they had a general understanding of each other's strength. Chu Tianba was extremely surprised. Ignoring everything else, just in terms of sword Tao, the attack just now had truly amazed him. He had not been lying just now. If he had not reacted in time, he really might have died because of that attack. At least among the cultivators of his generation, he had never seen anyone with such terrifying sword chi. Fellow Taoist Yi Zan, you're truly worthy of being the disciple of Chief Tian Zan. If he was able to see what you have achieved today, my old friend would be able to rest in peace, Chu Tianba said with a smile. What's wrong with you, old man? On the surface, you call me fellow Taoist, but now you're bringing up your friendship with my teacher. Are you not secretly trying to take advantage of me? Do you think that it's that easy? When I was in the sect, senior brother Gongsun often mentioned fellow Taoist Chu's name to me. Yi Zan immediately began to fight back. Senior brother Gongsun told me that he did not have many friends left in his life, and fellow Taoist Chu is one of them. Before I left, senior brother Gongsun gave me special instructions to take good care of the disciple of the Jade Lake Divine Sects. Chu Tianba's mouth twitched. How could he not see what Yi Zan was getting at? This kid was quite smart. He had thought that he could use his relationship with Chief Tian Zan to gain the advantage in terms of seniority, but this kid responded by using Gongsun Shoyu to ward off his attempt. Chapter 494, Reliable Ally. Hearing this, the reincarnation fairy covered her mouth and laughed. As intelligent as she was, she naturally knew what these two people were talking about. However, what surprised her was that her teacher, who was usually stoic and sage-like, had such a side to him. Still, Yi Zan had managed to fend her teacher off, which spoke volumes about his own character. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Yi Zan really knows how to joke. But speaking of fellow Taoist Gongsun, I just recalled something. Back then, fellow Taoist Gongsun still owed me wine money. He's been in debt for 100 years. I wonder when he's going to pay me back. Yi Zan was stunned. Was there really such a ridiculous thing? After all, Gongsun Shoyu was the sect master of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. There was no way the sect master was a miser, right? Since fellow Taoist Yi is fellow Taoist Gongsun's junior brother, why don't you? Chu Tianba had a, you know what, expression on his face. Good fellow, this old man is actually testing me, Yi Zan said with a smile, still remaining completely calm. Fellow Taoist Chu, you really know how to joke. Everyone knows that my Cloud Sky Peak is the poorest peak in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. We have no money at all. Back then, my teacher took me in as a disciple in a hurry. After that, I spent 100 years in closed-door cultivation on Cloud Sky Peak, completely focused on cultivation. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid that even if you sell me, I won't be able to pay you back for the wine money. Of course, Yi Zan did indeed have money. The 10,000 taels of profound gold that the Su family had given him was still in his storage ring. However, why should he pay Gongsun Shoyu's debt? Moreover, the Cloud Sky Peak was indeed the poorest peak in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Sure, their situation had improved compared to back then, but that did not mean that they could afford to splurge on meaningless things. Yi Zan had been thinking of using the system to multiply the profound gold in his possession, so he needed every ounce of it to maximize the benefits from using the system, especially if he managed to obtain a high reward multiplier. Su Changhai's eyes lit up when he heard about money. Isn't this what I'm best at? My cultivation is lacking, but I do have money. Just as he was about to show off, he was glared at by Yi Zan and stopped. Su Chang was shocked and his heart was full of doubts. These two people were top experts, and it was just a little money for wine. Was there a need to go around in circles like this? How could he have known that this was actually Chu Tianba's psychological test for Yi Zan? Yi Zan smiled, then slowly said, perhaps senior brother Gongsun truly forgot about this matter. I'll definitely remind him when I get back. Chu Tianba looked meaningfully at Yi Zan. He had already made a judgment about this kid in his heart. His was unfathomable, and he was shrewd and cunning too. He could not be underestimated. Thinking this, Chu Tianba sighed inwardly. He did not expect that after Chief Tianzan, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect would produce another powerful expert with such terrifying strength. How good would it be if Yi Zan was a member of the Jade Lake Divine Sect instead? Unfortunately, from the test just now, he was already aware that Yi Zan's feelings for the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were deeply rooted. Chu Tianba was probably the only one who could think of using wine money to pry into the hearts of others. Ha ha ha, it's just a small amount, so why would I dwell on such things? Chu Tianba said with a smile. When the crowd heard this, they were all stunned. What are those two people doing? Was there a need to beat around the bush like that over a small amount? They had me thinking that the debt was some sort of treasure instead. Su Chang thought about it seriously. He felt a severe headache and was not smart enough to figure it out. While he was nursing his headache, another group of cultivators appeared in the distance. Young Master Su, although they were still some distance away, Su Chang could still hear the voice of his guards. He quickly looked up. The leader of this group of cultivators was his father. Father, why are you here? Ha ha ha, I can't believe that in just a short month, you've become so much stronger. Su Tiansheng raised his broad palm and patted Su Changhai's shoulder. As his father did not bother controlling his strength, Su Chang almost vomited blood because of this. If the other party was not his father, he would probably be depressed. After Su Tiansheng patted Su Chang, he quickly bowed respectfully to Yi Zan. At the same time, Chu Tianba had also returned to the Jade Lake Divine Sect's group, and was asking about what had happened earlier. Seeing Su Tiansheng and the others, Yi Zan was curious. Why are you guys here? Chief Yi Zan, I just returned to Qingyang City this morning, and my clansmen immediately informed me of your visit yesterday. As a result, I rushed over. The people beside me are all the experts of the Su family. I hope they can be of assistance to Chief Yi Zan, Su Tiansheng said with a smile. Sure enough, this guy was extremely reliable. Despite the dangers involved in such a great battle, he had still not hesitated to bring all of the experts of his family over. Although Yi Zan did not think much of the strength of these experts, their presence here alone indicated Su Tiansheng's stance and determination. The current situation in the archaic Divine Mountains is very dangerous. I can sense your determination. However, in this battle, anyone who has not reached the Mystic Lord realm will only be cannon fodder. Master Su, don't be impulsive. If you suffer heavy losses here, this kid will have no one to rely on in the future, Yi Zan gestured toward Su Cheng and said. Despite Yi Zan's words, Su Tiansheng was not the slightest bit disappointed. Instead, he was ecstatic. The meaning of Yi Zan's words just now was extremely obvious. From the looks of it, this kid still had a chance of becoming Chief Yi Zan's disciple in the future. Chapter 495. Ill-intentioned visitors. During this period of time, Su Tiansheng had kept himself updated regarding matters to Yi Zan, and was well aware of how well the latter treated his disciples. Right now, joining Cloud Sky Peak was considered a blessing of a lifetime. However, very few would ever have that chance. After all, to date, Yi Zan had only accepted 2 disciples, which spoke volumes about how picky he was with disciples. However, it seemed that Yi Zan favored Su Cheng to some extent. Su Tiansheng was wondering, had his son gained Yi Zan's approval? This was why he had asked Su Cheng to build a palace on Cloud Sky Peak. He hoped that Su Cheng would be able to prove himself and join Cloud Sky Peak. It seemed that his decision had been correct, and his son had indeed put in effort. Chief Yi Zan, although the people who came with me aren't very strong, they are all experts who often tread on the edge of life and death. Moreover, they are extremely familiar with this location, and have ample battle experience. As long as we're not faced with those powerful beasts, we should be able to hold our own. Yi Zan nodded and did not say anything more. Still, you have to be careful. Right now, the archaic divine mountains are brewing with trouble, and a heaven-shaking battle could erupt at any moment. Even I may not be able to protect you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan turned around and continued watching the great battle. Su Cheng stood behind Yi Zan in silence. He naturally heard Yi Zan's words and knew that those words were also directed toward him. He felt touched by Yi Zan's concern for him. It seemed that his efforts had paid off. Moreover, during his time with Yi Zan, his ambitions had changed drastically. No longer was he satisfied being a hedonistic son of a rich family in Qingyang City. He wanted to become a true expert and enjoy the admiration of thousands. At the thought of this, Su Cheng made up his mind. Chief Yi Zan has high expectations of me, so I can't let him down. I must work hard on my cultivation in the future. However, after he made that oath, he put on a frivolous smile again, as if that entire sequence of events had never happened. At this moment, Chu Tianba walked over. He looked at Yi Zan in surprise, his eyes full of shock. He had already learned about what had happened yesterday from Situ Mo. He could scarcely believe that Yi Zan had managed to severely injure the heaven-devouring divine sparrow with just a single sword strike. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Yi Zan's strength to be so terrifying. You've truly earned my admiration. In the thousands of years of our East Continent's history, this is the first time a Mystic Lord Realm cultivator has managed to go toe-to-toe with a Supreme Realm being. Chu Tianba was truly shocked. Even Chief Tian Zan had not managed to deal such a devastating blow to the heaven-devouring divine sparrow back then. Why was everyone from Cloud Sky Peak so powerful? Was the air on the peak so magical? Everyone thought that Cloud Sky Peak would decline after the passing of Chief Tian Zan, yet an even more ferocious expert had now appeared. Just how terrifying was this fellow's strength? Yi Zan smiled and said humbly, I was just lucky to catch it off guard. There's nothing special about what I did. Hearing this, Chu Tianba's mouth twitched, and he could not help but roll his eyes. It feels like this guy is pretending to be humble. What was with that serious look? However, this did not change his admiration for Yi Zan's strength. If there were no accidents, this fellow's future achievements would surpass his teachers. Thinking this, Chu Tianba made a decision. It was best to build a good relationship with a future Supreme Realm expert. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Yi Zan is too humble. I have cultivated for hundreds of years and have seen countless geniuses, but I've never seen someone as monstrously talented and powerful as fellow Taoist Yi Zan. With your strength, you will eventually become famous and your legacy will span generations. Chu Tianba touched his beard and flattered him shamelessly. Right at that moment, an enigmatic voice suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, a legacy that will span generations. Isn't that a little too much? As soon as that person finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly changed. Yi Zan looked up and saw space twist slightly, before the figure of a black-robed old man revealed itself. Yi Zan's expression turned serious. His spiritual sense told him that this old man was also a peak-level mystic Lord Realm expert. After Elder Taiyin used his teleportation divine power to rush over, he heard Chu Tianba's praise for Yi Zan, and could not but refute it. Elder Taiyin looked at Yi Zan indifferently and said mockingly, "You're the chief of Cloud Sky Peak, Yi Zan, right?" As he spoke, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly filled the air. Some of the weaker cultivators were forced to take a few steps back. What terrifying spiritual pressure! Who is this old man? Why is his strength so terrifying? Seeing this, Su Tiansheng frowned with worry. It was obvious that he had no clue who Elder Taiyin was, which made sense since the latter had been in secluded cultivation for 100 years. "Father, is Chief Yi Zan in danger? Is something going to happen?" Su Chang asked in a low voice. From this situation, it was obvious that this old man had come with ill intentions. Su Tiansheng shook his head helplessly. He was just a Heaven Realm cultivator, and could make no difference in a situation that involved Mystic Lord Realm experts. Furthermore, he had no way of telling who was stronger. Still, he had an inexplicable sense of confidence in Yi Zan. After all, the latter's feats were simply miraculous. Chapter 496. Oh, naturally, he could sense the hostility from Elder Taiyin. Yi Zan gently flicked his sleeve, and the terrifying power of his peak-level Mystic Lord Realm cultivation swept out. In that instant, the oppressive spiritual pressure dissipated. When everyone saw this, they were dumbfounded. Especially Li Siwan and Su Changkong, who had tagged along with Elder Taiyin, looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They were filled with disbelief. When they had met Yi Zan in Qingyang City, he had only been an early-stage Mystic Lord Realm cultivator. It had only been a month since then. How had he broken through so quickly? Wait, had he deliberately concealed his cultivation level or suppressed it back then? From the looks of it, this was indeed the only answer. After all, there was no way someone could become this much stronger in a month. Li Siwan's face instantly paled, and his hands clenched into fists. He had only now realized how much stronger Yi Zan was compared to him. The peak of the Mystic Lord Realm. When Elder Taiyin saw this, his eyes flashed with surprise and confusion. This guy had only cultivated for 100 years. How could he have broken through so quickly? Of course, he was just a little surprised and did not take it too seriously. After all, he was already a half-step Supreme Realm cultivator. Dealing with a cultivator who had just reached the peak of the Mystic Lord Realm would not be too difficult. That being said, this fellow's talent was too monstrous. Thinking this, murderous intent flashed across the depths of Elder Taiyin's eyes. "You're quite strong." As expected of Tian Zan's disciple, Yi Zan smiled calmly. In the face of the powerful pressure exuded by the latter, there was no panic on his face. No matter how strong he was, Yi Zan had already made the better first impression. Chu Tianba turned his gaze to Elder Taiyin. "Could it be that you feel that what I said just now was inappropriate?" Hearing this, Elder Taiyin frowned and looked deeply at Chu Tianba. From these words, he knew that Chu Tianba had chosen his side. Even so, there was no fear in his heart. After all, as a half-step Supreme Realm expert, he could still take on two peak-level Mystic Lord Realm experts. Of course, his main goal this time was the heavenly treasure. There was no need to waste too much energy on these two people. He could afford to wait until he broke through to the Supreme Realm before taking care of them. At that time, even if Gongsun Shoyu came personally, the outcome would not change. "Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Chu, you misunderstand. It's not that I disagree, but I think your words were exaggerated. At least in my opinion, fellow Taoist Yi Zan is not worthy of such praise." Although Elder Taiyin had restrained his killing intent, his words were still biting. He was not chasing fame anyway, so he was too lazy to refute the old man's words. Hearing this, Chu Tianba laughed. "If you don't believe me, why don't you try and see for yourself?" Elder Taiyin looked deeply at Chu Tianba, and then said, "There's no need to probe. I already know what happened yesterday. Yi Zan was able to severely injure the heaven-devouring divine sparrow thanks to a sneak attack. How is such unsightly behavior praiseworthy?" Elder Taiyin's gaze then turned to Yi Zan. "I've experienced Cloud Sky Peak's swordsmanship before, so I have some understanding of it. In terms of sword techniques, the Cloud Sky sword technique isn't that great, let alone heaven-defying. In my opinion, there are countless sword skills that surpass it." Oh, hearing this, Yi Zan raised his brows with interest. If that's the case, Then your attainments in the Sword Dao should have reached an extremely high level. Elder Taiyan smiled and did not say anything, but his proud expression spoke for itself. After suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of Chief Tianzan, he had spent decades studying the Cloud Sky Sword technique, so he had a clear understanding of its moves, strengths and weaknesses. This was the basis of his confidence. However, he had no idea that although Yi Zan was from Cloud Sky Peak, he had never cultivated any of its techniques. Hearing what Elder Taiyan said, Yi Zan gradually became excited. Ever since he started cultivating the Flora Sword technique, he had never seen anyone surpass him in terms of the Sword Dao. At least from the other party's words, it was evident that he believed that he could defeat the Cloud Sky Sword technique. Since that's the case, I'd like to ask Elder Tianian to give me some pointers. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword intent suddenly burst forth from Yi Zan's body. In that instant, the entire world turned dark, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees started glowing brightly. What is this power? As the terrifying sword intent surged, it attracted all of the cultivators within a 100-mile radius of Yi Zan. Very quickly, countless cultivators had surrounded the mountain where Yi Zan and the others were. Isn't that the chief of Cloud Sky Peak, Yi Zan? When the crowd realized the source of the terrifying sword intent, they were shocked. What terrifying sword intent? Chief Yi Zan has truly reached the pinnacle of the Sword Dao. I heard that he severely injured the heaven-devouring divine sparrow with a single strike. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems like it's true. Everyone looked on emotionally. However, they were in for another surprise. When they discovered that Yi Zan's opponent was Elder Taiyan, they were shocked once more. Oh my god, Yi Zan's opponent is actually Elder Taiyan. That's an expert from the previous era. Moreover, it has been 100 years since we've heard any news about Elder Taiyan. I can't believe that he's shown up here. Chapter 497, The Immortal Sword. Some people were confused, while others were surprised. Could it be that these two people have a grudge? Otherwise, why would they be so hostile? Wait, if I'm not mistaken, Elder Taiyan seems to have a grudge with the previous chief of Cloud Sky Peak, Tianzan. When everyone heard this, they snickered and waited in anticipation for a good show. Elder Taiyan could squinted his eyes when he sensed the terrifying sword intent. He suddenly felt pressured. The sword intent Yi Zan was releasing seemed to be even more terrifying than that of Chief Tianzan. This guy was only a peak-level Mystic Lord Realm cultivator, right? Furthermore, he did not recall the Cloud Sky Sword technique being able to do this. He had the inexplicable feeling that Yi Zan's sword intent seemed to be from something else entirely. Please draw your sword. I would like to experience your powerful sword techniques, Yi Zan said lightly as he smiled. When Elder Taiyan saw this, he immediately felt a little regretful. Whatever technique it was that Yi Zan was using, it was extraordinary. It was likely that if they really fought, he would not be able to defeat the other party easily. Now that everyone was here and waiting to fight for the heavenly treasure, preserving one's strength was imperative to increasing their chances of emerging victorious in the competition for the heavenly treasure. Fighting Yi Zan here would be a terrible idea. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Yi Zan is being too serious. I was only joking just now. Moreover, we came here this time to deal with the beast invasion, so we shouldn't fight among ourselves. Having said that, the sword intent erupting from Yi Zan's body did not subside, as he continued to smile somewhat mockingly. Well, since you look down on Cloud Sky Peak's swordsmanship, I have to insist. I'm also very curious about the sword techniques of the Immortal Divine Sect. Please enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan put two fingers together, and a terrifying sword chi quietly condensed. Elder Taiyan's expression turned unsightly. If he backed down in front of so many cultivators, it would be akin to admitting that the Immortal Divine Sect was inferior to the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. At the thought of this, a cold gleam flashed across Elder Taiyan's eyes. He was furious. This brat was seeking death. Of course, he still had to put on a show, so Elder Taiyan said courteously, since fellow Taoist Yi Zan insists, then so be it. As soon as he finished speaking, a heaven-grade magic weapon suddenly appeared in his hand. When the crowd saw this, they immediately went into an uproar. It's actually the Immortal Sword. The Immortal Sword was the legacy weapon of the Immortal Divine Sect, and only the Grand Elders were allowed to wield it. A heaven-rank magic weapon. If he were to take out the Cloud Heaven Sword, he would probably scare everyone silly. However, he gave up on the idea. He could not fully control the power of the divine rank weapon yet. There was no reason to court jealousy and envy either. Furthermore, the powerful beasts were still in heated battle. He was not prepared to waste too much spiritual power on this old man. Therefore, instead of killing him, he had a more interesting idea. In that instant, two surging sword chis clashed, and the sky lit up with dazzling divine light. Elder Taiyan raised the immortal sword, and an invisible sword chi suddenly swept out, transforming into a sharp gust of wind that covered the sword. He was hovering in the air, looking down on Yi Zan. This was a grudge from the past, but Yi Zan would inherit the revenge that he had planned for Chief Tian Zan. Even after hundreds of years, old man Taiyan still could not forget the humiliation of that year. He could clearly sense that although Yi Zan's sword chi was powerful, it was no match for his. Then, he glanced at Yi Zan and frowned when he saw the sword chi condensed from Yi Zan's fingers. "Where's your magic weapon?" Yi Zan stood there indifferently. "To deal with you, do I really need to use a magic weapon?" He circulated the spiritual power in his body to condense the purest sword chi. Yi Zan's control of his spiritual power in his body had reached an extremely terrifying level thanks to the cultivation of the Flora sword technique. How arrogant! Elder Taiyan's face turned cold. This brat really did not know what was good for him. Elder Taiyan was not the only one who was angry. The people who were watching the show all felt that Yi Zan was being too pretentious. While fighting the Grand Elder of the Immortal Divine Sect, this guy was not even using his magic artifacts. He's too arrogant. I know that he's very strong, but this is ridiculous. Isn't this the same as looking down on Elder Taiyan? It is. Elder Taiyan is the Grand Elder of the Immortal Divine Sect, and is definitely an extremely powerful expert. Even Gongsun Shoyu would not dare to take him lightly. I think he'll definitely lose miserably. Everyone was in a heated discussion. However, Yi Zan was not bothered by this, as his body shone with dazzling light, and his body began to rise into the sky like a divine sword. With a sword in my heart, there will be swords everywhere. Elder Taiyan, are you ready to see my sword chi? As soon as he finished speaking, the sword chi that Yi Zan condensed erupted and swept out. Chapter 498, Two Fingers. Seeing this, Elder Taiyan's expression turned grave. The flowers, plants, and trees around the archaic divine mountains suddenly started glowing. What grade was this sword technique? The seemingly weak and fragile plants and trees suddenly became extremely sharp, as if they had transformed into swords. Then, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind, shocking him. He saw an earth-shattering divine sword slicing through the sky and destroying everything in the river of time. In this domain filled with sword chi, Yi Zan was the absolute master, able to control the fate of thousands of living beings. In that instant, waves of sword chi and astral winds suddenly filled the surroundings, as if they were going to devour everything. When Elder Taiyan saw this in his mind, he was dumbfounded. No, I must be hallucinating, this guy must have deliberately created an illusion. Then, a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and divine light flashed across his eyes as he stared at Yi Zan. I'll admit that you're quite strong, but if you think you can defeat me with these puny schemes, then you're dreaming a fool's dream. Immediately, Elder Taiyan looked at the plant-like swords that were spreading in front of him. The immortal sword shone with dazzling light, and then a crescent-shaped sword chi swept out, turning the plant-like swords to dust. Seeing this, Yi Zan raised his eyebrows and looked at Elder Taiyan with a faint smile. After that probing attack, Elder Taiyan did not say anything more. The immortal sword continued erupting with sharp sword chi that swept toward Yi Zan. He was using the immortal sword technique of the sect, which was so powerful that even space trembled. Compared to that, Yi Zan's actions were rather puzzling, as kept dodging, but did not counterattack. The fight continued for some time as the mountains and forests around them were reduced to dust, creating craters and ravines. Everyone's expressions were tense. Oh my god, aren't these two people too terrifying? Is this the true power of peak-level Mystic Lord Realm experts? They are moving too fast. I can't keep up at all. Some of the cultivators who wanted to take the opportunity to learn were on the verge of a mental breakdown. It was rare to witness a battle between experts of this level, but finding out that they could not even keep track of the fight and the moves was simply depressing. After countless exchanges, Elder Taiyan became even more confident, as Yi Zan was simply dodging. He felt that Yi Zan's strength was merely a pretense and that the latter did not dare to fight him head-on. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Is this what you learned from Tian Zan? Do you only know how to play hide-and-seek? Hee hee. Since you're so eager to find out, I'll satisfy your curiosity. Yi Zan's eyes flashed after he heard that. He had been dodging this entire time simply to observe and understand the immortal sword technique. However, he had seen enough, and now it was time for him to counterattack. Yi Zan stood in the sky facing Elder Taiyan openly. This is a good opportunity. Seeing this, Elder Taiyan's eyes lit up. It seemed that his goading had worked. The immortal sword surged with power and he swung it toward Yi Zan. Chief Yi Zan, be careful. Seeing this, the reincarnation fairy, who was in the crowd, shouted out a warning with a pale face. However, due to the noise around them, her voice did not travel far. Oh my god, why isn't this guy dodging anymore? Is he going to lose just like that? Yi Zan's actions confused everyone. A terrifying golden light suddenly flashed in the sky and condensed into a huge sword. The tip of the sword exuded destructive power. Compared to this incomparably huge divine sword, Yi Zan's figure was as small as an ant. At this moment, Yi Zan slowly raised his right hand and gently pinched it with 2 fingers. The 2 terrifying powers collided violently, and the resulting violent shockwaves instantly wreaked havoc in the surroundings, creating spatial cracks. The mountains and forests near the center of the battlefield were also reduced to dust in an instant. After the terrifying shockwaves dissipated, the entire scene fell deathly silent. Oh my god, the onlookers' eyes were filled with disbelief. In the sky, Elder Taiyan, who had been full of confidence, was now wearing an expression of horror. He was stunned when he saw Yi Zan gently reach out 2 fingers and catch his attack with ease. His heart was filled with disbelief. This was an attack that he had put all of his strength into. Although it was not his strongest divine power, it was definitely not something that a mystic Lord Realm expert could withstand with his body. Hee, it seems that the immortal sword technique is only so-so. A faint smile hung on Yi Zan's lips, but no one noticed the mysterious golden divine patterns that were wrapped around his 2 fingers. This was the power of the true dragon's precious bone, which was the reason why he was confident that he could defeat Elder Taiyan without using the Cloud Heaven sword. Chapter 499. Sword Formation. With the power of the true dragon's precious bone, Yi Zan's physical strength had reached an extremely terrifying level, no weaker than a heaven-rank magic artifact. When it was used in conjunction with the Flora sword technique, if he still could not withstand Elder Taiyan's attack, it would be better to bury himself shamefully. Elder Taiyan was furious. This guy was truly disrespectful. Ha ha ha, I'm going to die of laughter. Isn't this just the perfect face smacking? When the onlookers saw this scene, they gloated. The destructive power of Yi Zan's words were as powerful as his 2 fingers. Ha ha ha, Elder Taiyan was so arrogant earlier. Now just look at him. His face is as black as coal. He probably really hates Chief Yi Zan now. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that Chief Yi Zan could pull something like this off. It's really surprising. Elder Taiyan naturally could hear all of this, which only served to incense him further. He valued his reputation the most, but Yi Zan's actions and words had completely destroyed his reputation. Now, he had been humiliated by both Tian Zan and his disciple. Who the fuck could stand this? Furthermore, by saying those words, Yi Zan was clearly implying that the Immortal Divine Sect sword technique was inferior to the Great Wilderness Divine Sect sword technique. How could he bear such a humiliation? His gaze immediately turned cold as he said, I originally wanted to show you mercy on account of my friendship with Tian Zan. However, since you're like this, I won't hold back anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A powerful suction force suddenly burst out, pulling back the immortal sword. Moments later, the mysterious patterns on the immortal sword suddenly lit up, and the sky was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. As its sword chi spread out, a terrifying sword formation was formed. Yi Zan looked at the sword formation and frowned. This is interesting. Yi Zan's lips curved into a playful smile. When the onlookers saw this scene, their pupils constricted. Some of the more knowledgeable cultivators recognized the origin of this formation. It was the inheritance from the Immortal Divine Sect, the Immortal Sword Formation. It was a heaven-rank sword formation, and its power was no weaker than the Great Wilderness technique of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. What puzzled everyone was that Yi Zan seemed completely unfazed by this, and was even smiling. What the hell was going on? Yi Zan, what I showed you earlier was just a trivial technique from my sect. I'll let you see what a truly powerful secret technique from my sect looks like. As the powerful sword formation was formed, a confident smile appeared on Elder Taiyan's face, and his gaze became arrogant again. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. The power of this formation is extremely terrifying, and once it's activated, even I can't completely control it. If you accidentally die, don't blame me. Of course, if you choose to admit defeat now, I can still deactivate the formation. Don't lose your life over a little conflict. Elder Taiyan hurled some threats before he completely activated the formation. As long as Yi Zan lowered his head and admitted his mistake, acknowledging the power of the inheritance of the immortal divine sect, he would let Yi Zan go. After all, his goal this time was the heavenly treasure. If he really used the immortal sword formation, it would consume a terrifying amount of his spiritual power. However, the word, lose, did not exist in Yi Zan's dictionary, so how could he admit defeat? He narrowed his eyes and the power of his spiritual sense swept out, studying the patterns on the ground. A moment later, Yi Zan suddenly raised his head, a faint smile on his lips. I've carefully observed this formation, and have decided that it is ordinary. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Hearing this, Elder Taiyan was infuriated. He had been about to spare Yi Zan's life, but this guy did not know what was good for him, and even mocked the formation. Elder Taiyan prepared to activate the spiritual power in his body to activate the formation. At this moment, dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky, and a giant sword fell from the sky, shining brightly. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Yi Zan stood in the air and suddenly turned into a streak of light, arriving under the giant sword. Then, an unparalleled sense of oppression swept out. The cultivators within 100 miles trembled. Their bones made a crackling sound, as if unable to bear the terrifying pressure. Don't tell me this is the fucking sword formation of Cloud Sky Peak. In comparison, Elder Taiyan's technique is trash. Under the dazzling divine light of the giant sword, all the flowers, plants, and trees within a radius of several hundred kilometers turned into sword chi gales that were filled with extremely dense life force. Then, they shone brilliantly, as specks of light gathered together, forming a terrifying formation that simply screamed danger. The originally ordinary-looking plants and trees turned into extremely sharp divine swords within this terrifying domain. Chapter 500. Double Blow. My god, what kind of sword formation is this? Its power is too terrifying. Comparing the two, the immortal divine sect's formation is simply too weak. Weak. They aren't even comparable. Yi Zan stood on the giant sword with a calm expression, as his body surged with terrifying sword intent. He said indifferently, the inheritance of the immortal divine sect is nothing worth shouting about. Today, I'll show you the true inheritance of Cloud Sky Peak. One move. I'll only use one move. If you can take it, then I will forget about today's matter. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant sword hanging in the sky began to shine brighter and brighter. As it did, the sense of oppression became stronger and stronger, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Moments later, all the sword chi gales created by the plants and trees were filled with mysterious patterns, and gathered together like a constellation. When Elder Taiyan saw this, his face turned extremely pale. His hands, which were holding the immortal sword, started to tremble slightly. Immediately, all of the spiritual power in his body swept out and funneled into the immortal sword formation, frantically activating it to resist Yi Zan's sword chi. However, Yi Zan's sword chi was too terrifying. There was no comparison. At this moment, Elder Taiyan finally understood why Yi Zan had always been so calm. It turned out that his techniques and formations were not worth his time. At the thought of this, Elder Taiyan felt aggrieved. It was one thing to be crushed by Tian Zan back then, but now he was being crushed by his disciple as well. It felt absolutely terrible. Yi Zan hovered in the air. He was in an extremely mysterious state. Moments later, he slowly raised his right hand. A sword beam emerged from two of his fingers, which he then swung toward Elder Taiyan. At the same time, the giant sword that was hanging in the sky started to move. Then, it too slashed toward Elder Taiyan with an unparalleled power. Seeing this, Elder Taiyan could not help but reveal a look of fear. In the face of such destructive sword chi, he did not dare to hold back any longer. The spiritual power in his divine spring burst forth. He was a bona fide half-step supreme realm expert, so his strength was still extremely terrifying. He held the immortal sword in one hand, and a divine cauldron that exuded an ancient aura in his left hand. Then, he turned it into an extremely hard shield that covered his body from the head down. The two extremely powerful powers collided violently, and everything within a several hundred-mile radius turned into a wasteland. Violent energy shockwaves filled the surroundings. The divine cauldron in Elder Taiyan's hand flashed with an ancient light, and an extremely powerful energy suddenly burst forth, causing the entire world to tremble. Even the four beasts that were fighting madly were surprised to see this. At this moment, as the giant sword blossomed with dazzling light, and a large crack appeared on the shield formed by the ancient cauldron, after which it shattered. Elder Taiyan vomited blood, his spiritual power was thrown into disarray, and he was severely injured. That being said, he had managed to block the sword strike. He looked at Yi Zan with fear. Although he had survived, he had felt his life threatened by that sword strike, and his mind was still reeling. The onlookers were shocked, and they looked at Yi Zan with respect. At this moment, no one dared to question Yi Zan's strength, and no one had the right to say that he was arrogant. How was he arrogant? He had the strength to back it up, so what was wrong with being arrogant? Seeing this, Su Chengkong, Li Siwan, and the other cultivators from the Immortal Divine Sect hurried forward and carefully helped Elder Taiyan up, using their own spiritual power to help him recover. At the same time, Yi Zan floated down from the sky with an indifferent expression and slowly landed beside Elder Taiyan. Looking at the latter's sullen expression, he said very seriously, "The inheritance of the Immortal Divine Sect is simply trash." Hearing this, Elder Taiyan vomited a mouthful of blood and passed out instantly. Everyone's mouths twitched when they heard this. Wasn't that fucking brutal? He already injured Elder Taiyan with his sword strike, then his words delivered an injury to his soul. Who would be able to withstand this? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan turned around and left with an indifferent expression. Now that he was done showing off, there was no point in staying. "Senior brother, are you alright?" Looking at Elder Taiyan, who had fainted from anger, Su Chengkong and the others' expressions suddenly changed. They looked deeply at Yi Zan's departing figure. Then, they looked at the onlookers not far away and understood what had happened and the ramifications of this. Today, the dignity of the Immortal Divine Sect was ruined. The Grand Elder of the Immortal Divine Sect had been beaten by the Chief of Cloud Sky Peak. If word of this got out, which talented cultivator would choose to join the Immortal Divine Sect in the future? This went beyond embarrassment. It was humiliation. Li Siwan's eyes were cold as he spoke. He then hurriedly carried Elder Taiyan on his back and left, his face filled with anger. If they stayed, it would only get worse. After a short while, in a cave outside the archaic Divine Mountains, Elder Taiyan finally awakened. When he thought of what had happened just now, he roared in anger. "Yi Zan, you and I are mortal enemies." The latter's eyes were filled with a monstrous killing intent, and the terrifying pressure of a half-step Supreme Realm expert swept out. However, at the same time, Elder Taiyan felt a deep sense of regret. His life force was already close to being exhausted, and after that great battle just now, he had consumed a lot more of it. However, he was even more puzzled about how Yi Zan's strength could be so terrifying. A mere peak-level Mystic Lord Realm cultivator had actually managed to demolish a half-step Supreme Realm expert like himself. If such a monstrous genius was allowed to grow for a few more decades, would he not become another Tian Zan? Chapter 501, Sword Immortal Yi Zan. HMPH. Yi Zan, I will never forget the humiliation I suffered today. When I reach the Supreme Realm, I will settle this score. Elder Taiyan's eyes were filled with ferocity. Then, he circulated the spiritual power in his body to heal his injuries. He also took a few healing pills. "Senior brother, are you alright?" Li Siwan walked over with a worried look. Seeing this, Elder Taiyan looked at the latter with cold eyes. He naturally knew in his heart that the reason he had ended up in this horrible situation was due to this guy's words. Thinking this, Elder Taiyan gave him a slap. With that terrifying explosion of energy, Li Siwan was sent flying and smashed into the wall. When Su Chengkong and the others saw this, their expressions changed. They lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Elder Taiyan's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. The reputation of the Immortal Divine Sect had been dealt a serious blow today, and Yi Zan's words had poured salt on an open wound. Which potential seedling would choose to join the Immortal Divine Sect now? This incident had established the difference between their two sects. "You all, wait outside. Once my injuries are healed, we will set off immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Taiyan glared at Li Siwan coldly. Were it not for the fact that they were from the same sect, he probably would have slapped Li Siwan to death. "I won't pursue what happened today, but we'll revisit this once we return to the sect. The archaic Divine Mountains are in turmoil, and a heaven-shaking battle is about to occur. I hope you can atone for your sins and fight for more opportunities for the immortal divine sect. If you perform well, I'll let bygones be bygones and forget what happened just now." Hearing this, Li Siwan revealed a look of wild joy and hurriedly nodded his head like a dog. "Senior brother, please don't worry. I'll do my best to regain the dignity of the immortal divine sect." Hurry up and get out." Elder Taiyan looked at him indifferently. Once they left, he once again focused on recovering from his injuries. He needed to recover quickly to have any chance at vying for the heavenly treasure. At the same time, Yi Zan's reputation spread throughout the entire archaic divine mountains once again. After severely injuring the heaven-devouring divine sparrow with a single sword strike, he had now defeated Elder Taiyan as well. Yi Zan's reputation reached unprecedented heights, and people started calling him a sword immortal. However, the person himself was unaware of this, and was continuing to travel with the Su family's forces. "Ha ha ha, Chief Yi Zan, you were too awesome just now. You're my idol. My father said that Elder Taiyan was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence, and a leading figure of the previous era. I didn't expect him to be defeated by you so easily." Su Cheng was indeed a talented bootlicker. At this moment, Su Tiansheng also walked over. "Chief Yi Zan's strength has truly surprised me. I believe that it won't be long before you reach the legendary Supreme Realm." Su Tiansheng's heart was filled with excitement. Choosing Yi Zan and Cloud Sky Peak to become the Su family's ally and backer was the best choice he had ever made in his life. With such a powerful big shot supporting them, the Su family's position in Qingyang City would be unshakable. No one would dare to target them. It's just a small matter. There's no need to be so surprised. This a fucking small matter. If this was a small matter, then there was no big matter in this world. What do you know, brat? For an expert like Chief Yi Zan, defeating Elder Taiyan is indeed no big deal. After all, the ultimate goal of a cultivator is to break through and become a true immortal. Elder Taiyan and the immortal divine sect are mere stepping stones toward achieving that goal. Su Tiansheng quickly reprimanded Su Cheng. Yi Zan saw the change in their expressions and attitudes and laughed inwardly. In fact, he had never valued fame, and did not want to be tied down by it. At this moment, Chu Tianba also walked over and looked at Yi Zan with amazement. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect fellow Taoist Yi Zan's strength to have reached such an astonishing level. I am truly surprised. Elder Taiyan is really strong, and I can only barely go toe-to-toe with him. I didn't expect him to be beaten up so badly by fellow Taoist Yi Zan." At the thought of this, Chu Tianba could not help but sigh. "I probably would not be able to withstand your final sword strike either." These were not words of flattery, but Chu Tianba's true feelings. Chapter 502, Poaching a Disciple. At the same time, Chu Tianba felt rather emotional. This was a case of the younger generation surpassing the previous generation. Perhaps it would soon be time for the previous generation to step back. "Fellow Taoist Chu is too modest. How can I be compared to you? Only my sword Tao is worth mentioning. It's a pity that Elder Taiyan was blinded by his pride, and chose to compete with me in terms of the sword Tao. Otherwise, I would have suffered." Yi Zan laughed inwardly. Elder Taiyan had indeed brought a knife to a gunfight. It would be a complete waste if he did not teach the latter a proper lesson. Chu Tianba smiled and did not say anything. If he had not witnessed the battle just now, he might have been fooled. Those bright golden patterns that writhed around Yi Zan's fingers earlier were definitely not part of his sword technique, but some sort of terrifying divine power. Of course, Chu Tianba did not expose Yi Zan's lies. The reincarnation fairy looked at Yi Zan in awe and disbelief. This young man was probably not much older than she was, but had easily defeated a half-step Supreme Realm expert. "Everyone thinks that I've reached the pinnacle of the sword Tao, but they don't know that my comprehension of this sword technique has only reached 10 to 20%. "What? You've only comprehended 10 to 20% of that sword technique?" When the crowd heard this, they were shocked and dumbfounded. If 10 to 20% was enough to defeat Elder Taiyan, then how strong would Yi Zan be when he fully mastered this sword technique? Was he looking to slay the heavens? Oh my god, Chief Yi Zan is the master of looking cool. I've been following him for so long, but had not realized that he had such talent in this area. Su Changhei's eyes were full of respect. Hee, I have to jot down this sentence. On the surface, it's self-depreciating, but in reality, the fact that he's showing off can't be more obvious. Su Changhei's eyes immediately lit up. When Chu Tianba heard Yi Zan's words, his expression became even more serious. The sword technique that Xuan used just now was very likely a divine rank 1. In order to cultivate such a superb divine power, there were extremely strict requirements for the cultivator's constitution and talent. Just now, Chu Tianba had used his spiritual sense to probe Xuan, but he was unable to determine what Xuan's constitution was. However, if that sword technique was a divine rank 1, then his constitution was definitely extraordinary. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Xuan smiled. In fact, he was just teasing them on a whim. Seeing this, the reincarnation fairy thought for a while and then said, "Chief Xuan is too humble. I have seen many experts, but I've never seen an existence as powerful as Senior Xuan." The sword technique that Senior Xuan displayed just now contains myriad possibilities. It's free and domineering, and seems to contain the essence of life itself. It was such a profound sword technique. However, if Senior Xuan had not comprehended its intricacies, there would be no way to display such power. Xuan looked at her in surprise. This girl was really smart and observant. You're very astute, girl. You're even better than my disciples in some aspects. I have high hopes for you. Hearing this, her eyes flashed with joy. Did Chief Xuan just acknowledge me? Senior Xuan, you're too kind. I don't deserve your praise. She smiled faintly, feeling happy. Seeing this, Xuan's lips could not help but curve up. It's too bad you're not a disciple of Cloud Sky Peak. Otherwise, I'd definitely teach you my most powerful techniques. What a pity. When Chu Tianba heard this, he immediately quivered as a sense of danger emerged within his heart. Was he trying to poach his disciple in front of his eyes? I treated you as a good friend, but you want to take my disciple away. What's going on? Chu Tianba turned around to look at his disciple, and saw a hint of joy in her eyes. What the fuck was going on? Was she tempted by Xuan's words? Cough cough. Chu Tianba coughed hurriedly. At this critical moment, he had to speak up. Otherwise, he might really lose his precious disciple. In order to train and nurture the reincarnation fairy, he had spent a lot of energy and cultivation resources to make her the saintess of the Jade Lake Divine Sect. If she was taken away by Xuan, his years of hard work would go down the drain. Fellow Taoist Xuan, you really know how to joke. Given fellow Taoist's achievements, I believe that fellow Taoist's disciple must also be a peerless genius that is rarely seen throughout the ages. My disciple's aptitude is too low. How could she be qualified to join Cloud Sky Peak? Fellow Taoist Xuan, you really know how to joke. Ha ha ha. Chapter 503. The Opening of the Ancient Tomb. The corners of Xuan's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. Hee hee. This old man was getting anxious. Just as Xuan was about to speak, Su Cheng, who was next to him, suddenly had a stroke of genius and interjected. Reincarnation Fairy, I have to tell you that Chief Xuan is the best teacher in the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect. He's not stingy with his disciples, and has taught them heaven-rank cultivation techniques and heaven-rank divine powers. He even gave the precious bone of a heaven realm ancient beast descendant to his disciple without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him was stunned. Are you fucking joking? The precious bone of a heaven realm ancient beast descendant? Is Chief Xuan's disciple his son or daughter? It would only make sense if that was the case. Everyone's eyes narrowed in shock. Su Changhei's words almost made Xuan laugh out loud. This kid is quite capable. He's quite reliable at critical moments. Hearing this, the reincarnation fairy was shocked. Was this for real? Was there a teacher in the world who treated his disciples so well? Hearing this, Chu Tianba could not help but cough again. He was a little flustered. He quickly glared at Su Cheng and almost slapped him. In order to prevent his own disciple from being poached, Chu Tianba quickly changed the topic. Fellow Taoist Xuan, now that the battle between the great beasts is at a stalemate, when do you think it will end? Xuan looked at Chu Tianba indifferently, then shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? Let them fight. We should talk about our own business. Chu Tianba's face darkened. This guy was definitely doing this on purpose. He was really too much. Were it not for the fact that he could not beat him, Chu Tianba would probably have started a fight with Xuan. My precious disciple, you must be tired from running around the archaic divine mountains. You should get some rest. I'll ask your uncle Satu to give you a few pills to adjust your body's condition. Helplessly, Chu Tianba could only change his strategy and try to get his disciple to leave. She wanted to refuse, but Chu Tianba was her teacher after all, so she nodded obediently. Yes, teacher. I'll head off first then. Hurry up and get some rest. A smile finally appeared on Chu Tianba's face, and he looked at Yizan proudly. Hee, although I can't beat you, do you really think I have no other way? With her departure, the plan to poach a disciple was ruined. Su Chang looked regretful. This old man is so evil. He actually thought of such a despicable method to change the outcome. How detestable. I didn't even get a chance to show off. How could Chu Tianba not notice the change in Su Changhei's expression? This brat is too detestable. If it wasn't for my quick reaction, even if the reincarnation fairy didn't agree immediately, she would have wavered. She was the saintess of the Jade Lake Divine Sect that he had worked so hard to cultivate. How could he allow such a thing to happen? However, Chu Tianba could not help but take a deep breath when he recalled what Su Chang had said. Is this guy really so generous toward his disciples? Was he the kind of person who could casually impart cultivation resources and high-rank divine powers to others? Doesn't he need them for himself? Chu Tianba was very confused. He had cultivated for hundreds of years and had seen many things, but he had never seen a teacher like Yizan. Cultivation resources were limited, and divine powers were rare in the mystic world. These things were prized and treasured by all cultivators. Who would deign to give such things to their disciples? After all, one's own personal cultivation was paramount. This was why he was dumbfounded to hear of these things about Yizan. However, just as he was deep in thought, another change occurred. A mushroom cloud of energy erupted, causing the world to change colors and cracks to appear on the ground. The Xuan roared toward the sky, and it swung its staff ferociously toward the black tortoise's shell. At the same time, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow's wings began to flap wildly. Every feather was filled with the power of true fire. It dived down from the sky, looking for an opportunity to take the coffin away. At this moment, the black tortoise suddenly became angry. Its body erupted with unparalleled strength as it lifted its feet and smashed them into the ground. Spatial cracks appeared all around it as two huge holes appeared in the ground. The entire area trembled violently as a strange force surged out of the holes. At this moment, a golden divine light suddenly blossomed from the depths of the archaic divine mountains. A huge ancient tomb rose up, and the extremely tough barrier around it slowly dissipated. Oh my God, the ancient tomb has opened. Everyone, hurry up, there are definitely heavenly treasures inside. In that instant, the entire archaic divine mountains were thrown into an uproar because of this. Countless cultivators turned into streaks of light and fought to be the first to enter the ancient tomb. At this moment, the clouds in the sky erupted with scarlet lightning bolts that flashed toward those cultivators, striking those in the forefront and turning them into dust. The ancient tomb actually opened at this time. When Yizan saw this, he did not choose to enter the ancient tomb immediately. Instead, his eyes fell on the four great beasts. After the ancient tomb appeared, the black tortoise suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream. Its huge body turned into a brilliant golden streak of light and flew toward the ancient tomb. Seeing this, the rest of the great beasts hurriedly followed, trying their best to catch up to it. Chapter 504. The Time Formation. No one could react to this sudden change. Yizan was the first to react. He used his teleportation divine power and flashed toward the ancient tomb as fast as he could. The moment he reached into the ancient tomb, he suddenly saw an extremely familiar figure. Elder Taiyan. However, Yizan could not be bothered with him. Instead, he turned into a streak of light and pursued the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. In that instant, the surrounding area turned tumultuous, as a bloody battle began. According to the speculations of some experts, this ancient tomb was very likely to be the tomb of a legendary sealed immortal realm expert, which had been sealed for countless years. When it opened, the mushroom cloud of energy erupted. Some of the weaker cultivators were completely unable to withstand this terrifying pressure, and were forced to stay outside the ancient tomb and wait for the pressure to weaken. After entering the ancient tomb, Yizan suddenly saw a boundless coastline. Seeing this, Yizan was surprised. This was definitely not what he had expected to find. Inside, it was not a labyrinth, but a miniature world. Moreover, the sea that lined the coast was not full of life and vitality. Rather, it exuded a blood-red murderous aura that seemed to originate from the netherworld. He could even smell the scent of blood. Yizan's spiritual sense swept out around him. In the distance, the huge black tortoise was swimming through the sea at a rapid pace. Ahead of it was a colorful divine gate that was shimmering with light. Following behind the black tortoise were the heaven-devouring divine sparrow, Pixiu and Xuan. Without any hesitation, Yi Zan immediately turned into a streak of light and charged forward. However, after he flew into the sky, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into an extremely strange domain. He had actually been forcefully teleported to another place. Yi Zan immediately waved his sleeve, and the power of his spiritual sense spread out, carefully observing the situation around him. He frowned. This sea of blood contained an extremely mysterious power. The moment he stepped into the sea region, this power engulfed his body, as if it was testing his cultivation realm. The reason he had been teleported here seemed to be because of that. After thinking for a moment, Yi Zan had a look of realization. It turned out that this ancient tomb contained many domains, and each domain corresponded to a different cultivation realm. When a cultivator entered the sea region, the blood-red aura would probe their cultivation level, and then teleport them to the corresponding domain. The domain that Yi Zan was currently in corresponded to the Mystic Lord realm. I don't like this. Compared to the treasures in the ancient tomb, he was more interested in the heavenly treasure on the back of the black tortoise. Unfortunately, with his current cultivation level, he was unable to enter the domain that corresponded with the Supreme Realm. It seems that I'll have to break through to the Supreme Realm while I'm in here. Otherwise, I won't be able to obtain that heavenly treasure. Yi Zan thought for a moment and made his decision. However, even with the help of the Chaos Innate Divine Fruit, it would still take him a long time to break through. He was not sure if he would make it in time. Let's not dwell on this. I have to give it a go at least. At this moment, Yi Zan could think of no other way. He used his spiritual sense to examine his surroundings, and then flew in a certain direction. He was aware that Elder Taiyan was definitely in here as well, but it seemed that the latter was quite far away, as Yi Zan could not sense him with his spiritual sense. As he crossed the sea, Yi Zan suddenly sensed a bone-chilling aura underneath his feet. At this moment, the blood-red seawater churned, and a huge shark opened its jaws to try to bite Yi Zan. Seeing this, Yi Zan's gaze turned cold. He raised his right palm and unleashed the boundless palm technique, which reduced the shark to dust. However, the moment the shark died, a precious bone that shone with dazzling light suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Oh, a precious bone. This is an unexpected harvest. Yi Zan was surprised, but scooped it up and put it away anyway. Then, he turned into a streak of light that charged toward a huge mountain. This was because his spiritual sense had detected that this mountain contained a dense amount of spiritual energy. When Yi Zan arrived in front of it, he suddenly realized that there was a strange cave inside the mountain. It was actually a heavenly paradise. Yi Zan looked at the interior layout of the cave. It was almost the same as the water curtain cave in Journey to the West story of his previous life. There was also a spiritual spring in the cave, which was rich in spiritual energy. What surprised Yi Zan the most was that this paradise actually contained an extremely rare time formation. Under the effect of the time formation, the flow of time in the cave was completely different from the outside world. Only 1 day in the outside world would pass after spending 10 days inside this cave. At the thought of this, Yi Zan could not help but smile. This was truly a heaven-sent blessing. With this, his chances of reaching the Supreme Realm in time had increased significantly. Without much hesitation, Yi Zan entered the spiritual spring, and then took out the Chaos Innate Divine Fruit from his storage ring. Chapter 505. I'm going to find Yi Zan. Yi Zan immediately ate the divine fruit without hesitation, and a mysterious power coursed through his body, sublimating his soul in the depths of the divine spring in his body, and nourishing the Tao fruit. It actually increased my comprehension ability by 100 times in an instant. Yi Zan sucked in a breath of cold air. Under the effect of the Chaos Innate Divine Fruit, his comprehension ability was increasing rapidly, and he began to gain many insights into things he had difficulty comprehending in the past. He knew that this was the best time to break through, so he immediately closed his eyes and began to comprehend the power of the laws of the world, using it to temper his soul and body. Time passed by, and soon, a month had passed. However, this was only the time that had passed in the time formation. Only 3 days had passed in the outside world. During this period, Yi Zan continued to temper his physical body using the power of the laws, and eventually, gained the ability to transform. In addition, Yi Zan also used the power of the Chaos Innate Divine Fruit to comprehend more of the power of the laws. While Yi Zan was cultivating, many changes had taken place in the outside world. The appearance of the ancient tomb had caused a stir in the entire archaic divine mountains. Not only that, but all the top holy lands and ancient families in the East Continent had also moved out. Ha ha ha, I can't believe we're so lucky to encounter the appearance of a sealed immortal realm expert's tomb in our lifetime. If I can obtain an opportunity in the ancient tomb, I might be able to break through to the mystic lord realm. As the news spread, more and more cultivators gathered in the archaic divine mountains, including the forces of the great wilderness divine sect. Yuelin brought the disciples of Water Sky Peak and quietly entered the archaic divine mountains. When she saw the entrance of the ancient tomb, a hint of surprise flashed across the depths of her eyes. Teacher, should we enter this ancient tomb to see what's inside? Li Hanyi asked. Yuelin shook her head gently. Now is not the best time. The energy surrounding the ancient tomb is too terrifying. We still need to wait for it to weaken a little before it'll be possible for you all to enter. When the disciples heard this, they nodded excitedly. They looked at the sea of cultivators around them, their eyes full of shock. They had never seen such a large number of cultivators gathered in one place before. Why don't I see Xuan? Yuelin looked around carefully, but was puzzled when she could not find traces of his presence. Seeing this, Li Hanyi quickly looked around. She did not find Xuan, but she did see a few familiar figures. Aren't those two the disciples of Cloud Sky Peak? When did they leave the sect? When Yuelin saw this, she turned her attention to the two people in question, which were of course Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian. The two girls were looking at the entrance of the ancient tomb. Just yesterday, Su Cheng had sent them news regarding the archaic divine mountains, and also told them that Xuan had entered the ancient tomb. After receiving the news, they quickly left the sect. Zhuge Yuyu wanted to ask Su Cheng for more information about Xuan, but at that moment, she suddenly sensed that someone was coming their way. Chief Yuelin. When Zhuge Yuyu saw who it was, she quickly bowed respectfully. Yuelin nodded, but looked around them questioningly. Why don't I see your teacher around? Zhuge Yuyu shook her head helplessly. She did not know where her teacher was. When Yuelin saw this, she felt somewhat disappointed. Although she had not been present here, she had received news of Xuan's feats in the archaic divine mountains, and was hoping to meet up with him here after finding out that the ancient tomb had opened. However, much to her chagrin, he was absent. Yuelin pouted in dissatisfaction and was about to say something, but at this moment, Su Cheng smiled and pointed at the entrance of the ancient tomb. Chief Yuelin, you might not know this, but Chief Xuan has already entered the ancient tomb. What? That guy has already entered the tomb? When Yuelin heard this, her expression dimmed. Immediately after, she turned around and said to Li Hanyi, you and the other disciples should stay here. Don't run around. When the other chiefs of the sect arrive, follow their instructions. What about you, teacher? Li Hanyi asked doubtfully. Your martial uncle Yi has already gone in, so I have to go in and find him. Yuelin took a look at the entrance of the ancient tomb. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into a streak of light and flew toward the entrance. As a mystic lord realm expert, she could withstand the pressure emitted by the ancient tomb. The others watched as her figure disappeared into the ancient tomb. When Su Cheng saw this, he rubbed his chin and thought seriously. Could it be that Chief Yuelin likes Chief Xuan? Otherwise, why would she be in such a hurry? My deduction is definitely correct. Chief Yuelin is definitely interested in Chief Xuan. It seems that Chief Xuan is skilled at picking up girls too. I have much to learn from him in the future. Su Chenghei's lips curled into a smile at the thought of this. This is the ancient tomb of a sealed immortal realm expert. Teacher won't be in any danger, right? Feng Xian's eyes were filled with worry as she muttered these words. Don't worry, teacher is so powerful, so he should be able to deal with any dangers inside, Zhuge Yuyu comforted her. She fully trusted her teacher. Su Cheng also quickly chimed in, Chief Xuan is super powerful and smart. Even if he encounters danger, he'll definitely be able to deal with it easily. I think you guys should think about what to do later. The opening of the ancient tomb has shaken the entire East Continent. Countless top holy lands and ancient families have been mobilized. This doesn't just include the geniuses of this era. Even the ancient experts of the previous era have come to the archaic divine mountains. Chapter 506. Supreme Divine Sect, Xie Tianyu. Hearing this, Feng Xian hurriedly looked around, and found that she indeed saw many familiar faces. Mu Baikan, the saint of the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect. The Reincarnation Fairy, the saintess of the Jade Lake Divine Sect. Even the top talents of the Xianxia Academy had come. When Zhuge Yuyu saw this scene, she fell into a state of deep thought. Had it been a month ago, she would not have been able to compete against these peerless geniuses. However, thanks to her teacher, her strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and there was not much difference between her and these peerless geniuses. However, this also meant that when the ancient tomb was fully opened, these geniuses would be her competitors. In other words, when the ancient tomb opened, it would be the time for all of the peerless geniuses to fight for supremacy. Zhuge Yuyu was confident in herself. During this period of time, she had been working hard on her cultivation and had already reached the Void Realm. Furthermore, she had increased her level of mastery of the Hell Slash. At the thought of this, a rare smile appeared on Zhuge Yuyu's cold face. No matter how strong my opponent is, I will not disappoint my teacher and I will not embarrass Cloud Sky Peak. Compared to Zhuge Yuyu's desire to win, Feng Xian was more relaxed. She looked around indifferently. They've sent out quite a number of experts this time. It seems like it's a rare occasion in the East Continent. Su Chang crossed his arms with an indifferent expression on his face. I don't care which top holy land or ancient family they're from. If they dare to mess with us, they'll be beaten up by Sister Yuyu. To me, Sister Yuyu is the most powerful genius in the East Continent. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu's face darkened helplessly. Why did this fellow always like to use others to act cool? When Feng Xian heard this, she immediately became dissatisfied. Is Sister Yuyu the only peerless genius? Am I really that bad? Hee. How is that possible? Big Sister Xian is also very outstanding. With your talent, perhaps you'll be able to become an immortal in the future, Su Chang said flatteringly. At this moment, an enigmatic voice suddenly spoke up from behind them. The world today is really shocking. Some random people from a barbaric land actually claim to have the talent required to become immortals. As soon as the voice finished speaking, Zhuge Yuyu and the others frowned. Su Chang, in particular, was displeased. He turned around to look. A handsome man in a black and white robe suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Su Chang was stunned when he saw the man. Xie Tianyu from the Supreme Divine Sect. Su Chang was no stranger to this man. He was a peerless genius who was as famous as Mu Baikan and the Reincarnation Fairy. He was also the saint of the Supreme Divine Sect. Su Changhai's expression suddenly became flustered. Although he was arrogant, he was not arrogant enough to go against Xie Tianyu. His own status as the young master of the Su family was worthless in comparison. Although he had always been by Yi Zan's side, Yi Zan had never indicated that he would take Su Chang in as a disciple. Therefore, Su Changhai's identity had not changed much. Helplessly, he could only suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. When Zhuge Yuyu saw this, she was puzzled. Given Su Changhai's personality, he should have immediately retorted. Why did he become so cowardly? Su Chang noticed the change in Zhuge Yuyu's expression and quickly explained in a whisper, Sister Yuyu, this guy is the saint from the Supreme Divine Sect. His name is Xie Tianyu. He's as strong as Mu Baikan and the Reincarnation Fairy. Also, he's a vengeful person. To be safe, it's better not to provoke him. When Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian heard this, they understood his hesitation. Xie Tianyu, Zhuge Yuyu's brows immediately furrowed. This guy clearly came here with ill intentions. However, after thinking about it carefully, now that her teacher was not by her side, it was better not to cause trouble. However, although Zhuge Yuyu and the others decided not to pursue the matter, Xie Tianyu did not think the same. His lips curled into a cold smile. I've heard of your name. You're the first disciple of Cloud Sky Peak, Zhuge Yuyu, right? Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu nodded her head indifferently, but did not say anything. However, Xie Tianyu's lips curved into a mocking smile. It's said that Chief Yi Zan of the Cloud Sky Peak is a sword immortal who has reached the apex of the sword Tao. However, I wonder how much of his teachings have been passed on to his disciple. Or is his reputation as a teacher nothing but hot air? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuge Yuyu's eyes turned cold. She would never tolerate anyone who insulted her teacher. Such words would only be answered by her sword. Won't you find out for yourself once you try me? Zhuge Yuyu took a step forward, and the profound ice divine bone in her body released a terrifying cold power. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. When the other cultivators saw this, they started making space for the inevitable fight. Oh, the corner of Xie Tianyu's mouth curled up. It seems that you are quite confident in yourself, but your courage means nothing in the face of absolute strength. Very well, prepare yourself. Chapter 507, Zhuge Yuyu vs. Xie Tianyu, Part 1. In that instant, Xie Tianyu erupted with terrifying force. The Void Realm. When everyone saw this, their eyes were full of shock. Even Mu Baiken was slightly surprised. This guy is really a scoundrel. He even bullies little girls. Mu Baiken stretched lazily and turned his head, a playful smile on his lips. If you like to play so much, then I will play with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Baiken was about to walk toward Xie Tianyu. However, he had just taken a step when he stopped involuntarily. After Xie Tianyu's Void Realm cultivation was revealed, Zhuge Yuyu's expression did not change at all. Then, a similarly terrifying power burst forth. What? She has also broken through to the Void Realm. Mu Baiken was stunned. When did this girl break through? Was she not only a 9th level materialization realm back at the Seven Peaks competition not too long ago? Oh my god, Chief Yizan is really generous. Did he give her the divine fruit? Mu Baiken's heart was filled with envy as he thought of this. His entire body went numb. What kind of fucking great teacher was this? That's good, I don't need to intervene. Mu Baiken stopped in his tracks when he sensed Zhuge Yuyu's aura. What? The Void Realm? Seeing this, Xie Tianyu frowned, and his expression turned serious. He had thought that Zhuge Yuyu was only at the 9th level of the materialization realm, which would make her easy to deal with. However, things had changed now. One had to know that these peerless geniuses who had been nurtured by the top holy lands since young had only just reached the Void Realm. However, Zhuge Yuyu, who had only started cultivating several months ago, had caught up and reached the Void Realm. How did this bitch reach the Void Realm? This is really interesting. I have indeed underestimated you. Xie Tianyu narrowed his eyes. Even if the other party was a Void Realm cultivator, he was still a peerless genius of the Supreme Divine Sect. He was confident that he was unrivaled even in the same realm. Since we're both Void Realm cultivators, I won't be bullying you. I'd like to see how strong the first disciple of the Sword Immortal is. As soon as he finished speaking, a long black saber appeared in Xie Tianyu's hand. At the same time, an extremely cold killing intent spread out. Everyone's pupils shrank when they saw this. It was obvious that countless experts had met their end at the edge of this long saber. Otherwise, the saber would not exude such a dense murderous aura. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuyu raised her eyelids. Her storage ring flashed, and the Cloud Sky Sword appeared in her right hand, emitting a cold and terrifying sword energy. The Supreme Divine Sect, sure, let's exchange pointers then. Zhuge Yuyu slowly raised the Cloud Sky Sword. The profound ice divine bone in her body released an extreme cold power and fused with the sword energy. Behind Xie Tianyu, a black-robed Supreme Divine Sect elder had a solemn look on his face. I didn't expect this girl to have a high-grade divine bone. Her talent is indeed not bad. However, Yi Zan is known as a sword immortal, so I wonder how capable this first disciple of his is. The black-robed elder thought for a moment. He agreed with Xie Tianyu's actions. After all, he was also curious about Yi Zan's strength. As Yi Zan's first disciple, Zhuge Yuyu should have inherited a lot of her teacher abilities. Perhaps he would be able to gauge Yi Zan's strength by extrapolating Zhuge Yuyu's strength. The Supreme Divine Sect was an ancient sect that had existed for countless years. It had an extremely respected status in the entire East continent. However, during this period of time, because of Yi Zan, the fame of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had resounded all over the East continent, and even seemed to eclipse the other top holy lands. If Xie Tianyu could defeat Zhuge Yuyu in front of everyone, it would undoubtedly suppress the reputation of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect to a great extent. It would also be beneficial to the Supreme Divine Sect's influence. As for whether Xie Tianyu could win against Zhuge Yuyu, the black-robed elder had never considered this. She was just a little girl whose name he had never heard of before. How could she be a match for the saint of the Supreme Divine Sect? He had blind confidence in Xie Tianyu. Of course, this was due to the latter's talent. At this moment, Xie Tianyu slowly raised the long saber, then looked at Zhuge Yuyu, a playful smile on his face. Even after Zhuge Yuyu revealed her strength as a Void Realm cultivator, he still took her lightly. From the beginning to the end, he had been extremely arrogant. As the two sides confronted each other, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. The crowd of onlookers were all waiting for the show to start, and were also curious as to how strong Chief Yi Zan's first disciple was. She's the first disciple of a sword immortal, so she shouldn't be weak, right? Ha ha ha. One is the first disciple of the Sword Immortal, and the other is the saint of the Supreme Divine Sect. It seems like there's going to be a good show. However, I'm not optimistic about Zhuge Yuyu's chances. After all, Xie Tianyu and Mu Baikan are both peerless geniuses. Their strength is unparalleled. Then, while everyone was discussing, the battle began. Xie Tianyu's long saber exuded black light, and a terrifying evil energy that seemed to devour everything around it swept out. When Zhuge Yuyu saw this, her expression did not show any signs of panic. With just a slight tilt of her body, she easily dodged the terrifying black saber slash. Chapter 508. Zhuge Yuyu vs Xie Tianyu, Part 2. After Zhuge Yuyu dodged Xie Tianyu's attack, she took a few steps back. She was not in a hurry to attack, but was instead interested in testing Xie Tianyu's strength. This is getting more and more interesting. Seeing Zhuge Yuyu easily dodge his attack, Xie Tianyu actually became excited. He had also sensed the woman's strength from that short exchange. Although this woman's strength was very good among ordinary cultivators, she was still ordinary. That's all. I'd like to see how you're going to deal with this. Xie Tianyu snorted coldly and immediately swung his saber to send a mysterious saber beam toward Zhuge Yuyu. The saber beam was like 1,000 sabers that had merged into one. After seeing this, Zhuge Yuyu narrowed her eyes. The saber beam had locked onto her position. There was no point dodging. Originally, she wanted to continue testing Xie Tianyu's strength. However, it seemed that this guy was impatient and was going in for the kill immediately. She unsheathed the cloud sky sword and pointed it at Xie Tianyu. Since you're so ruthless, don't blame me for being impolite. This sentence was bone-chillingly cold, causing Xie Tianyu's heart to tremble. Zhuge Yuyu no longer concealed her strength. The cold aura surrounded her body, and everyone within a 10-meter radius felt a chill run down their spines, quite literally. What sort of divine power is that? The elder standing behind Xie Tianyu stared at Zhuge Yuyu in disbelief. In an instant, she swung her sword and released a shockingly cold strike. Everyone widened their mouths in shock. The power of a single sword strike can actually reach such a terrifying level. The disciple of a sword immortal is truly extraordinary. She's no different from a peerless genius. Xie Tianyu's face paled. His expression only lasted for a moment before he regained his determination. The stronger the opponent, the more it would stimulate his fighting spirit. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Tianyu once again summoned the spiritual power in his body. One after another, powerful waves of energy surged towards Zhuge Yuyu like a tsunami. This shocking attack was the result of using the Supreme Divine Sect's secret divine power. Xie Tianyu raised the huge saber high up in the air, and then swung it fiercely down at the sword beams that Zhuge Yuyu had released. With a deafening sound, the ground began to shake violently. However, the battle between the two of them had only just begun. The sword and saber beams collided with each other. The two sides were not inferior to each other in any way. He actually blocked it, Su Chang muttered to himself with a dull look in his eyes. He had not expected Zhuge Yuyu's heavenly slash to be so easily nullified. It seemed that Xie Tianyu's reputation as a genius was not just for show. He was indeed on par with Zhuge Yuyu. Sister Yuyu, you can definitely do it. Feng Xian clenched her fists tightly and started to cheer for Zhuge Yuyu. She understood that the battle between Zhuge Yuyu and Xie Tianyu would affect the reputation of Cloud Sky Peak. If Zhuge Yuyu could not win this battle, then their teacher's reputation would take a hit. It was because of this that Feng Xian was extremely nervous. She was inwardly angry at herself for not being strong enough to do anything in this situation. Seeing her heavenly slash had been blocked, Zhuge Yuyu remained unfazed. Girl, if you have any other moves, then quickly use them. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to. Xie Tianyu did not wait for an answer. He raised his saber and attacked again. At this moment, the two geniuses seemed to have turned into afterimages, constantly colliding with each other. However, as the battle progressed, the shock in Zhuge Yuyu's heart increased. Xie Tianyu's strength was actually so overbearing. He could be considered the strongest opponent she had encountered so far. Not only that, this person seemed to be well versed and experienced when it came to fighting. There were very few openings she could exploit. Left with no choice, Zhuge Yuyu could only defend for the time being while constantly searching for his flaws. After fighting for a while, Xie Tianyu seemed to have lost all interest. He immediately launched a fierce attack, forcing Zhuge Yuyu to take a few steps back. Tisk. The first disciple of a sword immortal is actually nothing more than this. Everyone says that Yi Zan's sword Dao is superb, but why don't I sense any trace of it from your attacks? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuge Yueyu's expression turned extremely cold. Fine, I won't play with you anymore. If you can block this attack of mine, I'll acknowledge you, Xie Tianyu said mockingly, and then raised the saber in his hand and released a terrifying aura. Heavens, why does the saber in young Master Xia's hand have such a dense killing intent? You're so ignorant. That saber is the treasured saber of the Supreme Divine Sect. A few years ago, an expert from the Supreme Divine Sect used this saber to kill countless enemies and accumulated a strong murderous aura. As the crowd was discussing this matter, Xie Tianyu was gathering his power. A dragon seemed to have been condensed from thin air, exuding terrifying pressure. Could it be, is this the Azure Dragon Slash? One of the cultivators said in shock. It was obvious that he had seen this technique before. It's an Earth-rank divine power from the Supreme Divine Sect. Its power is terrifying. I really didn't expect Xie Tianyu to have completely mastered it. At this moment, many people began to sigh. Chapter 509, Zhuge Yueyu vs Xie Tianyu, Part 3. Things are getting more and more interesting. So that is the Azure Dragon Slash. If Xie Tianyu was up against someone else this time, perhaps he could have won easily, but it won't necessarily be the same when facing Zhuge Yueyu. Mu Baiken mumbled to himself and smiled when he saw the dragon in the air. It was obvious that he had an understanding of Zhuge Yueyu's strength. Hovering in the air, Zhuge Yueyu saw Xie Tianyu's swift and fierce attack, and a bright smile blossomed on her face. You claim to be a genius, yet the most powerful divine power you've mastered is only an Earth rank 1. Zhuge Yu laughed scornfully. At the thought of this, Zhuge Yueyu could not help but recall how much energy, resources and treasures Yi Zan had spent on making her stronger. With such a good teacher, if she were to be defeated, would that not also be a stain on her teacher's reputation? At this moment, the cloud sky sword in Zhuge Yueyu's hand glowed even brighter, and her eyes became even more determined. Moments later, a wave of overwhelming killing intent surged in all directions. The illusory Hell Emissary's figure slowly formed above Zhuge Yueyu. The moment the illusory Hell Emissary figure was fully formed, the killing intent that Xie Tianyu had released had completely disappeared, as if it had never been there. Behind Xie Tianyu, the elder was also looking at this scene in shock. It's really a heaven-rank divine power. How did she manage to master a heaven-rank divine power? He looked at the dragon, which was being suppressed by the Hell Emissary. The originally majestic dragon was now like a small worm in front of the Hell Emissary. At this moment, Xie Tianyu's face was dripping with sweat as he kept telling himself that this was all fake. This is definitely fake. How could she have mastered a heaven-rank divine power? His original arrogance had long since faded away, leaving only panic. Xie Tianyu could clearly sense that the killing intent that Zhuge Yueyu had released could easily crush him. When the Hell Slash was completed, Zhuge Yueyu said coldly, "Weren't you being arrogant just now, thinking that you could easily defeat me? Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuge Yueyu swung her sword at Xie Tianyu without hesitation. It was as if the entire sky had lost its color. The tall and mighty Hell Emissary seemed to charge directly at the dragon, ready to tear it apart. Xie Tianyu did not dare to relax. He gathered all his strength and tried to block the attack from the Hell Emissary. However, all of his efforts were in vain. In less than 15 minutes, the dragon turned into pieces and scattered. However, the Hell Emissary's attack did not end there. Instead, it continued charging toward Xie Tianyu. At this point, Xie Tianyu had no energy left to defend himself. He could only close his eyes with a pale face, waiting for death to come. With a loud bang, the Hell Emissary's powerful strike landed on Xie Tianyu. Blood spurted out as Xie Tianyu's body was sent flying a few hundred meters away. He had actually been defeated in this battle, and in such an embarrassing way too. At this moment, Xie Tianyu's heart had already turned cold. As a peerless genius, he had lost to someone who had yet to make a name for herself. Could it be that his existence had already become a stepping stone for her success? "Tianyu, how are you feeling?" The elder from the Supreme Divine Sect ran over anxiously to examine his injuries. However, when he noticed Xie Tianyu's severe injuries, the elder's killing intent intensified. He had originally wanted to help Xie Tianyu block Zhuge Yueyu's attack. However, as an elder, he really could not bring himself to do it. If he were to intervene, It would be a huge blow to Xie Tianyu's confidence. At this moment, the elder was seething with anger. After all, Xie Tianyu was the saint of the supreme divine sect. This time, he had accompanied Xie Tianyu in order to prevent other people from attacking him, yet Xie Tianyu had suffered such a heavy blow. What was he going to tell the sect master when he returned? Han Tai had no choice but to feed Xie Tianyu a healing pill. After seeing that Xie Tianyu was fine and recovering, Han Tai heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned around and stared at Zhu Guoyu with a cold expression. "Young lady, don't you know how to control your strength? Didn't your elders teach you to always leave a way out so that you don't make enemies?" Hearing this, the disciples from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect clenched their fists. It was obvious that the elder was trying to stir up trouble. He's despicable and shameless. Does this elder not care about his reputation anymore? Li Hanyi frowned. She knew that this matter was not so easy to resolve. The Supreme Divine Sect had an elder present, but the Great Wilderness Divine Sect did not. Yi Zan's whereabouts were unknown at this time, and Yuelin had also entered the ancient tomb to find Yi Zan. Under such circumstances, if this elder really took action, there was nothing they could do. Chapter 510, Gao Shun's Arrival. Senior, what do you mean by that? Seeing Han Tai's imposing manner, Zhu Guoyu knew that this matter would not be resolved easily. However, she did not panic at all. Don't you understand what I mean? Why did you have to be so heavy-handed? You're so ruthless at such a young age. Since no one in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect didn't teach you proper etiquette, I'll teach you on their behalf today. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around his body surged. It was obvious that he wanted to attack Zhu Guoyu. HMPH. Simply shameless. When your genius can't beat her, an old fart like you comes over to bully her instead. Is this how the Supreme Divine Sect does things? If you can't afford to lose, then don't start a fight in the first place. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Su Chang had rushed to the front and pointed at Han Tai, cursing him. Although this young man was not very good at fighting, he was extremely good at humiliating people. They were shocked to see Su Changhai's boldness. After all, Han Tai was an elder of a top holy land, while Su Chang was a weak divine mystic cultivator. What gave him the courage to confront Han Tai? Ha ha ha, this little guy has guts. It's worth making friends with him. Mu Baiken could not help but laugh out loud. However, what these people did not know was that Su Chang was inwardly trembling in fear. However, he still did not regret it. Even though he knew that this elder was an existence he could not afford to offend, he did not back down. Old man, act your age. Don't you know what shame is? This was a battle between us young people. So what if one person loses and gets a little injured? Are you really going to blame someone else for his inadequacy? Hearing this, Han Tai's face turned beet red. Originally, he just wanted to take revenge for Xie Tianyu, so he found some random excuse. However, who would have thought that Su Chang would turn it around and place him into an embarrassing situation instead? You little rascal, do you think I need you to teach me how to behave? Are you seeking death? Han Tai waved at Su Chang. Su Chang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 10 meters away as if he had been hit by a punch. Chang, after seeing Su Chang being sent flying by Han Tai, Feng Xian rushed over. The Su family members were also furious. They glared at Han Tai. Despicable. How can this old man be so shameless? Li Hanyi said indignantly, but she could only clench her fists tightly. After all, Han Tai was an elder of the Supreme Divine Sect. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, they would not be able to defeat him. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. If Yuelin had not gone into the ancient tomb, this old man would not have dared to be so arrogant. His arrogance was only because there were no experts present from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect present. Little girl, are you going to admit your mistake or not? After dealing with Su Chang, Han Tai once again closed in on Zhu Guoyu. Zhu Guoyu replied calmly, if you really are shameless enough to act, then just do it. As a disciple of Cloud Sky Peak, I will never lower my head to someone as despicable as you. You don't know what's good for you. Han Tai was furious. Zhu Guoyu had humiliated him time and time again. Good, good, good. I'll teach you a good lesson today. Han Tai moved to attack Zhu Guoyu again. After seeing this, the reincarnation fairy decided to ask Satumo to help stop it. No matter what, they had a good relationship with Yi Zan. Just as she was about to speak, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky and locked onto Han Tai. Moments later, a huge sword struck Han Tai hundreds of meters away. A closer look revealed that there was actually a white-robed man standing on the sword. Martial uncle. After seeing this figure, Li Hanyi laughed out loud and covered her mouth. However, Zhuge Yueyu's expression became extremely complicated. Unexpectedly, it was actually Gao Shun who had helped out. She had once hated this person for a long time. After seeing Gao Shun, Han Tai's face instantly turned pale and he began to regret his actions just now. Gao Shun was the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, and was extremely powerful. Mu Baikan muttered to himself, "This is unexpected. Why is he here to help? Was he not at odds with Cloud Sky Peak?" After thinking for a long time without an answer, Mu Baikan simply chose to continue watching. Haha, that's great. As long as Martial Uncle Gao is here, who would dare to bully us? At this moment, Li Hanyi finally relaxed. She no longer had to be afraid. Li Shuai looked at Li Hanyi and asked in a soft voice, "Sister Hanyi, haven't Martial Uncle Gao and Martial Uncle Yi always been at odds? Why is he here to help at this time?" After hearing these words, Li Hanyi was stunned. Li Hanyi, Zhuge Yueyu, and Feng Xian were all very confused. Chapter 511. No Mercy. Still, despite their confusion, Gao Shun had actually come over to help. His presence here meant that they no longer had to be afraid of Han Tai. They reckoned that even though Martial Uncle Gao Shun had never left a good impression on them, when it involved the bigger picture involving the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, he would still help without hesitation. At this time, the one who was the most afraid was undoubtedly Han Tai. He had only dared to make a move because he knew that there were no experts present from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, and Gao Shun's appearance had undoubtedly thrown him a major curveball. He could not even last 5 moves against Gao Shun, so how could he dare to be rash? It was for this reason that Han Tai was still smiling even though he was injured. "So it's fellow Taoist Gao. My apologies for not welcoming you properly." Gao Shun, on the other hand, glanced coldly at Han Tai and said contemptuously, "I don't think we're that familiar with each other." Han Tai's face suddenly turned red and gloomy. There were so many people present now, so those words were clearly meant to humiliate him. "Oh, why do you say so? Hee, are you still going to play dumb?" Gao Shun instantly laughed out loud, and then he flew over, looking down at Han Tai. "As an elder of the Supreme Divine Sect, you took advantage of your seniority to deal with the younger generation of my sect. Are you disregarding the chiefs of my sect?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shun released an even fiercer aura, his eyes staring straight at Han Tai. At this moment, Han Tai was completely dumbfounded. He immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Gao, this little girl is too ruthless. It was just a friendly fight, yet she was so ruthless. What if she grows up to become an evil person in the future? I was just thinking of teaching her a lesson on behalf of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect to save you some energy, okay?" After hearing this, Gao Shun laughed again. "That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Do we need you to meddle in our affairs? Aren't you extending your claws too far? Even if our disciples have made a huge mistake, it's our own business. Why do you need to get involved? Moreover, it's normal to suffer injuries in a fight. What did she do wrong?" Gao Shun's words made Han Tai's expression darken. It seemed that Gao Shun had no intention of resolving this matter with words and had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. He glanced at Han Tai coldly, and then turned to Xie Tianyu, who was standing behind him. "Such a person can be considered a genius. Simply ridiculous. Our disciple only joined the sect less than 4 months ago, yet your saint can't even beat her. What a waste of cultivation resources." Hearing this, Xie Tianyu's face instantly turned red, and he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. "Is that true? Zhuge Yueyu only joined the sect less than 4 months ago." After hearing Gao Shun's words, everyone's mouths widened in shock. How had she reached the Void Realm so quickly? Oh my god, is Zhuge Yueyu a monster? Or are there immortal herbs growing everywhere on Cloud Sky Peak? At this moment, everyone was shocked by Zhuge Yueyu's level of monstrousness, and they were also shocked by Yi Zan. There was no lack of geniuses in this world, but what was lacking were the eyes to unearth them and the ability to nurture them. No matter how talented you were, you would not be able to achieve anything significant without someone to guide you. At this moment, Han Tai's face was gloomy. "Looking at how your Supreme Divine Sect behaves, bullying the younger generation like this, it's simply shameless." Gao Shun still jabbered on and on. Han Tai could not take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow Taoist Gao, don't oversimplify or generalize things." "Oh." After hearing Han Tai, Gao Shun immediately responded, "The practice of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect has always been to not attack unless attacked." After a pause, Gao Shun stared at Han Tai coldly again and said, "Your actions today have humiliated your entire sect. Since you're unhappy with the results of the match between them, why don't we have another match? Show me how strong an elder of the Supreme Divine Sect is." Chapter 512. Taoist Heitai appears. "Of course, you can refuse, but I won't take your refusal into account because I want to teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shun turned into a streak of light, his mystic lord realm cultivation erupting as he rushed toward Han Tai. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Wasn't Chief Gao Shun a middle-stage mystic lord realm expert? Seeing Gao Shun charge at him menacingly, Han Tai panicked and activated his magic weapon to try and resist the attack. However, Gao Shun's casual attack actually sent him flying several hundred meters away. The strength of a peak-level Mystic Lord Realm expert was not something that an early-stage Mystic Lord Realm cultivator like Han Tai could withstand. After sending Han Tai flying with another slap, Gao Shun was inwardly delighted. After reaching the peak of the Mystic Lord Realm, he felt extraordinary. Even beating people up became much easier and more pleasant. To be honest, Gao Shun was actually still grateful to Yi Zan. Without him, he would not have been able to defeat his inner demons and would never have had the chance to reach the peak of the Mystic Lord Realm. Thanks to Yi Zan's words back then, Gao Shun had clearly realized the inappropriateness of his past actions. After returning to his cultivation, he had finally defeated his inner demons and reached the peak of the Mystic Lord Realm. Now that his strength had been greatly improved, Han Tai felt like he was facing an invincible opponent. If Yi Zan was also here at this time, Gao Shun would probably want to spar with the former too. Thankfully, Han Tai would make for a good punching bag. Han Tai's face turned even colder due to how powerless he felt. He could not take it anymore. Things had already come to this point. If he continued to tolerate this, then he would have no dignity in the future. Thinking this, Han Tai did not hesitate to raise his long saber, mobilizing the strength of his whole body, and then swing it toward Gao Shun. Under the tyrannical pressure of a Mystic Lord Realm expert, the ground began to shake. When they noticed this, the nearby cultivators instantly turned pale and kept retreating to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Gao Shun was still very calm. He raised his right hand and said, "Come on. Let me have a good look at your strength." As soon as his words fell, the huge sword reappeared in Gao Shun's hand, which he then casually swung, releasing an even fiercer aura. The two attacks collided, but Han Tai's attack immediately collapsed, and he had no power to resist at all. However, Gao Shun did not intend to end it there. Moments later, he appeared directly behind Han Tai and punched him mercilessly. The power of the punch severely injured Han Tai. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After seeing Han Tai in that helpless state, Gao Shun's expression turned contemptuous, and he raised his head high and said, "The Supreme Divine Sect has an undeserved reputation." Hearing this, Han Tai vomited blood again. His whole body swayed and he almost fainted. However, at this moment, an extremely loud voice was heard. "This fellow Taoist is looking down on our Supreme Divine Sect too much." After a short while, an old man in a black robe appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Gao Shun's brows furrowed briefly, but he snorted coldly shortly. "I thought it was some expert, but it's just the Grand Elder of the Supreme Divine Sect, Taoist Heitai. You're probably here to try and rescue the dignity of the Supreme Divine Sect, aren't you?" Taoist Heitai first glared at Han Tai. The anger in his heart was self-evident. He already had a rough idea of what had just happened. Their disciple failed to defeat one of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's disciples in a fight, and was injured instead. Then, one thing led to another, and things had unfolded in this manner. This was originally a small matter. After all, who in this world could remain undefeated? Only by learning from failure could one grow. However, what made Taoist Heitai extremely angry was that Han Tai's solution was too rash. Moreover, Han Tai could not beat Gao Shun. Was this not simply a disgrace to the sect? After thinking about it for a while, Taoist Heitai figured out how to deal with this matter. After all, they were in the wrong. "Fellow Taoist Gao Shun, let's put an end to this matter. However, shouldn't you give us an explanation for slandering the Supreme Divine Sect?" "What a joke, Elder Heitai, Why should I give you an explanation? I've said it before, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect doesn't need you or your sect to tell us what to do, and we don't need to give you any explanation. Also, today's matter is completely your Supreme Divine Sect's fault. If you're unhappy about it, then just come at me directly. I'm not afraid of you. If I remember correctly, you were defeated by my senior brother a long time ago. Now, your disciple was defeated by my junior brother's disciple. I really don't understand how you still have the gall to talk about reputation with me, haha. Even after Taoist Heitai arrived, Gao Shun still disregarded him, causing everyone watching to become excited. My god, Chief Gao Shun is too awesome. He's so domineering, Su Chang said shamelessly. He was even thinking about how to please Gao Shun in the future so that he would gain another protector. The people who were the most shocked were undoubtedly the people from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Did the sun rise from the west today? Was Martial Uncle Gao always like this? At this moment, they could not help but admire him. As members of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, their sense of belonging became even stronger. After hearing this, Taoist Heitai's face darkened. Gao Shun's words clearly indicated that he did not plan to give him any face. Today, their dignity had really suffered. Chapter 513. Gao Shun's stance. Facing Gao Shun's provocation, Taoist Heitai could only forcefully suppress his anger and gnash his teeth as he spoke. All right. Today's matter is our loss. Gao Shun, let me give you a piece of advice. In the future, you will definitely regret what you have done today. Our Supreme Divine Sect will not be humiliated like this. What a joke. Then let me tell you today. I don't know the meaning of the word regret. After a very contemptuous reply, Gao Shun continued, Taoist Heitai, if you really cannot hold it in anymore, why don't we spar? Your sect only knows how to bully juniors. Has the Supreme Divine Sect always been like this? What a joke. Simply shameless. You're an affront to the dignity of all cultivators. How could Taoist Heitai endure such an insult? He felt something sweet in his throat and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Taoist Heitai knew that he was in the wrong this time. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at Han Tai and Xie Tianyu. Let's go back. If he stayed here, he would simply be asking to be humiliated even more. Originally, he did want to teach Gao Shun a good lesson, but thinking about it carefully, even if he won, he would not gain much. After all, his status and seniority were higher than Gao Shun. If he won, it was still fine, but if he lost or came out even, he would be the one on the losing end in terms of reputation. It was because of this that, no matter how angry he was, he had to endure it. Gao Shun's words just now had already thoroughly ignited the fury in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Xie Tianyu had lost, then Han Tai had also lost. It really was too embarrassing. You're really a coward. After seeing the Supreme Divine Sect's forces leave, Gao Shun spoke those words contemptuously. This matter had come to an end, and the disciples of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had also escaped this crisis. At this moment, Zhu Yuyu looked at Gao Shun with a complicated expression. After a long while, she spoke. This matter was resolved all thanks to you, Martial Uncle Gao. Zhu Yuyu thanked him very sincerely. Feng Xian also hurriedly came forward to express her gratitude. However, his reply made everyone amused. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gao Shun replied, somewhat pridefully, Tisk, don't think too much about. I just didn't like those Supreme Divine Sect cultivators. Especially that disgusting old man who tried to bully you. How shameless. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shun turned around and left. Seeing this scene, the group of people felt an inexplicable smile. I really didn't expect that Martial Uncle Gao would actually be like that. Feng Xian flicked her hair and continued to speak. Wasn't he here to help us? Why does he have to pretend like he wasn't? As Gao Shun had saved many disciples from this predicament, his image underwent a certain change among them. Most of the disciples were confused, and did not understand why he had chosen to help Zhu Yuyu. In Gao Shun's heart, he would gladly help, but would never admit to that. It was for this reason that he had found a lame excuse. With Gao Shun around, the nearby cultivators did not dare to mess with the disciples of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Li Hanyi was relieved by this, and walked over to Gao Shun and bowed. Hanyi greets Martial Uncle Gao. Gao Shun looked at her and asked, where did your master go? Shouldn't she be with you? Gao Shun was rather confused. If Yuelin had been present, he would not have needed to interfere in the matter just now. It was not just Yuelin, why was Yi Zan not here either? In any case, this was what he owed Yi Zhan. Yi Zhan had given his son that special healing pill back then, which allowed his son to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, it was likely that his son would have suffered from qi deviation. Thinking this, Gao Shun said in his heart, "It's just a small favor. It's what I should do. That's all. When we meet in the future, our debts will be cleared." After Li Hanyi heard Gao Shun's question, she thought for a moment before answering, "Martial Uncle Gao, my master has already entered the ancient tomb. She hasn't returned yet." After hearing this, Gao Shun was stunned. Why would Yuelin enter the ancient tomb? Could something have happened? Otherwise, why would Yuelin be in such a hurry to enter the ancient tomb? Besides, the ancient tomb isn't fully open yet. If she's not careful, she'll encounter danger. Why didn't you try to persuade her? Gao Shun said unhappily. Hearing this, Li Hanyi was also worried. She lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "That's because Martial Uncle Yi has also already entered to pursue the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. After my master found out about this, she told us to wait here and went in to look for Martial Uncle Yi." Gao Shun's face turned black all of a sudden as he said unhappily, "Does that fellow not treasure his own life? Before we left, Senior Brother Gongsun reminded us to call for assistance and join forces if we encountered the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Yet he was audacious enough to go after it alone." Gao Shun's expression darkened, and was hesitating over and over again whether or not to go in and help. "Forget it. Since I've already helped him once, I might as well go the distance. After helping him this time, I won't owe Yi Zhan any more favors." Thinking this, Gao Shun instructed Li Hanyi, "You guys stay here and wait for news. Don't wander off. Chief Dai should be here soon." Chapter 514, The Chaotic Situation. "Martial Uncle Gao, will you be busy with something else?" Li Hanyi asked in confusion. Hearing that, Gao Shun said very firmly, "I'll enter the tomb as well." After that, Gao Shun plunged into the entrance of the ancient tomb. At this time, an intense battle was taking place inside the ancient tomb. A few cultivators were already fighting for a single divine fruit. "Damn it, old Chu, old Tongtian, first come, first served. I saw it first. Are you really going to snatch it from me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Taiyan released a fierce attack, forcing Chu Baishan and Elder Tongtian to retreat. "Hee, don't joke around." Elder Tongtian burst into laughter and said, "This divine fruit belongs to whoever is fated with it. Seeing it first means nothing, so don't be ridiculous." After hearing Elder Tongtian's ridiculing, Elder Taiyan's face turned red with both embarrassment and fury. Everyone's attention was drawn to the divine fruit that was shining brightly on the tree. Even though the divine fruit was not an immortal grade fruit, it had been around for tens of thousands of years and it contained a massive amount of life force. It was a treasure that everyone was in desperate need of. Chu Tianba stroked his white beard and laughed. "Elder Taiyan, have your injuries recovered from your bout with Yi Zhan earlier? You're fighting both of us now, you know. Could it be that you are so confident in yourself? Damn it, trying to scare me off. Keep on dreaming." As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce battle broke out again, stirring up a storm in the ancient tomb. The entrance to the ancient tomb had only just opened, and with the loss of its defensive seal, more and more treasures were gradually revealed. At that moment, a treasured saber slowly appeared in the sky. One of the cultivators saw it and rushed over as fast as he could, trying to put it into his storage bag. In another direction, a group of people near the Blood Sea discovered the existence of a blood bodhi. At this moment, the hunt for treasures in the ancient tomb was in full swing. More and more cultivators poured into the ancient tomb, and most of the strong experts had rushed over. Battles broke out everywhere, but it was the battle involving Elder Taiyan that was the fiercest and made the largest commotion. While the fight was still going on, a woman with a graceful figure arrived at the blood-red sea. This is the power of a domain. Yuelin had just arrived, but had already sensed the power of this domain. It was obvious that the domain she was in was for Mystic Lord Realm experts. She then noticed the three old men who were engaged in an intense battle not far away. Their target was the divine fruit. However, after thinking for a moment, Yuelin did not choose to join in. After all, with her strength, she was not a match for those three. The most important thing now was to find Yi Zhan first. If she had the luck, she would encounter other treasures. However, just because she did not provoke others did not mean that others wouldn't provoke her. The three old men who were still fighting stopped their attacks at the same time when they noticed the arrival of other cultivators. When they saw that it was Yuelin, Elder Tongtian said, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Yuelin. It's fine as long as it's not one of Elder Taiyan's helpers. Damn it, Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Elder Taiyan's face had already turned black. He stared at Yuelin coldly, his eyes filled with hatred. Had it not been for Yi Zan, how could he be in such a passive position now? Yuelin had also sensed Elder Taiyan's evil intentions by now. Her expression turned serious, but at the same time, she was filled with doubt. Why is this old thing looking at me with such killing intent? Could it be that I've offended him before? Even though she was filled with doubts, Yuelin kept her guard up. At the same time, she turned to Elder Tongtian and asked, Fellow Taoist Tongtian, may I ask if you've heard any news about Yi Zan in this ancient tomb? Hearing this, Elder Tongtian and Chu Tianba exchanged a look, then waved their hands and replied, No, we haven't. We entered the tomb when it was just opened. There were too many people then, so we have no idea where he went. The only thing I can tell you is that when we arrived here, we discovered the bloody carcass of a shark in the sea. If we're not wrong, that shark was most likely killed by Yi Zan. After hearing this, Yuelin pondered this matter for a moment. Her gaze swept across the blood-red sea, but she was disappointed when she failed to find anything. Haha, you're asking about Yi Zan. If I'm not wrong, there's a great chance that he's already dead. At this moment, Elder Taiyan continued to speak in a cold voice. He was the first person to enter this tomb. It's been a few days, yet no one has seen him. I'm sure that he's already dead. Hearing this, Yuelin's brows furrowed. She now had a rough idea why this old man was directing such strong killing intent towards her. Yi Zan and this old man probably had a feud. However, knowing this also made her feel bitter. Seeing the strength of this old man, she could tell that the gap between her and Yi Zan was getting larger and larger. Yi Zan's strength had improved too quickly. If it really came down to that, could she and Yi Zan actually maintain a relationship? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Then she turned her gaze to Elder Taiyan. Chapter 515. Stepping into the Supreme Realm. You don't have to worry about Yi Zan. You'll probably die way before he does. Yuelin stared at Elder Taiyan and berated him without any trace of politeness. Little girl, you simply don't know what's good for you. Elder Taiyan was so furious that he launched an attack at Yuelin. However, Yuelin was not afraid at all. In fact, she had already assumed a battle stance and had been waiting for Elder Taiyan to attack. At this moment, Elder Tongtian stood between the two of them and forced Elder Taiyan back with a casual palm strike. Then, he turned around and said to Yuelin, Fellow Taoist Yuelin, if you really want to find Yi Zan, then head west. If I'm not wrong, Yi Zan should be somewhere in that direction. Elder Tongtian's guess was not unfounded. After all, the shark's body was found in the western area of the blood-red sea, and the only person who could have killed it was Yi Zan. Yuelin was extremely grateful for the advice. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Tongtian. I'll head west to search for him. You guys can continue fighting. She had only entered the ancient tomb to find Yi Zan anyway. She had had no intention of fighting for the treasures here. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuelin hurried over in the direction Elder Tongtian had pointed out to her. After a while, she found the body of the shark. This confirmed Elder Tongtian's words, so she continued her search. At this moment, Yi Zan was still in the cave, completely immersed in cultivation. The passage of time in this cave was different from the outside world. 3 days outside was 30 days in the cave. During these 30 days of continuous cultivation, his entire body had undergone tremendous changes. One after another, golden streams of light flowed around his body. If he could break through, his body would be close to immortal. Even if he suffered serious injuries, he could easily recover. I'll give it my all. The time for the last push is here. After 30 days of non-stop cultivation, Yi Zan had become more and more excited because he could clearly feel that his body had undergone a transformation. Not only that, but his strength was also slowly rising. It would probably not take long for him to break through again. Wave after wave of his spiritual power bombarded the cultivation realm barrier. Then, moments later, Yi Zan felt a powerful force fill his body. Oh my god, this is awesome. At this moment, Yi Zan felt as if the shackles that bound his body had suddenly been released. His whole body felt relaxed and comfortable. Bang bang bang. With a series of explosions, Yi Zan's robe exploded into pieces and scattered, exposing his muscles that were glowing golden. There were still waves of spiritual power flowing to his divine spring, and a spiritual energy vortex formed above Yi Zhan's head. The next moment, it rushed into Yi Zhan's body again. After sensing this extremely huge force, Yi Zhan's entire body began to tremble violently as the spiritual energy entered his body. The cave was originally filled with dense spiritual energy, but thanks to the vortex above his head, it was all drawn toward Yi Zhan and poured into his body. At this point, Yi Zhan could be considered to have entered the Supreme Realm. The only problem was that the domain he was in was for Mystic Lord Realm experts. If he revealed his strength carelessly, he would probably be teleported out. At this moment, Yi Zhan was examining his body with satisfaction. When he saw that his robe had been torn to pieces, he felt rather regretful. I've only worn this for 2 days, and it's gone just like that. What a pity, it's such a waste of money. Fortunately, I was well prepared and brought a few more sets of clothes with me when I went out. Otherwise, I'm afraid my reputation will be damaged as I fly around naked. After changing his clothes, Yi Zhan once again examined the power he had now, and his confidence grew stronger than ever. If the heaven-devouring divine sparrow dared to appear in front of him now, he would definitely be able to forcefully suppress it. Just as Yi Zhan was getting excited, the cave entrance he had sealed suddenly trembled violently, as if someone was trying to break in. Seeing this, Yi Zhan could not help but frown. However, when he realized that the person was Yuelin, he suddenly laughed evilly. He immediately concealed his aura and hid himself. As long as he concealed his aura, Yuelin would not be able to find him no matter how powerful her spiritual sense was. When she walked in, she could not help but curse. Where is this stinky Yi Zhan hiding? I tracked him all the way here, then he suddenly disappeared. Yuelin was rather frustrated. She had been following Yi Zhan's tracks, but just as she was about to find him, she found out that she had lost track of him. It would be a lie if she said she was not angry. However, when she looked around, she realized that there was a time flow formation in this place, and there was even a spiritual energy spring that had been sucked dry. Heavens! It's actually a time flow formation. Yuelin was completely stunned. This was a rare paradise for cultivation. As she walked along, she arrived at the place where Yi Zhan had been cultivating, deep in thought. It was so quiet inside the cave that even a drop of water could be heard. At this moment, hey, Chapter 516, Teasing Senior Sister. The sudden sound caused Yuelin to jump up in shock. Is there something wrong with your brain? Yuelin was currently in a state of shock and fear, and even her legs had started to tremble slightly. Yi Zhan burst into laughter after seeing this scene, looking extremely proud of himself. He had suddenly thought of this idea to scare this senior sister of his. He had not thought that it would be so effective, to the point that even her face was pale from fear. Even though Yuelin's eyes were already shedding tears, he did not seem to care at all. Instead, he laughed heartlessly. You damned brat, you actually laughed so loudly. Yuelin could not help but feel regret. She should not have worried about Yi Zhan's safety or searched for him. Although she had found Yi Zhan, she was not happy at all. He was obviously furious. Moments later, Yuelin raised her fist and threw a punch at Yi Zhan. However, no matter how one looked at it, the two of them seemed like a young couple playing around. Yi Zhan also understood that he had indeed scared Yuelin just now, so he did not avoid it. He stood there obediently and let Yuelin hit him a few times. After a while, Yuelin finally recovered, but she still looked extremely angry. Yi Zhan stared into Yuelin's eyes and smiled as he asked, Senior Sister Yuelin, why did you come here? Brat, do you even need to ask? You followed the heaven-devouring divine sparrow into this ancient tomb without sending word. Aren't you afraid at all? After hearing Yuelin's words, he moved his mouth close to Yuelin's ear with a sneaky look in his eyes. After blowing a breath of air, he asked teasingly, could it be that Senior Sister Yuelin was concerned about my safety? Get lost, I don't care about you. I just happened to come here and found this place unusual so I entered. Yuelin answered without any hesitation. However, her red face had already betrayed her. However, at this time, Yi Zhan deliberately put on an act and replied, Sigh, that's so disappointing. I thought that Senior Sister Yuelin would be concerned about my safety. It turns out that I was overthinking things. After seeing Yi Zhan's sad expression, Yuelin became nervous, afraid that he would misunderstand her. No matter what, she was indeed concerned about Yi Zhan, and had come all the way here to find this place. However, just as she was about to confess everything, she suddenly noticed Yizan's sneaky-looking eyes and immediately knew that Yizan was messing with her. "You little brat." Yuelin's face was already red from anger. This brat Yizan kept toying with her time and time again. In the end, she was the one who was too sentimental. At the thought of this, Yuelin could not help but swing her fist at Yizan again. However, Yuelin lost her balance and fell toward him instead. Yizan did not hold back and instantly caught Yuelin in his arms. After all, such an opportunity did not come by often, so he had to treasure it. At this moment, Yizan could smell the alluring fragrance of her body. However, when he lowered his head, he saw an even more peculiar scene, and he could not shift his gaze away. Who would be able to refuse such a strange scene? At this moment, Yuelin could clearly hear her own heartbeat. She panicked and did not know what to do. Yizan's embrace gave her a very warm and safe feeling. This was also the reason why she was reluctant to push Yizan away, even though she knew that Yizan was taking advantage of her at this time. "This stinky brat," Yuelin muttered. She could not understand what was going on with her current state. Why was her heart beating so fast? "Yuelin, oh Yuelin, you're really useless. You've cultivated for such a long time in vain. You can't even control your own heartbeat in such a minor situation." However, as Yuelin was loathing her own lack of control over her emotions, she met Yizan's gaze once again, and her heart went out of control again. After a long while, Yuelin finally broke free from Yizan's embrace and calmed down. She pretended to be calm and moistened her throat, but was interrupted by Yizan just as she was about to speak. "I say, senior sister Yuelin, why does your body give off such a fragrant scent? Did you grow up eating spices? It's really too mesmerizing. Senior sister Yuelin, come over and let me smell it again." Yuelin felt as if a ball of fire was burning on her face, and her emotions that had finally calmed down were once again in turmoil. Yizan laughed out loud. He had discovered a new source of entertainment. Perhaps in the future, he would go over and tease Yuelin. Yuelin was already gritting her teeth in anger, but still felt a little excited inside after hearing Yizan's words. At least it seemed that she was attractive to him in that manner. However, that was another matter altogether. This stinky brat was just too annoying. After laughing for a while, Yizan finally quieted down and returned to the topic. All right, senior sister, I won't tease you anymore. I believe that senior sister has already noticed the extraordinary nature of this cave, right? Do you want to cultivate here for a while?" Hearing this, Yuelin was stunned. In fact, she had already discovered that this place was not ordinary, but she had never thought of cultivating here. Chapter 517. Gilead Gold Vine Seedling. Yuelin had just reached the Mystic Lord realm not long ago. If she cultivated in this cave, she would undoubtedly make great progress. However, compared to the many treasures in the ancient tomb, the value of continuing to cultivate here was insignificant. It's better not to. There are many treasures here, so it's better to spend more time outside to seize them. When I came in looking for you, I saw Elder Tongtian, Chu Tianba and Elder Taiyan fighting over a divine fruit. After hearing these words, Yizan was stunned. Elder Taiyan has also entered the ancient tomb. Hee. At this moment, Yizan chuckled and leaned close to Yuelin's ear again and said, "Sister Yuelin, do you want that divine fruit? If you want, I can help you snatch it." Hearing this, Yuelin felt a little excited. Was this Yizan's way of confessing his feelings for her? This was the first time he had offered to give her something. However, after thinking about it seriously for a moment, Yuelin waved her hand and said, "Let's forget about it. That divine fruit is not very useful to me, so there's no need for you to waste your energy on it. For me, this is a small matter that doesn't require much effort." Yizan's expression was arrogant as he said that, and then he immediately continued, "Besides, I have a lot of energy. You don't have to worry about me wasting a little bit of it for this matter." Yuelin was momentarily stunned after hearing these words, but then said in a very serious manner, "You have to use your strength in the right place, understand?" "The right place? Oh, I understand what you're saying." Yizan scanned senior sister Yuelin from head to toe and said, "That's fine too. I'll heed sister Yuelin's orders. My strength must indeed be used at the right place, hee." Hearing this, Yuelin felt suspicious. Why did she feel that Yizan's words had a different meaning? However, she did not take it to heart. Instead, she followed Yizan as he walked further into the cave. "Sister Yuelin, this cave is filled with extremely dense spiritual energy. I originally thought that it was caused by this divine spring. But when I absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the spring, I realized that the spiritual energy did not come from the spring. As such, there must be other treasures in this cave. Hearing this, Yuelin also expressed her agreement and followed Yi Zan. All of a sudden, a cold gleam of light flashed past. Be careful, dodge. In an instant, a few cold gleams of light shot out from a hole, scaring Yuelin. She immediately mobilized her spiritual power to block the attack. Then, unexpectedly, Yi Zan casually waved his palm a few times and blocked all of the attacks. Yuelin could clearly sense the supreme power emanating from Yi Zan's body, and her pupil suddenly shrank. Could it be that Yi Zan had already reached the supreme realm? Even though the amount of strength that Yi Zan had just used was still within the boundaries of the Mystic Lord realm, the pressure she sensed felt like supreme power. At this moment, Yuelin noticed that there seemed to be a special aura around Yi Zan's body, which was mysterious and unfathomable. To be able to achieve such a level, there was no doubt that Yi Zan had reached the supreme realm, and had even tempered his body. Yuelin's shock was indescribable. It had only been a few days, yet in this time Yi Zan had advanced again. There had not been a supreme realm expert in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect since Chief Tian Zan's passing. After Yi Zan reached this realm, his status was no longer comparable to the past. In the East Continent, no matter who it was, if they met a supreme realm expert, they would all kneel down to show respect. Even royalty would do so. Sister Yuelin, what's wrong with you? After Yi Zan finished dealing with those attacks, he noticed Yuelin's condition. She was in a daze and did not move, so he inquired out of concern. After hearing Yi Zan's question, Yuelin finally came back to his senses, but did not probe the matter. It's nothing. Let's continue. Alright, this place hides a certain level of danger, so follow me closely. Yi Zan then confidently went deeper into the cave. When Yuelin heard this, she felt comforted by his concern. It always seemed that only his two disciples had ever felt the tenderness and concern from Yi Zan. No one else had ever had the chance to do so. It felt good to be included in that circle now. As the two of them went deeper in, they arrived in front of another cave. There was a black spider with poisonous barbs in front of the cave. The spider seemed to be very angry at the two's arrival. It was already secretly accumulating power and preparing to attack. This spider had reached the peak of the Mystic Lord realm. It had been the one who had attacked them previously. It's actually a dark spider. Upon seeing this huge spider, Yuelin's face instantly turned pale as she mobilized all of the spiritual power in her body. When she turned to look at Yi Zan, she found that he did not look surprised at all. Instead, he was staring at a plant underneath the dark spider. Could this plant be a Gilead gold vine seedling? Yi Zan was stunned. He did not expect the dark spider to be guarding a Gilead gold vine seedling. When Yuelin followed his gaze and saw it, she was taken aback. The Gilead gold vine was a heavenly treasure, and its existence could even be compared to some divine fruits. This is great. The god of luck is really shining upon us. We actually managed to find a Gilead gold vine seedling in this place, Yi Zan said with a smile. Chapter 518. Giving her a treasure. The Gilead gold vine could be considered a rare heavenly treasure. Not only did it possess extremely dense life force, but it could also extend one's lifespan and increase one's cultivation speed. Even though its effects were not as heaven-defying as the elixir of life, the Gilead gold vine was still a heaven-defying treasure. When Yuelin saw that Yi Zan was focused on the Gilead gold vine seedling, she knew that Yi Zan was very confident. Given Yi Zan's supreme realm cultivation, the dark spider would not be a hindrance. After sensing Yi Zan's ill intentions, the dark spider instantly bared its fangs and brandished its claws, letting out a series of hissing sounds. It had taken a fancy to this Gilead gold vine seedling, and had spent a long time waiting for it to mature so that it could consume it. However, it did not expect someone to come and try to steal it out of the blue. How could it allow such a thing to happen? A fierce battle was bound to ensue. Junior brother Yi, you must be careful. Dark spiders are extremely poisonous. If you're not careful, you might fall into its trap. It also moves very quickly, and its web can restrict your movements. Don't be careless. After hearing Yuelin's words, Yi Zan smiled and replied, "Don't worry. The dark spider won't be able to cause me any trouble." Yi Zan's confidence in himself had never been higher. His eyes were fixed on the Gilead gold vine seedling below the dark spider, and he instantly took action. After seeing Yi Zan launch his attack, the dark spider quickly responded with its own attack, shooting out sticky threads, trying to limit Yizan's movements. To its surprise, Yizan merely waved his palm gently and intercepted the spider threads, slicing them to shreds. Even though he was limiting his strength to the peak of the Mystic Lord realm while inside the ancient tomb, it was more than enough to defeat this dark spider. After dealing with the dark spider's threads, Yizan suddenly floated in the air. Using his hand as a sword, he released a terrifying sword beam at the dark spider. Poochie! A dull sound rang out, and the dark spider cried out in pain. It now knew how terrifying Yizan was, and understood that it could not defeat him. It spat out dense white threads to slow Yizan down. Seeing that Yizan was busy dealing with these white threads, the dark spider immediately seized the opportunity and quickly escaped through the other side of the cave. Yizan did not pursue it and allowed it to escape. In any case, he only wanted to obtain this Gilead gold vine seedling. Letting it escape would save him the trouble of dealing with it. After it left, Yizan smiled brightly. He sliced and cleaned up the spider webs in the cave, then walked over to the Gilead gold vine seedline and wrapped his spiritual power around it. Then, he carefully put it into his storage space. Congratulations on obtaining this precious Gilead gold vine, junior brother Yi, said Yuelin with a smile. Even though she also fancied this Gilead gold vine seedling, Yizan was the one who had worked for it. In any case, the dark spider was stronger than she was. If Yizan had not been here, she would have been in danger. Yizan simply smiled knowingly. Shortly after, he turned to look at Yuelin with a smile and said, "Senior sister Yuelin, this Gilead gold vine seedling isn't of much use to me, so I think it's better to give it to you." Yuelin was so shocked that she was rooted to the ground. She could not believe what she had just heard. Did Yizan really not want such a precious heavenly treasure? Why was he giving it to her? Yuelin's mind had already started to run wild. In her opinion, Yizan's generosity only extended to his two disciples, so this was completely unexpected. However, this Gilead gold vine seedling was too precious, so how could she accept it? After all, she was not Yizan's disciple. At most, they were from the same sect. She really did not have the fortune to enjoy this Gilead gold vine. Thinking this, she waved her hand and replied, "Junior brother Yi, this Gilead gold vine seedling is really too precious. How could I bear to accept it? You should keep it for yourself." Surprisingly, after hearing Yuelin refuse, Yizan said with a straight face, "Senior sister Yuelin, we're both from the same sect, and you're my senior sister. Why are you being so distant? Could it be that in your heart, the relationship between us is only an ordinary one?" After noticing Yizan's sad expression, Yuelin suddenly panicked and quickly said, "Junior brother, please don't think that way." She had never thought about it in this way, but when she thought about what she had just said, it seemed like she was really trying to pull away from Yizan. "If it's not like what I said, then why didn't you choose to accept the seedling just now?" Yizan held back his laughter and stared at Yuelin, making her feel anxious. At this moment, Yuelin was feeling very touched. She had not expected that she occupied such an important place in Yizan's heart. Chapter 519. Flirting. After a long internal struggle, Yuelin could only look at Yizan and say, "This Gilead gold vine is really too valuable to give to me. Junior brother, you don't have to give me such a precious treasure. If you really want to give me something, you can choose something more ordinary." "Nonsense, how can I give you something ordinary? This Gilead gold vine is a perfect match for you," Yizan retorted with a smile. The gentleness in his words had already made Yuelin unconsciously shudder. Oh, was she already moved? This little rascal, did he know that she couldn't handle this, which is why he was saying these things? However, after seeing Yizan's sincere expression, many words were suddenly stuck in her heart, and she was at a loss. She was feeling extremely touched, and had not felt such generosity and care from others since her master passed away. "Junior brother, then I'll accept it." After thinking for a while, Yuelin decided to accept the Gilead gold vine seedling. She was so happy that she felt like flowers were blooming in her heart. No matter what, this was the first time Yizan had given him something, and the meaning behind it was much more precious than the treasure itself. When she returned to the sect after this trip, she would plant it by her bed. That way, she could see it every time she opened her eyes. Hehe, that's the spirit. Seeing that Yuelin had finally accepted his gift, Yizan was very happy, and he immediately gave the Gilead gold vine seedling to Yuelin, who carefully put it away. She treasured this gift and was determined to take good care of it after she returned. After doing all this, Yuelin looked at Yizan, the joy in her heart indescribable. It turned out that she had always been as important as Yizan's two little disciples, otherwise, why would he have given her such a precious treasure? Thinking this, Yuelin's face instantly turned as red as an apple. Then, she had a bold idea. Before Yizan could react, Yuelin quietly moved to his side and left a lip mark on his face. Is there anyone who takes advantage of others like you? Yizan was stunned for a few seconds before he came back to his senses. However, by this time Yuelin had already darted away. After seeing his reaction, Yuelin blushed and smiled sweetly. Hehe, you've already given me such a precious treasure, so I can't just leave you with nothing, right? Yizan's right hand was on his cheek, as if he was feeling the remaining warmth. After a long while, he replied, all right, I understand. Senior sister Yuelin, I'll find a few more treasures for you later. Hehe. Hearing this, Yuelin was dumbfounded and glared at Yizan. When she thought about it, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed. She really had acted out of character just now. Her face could not help but turn even redder, and she wanted to cover her face and find a place to bury her head. After a long while, Yuelin finally calmed down and waved her hand in front of Yizan's eyes. Junior brother Yi, what are you thinking about? I'm fine, Yizan replied with a smirk, not at all admitting that he was thinking about how he could take back the initiative. Senior sister, no matter how you look at it, I feel like I've suffered a huge loss. I've already given you the Gilead gold vine, but you're still trying to take advantage of me. How could you do this? Since you've already kissed me, you must let me kiss you back. Otherwise, it's really unfair. As soon as he said this, Yizan immediately started moving toward Yuelin step by step. Junior brother, don't come near me. After hearing Yizan's words, Yuelin panicked, and her feet seemed to be glued in place. Within moments, Yizan was already in front of her, his eyes staring straight into hers. At this moment, Yuelin did not know what she should do. She could only hear her heart thumping wildly as she shyly lowered her head. Seeing this, Yizan gradually moved closer to Yuelin's mouth, preparing to execute his evil plan. At this crucial moment, the system's notification rang out. Ding! You have given Yuelin a Gilead gold vine seedling. Congratulations! You have obtained a randomized 10,000x critical reward. Yizan was stunned for a moment, and then he was happy. Originally, he had only wanted to try to see what reward he would receive, and had not expected to receive a 10,000x multiplier. Surprisingly, even though Yuelin was not a disciple of the sect, he could still receive a reward. Furthermore, Yuelin was his senior sister. The system was clearly too magical. Not only would he not lose anything by giving something to others, but he could even receive a 10,000x reward multiplier while flirting. Immersed in the system's notification, Yizan had even forgotten that he was about to kiss Yuelin. He even turned around stupidly. After waiting for a while, Yuelin felt that something was wrong. Why had he not kissed her after waiting for so long? She could not help but secretly glance upward, and immediately saw that Yizan had already turned his back on her. She instantly burst into anger. Starred. At this moment, Yuelin was more than a little angry. Things had already come to this, yet he was still toying with her. You make me so angry. She kicked the ground a few times and really wanted to rush over and kick Yizan's butt a few times. However, Yizan's mind was still immersed in the system notification. Chapter 520. A Great Harvest, Water Cloud Fruit Seedling. Congratulations! The host has received an immortal grade treasure, a water cloud fruit seedling. Heavens! It's actually a water cloud fruit. Yizan was stunned, his mouth was wide open, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The effects of the water cloud fruit far surpass the Gilead gold vine. In terms of increasing one's lifespan, it was 100 times more effective than the Gilead gold vine. There were even legends that said that eating a water cloud fruit would allow one to become an immortal. Its effects were very powerful. However, the only downside was that even though the water cloud fruit's effects were extremely powerful, it would still take too long for it to grow and ripen. Perhaps this was also the flaw of these rare treasures. Their effects would only manifest after they grew to an appropriate age. Forget it, no matter what, it's still an immortal grade treasure. In general, he could be considered to have made a huge profit. Not only did he capture Yuelin's heart, he even obtained a water cloud fruit seedling. Hee, I've really made a killing this time. After being happy for a while, Xuan finally remembered that he was going to take advantage of her just now. However, due to the system's notification, he was so happy that he forgot about it. When he turned around to look at Yuelin, he discovered that she was under a tree and was taking care of the Gilead gold vine sapling. At this moment, Xuan fiercely slapped his thigh a few times. He had already gotten so far, but the system notification had delayed his progress. If he still wanted to continue, Yuelin would probably think that he was messing with her again, so he could only give up. Senior sister Yuelin, let's continue our journey. She replied in a calm tone, all right. At this moment, Xuan chose to remain patient. There would still be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush things. The most important thing at the moment was to find the heaven-devouring divine sparrow and the huge black tortoise as soon as possible, which had been his original objective in entering the ancient tomb. Now that he had reached the supreme realm, he could continue his pursuit. However, almost every corner of this ancient tomb was filled with danger. If he were to leave Yuelin here alone, it would be far too dangerous. After leaving the cave with Yuelin, Xuan suddenly remembered something and asked, Senior sister, didn't you say that you met Elder Taiyan when you first entered the ancient tomb? Did he deliberately make things difficult for you? Yuelin was momentarily stunned before she replied, indeed he did. However, just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Elder Tongtian and Chu Tianba. I ignored him then in order to search for you. I wonder how the battle is going now. After hearing these words, Xuan's eyes turned cold, and then he looked at Yuelin with a smile. Senior sister, come with me. I'll help you get back at him. The moment he said that, Yuelin's face revealed a bright smile. Ever since her master had passed away, she had never experienced such a feeling. It felt great to be protected by someone. They then made their way over to where Yuelin remembered the battle to be. Elder Taiyan was still fighting for divine fruit, completely unaware of the impending disaster headed his way. Thanks to the power of the immortal sword, Elder Taiyan had been able to hold out this whole while against Elder Tongtian and Chu Tianba. Damn it, if this situation persists, I'll definitely suffer. As the battle continued, Elder Taiyan was already thinking about retreating. However, he still glared at Elder Tongtian and said, Elder Tongtian, I don't think there are any grudges between us. Do you really want to go against me? Have you never thought about what will happen in the future? Nothing good will come out of provoking me. Hearing Elder Taiyan's words, Elder Tongtian was not intimidated at all. He sneered, Old man Taiyan, perhaps other people might be afraid of the power behind you, but my sect is not one of those. I advise you to speak less and save your strength to fight me. Elder Taiyan's face had turned completely dark. He said in anger, you two are shameless. You can't even beat me 2-on-1. If you all are not cowards, then come and fight me 1-on-1. Elder Tongtian waved his hand and said, is that supposed to be a joke? Almost everyone knows that you, Old man Taiyan, are the most shameless one, okay. Elder Taiyan was flustered and exasperated. Who said that he was the most shameless one? Who was the one who slandered him like that? The anger in his heart grew more and more intense, but he had no solution to this situation. He could only defend passively and wait for the opportunity to come. However, Elder Tongtian and Chu Tianba would not give him any chance at all. After all, they were both at the peak-level Mystic Lord Realm experts as well. There was no way they would make rookie-level mistakes. While the three of them were engaged in an intense battle, a loud and clear voice came from afar. A moment later, an old man in a black robe appeared not far away. There were actually quite a few Mystic Lord Realm experts following this old man. These people all came from various forces. The entrance of the ancient tomb was already wide open, so how could these people not come to join in the fun? At the same time, Elder Taiyan laughed out loud excitedly after hearing the voice. Hee, Elder Taiyan, I haven't seen you for a long time. It seems that you have become much stronger. After saying that, he flew over to Elder Taiyan's side. When Elder Taiyan saw reinforcements arrive, he revealed a bright smile. He had just been struggling with how to deal with Elder Tongtian and Chu Tianba, but now there was finally a turning point to settle this matter. Chapter 521. Dark Lotus Secret Technique. Taoist Qing Feng was one of Elder Taiyan's few remaining friends. With his help, the situation could be salvaged. So it's Taoist Qing Feng. No wonder I sensed a terrifying aura from afar. By the way, your strength has improved by leaps and bounds over the past few years. Even I can't fathom it. Elder Taiyan immediately started to flatter him. Hehe, you're too kind, fellow Taoist Taiyan. My cultivation is quite mediocre. Moreover, you did not spare any effort to help me in the past. Seeing that you are in trouble today, I definitely have to lend you a hand. After saying that, Taoist Qing Feng immediately released his spiritual power, focusing the pressure of Elder Tongtian and Chu Tianba, making his stance clear. After hearing these words, Elder Taiyan could not stop smiling. This friend of his really was quite reliable. Ha ha ha, alright. Elder Taiyan's laugh was unbridled, as if he had already won the battle. On the other hand, Elder Tongtian's brows furrowed slightly when he saw the sudden addition of a new opponent. He knew that this matter would not be easy to deal with. Elder Chu, I'm afraid we can't avoid a fierce battle today. After saying that, Elder Tongtian took a deep breath. On the contrary, he was a little eager to try. On the other hand, Chu Tianba's expression remained unchanged as he coldly replied, "It's no big deal. I have never shied away from a fight. We haven't fought side by side for years. Let's fight to our heart's content today." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Tongtian unsheathed his sword without any hesitation and pointed it at the newcomer. He released a shocking aura. "Qing Feng, you ambushed me in the past, so let's settle the score today." At this point, Elder Tongtian no longer held back. He released his full strength and swung his sword. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red sea began to churn, and the beasts within it fled in all directions. Moments later a giant sword beam surged toward Taoist Qing Feng. Seeing, Taoist Qing Feng turned serious. He raised his saber and mobilized all of his spiritual power to resist the attack. However, the power of Elder Tongtian's attack was simply too shocking, and sent him flying. Then, a few moments later, the two collided again. At the same time, Elder Taiyan's gaze was fixed on Chu Tianba as he spoke fiercely, "Chu Tianba, this time, no one will come to your aid." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Taiyan raised the immortal sword and swung it. Chu Tianba was not flustered at all. His moves were calm and composed as he redirected Elder Taiyan's attack. This attack did not succeed. Chu Tianba then prepared for the next attack. Unexpectedly, Elder Taiyan turned around in an instant and flew over to the top of the towering tree, snatching the divine fruit. Upon seeing this, Chu Tianba was enraged. "You stinky old man, put that thing down." Chu Tianba released an attack that even deformed space. At this moment, Chu Tianba's body started to emit green light, and above his head, an illusory green lotus blossomed. "It's the Dark Lotus secret technique." The people nearby shouted in surprise. This was a secret technique of the Jade Lake Divine Sect. Even if this secret technique was incomplete, the amount of power he could unleash had already reached an extremely terrifying level. In the entire East Continent, only the Great Desolation secret technique could compare to it. After seeing Chu Tianba use this secret technique, even Elder Taiyan started to panic. However, Chu Tianba did not give him any time to react. The next moment, the green lotus slammed into Elder Taiyan. A mountain not far away was razed to the ground. Heavens, this secret technique is really too strong. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Seeing such a high-level battle was extremely rare. As the battle continued, the two of them once again unleashed their attacks, causing one mountain after another to collapse. Even though Elder Taiyan was a half-step Supreme Realm expert, the Dark Lotus secret technique allowed Chu Tianba to go toe-to-toe with him. However, with the passage of time, his lack of strength was also slowly revealed. Elder Taiyan was gradually gaining the advantage. However, if he wanted to defeat Chu Tianba, he would have to exert a lot of time and effort. "You stinky old man, you'll regret your actions. Don't blame me for being merciless." As soon as he said that, Elder Taiyan swung the immortal sword at the green lotus, and then plunged into the blood-red sea. Moments later, a cloud of black mist spread out from the depths of the sea, exuding a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Chu Tianba quickly noticed that something was wrong and asked in shock, "Why do you have such a mysterious power?" Chu Tianba was already scared out of his wits, because this power was the same strange power that had triggered the invasion of the berserk beasts. Did this mean that the berserk beast invasion was the work of Elder Taiyan? Otherwise, how could he wield this power? "You damned old man Chu Tianba. I wanted to let you go, but you brought this upon yourself." After saying that, this strange power erupted, and Elder Taiyan's eyes were gradually filled with black mist, which made him look very ferocious. This strange power was his secret and his trump card. No one knew about this. His lifespan was about to run out, and he still could not break through to the Supreme Realm. Back then, he was even prepared to die. However, unexpectedly, he actually discovered this extremely strange power in a mystic realm. At that time, without hope, he chose to use it. Chapter 522. Strange Power. Elder Taiyan regarded this strange power as his source of hope, and he directly absorbed it into his body. Then, when the strange power entered his body, Elder Taiyan was surprised to find that his withered body was slowly recovering its vitality. In addition, after obtaining this strange power, his cultivation bottleneck loosened slightly, and his strength rose. This was how he had become a half-step Supreme Realm expert. However, there was a price to pay for using this strange power. If he could not break through to the Supreme Realm before his body completely withered, he would have to use this strange power to break through. Then he would become a monster that lacked consciousness. Elder Taiyan's actions could be described as crazy, but he was such a person. Even if he did not succeed in the end and instead became a monster, so what? As long as there was a chance, it was fine. At this moment, both of Elder Taiyan's eyes had turned completely black, and black mist was being emitted from his body, which looked extremely terrifying. Thanks to this strange power, Elder Taiyan's strength had advanced to the Supreme Realm. At this moment, everyone was panicking and felt a deep sense of fear. The one who was most shocked was Chu Tianba. After all, Elder Taiyan was standing right in front of him, but he could no longer recognize his opponent. Elder Tongtian immediately sensed that something was wrong, so he launched an attack to force Taoist Qing Feng back. He wanted to help Chu Tianba. Haha, Elder Tongtian, I'm the one you need to deal with right now. There was no way Taoist Qing Feng would let Elder Tongtian go over now. Elder Taiyan was now glaring at Chu Tianba dangerously. He was still able to control his body. After all, the strange power had not completely corroded his body. Moments later, he said in an unruly tone, Chu Tianba, this day next year will be your death anniversary. As soon as he said that, Elder Taiyan attacked. The spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius gathered toward him as he unleashed a majestic sword attack. Upon seeing this, Chu Tianba broke out in cold sweat. He immediately used the Dark Lotus technique to resist the attack. Unexpectedly, this secret technique could not even last for a moment. It was shattered by Elder Taiyan's attack, and Chu Tianba was sent flying 100 meters away. He continuously spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood, and his aura was thrown into disarray. Now that Elder Taiyan had reached the Supreme Realm, how could he possibly resist? Elder Taiyan laughed complacently. Then, he raised his sword and shouted with his head held high. Come on, bring it on. Seeing this, everyone even began to breathe carefully, for fear of inciting Elder Taiyan's ire. They had clearly felt the terror of the attack he had just unleashed. At this moment, an extremely lazy voice rang out. Oh, really, why don't you let me give it a go? The moment those words were spoken, everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. Was there still someone who dared to provoke Elder Taiyan under such circumstances? Was this not courting death? While everyone was looking around, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately after, a white-robed figure appeared in the air. After seeing who it was, everyone covered their mouths in shock. It's actually Yi Zan. Yi Zan was hovering in the air, emitting sharp sword intent that caused space to distort around him. As Yi Zan's figure gradually approached, the onlookers could clearly sense that his body actually possessed the unique aura of a Supreme Realm expert. Could it be that Yi Zan has also reached the Supreme Realm? At this moment, everyone could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Although Yi Zan was limiting his strength to the peak of the Mystic Lord realm, his aura had long revealed his actual cultivation. Quick, give me a slap and see if it hurts. How exactly did he advance to the Supreme Realm so quickly? Yi Zan must have obtained a great opportunity in the ancient tomb. While the onlookers were in a heated discussion, another cultivator said, Haha, this matter is getting more and more interesting. A battle between two Supreme Realm experts, who will be the winner? I'm really looking forward to it. At this moment, the onlookers hurriedly retreated in order to avoid being caught up in the battle. Once he saw Yi Zan, Elder Taiyan's face contorted into an ugly mess. He was burning with anger. He had only lost twice in his life. The first time was to Chief Tian Zan, and the second time was to Yi Zan. In the heat of the moment and his fury, Elder Taiyan was gradually losing control over the strange power in his body. However, as a result, his strength was rising rapidly. Behind Yi Zan, a beautiful figure gradually appeared. Yuelin had just appeared, but she had already sensed that something was wrong with Elder Taiyan. She frowned and said, "What is that strange power?" Yi Zan also stared at Elder Taiyan with an expression of curiosity, and said, "This is quite fun. I've actually seen this strange power before. Even though it's very powerful, it affects one's consciousness. If one isn't careful, they might lose their minds and become puppets. I discovered it near the boundary some time ago, but I didn't expect that Elder Taiyan would also find some and absorb it." Chapter 523. The Cloud Heaven Sword. Even though Elder Taiyan was releasing an extremely terrifying aura, Yi Zan was still very calm. Had it been a few days ago, he might have been a little flustered when dealing with Elder Taiyan, but it was not the case now. As a fellow Supreme Realm expert, how could he be afraid? Moreover, Elder Taiyan had only been able to reach the Supreme Realm with the assistance of the strange power. He had not formed his divine body yet, so how could he compare to Yi Zan who had done so? However, Yuelin was still extremely worried after seeing Elder Taiyan's strange state. She looked at Yi Zan and warned him, "Junior brother, you must be careful. It looks like Elder Taiyan has been completely demonized. His consciousness is clearly slipping away. If you can't beat him, don't try to show off." After hearing these words, Yi Zan glanced at Yuelin with a smirk on his face. "Senior sister, don't you already know whether I can do it or not? Don't doubt my capabilities, okay?" Hearing this, Yuelin's face instantly turned red. "Wah, how can you spout such nonsense in such a situation?" After chuckling, Yi Zan looked at Yuelin again and reassured her, "Don't worry, just stay behind me and watch how I deal with this old fart. Don't get too close, though. Things might get bloody." Yuelin glared at Yi Zan, but still obediently retreated further away. At this moment, Yi Zan was looking down at Elder Taiyan from the sky, sizing him up with curiosity. "It's only been a few days. How did you end up becoming so ugly?" Yi Shu immediately started teasing him, but when Elder Taiyan heard that, he could barely restrain his rage. Was his current state not caused by Yi Zan in the first place? He stared at Yi Zan with an expression of pure rage and said in a hoarse voice, "You damn ****, since you're already here, then I'll make this place your grave. Today, you'll pay for the humiliation you inflicted on me. I'll give you a good taste of your own medicine. Ha ha ha, oh, are you daydreaming, old man?" Yi Zan did not take Elder Taiyan seriously at all. He unhurriedly raised the Cloud Heaven Sword and pointed it at Elder Taiyan from a distance. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword intent spread out. The blood-red sea boiled and giant waves of blood crashed into the shore. Even the ancient tomb itself seemed to rumble. After sensing Yi Zan's sword intent, everyone's hair stood on end. Is that a divine rank sword?" Everyone was shocked. Yi Zan actually had a divine rank sword. After the Cloud Heaven Sword was unsheathed, the black mist in the area suddenly began to violently shrink. Chu Tianba flew down from the sky. When he noticed the Cloud Heaven Sword in Yi Zan's hand, his mouth widened in shock and disbelief. He even doubted his own eyes for a moment. Did the Great Wilderness Divine Sector Cloud Sky Peak possess such a deep foundation? Even a peak-level Supreme Realm expert would not take Yi Zan lightly while wielding this sword. People were greedy, so after seeing Yi Zan's divine rack sword, many people began to covet it. However, it was better to hide such covetous thoughts in their hearts. After all, who would be stupid enough to try and snatch a treasure from a Supreme Realm expert? That was simply madness. The moment the Cloud Heaven Sword appeared, Elder Taiyan's smug expression disappeared. What replaced it was a look of panic. Facing this sword, the strange power in his body almost seemed to tremble. "This can't be happening. It's all an illusion." Elder Taiyan's face was extremely pale. The strange power that he was so proud of was actually afraid of the sword in Yi Zan's hand. At this moment, Yi Zan casually waved the sword in his hand a few times, and then slowly walked toward Elder Taiyan. He looked at Elder Taiyan as if the latter was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "Old man, weren't you very arrogant just now? Where did your courage run off to?" Hearing Yi Zan's words, Elder Taiyan could no longer hold back. At this moment, Elder Taiyan understood that he had no way out, and he prepared himself to fight to the death. "So what if you have a divine rank sword? I'm still going to kill you." Although Elder Taiyan was roaring arrogantly, his eyes were darting about, as if he was planning something else. Elder Taiyan had completely stopped restraining the strange power, allowing it to wreak havoc in his body. As this happened, Elder Taiyan's body began to expand uncontrollably. It kept on changing shape, until it turned into a monster that had never been seen before, whose entire body was emitting black mist. Elder Taiyan said through gritted teeth, "Yi Zan, even if I have to risk my life, I'll kill you today." At this point, the strange power spread out again, and the black mist covered the sky. Elder Taiyan's eyes never left the Cloud Heaven sword, eyeing it covetously. If he could kill Yi Zan, then the Cloud Heaven sword would be his, and he would possibly be able to reverse his demonization. In any case, fighting to the death was his only choice, so he had to go all out. After realizing that something was wrong, Yi Zan raised his eyebrows. "Hey, you already know you don't have much time left, so you want to drag me down with you? That's a pretty good idea." Chapter 524. The Divine Gate opens. Seeing the unfolding situation, Elder Tongtian and Taoist Qing Feng stopped fighting and focused on Yi Zan and Elder Taiyan. More and more spectators arrived, looking to watch the show. However, unexpectedly, the battle they were looking forward to ended too quickly. Yi Zan simply raised the Cloud Heaven sword up high, and then casually swung it at Elder Taiyan. In that instant, a huge gulf appeared in the blood-red sea as the sword strike's indomitable momentum cascaded through the blood-red sea and passed through Elder Taiyan's body. Time seemed to stop briefly at this moment, before Elder Taiyan's body slowly split into two and fell into the blood-red sea. At this moment, the surroundings were surprisingly quiet. No one made a sound. Then, just one move. Despite this being a battle between Supreme Realm experts, there was such a huge distance between the two combatants. Elder Taiyan could not even block a single move. After dealing with Elder Taiyan, Yi Zan unhurriedly put the Cloud Heaven sword back into its scabbard. It was as if he was not surprised at all by what he had done. After the two halves of Elder Taiyan's body fell into the blood-red sea, his body began to quickly decompose, releasing black mist that scattered into the sky. Then, as if sensing the power of Yi Zan's sword strike, the entire ancient tomb began to tremble violently. "Ah, what's happening?" The onlookers' expressions changed as they looked around in panic. Moments later, huge waves suddenly rose up in the blood-red sea. As the waves crashed against each other, a divine gate that exuded an ancient aura emerged from the depths of the sea, and a surge of energy rippled outward around it. At this moment, the onlookers were all scared silly and began to flee in a panic. Yi Zan was still hovering in the air calmly. He unsheathed the Cloud Heaven sword again, and the waves instantly subsided. Yuelin had also flown over to Yi Zan's side at this time, and her eyes were fixed on the gate. "The true tomb has finally appeared." Hearing this, Yi Zan was also very surprised. After all, he had seen the heaven-devouring divine sparrow enter the divine gate some time ago. Now that the divine gate had opened once again, he finally had a chance to pursue the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Unfortunately, the divine gate was releasing an extremely powerful aura, which was likely related to the fact that it had just appeared. If one had not reached the Supreme Realm, there was simply no way to approach and enter it. One could only watch from afar. As the divine gate opened, the space within the entire ancient tomb began to crack, and more treasures appeared. Heavens, there are so many treasures here. Seeing that, the onlookers were all overjoyed, and immediately started to head for the treasures, ignoring the potential dangers. After all, these treasures were all from some big shots from ancient times. Even if they obtained just one, it would be of great help to their cultivation. No Mystic Lord Realm expert could resist such temptation. They split up and chased after different treasures. Even Yuelin seemed extremely happy as she focused on a treasure that was releasing flowing light and rushed over. At this moment, Chu Tianba had also set his sights on a divine pill, and he was grinning from ear to ear. "It's actually a divine pill. Ha 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 ha." Chu Tianba chased after the divine pill without any hesitation. He knew that if he obtained and consumed it, it would only be a matter of time before he reached the Supreme Realm. Elder Tongtian had his eyes on a treasure as well. The battle between him and Taoist Qing Feng had been abandoned, and they each chased after a treasure. After the divine gate appeared, it was not only the interior of the ancient tomb that became lively, but even the area outside the ancient tomb was the same. Yi Zan did not care for these treasures at all. His eyes were fixed on the divine gate. For him, the treasures that had just appeared were nothing in comparison to what was within the coffin on the back of the huge black tortoise. As such, Yi Zan decisively unleashed his Supreme Realm cultivation and charged into the divine gate with the Cloud Heaven sword in hand. After everyone left, The body that had been cut in half and scattered slowly condensed under the effect of the strange power. Elder Taiyan's body was gradually reformed bit by bit. As soon as it was complete, he stared at the direction where Xuan disappeared with a fierce expression. Then, he took out the divine fruit and swallowed it. Damn it, you overestimated yourself this time, Xuan. I won't be killed by you so easily. After saying this, Elder Taiyan shivered as he recalled the power of the sword strike Xuan had unleashed. Given the current situation, he could not provoke Xuan no matter what. At the very least, he had to wait until he was strong enough to completely crush Xuan. This narrow escape from death made him understand many things. He had no time to care about the treasures. After finding a place to hide, he focused on completing his breakthrough and forging his divine body. As long as he was alive, there would be hope. Revenge could wait. At the same time, the people outside the ancient tomb were also very excited when they saw the streaks of light inside the ancient tomb. The ancient tomb has already opened. Let's hurry up and charge in. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of cultivators rushed into the tomb. Li Dai stood alone at the forefront of the Great Wilderness Divine Sects group. When he saw the cultivators swarming in front of him, he became even more agitated. Damn it, why did you all go inside to fight for the treasures, and leave me outside to take care of the disciples? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. After all, almost all of the chiefs were here, but he was the only one left outside to babysit the disciples. Chapter 525, In We Go. Marshal Uncle Li, now that the ancient tomb's entrance is completely open, shouldn't we follow them in? Behind Li Dai, Hua Rufeng rubbed his hands in anticipation. Such an opportunity was rare. If they did not go in and fight for their share, they would definitely feel regret. Li Dai also scanned the area and found that the entrance had long been blocked by people. There were even some people who had started fighting each other in order to enter the ancient tomb in advance, causing countless casualties. After thinking about it for a while, Li Dai finally spoke, "All right. Since the entrance is completely open, there will inevitably be some fights. Rufeng, you can go and search for your own opportunities. However, you must remember that safety is paramount, and do not embarrass the Great Wilderness Divine Sect." "Don't worry, Marshal Uncle Li. I'll take my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Rufeng immediately flew toward the entrance. However, as soon as he arrived near the entrance, Hua Rufeng ran into Xie Tianyu of the Supreme Divine Sect, who immediately tried to stop him. Hua Rufeng quickly forced Xie Tianyu back with a slap and flew straight into the ancient tomb. Feng Xian also became anxious. She looked at Zhuge Yuyu and said, "Sister Yuyu, there's still no news about teacher. Should we enter the tomb first?" After thinking for a while, Zhuge Yuyu made up her mind. After all, such an opportunity was rare, so who could resist these temptations? Moreover, almost all of the geniuses from the other forces had already started to move. If they hesitated for too long, then they would lose the initiative. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuge Yuyu led Feng Xian toward the entrance. The only one left was Su Chang, who had yet to recover from his serious injuries and was still weak. If he were to rush into the ancient tomb carelessly, he would probably die. With Zhuge Yuyu leading the way, they arrived at the entrance without too much trouble. Along the way, there were a few slightly famous geniuses who wanted to stop the two, but they were all forced to retreat. Thanks to Zhuge Yuyu, Feng Xian did not feel any pressure at all. However, once they entered the ancient tomb, they were sent to different areas as their cultivation realms differed. Even though Zhuge Yuyu was anxious and wanted nothing more than to find Feng Xian, this was not something she could resolve at the moment, so she refocused her attention on her surroundings. After roughly scanning the surroundings, she finally saw an ancient door in the blood-red sea in the distance. Rays of light appeared from the door. A supreme treasure. Zhuge Yuyu's eyes were burning with passion. She stared at one of the treasures and chased after it. However, just as Zhuge Yuyu was about to get her hands on the treasure, a man in a white robe suddenly appeared on her left. The man launched an attack at Zhuge Yuyu without any hesitation, and almost succeeded. Fortunately, Zhuge Yuyu was quick and agile, so she managed to avoid the attack. Taking a look at the white-robed man, Zhuge Yuyu frowned, her gaze gradually turning cold. She did not know who this man was, but his cultivation level was similar to hers. "Haha, beautiful sister, I've had my eye on this treasure for a long time. May I ask if you can give it up?" Lu Feng twirled his long hair with confidence and even winked at Zhuge Yuyu. A lustful expression was on his face. As the chief disciple of the Dry Mountain Divine Sect, Lu Feng had always thought himself to be extremely charming. After all, when he was in the sect, almost every female disciple was in love with him, which is why he believed that Zhuge Yuyu would fall for him like the others. However, unexpectedly, a sharp sword beam came flashing over. Seeing this, Lu Feng's face turned pale and he hurriedly dodged. He was burning with anger. This stinky girl actually ignored his charms. He then said in a cold tone, "You stinky girl, you really don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll let you witness how powerful I am." Ever since he had become the chief disciple of the Dry Mountain Divine Sect, he had never been humiliated like this before. As the Dry Mountain Divine Sect was from the Haihan Divine Empire, he was not very familiar with the local forces here. He did not recognize who Zhuge Yuyu was, or would he be able to recognize Yi Zhan. In his opinion, no matter who provoked him, there was only death. However, Zhuge Yuyu said in disdain, "Tisk, you brainless thing. I've heard plenty of people say that countless times." Zhuge Yuyu was already numb to the experience, as she had long noticed that those with real strength would never say such words, but would simply let their strength do the talking for them. Lu Feng's rage skyrocketed. Without hesitation, he activated his magical wheel artifact and started attacking. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuyu's expression was still very calm. She raised the Cloud Sky Sword and responded in kind, which forced Lu Feng to retreat continuously. She began to press her attack to secure the victory, slashing at him again and again. The current Zhuge Yuyu was no longer the same as before. Even against cultivators of the same level, she had the determination to win. Her confidence came from Yi Zhan's teachings, her hard work, and the many divine powers she had cultivated. After several exchanges, Lu Feng had already understood that if he continued to drag this out, defeat was the only possibility. For this reason, his face had already turned pale. Cold sweat kept dripping down his face. He had traveled a long way from the Haihan Divine Empire to this place to show off his power and defeat the geniuses here, yet had already stumbled upon such a strong opponent. How could he not panic? Chapter 526. Scared for his life. In Lu Feng's mind, the Reincarnation Fairy was probably the most powerful female cultivator in the entire Yangli Divine Empire. He had never seen the Cloud Sky Sword in Zhuge Yuyu's hands before. Otherwise, she would have figured out who Zhuge Yuyu was. Zhuge Yuyu replied coldly, "You don't know who I am. In that case, open your ears and listen carefully. I'm the eldest disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's Cloud Sky Peak, Zhuge Yuyu." After hearing these words, Lu Feng's heart was in turmoil. Even in the East Continent, Cloud Sky Peak was very famous. All of this was because the new chief of Cloud Sky Peak was known as a sword immortal. Lu Feng's elders had also warned him not to mess with the Great Wilderness Divine Sect before he left. However, he had stumbled upon one and offended her almost immediately. Furthermore, she was the disciple of that sword immortal. Were the heavens playing a prank on him? He had encountered one of the people he was trying to avoid right off the bat. This was simply unfair. Honestly, it was his own misfortune that he had arrived late. Had he been present while Zhuge Yuyu and Xie Tianyu were fighting, he would have immediately recognized her. At this moment, Lu Feng felt regret, so he could only swallow his pride and say, "Cough, cough. My bad, my bad. I didn't know that you were the disciple of the Sword Immortal. No wonder your sword intent is so strong. I was too impetuous just now. You clearly saw this treasure first, so it should naturally belong to you. I hope you won't stoop so low as to hold a grudge." This time, he had to admit his mistake first. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect was not something he could offend, and especially not Chief Yi Zhan. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu was stunned. She looked at the arrogant Lu Feng in disbelief. After finding out that she was Yi Zhan's eldest disciple, this person had made a complete 180-degree attitude shift. Zhuge Yuyu could not believe it. Her confused look formed a strong contrast with her cold expression just now. Could it be the teacher is so famous? Zhuge Yuyu mumbled to herself, feeling extremely puzzled. After a short while, her confusion turned to happiness. With Yi Zhan's fame as a talisman, many things would be much easier. It seems that even teacher's name is a deterrent. Seeing that Lu Feng had taken the initiative to admit his mistake, Zhuge Yuyu did not continue to pursue the matter. She glared at him coldly, and then went after the treasure again. Oh my god, that was so scary. After watching Zhuge Yuyu leave, Lu Feng's worries were finally settled. He wiped off the cold sweat off his face. He had almost done himself in just now. Fortunately, he quickly admitted his mistake. Otherwise, he would have lost his life here. No matter what, that woman just now was the eldest disciple of the Sword Immortal. Even if he managed to defeat her, if Xuan came looking for him for revenge, it would be over. For this reason, the best thing to do was retreat. In any case, there was no point in creating needless enmity, especially with such a powerful expert and faction. While Lu Feng was still wiping the cold sweat off his face, an elder appeared by his side. "Saint, what happened?" The elder was very confused. Seeing how worried Lu Feng was, he had no idea what had happened. After all, in his mind, Lu Feng was an arrogant and domineering person. Why did he look so humble and subservient now? Saint, what's going on? Why do you look so scared? Did you get bullied? Lu Feng immediately turned around and retorted, "What kind of bullshit are you spouting? How could I be bullied? I'm the one who bullies people, not the other way around." After hearing these words, the elder felt very helpless. Lu Feng recounted what had happened. After hearing the details, the elder also broke out into cold sweat. "Saint, the way you handled this was really right. Fortunately, we didn't provoke Zhuge Yuyu. Over the past few days, I've heard so many things about Sword Immortal Xuan. He even defeated Elder Taiyan from the Immortal Divine Sect. If you really beat up that girl just now, I'm afraid that our entire sect would have suffered the consequences, and no one would be able to protect you," the elder said with lingering fear. However, Lu Feng was left speechless after hearing what he said. Was this elder not thinking too highly of him? How could he possibly defeat Zhuge Yuyu? It was already a good thing that she let him go. While the outside world was in chaos, Xuan was busy tracking the aura of the Black Tortoise, and trying to catch up. After entering the true tomb, he was transported to an extremely strange area, which looked desolate. There were dilapidated buildings everywhere, and it was obvious that a great battle had occurred here at some point in time. Although the owner of the true tomb had passed away a long time ago, the remnants of their aura were still present in this space. After walking through this desolate land, Xuan found himself standing in an ancient ruin. Right at this moment, he could sense waves of powerful energy fluctuations coming from the distance. After a careful search of the area, Xuan was surprised by what he saw. There were actually two Supreme Realm experts fighting in this place. Chapter 527, Heaven Continent. Which factions are these two Supreme Realm experts from? Xuan was very curious, but the two of them were fighting with all of their strength, and the shockwaves from their battle were spreading further and further. As Supreme Realm experts, a simple attack from them could raise a mountain to the ground, let alone an attack with full power. After seeing these two, Xuan began to rub his hands in anticipation. After all, the people he had encountered over the past few days had never pushed him to his limit. They were not challenging at all. However, these were two true blue Supreme Realm experts. Thinking this, Xuan walked in their direction without hesitation. As he gradually approached the area, Xuan spotted a woman in a white dress floating in the air. She gently waved her palm, and extremely terrifying waves of energy bombarded her opponent, leaving huge craters in their wake. At this moment, she seemed like an ethereal fairy. Such a woman was really too beautiful. However, the aura she exuded was cold and aloof. Even from a distance, he could clearly sense. Even though Zhuge Yuyu was also a very cold person, she paled in comparison to this woman. After observing the battle between the two experts, he estimated that she was a mid-stage Supreme Realm expert, or even higher. At this moment, Xuan searched his memories several times, but he could not recognize who this person was. That's strange. Who is this woman? The more Xuan thought about it, the stranger he found it. He moved closer to the top of a giant tree and watched the battle without blinking. The woman's opponent was an old man in a white robe. Although he looked extremely thin, every move he made the surroundings tremble. It seemed that he too was a mid-stage Supreme Realm expert. Who is this old man? I don't recognize him either. Xuan was getting more and more confused. After all, his teacher had already told him about almost all of the Supreme Realm cultivators in the East Continent. However, among the people his teacher had mentioned, there were no such two people. The two of them also noticed Xuan's presence at this moment, at which point the woman forced the old man back and looked at Xuan with cold eyes. As she watched, the woman was also curious, as she could not sense how strong Xuan was. All she could sense was that Xuan was surrounded by terrifying sword intent, which was preventing her spiritual sense from probing his cultivation level. The woman asked coldly, "In this true tomb, only those who had reached the Supreme Realm could enter. Since he was here, he was definitely a Supreme Realm expert as well. Up until now, she had been fighting with this old man, but a winner could not be decided among them. Therefore, Yi Zan's appearance here was a variable that could swing the battle either way." Yi Zan yawned lazily and said indifferently, "I'm Yi Zan." Yi Zan. She was momentarily stunned, but after searching her memories, she realized that she did not know who this person was. "I've never heard of you. Are you a cultivator from the Heaven Continent?" "What? The Heaven Continent?" Yi Zan was stunned. After all, he had never heard of the Heaven Continent. The Heaven Continent. If he remembered correctly, this name was recorded in a sheepskin book he had found in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. It was an area outside the East Continent. It was rumored that the mystic world was divided into 8 parts, and each part was separated by worldly power. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Zan finally recollected what he knew about the Heaven Continent. He waved his hand and replied, "I'm not from the Heaven Continent. I belong to the East Continent." East Continent. At this moment, she was also momentarily stunned. After a long while, she said, "There's actually a Supreme Realm expert in the East Continent." In her memory, the East Continent was the weakest among the 8 continents. Not only that, fate energy in the East Continent, along with the potential of its cultivators, was lacking in comparison to the other 7 continents. In the East Continent, those who could cultivate to the Supreme Realm would be able to do whatever they wanted. However, it was not easy to cultivate to the point where one became a Supreme Realm expert in the East Continent. At this moment, she became very curious about Yi Zan. In such a barren place, how did this person manage to become a Supreme Realm expert? Moreover, he even seemed younger than her. How much of a genius was he in that case? The more she thought about it, the more she could not believe it. After all, she was known as a peerless genius in the Heaven Continent. Among the cultivators of the same generation, no one was her match, and even among the older generation. Ever since she started cultivating, she had never held any cultivator in high regard. She had always felt that they were not worthy of being her competitors. Although there were many geniuses in the Heaven Continent, from her perspective, these geniuses were just ordinary. After carefully examining Yi Zan's sword and tent, she came to a conclusion that this expert who had suddenly appeared was also very powerful, and he should not be provoked. "Haha, so this little brother is from the East Continent. Pleased to meet you." At this moment, the thin old man also approached Yi Zan with a smile on his face, clearly trying to get on Yi Zan's good side. Both sides knew that Yi Zan was the key variable in this situation. Chapter 528, Xianxia. If he could get closer to Yi Zan and get his assistance, then his victory would be assured. Over the past few days, Xianxia had been locked in combat with Yanran, but until now, no victor had been determined. "I'm from the Immortal Divine Sect in the South Continent. My name is Xianxia. Which faction does junior brother hail from?" After hearing this, Yi Zan was very surprised. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. The Immortal Divine Sect, they also existed in the South Continent. Yi Zan quickly asked, "Is there any connection between your South Continent's Immortal Divine Sect and my East Continent's Immortal Divine Sect?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately became excited. Hearing that Yi Zan actually knew the Immortal Divine Sect, he thought that things would be easier. If they were from the same sect, then he could just ask him for help straight up later. Thinking this, Xianxia was even happier and immediately said, "There is definitely a connection. Before the mystic world was divided into 8 parts, we all came from the same faction. Even the secret techniques and divine powers that we cultivate are surprisingly similar." Hearing this, Yi Zan immediately laughed. After hearing Yi Zan's hearty laughter, Xianxia secretly rejoiced. It seems that this young man is related to the Immortal Divine Sect over there. In this case, I'll be able to win. Although he belonged to the South Continent's Immortal Divine Sect, both sects had the same origins. Things were looking up, so what if there are 2 of you? Bring it on. Yanran was also making her own conclusions. Seeing Yi Zan and the old man laughing so happily, she was already regarding Yi Zan as an enemy. Moments later, she flew up into the air and pressed down with both hands, circulating her supreme power to create a huge tornado. Yanran was at the center of the tornado, prepared for a bitter battle. This aura, it's actually the Great Desolation technique. Yi Zan was surprised and looked at her in disbelief. As one of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's chiefs, he was naturally very familiar with the Great Desolation technique that the sect master used. The technique Yanran had used was undoubtedly the same thing. Could it be that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect also existed in the Heaven continent? Xuan was dumbfounded. Why had his teacher never mentioned this to him? Or perhaps, even his teacher did not know about this. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect was also an extremely ancient sect. Perhaps they too had been split up when the mystic world was separated into 8 parts. Forget it, I will discuss this with senior brother Gongsun after I return to the sect. After all, even if the Great Wilderness Divine Sect existed in the Heaven continent, she was still a complete stranger. However, at the very least, he now knew which side to stand on. Hee, this time I have to act like a senior brother, Xuan thought happily. At this moment, as terrifyingly strong gusts of wind blew past, the surroundings began to shake violently, as if it was about to crumble bit by bit. After seeing this, Xianxia subconsciously broke out in a cold sweat and quickly looked at Xuan. Little brother, this person is Yanran from the Heaven continent's Great Wilderness Divine Sect. She is a mid-stage Supreme Realm expert, and a formidable fighter. However, worry not, if we both work together, we'll be able to defeat her, Xianxia said. He was already thinking about how to defeat Yanran with Xuan's help. However, moments later, Xuan suddenly looked at Xianxia and said in an unpleasant tone, "Which ear of yours heard that I wanted to cooperate with you? Do you think we're close?" 2 questioning voices instantly rang out. At this time, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded, and Yanran was even more puzzled. Could it be that this man and Xianxia were not on the same side? Xianxia's face turned pale and he immediately asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" Xuan sneered and replied, "It would actually have been better if you hadn't told me that you were from the Immortal Divine Sect. I would have been a neutral bystander then. But it's different now. Since you've brought it up, I have to tell you something. I've just split Elder Taiyan from the Immortal Divine Sect in the East Continent into 2. What? After hearing this sentence, Xianxia's expression turned ugly. This person actually had such a bad relationship with the East Continent's Immortal Divine Sect, and killed one of their elders. Why did he not say this earlier? If he had said it from the beginning, he would not have tried to link the sects together. At that moment, Yanran burst out laughing. This old man was really too funny. He probably did not know what to do anymore. Xianxia's next move was a classic. "Little brother, although our South Continent's Immortal Divine Sect and the East Continent's Immortal Divine Sect are from the same sect, after being separated for so long, they have nothing to do with each other. Since you have a grudge with the East Continent's Immortal Divine Sect, you can deal with it without worrying. I will definitely not interfere." Xianxia's face was probably even more thick-skinned than a city wall. Chapter 529. A Great Argument. At this moment, Xuan stared at Xianxia with a teasing look and said, "What you just said is actually quite right, but there's another piece of bad news." "Do you want to hear it?" Xianxia's face trembled. There was another piece of bad news. At this point, he did not even hope for Xuan to help him, but was simply trying to get Xuan to stay out of the fight. However, the latter's sentence gave him a bad feeling. Moments later, Xuan calmly extended his left hand, and then purple clouds started to appear. Seeing this, Yanran was stunned. This aura is that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's cloud sky technique. After hearing this sentence, Xianxia's face turned pale in an instant. Just like the Great Desolation technique, the cloud sky technique was one of the exclusive divine powers of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. The bad news I wanted to tell you is, actually, I'm also a part of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. After hearing those words, Xianxia suddenly felt weak in the knees. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect, how did things turn out like this? At this moment, even Yanran, who had a cold expression on her face, was surprised. After all, the odds of this young man being from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were minuscule at best. It really was too shocking. An enemy had suddenly become a friend. Her expression turned strange as she deactivated her technique. Then, she flew over to him and examined him closely. This young man was quite handsome, and was extremely strong to boot. However, he was definitely a little younger than she was. In that case, would he not be considered her junior brother? Yanran could not help but think to herself, in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, I'm already considered very young, but I actually met someone younger than I am. We're from the same sect, so we can almost be considered peers. However, since I'm older than this man, shouldn't he call me senior sister? At this moment, Yanran felt a little happy. Although she was very powerful in the Heaven Continent's Great Wilderness Divine Sect, she was the youngest among her generation. It was precisely because of this that she felt extremely displeased. After all, with her strength, why did she have to call others senior brother? However, there was now someone younger than her. Yanran moistened her throat and said, "So it's junior brother." Before she could finish, Xuan immediately interrupted her. "What's this? You can't say such things. I'm your senior brother." After hearing this, Yanran was dumbfounded. She said coldly, "I'm older than you, so isn't it only natural for me to be your senior sister? Who said that being older gives one seniority?" Xuan retorted rudely, not wanting to back down at all. Xianxia, who was standing beside them, had long been ignored by the two. At this moment, Yanran was already a little angry. She finally had the chance to get someone to call her senior sister, so how could she let go of such an opportunity? No matter what, she had to become a senior sister today. At that moment, Yanran raised her head and puffed out her chest, saying without any scruples, "I'm not only older than you, I'm stronger than you in every aspect." Liar! Who would believe you? Xuan was a little puzzled. Although Yanran looked very cold, why did she not seem very smart? She was like a little girl squabbling over a minor title difference. Was it not a good thing to be a junior sister? If anyone dared to provoke her, then she could call her senior brothers to teach them a lesson. Where could one find such a good deal? What was the big deal with being a senior sister? Besides, I still don't know what it feels like to be a senior brother, so don't fight with me, okay? Hearing Yanran's words, he knew that she did not have the experience of arguing with others, so he directly turned around and said without a care, "I don't care, I'm your senior brother. The two of you, can you take my presence into consideration when you're quarreling?" Xianxia trembled with anger as he spoke. He was a mighty supreme realm expert, but now he was being treated as if he did not exist. How could he tolerate this? However, as soon as he finished speaking, two extremely cold gazes turned toward him, causing Xianxia to shiver in fear. He could only think in his heart, "Fine, okay, I won't provoke you." At this moment, both Xuan and Yanran were similar in the sense that they were the youngest among their peers in their respective sects, so they wanted nothing more than to experience what it was like to be a senior brother or sister. Neither was willing to give in to the other. Xuan glanced at Yanran and knew that there was no point in continuing the argument. After thinking about it again and again, Xuan finally made up his mind. "How about this? I can call you senior sister in the future, but you also have to call me senior brother. How about this?" After hearing this, Yanran's brain could not really process it. Then, after thinking for a while, she replied, "That's a good suggestion. I agree." As long as Xuan called her senior sister, Yanran did not care about anything else. Moreover, the two continents were far apart and separated by worldly power. Were it not for this ancient tomb, they would never have encountered each other. After the exploration of the ancient tomb was over, they might not ever meet again, so a compromise was the best solution. After hearing Yanran agree, Xuan immediately called out, "Hello, senior sister." Hearing this, Yanran unconsciously laughed. Chapter 530. A meeting gift for senior sister. After hearing Xuan address her as senior sister, Yanran also looked at Xuan and said, "Hello, senior brother." Not far away, Xianxia was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This kind of thing was really something that he had never seen before. Could seniority be decided by words alone? Was this a custom that was unique to the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? These two people were really weirdos, and a perfect match for each other. While Xianxia was sighing to himself, Xuan and Yanran turned to look at him. At this moment, Xianxia's heart had turned cold. "I'm doomed this time." Just now, he was so engrossed in watching the two of them act out that farce that he forgot that he was in immense danger. He definitely would not be able to resist their combined attacks. Yanran held her sword aloft and approached Xianxia step by step, speaking in an extremely cold tone, "Old man Yang, if you're smart, you'd better take out the mammoth cauldron. Otherwise, don't blame me for what I'm about to do. Tisk, since it's in my possession, it belongs to me." The mammoth cauldron was a divine rank magic treasure, so there was no way he was going to hand it over. The sequence of events that led up to this point was very simple. Yanran had originally seen this mammoth cauldron in an ancient cave. Just as Yanran was about to grab it, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow flew over, forcing her to retreat. However, by the time the danger had passed, Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, took the opportunity to take the mammoth cauldron for himself, which enraged Yanran. Thus, the two of them had been fighting for several days. Xuan did not say anything when he saw the two of them arguing. From the conversation between the two of them, he already had a rough idea of what had happened. However, what Xuan really cared about was not the mammoth cauldron, but the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. It was obvious that there were entrances to the true tomb from the other continents. This much was obvious thanks to the presence of Yanran and Xianxia. In any case, among these treasures, the only one that Xuan really took a fancy to was the treasure in the coffin that he had set his eyes on at the beginning. However, it was a pity that his cultivation level had not reached the heights it had back then as it was now, which led to him losing the chase. If he still wanted to find the traces of that treasure at this time, it would be difficult. At this moment, Xianxia was looking at Xuan and Yanran with an ugly expression. He knew he had no hope of winning now. Knowing this, Xianxia felt ashamed, but he still said unwillingly, "Little brother, you must consider this matter carefully. After all, becoming my enemy is not a good thing for you." Things had already come this far, but Xianxia still had not given up hope. Perhaps he might still be able to get Xuan not to interfere. After all, after one reached the Supreme Realm, most people would become more cautious when doing things. Even if Xuan helped out, there were no real benefits for him. After all, the mammoth cauldron would still end up with Yanran, and there was only one treasure. Yanran could not help but look at Xuan. After all, the two sects had been separated a long time ago, so there was no real relationship between them. Besides, even now, she was not clear about how strong Xuan was. After hearing Xianxia's words, what choice would he make? Would he help or just stand by? Still, no matter what choice Xuan made, Yanran would not take it to heart. After all, she had great confidence in her own strength. She would be able to defeat Xianxia alone. Moments later, Xuan said with a smile, "Do you know what's the most annoying thing in my life? It's the thing you just did." As soon as he said this, Xuan once again looked at Yanran and said with a smile, "Senior sister, since this is our first meeting, I'll help you get this mammoth cauldron back as a gift." After hearing this, Yanran was stunned. What did Xuan mean by this? With her own ability, she could also take it back herself, okay. How could he call it a meeting gift? "Senior brother, there's no need to be so polite. I'll take it back myself." After hesitating for a while, she refused Xuan's offer. After all, she did not want to owe anyone anything. Moreover, she still wanted to properly display her strength. At that time, once he was convinced, he would have to obediently call her senior sister. However, what Yanran did not expect was that Xuan's thoughts were exactly the same as hers, and he had taken action first. At this moment, Xuan stood in front of Yanran without hesitation and said, "Senior sister, just stay behind me. I'll settle this for you." Although Yanran felt a little strange, it was the first time she was protected by someone like this, so she was not sure how to feel. With her strength, when did she need others to protect her? Even though this feeling was very strange, it also made her feel slightly warm. This guy was both hateful and admirable at the same time. Seeing her reaction, Xuan made a pose he thought was handsome and raised his right hand high. Moments later, an extremely overbearing sword intent wreaked havoc in all directions, even creating spatial cracks around them. At that moment, the entire space began to tremble violently, as if it was afraid by Xuan's sword intent. Seeing this, Yanran was so shocked that she could not speak. His sword intent is this powerful. Chapter 531, The Might of the Boundless Palm. Yanran even felt a little incredulous that there was actually someone in this world who possessed such powerful sword intent. Xuan's sword intent then coalesced and descended upon Xianxia, causing the sky to darken, and the ground to tremble. It was just one sword strike, yet Xianxia could sense a fatal danger from it. Without hesitation, he took out the mammoth cauldron and mobilized all of the spiritual power in his body to resist Xuan's attack. The mammoth cauldron emitted dazzling light, as it clashed with the descending sword beam. Xianxia felt his arms go numb, and he continuously retreated. Seeing this, Xuan was also very surprised. He had just reached the Supreme Realm, yet was able to push back a mid-stage Supreme Realm expert. Although he had only cultivated his divine body to the early stage, it was already comparable to the divine bodies of many mid-stage Supreme Realm experts. Furthermore, the Flora sword technique augmented and multiplied his strength. It was more than enough to deal with xianxia. Even though it was just a casual attack, Yanran was shocked. She had been fighting with xianxia for several days, but had not made any headway. However, Xuan seemed to have gained the advantage with a single attack. This meant that this senior brother of hers was stronger than she was. How did someone cultivating in the barren East continent grow this strong? At this moment, xianxia was infuriated. He lifted the mammoth cauldron and hurled it toward Xuan, charging toward Xuan under its cover. As he displayed his full strength, even space started to distort. "You shameless thing, you asked for this!" xianxia shouted angrily as he charged over to Xuan with lightning speed. He knew very well that Xuan was a master of the sword. However, the latter did not have a sword in his hand. As long as he could get close to Xuan, his chances of winning would greatly increase. After all, Xuan's strength stemmed from the power of his sword technique. After seeing this, Yanran instantly deciphered xianxia's intentions and quickly shouted, "Senior brother, where's your sword? Hurry up and take it out. Don't let him get close to you." "Hehe, it's too late for that now." xianxia laughed out loud, as he appeared by Xuan's side and threw a merciless punch. Just as he thought he was about to succeed, he suddenly noticed that Xuan's expression was still very calm. Xuan raised his left hand unhurriedly, and rays of golden light wrapped themselves around it. Moments later, a golden seal was condensed around his hand. One look was enough to tell how powerful it was. His palm then slammed into xianxia's fist, leveling several mountains behind xianxia to the ground. It can't be. This can't be true. xianxia simply could not believe what had happened. When he had clashed with Xuan just now, his hand and arm had been ruthlessly broken, and he was in extreme pain. The power of this palm strike sent him flying thousands of meters away, and Xuan immediately pursued. Seeing this, Yanran also hurriedly followed behind Xuan, her face filled with disbelief. She and xianxia were experienced and knowledgeable people. The attack that Xuan had just launched contained a mysterious power that could only have come from an immortal grade divine power. Why does he have an immortal grade divine power? A secret technique like that rivals even the complete version of the Great Desolation technique. As much as she was surprised, Yanran also felt a little excited. She had a powerful senior brother. Also, this senior brother also had to address her as senior sister. That deal was really worth it. After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, xianxia was dispirited and listless. There was not a single place on his body that did not hurt. Xuan's boundless palm technique was so powerful that it had damaged his internal organs. xianxia had not expected Xuan's close combat ability to rival his sword technique. He immediately took out a pill and ate it to treat his injuries. It had only been a while, but the damage Xuan had caused him was significantly healed. However, the damage to his organs had yet to recover. Even so, the recovery ability of a Supreme Realm expert was truly something else. "You stinky fellow, you are indeed powerful. However, I was caught by surprise and didn't manage to dodge. You were just lucky just now. Things will be different now." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a sword. With the mammoth cauldron in one hand and the sword in the other, xianxia's aura seemed to have undergone a huge change due to the two magical artifacts. "Ignorant brat, die!" After angrily shouting, xianxia drew his sword and swung it at Xuan. Xuan's expression remained calm. He actually wanted to compete with me. He really thought too highly of himself. The sword in my hand is called the Disha sword, and it's a top-grade sword. I know that you're an expert in the sword Dao, but I'm still going to challenge you today. If you can block my sword strikes, I'll let you off today, xianxia said with his head held high. Then, his majestic sword intent coalesced into a sword beam. Xuan was still smiling. Chapter 532, Killing with One Move. If he said that, then what should I say later? Shouldn't I be the one to say that? Xuan was stunned. He was extremely unhappy that xianxia had stolen his lines. Xianxia was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he sneered, "As a sword cultivator, don't tell me you don't even have your own sword." After hearing this, Yanran was also surprised. Xianxia was right. Xuan was clearly a sword cultivator, yet why had he not taken out his sword? After hesitating for a while, Yanran took out a high-grade sword from her storage space and threw it over to Xuan. "Senior brother, I'll let you use this sword for a while. Ah, but you have to return it to me after you're done." After hearing this, Yi Zan was dumbfounded. At first, she thought that his senior sister was so rich that she could casually give him a magic artifact. It turned out that she was only lending it to him. After weighing the sword that Yanran handed over a few times, Yi Zan returned it to her. Senior sister, you can take this weapon back. I don't need it for the time being. After hearing this, Yanran's brows furrowed. Did Yi Zan disdain her sword? No matter what, this sword's grade was pretty good. Even though she was a little unhappy, she still asked curiously, what about your own sword? Hearing this, Yi Zan smiled slightly, and then took out his Cloud Heaven sword, saying indifferently, my sword is pretty ordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire sky seemed to have lost its color. As the Cloud Heaven sword asserted its dominance, the Disha sword in Xianxia's hand seemed to pale in comparison. That sword, it's a divine rank sword. Both Xianxia and Yanran were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Yi Zan actually had a divine rank sword. Furthermore, the sword seemed to have recognized Yi Zan as its master a long time ago, and they were completely in sync. This damned person was just showing off, right? He took out a divine rank sword and called it ordinary. Yanran did not know what to say anymore. She even wanted to kick Yi Zan's butt. Why did he not take out this sword earlier? If he did, she would not have made a fool of herself by lending him that inferior sword. Now, looking at the sword Yi Zan had just returned to her, Yanran suddenly felt very displeased. Moments later, she threw it down to the ground. Comparisons were really ruthless. When he saw Yi Zan take out the Cloud Heaven sword, Xianxia's face, which had been full of pride, turned pale. It was as if he had been pushed down from the top of a mountain. The difference between Yi Zan's sword and his was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Even sealed immortal realm experts would covet that sword. Why do you have a divine rank sword? Xianxia asked with a pale face. His earlier arrogance was no longer present. When he first took out the Disha sword, he believed that he would definitely win this time, but reality was cruel. If this was a game, it was like a newbie going up against a pro. There simply was no comparing the two. Xianxia's face was already covered with cold sweat, as he frantically tried to figure out what to do. Yi Zan did not want to waste time talking to him, so he simply gripped his sword and used the second move of the Flora sword technique. Yi Zan did not hold back at all. After all, he was already annoyed by this stinky old man. Moments later, an extremely terrifying sword beam coursed through the sky and came crashing down on Xianxia. Stop! Xianxia shouted from the bottom of his heart as he tried his best to block Yi Zan's attack. However, all his efforts were in vain. The moment the Disha sword touched the sword beam, it shattered in less than a second. At this moment, Xianxia could only unwillingly open his eyes wide as he watched his body being split into two by Yi Zan's powerful sword beam. Even his soul was annihilated, never to be reincarnated. Yanran could scarcely believe what she had just seen. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Xianxia, who she had been fighting fiercely with for several days, was actually killed by Yi Zan in one move. At this moment, even Yanran, who thought highly of herself, felt a little nervous. After all, there was not much difference in strength between her and Xianxia. Since Yi Zan could deal with Xianxia in one move, would it not be the same for her? Yanran's dazed expression was in stark contrast to her cold expression just now. Honestly, it painted an odd picture. After looking at Yanran's dazed expression, Yi Xuan took the mammoth cauldron from Xianxia's corpse and thought to himself, I wonder if I'll get a 10,000x reward multiplier after I give this cauldron to Yanran. Thinking this, Yi Zan got up and walked over to her, smiling. Senior sister, this mammoth cauldron will be my gift to you. Hearing this, she quickly came back to her senses. Chapter 533, The Reappearance of the Heaven-Devouring Divine Sparrow. Thank you, senior brother. You're so kind. Yanran accepted the gift from Yi Zan without hesitation. After all, this mammoth cauldron had belonged to her from the beginning. It was only due to that unfortunate encounter with the heaven-devouring divine sparrow that Xianxia had managed to snatch it from her. She also believed that she would have beaten Xianxia eventually. Still, being given a gift like this was pleasing and comforting. It made her a little happy. After hesitating for a while, she finally said shyly, why don't you just call me junior sister in the future? After saying this, Yanran immediately regretted it. She had only heard him call her senior sister once or twice. Why was happiness so fleeting? Still, she had to admit that Yi Zan's strength did qualify him to be her senior brother. At this moment, Xuan almost burst out laughing when he saw Yanran's embarrassed expression. It was really too funny. How could Yanran be both cold and silly? She no longer seemed like that cold and aloof person he had seen at the beginning, but rather like an innocent girl. Hee, alright, I'll call you junior sister from now on. Xuan could not hold back the smile on his face as he watched her grit her teeth, frustrated and helpless. Seeing this, Yanran immediately turned her back to Xuan angrily, but from time to time, she would still quietly turn around to glance at him. Ding! As you have given Yanran the mammoth cauldron, you have obtained a randomized 10,000x critical reward. It really happened. Xuan was extremely excited. He did not have much hope of receiving a reward at first, but he really did get it. The system considered Yanran as part of the sect, even though her branch of the sect was from a different continent. The system was truly awesome. System, can you explain to me why this is happening? Xuan asked the system out of curiosity. Host, although your two sects are not located within the same continent, the inheritances, legacies and cultivation techniques of the two sects are of similar origin. As long as that is the case, the system will recognize the other party as a member of your sect. Oh, so that's the reason. This reward made his efforts just now completely worthwhile. Host, do you want to receive the reward immediately? Alright, Xuan replied. He was extremely curious about the reward he would receive. Ding! Congratulations! The host has obtained the heaven rank magic treasure, Boundless Cauldron. A heaven rank magic treasure. Xuan was a little surprised by this. However, after taking a closer look at the effects of the Boundless Cauldron, Xuan could not smile anymore. These effects really make me speechless. The Boundless Cauldron was very powerful in terms of defense. Not only could it be used in battle, but it could also be used to make pills. However, it had another function that made Xuan extremely unhappy. When he encountered a strong enemy, Xuan could use the Boundless Cauldron to escape. The Boundless Cauldron seemed to be connected to the outside world, and the space inside was extremely vast. When he was at his wit's end, Xuan could simply hide in the Boundless Cauldron and escape to safety. However, Xuan was a sword cultivator. When had he ever needed to run or escape? To him, this was a disgraceful ability that he would never use. Sigh, forget it, let's just take it first. After all, who knows what the future holds? After much hesitation, Xuan smiled and put the Boundless Cauldron into his storage space. Besides, after this trip was over, he wanted to return and teach his disciples how to refine medicinal pills. This cauldron came at just the right time. In fact, there were many alchemy scrolls on Cloud Sky Peak. However, the pills that were refined from those scrolls were of a very low level and were not very practical. Even so, Xuan was in existence that had the system. Even the most basic pills would be made useful thanks to the system's rewards. Thinking this, Xuan's mood instantly became brighter. At this moment, a loud explosion was heard, causing Yanran's expression to change drastically. She gazed into the horizon and frowned. Heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Hearing this, Xuan's brows furrowed, and his eyes turned to follow her line of sight. In the distance, he could see a huge bird with flames spurting out from its entire body, flying through the sky and absorbing the spiritual energy of its surroundings. As it did so, its strength continued to rise, and it broke through to the middle stage of the supreme realm. Xuan was not afraid. On the contrary, he was very excited. The heaven-devouring divine sparrow that he had been painstakingly tracking for a long time had finally shown its face. There were 3 other powerful beasts that appeared together with it. Ha ha ha, I've finally found you. Xuan's face was beaming as he said this. Yanran also looked at Xuan at this moment because she could clearly sense Xuan's determination to kill the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Senior brother, why do you value this heaven-devouring divine sparrow so much? It's actually nothing much, it's just that my main purpose in coming here is for this heaven-devouring divine sparrow, Xuan replied with a smile. Yanran's eyes were fixed on Xuan, after which she said, let's go then. We'll join in the fun. As soon as she finished speaking, Yanran flew toward the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Xuan also followed closely behind. In the sky, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow had already condensed a tornado using its powerful devouring power, using it to absorb even more spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Not far away, the Pixiu and Xuan were no longer calm. Only the black tortoise with the bronze coffin on its back remained calm as it watched the scene unhurriedly. After all, the black tortoise was stronger than the other 3 powerful beasts, so it was not afraid of the other 3. Shortly after, Yanran appeared on the scene, attracting the attention of all the cultivators present. How did the genius of the Heaven Continent's Great Wilderness Divine Sect end up coming to this place? After seeing Yanran, an old man with a head full of white hair said with a cloying expression. Hee, old white brow, have you taken a fancy to that little girl? Not far away, another wretched old man spoke up. At this moment, another old man in a white robe spoke. Old white brow, this isn't the territory of the Yin-Yang Divine Sect's territory. You can't be so presumptuous and snatch women as you please. That girl belongs to the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and try. If you anger Taoist Sun, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. After hearing these words, the white-browed old man was unconvinced. Tisk, I'll do whatever I want. As long as I want to do something, I will do it. I'm not afraid of Taoist Sun. So what if she's a genius from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? I want her because she's extraordinary. After saying this, the white-browed old man laughed evilly. Chapter 534, The White-Browed Old Man, Part 1. If he really succeeded in capturing her, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect would be furious. Ha ha ha, I'm so excited just thinking about it. The white-browed old man said with an evil smile as he looked in Yanran's direction. He loved this sort of thing the most, as it gave him a challenge, and overcoming challenges gave him pleasure and joy. He was not as strong as Taoist Sun, but that was that and this was this. Dealing with this little girl would not be troublesome at all. Seeing this, the white-robed old man who had tried to persuade him earlier also sighed. After all, almost all the cultivators here knew that the white-browed old man was a sleazy person. After all, he cultivated the evil path, which specialized in gathering yin to supplement yang, and capturing women to supplement his cultivation. The more outstanding a woman was, the faster his cultivation would grow. He was the sect master of the Yin-Yang Divine Sect, and he had defiled almost all of the sect's female disciples. Even those little girls who were not yet of age, as long as they were beautiful, none of them could escape. Over the years, the Yin-Yang Divine Sect had done all sorts of bad things, and even stretched out their hands to harm the female disciples of the other sects. Therefore, it was normal for the white-browed old man to have his eyes on Yanran. Incidentally, this white-browed old man was an advanced stage supreme realm expert. On Yanran's side, when she arrived in this space, she immediately noticed the white-browed old man's gaze, which disgusted her. Who would feel comfortable being stared at by an evil old man? Yanran had heard about this white-browed old man, so she was very cautious about this. That being said, ever since she started cultivating, she had almost never been defeated, so she was not one to retreat without a fight. At this moment, space distorted again, and Yi Zan appeared behind Yanran. Oh, who is that man? After Yi Zan arrived, all of the cultivators cast curious gazes at him. The door of the ancient tomb had opened, and almost all of the cultivators. Although they knew most of them, there were still some that they had never seen before. In this case, Yi Zan was an expert they had never seen before. Yi Zan immediately noticed the malicious gazes around him and frowned. Why are there so many cultivators in this place? After scanning his surroundings, he got down to thinking. If his guess was right, these were all Supreme Realm cultivators from the other continent. Because it was his first time here, Yi Zan seemed to be very low-key, silently standing behind Yanran. However, he then sensed an extremely disgusting gaze. When he turned to look for its source, he spotted the white-browed old man, who was staring lustfully at Yanran. Seeing this, Yi Zan said to Yanran, I must say, junior sister, you're really charming. Even this old man is attracted to you. He hasn't taken his gaze off you even once. Hearing this, a strong sense of disgust arose in Yanran's heart again. She snorted coldly, it's really nauseating. Hearing this, Yi Zan's curiosity was piqued and he asked, Junior sister, do you know who this person is? He's the master of the Yin-Yang Divine Sect. We usually call him the white-browed old man. His cultivation technique is very evil. It absorbs yin to supplement yang, and is spurned by the public, Yanran replied angrily. After hearing this, Yi Zan became even more curious and wanted to know what kind of cultivation technique this white-browed old man was cultivating. Junior sister, do you know the details? How does he absorb yin to supplement yang? Looking at Yi Zan's curious face, Yanran hesitated for a while, not knowing how to respond. After a long while, she finally replied, absorbing yin to supplement yang. How else do you think would happen? He's cultivating a cultivation technique that requires him to use women during cultivation. He'll use dual cultivation to improve his strength. The more talented a woman is, the more effective she will be for his cultivation technique. After saying this, Yanran turned around and looked at Yi Zan. Her face was red as she continued, over the years, the white-browed old man has defiled almost all of the women in his sect. All of the good-looking ones have disappeared. After saying this, she could not help but grit her teeth and look in the direction of the white-browed old man, wishing she could kill him. This person was simply a demon and should not be allowed to exist in this world. After hearing this, Yi Zan also understood and said with a smile, I see. I didn't expect Junior's sister to know so much about this. Yanran immediately glared at Yi Zan fiercely, clenching her little fists. Yi Zan, do you find this funny? Ahem, I was just joking, just joking. Don't take it seriously, okay? Seeing Yanran's angry look, Yi Zan quickly explained. Scoundrel, if you dare to speak such nonsense again, I'm going to ignore you. After saying this, Yanran pouted and turned around. On the other hand, when the white-browed old man saw Yi Zan and Yanran flirting with each other, he made a decision to kill Yi Zan. In his eyes, Yanran was already his woman. This was already intolerable. The white-browed old man suddenly laughed evilly and thought viciously, I'm afraid another peerless genius is going to die in my hands, haha. In recent times, the white-browed old man had already secretly killed many peerless geniuses in order to prevent them from becoming a threat to him in the future. After noticing the white-browed old man's malicious gaze, the people present already knew what he wanted to do. However, they did not interfere and chose to simply watch the show. I'm afraid that this handsome young man will die here. He probably doesn't know that the white-browed old man is hellbent on killing him yet. He's still smiling and hitting on that girl. Let's see if he ends up surviving. Everyone was conversing nonchalantly, as they were already used to such behavior from the white-browed old man. As long as it was not related to them, they would not interfere. The white-browed old man slowly flew over to Yi Zan and Yanran and said with an evil smile, Hee, seeing that the two of you have already reached the supreme realm at such a young age, you are indeed geniuses. This is the first time in my life that I've seen geniuses as outstanding as you two. I'm sure you'll achieve extraordinary things in the future. The white-browed old man tried his best to make himself look approachable. However, anyone who had eyes could tell that the white-browed old man was up to no good. When Yanran saw him approach, she had already started to mobilize the spiritual power in her body secretly. Just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Yi Zan. Although Yanran was very unhappy, she secretly endured it when she recalled Yi Zan's strength and left the matter to him to handle. Yi Zan stood in front of Yanran, and spoke with a smile. Fellow Taoist must be joking. The two of us cannot be compared to you. After hearing this, the white-browed old man felt somewhat happy. It seemed that this stinky young man was quite good at flattering others. Perhaps he would not kill this young man after all. He was in need of a servant in any case. Hee, that's true, the white-browed old man replied very proudly. However, what he did not expect was that Yi Zan's next words almost drove him crazy. Chapter 535, The White-Browed Old Man, Part 2. Fellow Taoist, you really live up to your reputation. Even though you have a head full of white hair, you're still so brave and heroic, having thousands of women like that. In the history of this world, I'm afraid no one can compare to you. Compared to fellow Taoist, how could we dare to be arrogant? After all, we're a pure couple, and don't want to be tainted by you. As soon as he finished speaking, all of the cultivators who were watching the show burst into laughter. PFF'd, I think highly of this little guy. It's been so long since I saw someone speak to the white-browed old man like this. He's not wrong though, ha ha ha. At this moment, even Yanran laughed out loud. However, she quickly caught herself and suppressed her laughter. This Yi Zan was really too interesting. At first, she was disgusted by Yi Zan's flattery. As a member of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, how could they lower themselves before such an evil person? However, unexpectedly, Yi Zan had then turned his words of flattery into insults. Be starred, you're digging your own grave. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-browed old man launched an attack without hesitation, hurling sharp needles toward Yi Zan. The onlookers were caught off guard. It's actually Yama's needles. It seems that the white-browed old man is furious seeing that he is using that technique right off the bat. They could already envision Xuan being pierced by thousands of needles. This was the white-browed old man's signature move, and each needle contained a different type of poison. Furthermore, these poisons complemented each other and mixed to form a much stronger and deadlier poison that could easily kill most experts. Honestly, if Xuan had not been prepared, he probably would not have been able to escape this time. Dodge quickly, senior brother. Yanran's little face turned pale. She took out the mammoth cauldron to help Xuan, but it was too late. Clang. Just as everyone thought that Xuan would definitely lose his life, the sound of metal colliding rang out. In front of Xuan, a large cauldron appeared out of thin air, blocking those needles. The white-browed old man was shocked. His signature move had been blocked so easily. However, when he saw the huge cauldron in front of Xuan, he quickly decided that it belonged to him as well. That being said, he was a little cautious. Little fellow, where are you from? No ordinary expert would be able to use such a treasure for self-defense. Xuan put away the boundless cauldron unhurriedly and looked at the white-browed old man gravely. You're called the white-browed old man. I originally wanted to play around with you for a while, but since you're in such a hurry to reincarnate, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan floated in the air with a calm expression and continued, White-browed old man, I'm Xuan of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Die. Moments later, waves of overbearing sword intent surged out. After seeing this, everyone's impression of him had changed. This young man was extraordinary. He's really good. This young man has endless potential. He actually dared to provoke the white-browed old man. Is he confident that he can beat him? Even though the white-browed old man is indeed loathsome, he's a bona fide advanced stage supreme realm expert. Even if Taoist Sun was here, it would still take him a lot of effort to defeat the white-browed old man. Did you hear that? This guy is from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect too. As soon as that sentence was spoken, everyone was shocked. Heavens, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect actually has two outstanding geniuses. Was the Great Wilderness Divine Sect going to surpass the other top holy lands now? Many geniuses had already experienced how heaven-defying Yanran was, but they had never heard of Xuan. When and where had this guy popped up from? They were all interested in how strong he was. After hearing Xuan's naked contempt, the white-browed old man's face turned black. Young man, you're quite bold. Still, you're no different from the geniuses of killed. They were not strong, but each and every one of them believed that they were invincible. As a result, they're all dead. After saying that, the white-browed old man waved his hand angrily and continued, without sufficient strength, provoking me will only make you lose your little life. Hearing this, Xuan just smiled and did not say anything, because he had long been tired of hearing such words. At this time, Yanran became worried and stood on Xuan's left, preparing to join forces with him. No matter what, the white-browed old man's target was her, and Xuan only became a target because he was with her. If anything happened to Xuan today, she would blame herself for the rest of her life. Today, let us fight side by side. Chapter 536, White-Browed Old Man, Part 3. Hearing this and seeing her get into a fighting stance, Xuan suddenly turned around and said, Junior sister, with your senior brother here, do you really need to make a move? Just stay back and leave the rest to me. Xuan did not forget to wink at Yanran, whose face instantly turned red. She felt a little angry, and moved behind Xuan while saying, keep pretending. Don't ask for my help if you can't win later. Although she said that, she did not put away the sword she had drawn. She was prepared to help out if the situation turned bad. Xuan only smiled when he saw this scene and did not say anything. Although Yanran looked quite cold, she was too silly and cute. At this moment, Xuan once again looked at the white-browed old man and said, Old man, your mouth is saying things that your body can't do. If you truly mean what you said, then come at me and stop yapping. Bestowed, you're simply seeking your own destruction. The white-browed old man could no longer suppress his anger. His reputation had been ruined by this little guy. Normally, everyone would be frightened by his mere presence, but this guy actually dared to insult him so openly. Little fellow, I'll show you what I'm capable of today. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch that caused space to distort. Xuan did not let his guard down. After all, the white-browed old man was an advanced stage supreme realm expert. He immediately switched to using the boundless palm technique and slapped the incoming fist. In an instant, the fist and a palm collided with each other, creating a loud boom. Then, They both took a few steps back. However, in terms of the number of steps they were pushed back, the white-browed old man emerged ahead. After all, his cultivation level was higher than Yi Zan's. Still, that did not mean that he would lose. I didn't expect you to be so strong, little guy. The white-browed old man could feel the sting of Yi Zan's blow on his fist. That punch was to test Yi Zan's strength. Hee, it's just so-so. Yi Zan was not feeling any better in reality, his calmness was just an act. However, he was confident that his magic artifacts and divine powers would be able to bridge the cultivation gap between him and the white-browed old man. Haha, I really want to see just how long you can continue to act tough. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-browed old man launched a full-force attack. His aura was even comparable to the 4 powerful beasts in the distance. The space around them began to tremble violently and thunder rumbled above them. Seeing this, Yanran was ready to act at any time, keeping a close eye on the battle situation. If Yi Zan was in any danger, she would immediately take action. However, to her surprise, as time passed, she found that her senior brother was not at a disadvantage. He's too strong. Not only is his sword technique astonishing, but he has also cultivated this palm technique to perfection. It looks light, but feels heavy. What a strange but superb palm technique. Yanran was admiring Yi Zan's boundless palm technique. As powerful as the Great Desolation technique was, it could not be compared to Yi Zan's sword and palm techniques, which were immortal-grade divine powers. Watching the battle between Yi Zan and the white-browed old man, Yanran could not help but feel her blood boil. If I had that palm technique, I would no longer need to fear the white-browed old man. However, she felt very helpless. After all, there was no palm technique like Yi Zan's in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. This puzzled her. Logically speaking, was the Great Wilderness Divine Sect in the East Continent not supposed to be weaker than the one in the Heaven Continent? How did they have something like this palm technique, not to mention Yi Zan's sword technique? She really wanted to learn and cultivate those 2 divine powers. Yanran looked in Yi Zan's direction. If Yi Zan turned around, he would definitely have seen the desire in her eyes. After all, Yanran had spent almost all her time in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and had not come into contact with worldly affairs. Therefore, her thoughts were very pure, and she was wholly obsessed with becoming stronger. In the sky, Yi Zan and the white-browed old man clashed again and again. As time passed, the white-browed old man became even more shocked. Why does this young man have such a powerful palm technique? He felt a little depressed. With his strength, he should have been able to easily defeat this young man, who seemed to have just reached the supreme realm. The fact that they had exchanged hundreds of blows without determining a winner was simply making a mockery of the white-browed old man's strength. Chapter 537, White-Browed Old Man, Part 4. At this moment, the white-browed old man was getting more and more confused. How could an ordinary cultivator reach Yi Zan's level? Furthermore, Yi Zan's palm technique actually made him feel pressured. Every time the white-browed old man exchanged blows with Yi Zan, he felt like he was fighting a giant. It was a terrible feeling. No, I can't let this drag on any longer. I have to use my trump card. After hesitating for a while, the white-browed old man made his decision. Haha, this little guy is really something. He's only a mid-stage Supreme Realm expert, yet he's able to fight the white-browed old man to a standstill. I'm getting more optimistic about his chances. I can't believe there was such a peerless genius hidden in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe muttered to himself. He believed that if the white-browed old man did not use his trump card, only defeat awaited him. Little guy, you're indeed quite strong, but now I won't let you do as you please anymore, the white-browed old man said through gritted teeth, implying that he had not used his full strength just now. Hearing this, Yi Zan just smiled faintly. His expression was still very calm. Yi Zan beckoned to the white-browed old man with his finger and said with a smirk, "Little doggy, hurry up then." The white-browed old man's dignity had once again taken a beating. He was utterly infuriated. In the blink of an eye, the white-browed old man sent a palm strike toward Yi Zan. Just as Yi Zan reached out with his palm to block the attack, the white-browed old man suddenly laughed proudly and secretly took out a short saber from his storage space. It's the God Saber. The onlookers were shocked. The saber that the white-browed old man had just taken out was said to be able to destroy anything. Even though this saber was not a divine rank magic artifact, it was still not something that an ordinary treasure could compare to. With the help of the God Saber, the white-browed old man had successfully dispatched many opponents. After taking it out, he immediately tried to stab Xuan to try and take advantage of the element of surprise. However, at this moment, the sound of weapons clashing rang out. At the critical moment, the sword energy around him seemed to form a tornado, protecting Xuan within it. Xuan seemed to have changed his appearance. His gaze seemed to be much sharper, and his entire being seemed to have a sharp edge. Seeing this scene, the white-browed old man was frightened and wanted to withdraw and retreat. However, his godsaber had already been tightly grasped by Xuan, making it impossible for him to retreat. Moments later, streams of golden light surged forward, knocking the white-browed old man hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Xuan seemed to be the brightest thing in the surroundings. The dense sword energy kept spinning around him, as if he was possessed by a sword god. The onlookers were surprised and, at this moment, they actually saw Xuan smile proudly. It turns out that his forte is actually sword techniques. An onlooker muttered to himself. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful sword aura in his life. The one who was the most shocked was the white-browed old man. He said with a serious expression, "I didn't expect you to be so good at hiding your strength. However, do you think you can defeat me like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the white-browed old man manipulated the godsaber from a distance to fight Xuan, while he was constantly performing complicated hand seals. A sharp needle emitting a dark light condensed in front of the white-browed old man. Different from the previous Yama's needles, this one contained an even stronger poison and was even more powerful. When the audience saw this, they held their breath again. No one expected Xuan to be able to force the white-browed old man to use this technique. Would Xuan be able to block this? While everyone waited with bated breath, Xuan's eyes glowed golden as he stared straight at the white-browed old man. He said disdainfully, "Old man, I can see that you really like needles. Perhaps yours is the size of a needle too." While everyone was filled with doubt, Xuan once again displayed his vast arsenal of artifacts. The next moment, 7 crystal-like needles floated in front of Xuan, which exuded a powerful aura. "Oh my god, he has a divine rank artifact." Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. At this moment, Xuan manipulated the 7 needles and slowly pointed them in the direction of the white-browed old man. "You shameless old man, I'll let you have a taste of your own medicine." As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan hurled the 7 needles toward the white-browed old man using the boundless palm technique. Moments later, the white-browed old man's only needle was struck down. However, Xuan's remaining 6 needles still pierced toward him. Seeing this, the white-browed old man's face instantly turned pale. He gathered his spiritual power to condense a barrier to block Xuan's 6 needles. However, everything he did was in vain. It was not until he finished condensing the barrier that he realized that the 6 needles were not affected by the barrier at all. They bypassed the shield and pierced the white-browed old man's body. A shrill scream rang out, and the white-browed old man hurriedly examined his own condition. How come I'm completely fine?" After noticing this, the white-browed old man laughed proudly again. "Ha ha ha, it seems that your needles are just to scare people. They don't have any power at all. Hee, you dared to use such a small trick to mess with me. You really are." Before he could finish, the white-browed old man's face contorted. He felt as if his entire body was being pricked by thousands of needles, and an unbearable pain spread throughout his body. Chapter 538, The White-Browed Old Man, Part 5. Before he could even let out a scream, his body suddenly went limp and he fell to the ground, transforming into a pool of thick liquid. The onlookers could not react in time to such a scene. When they came back to their senses, they looked at Xuan in fear. As for Xuan, he was indifferent to the whole thing. He calmly put away his 7 crystal-like needles and then collected the treasures left behind by the white-browed old man. Among the treasures of the white-browed elder, only the godsaber was worth mentioning. The rest were pretty worthless. After killing the white-browed old man, Xuan's name became famous. From then on, those who had heard of his feats did not dare to provoke him. Is that true? The white-browed old man was killed by Xuan. How did that happen? Can someone tell me? What's going on? Those were the questions that would be asked in the future. The onlookers present were shocked by Xuan's divine powers and magical artifacts. This time, Xuan could be considered to have done a great deed. After all, the white-browed old man had committed all kinds of evil while he was alive. Yanran was also shocked by this outcome, and looked at him with incredulity. Senior brother, where did the needles you just took out go? Quickly take them out and let me take a look at them. Xuan was stunned. Why did he feel like something was wrong with what she just said? Ahem, so you want to see my needles? Alright, I'll let you see them. Don't be surprised. As soon as he said this, Xuan reached down and took out the 7 crystal needles from his storage space. After taking them from him, Yanran was mesmerized and began to examine them closely. These small needles are so powerful. It's a little unbelievable that they managed to kill an advanced stage Supreme Realm expert. No bad. After hearing Yanran say that, Xuan did not know what to say. Were the needles good or was he good? Junior sister, these needles are really good, but I'm also very strong. They can only demonstrate their power when I wield them, okay. After hearing this, Yanran looked at Xuan in a daze, but she did not notice anything wrong. So that's how it is. Senior brother is really well-rounded. You've shown off a palm technique, sword technique and even a needle technique now. I'm really in awe. Hearing this, Xuan smiled evilly and said, if you have time, how about we have a good discussion about my needle skills? Ah, you're not lying to me. After hearing this, Yanran immediately jumped up in joy. Why would I lie to you? A gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Looking at Xuan's smirk, she was momentarily stunned as she thought to herself, why does it feel like something is wrong? Why is he smiling like that? After thinking about it again and again, Yanran really could not think of a reason. She looked at the needles in her hand. There did not seem to be anything wrong with them. Besides, Xuan was so handsome, and what he did was also what a gentleman would do. He wouldn't do anything bad to her, right? After throwing these thoughts out of her mind, Yanran looked at Xuan and replied. That's fine. If we have time another day, we can discuss it. After seeing how pure and unsullied Yanran was, Xuan started to regret his words. Was he not clearly deceiving a little girl? He was really too evil. At the thought of this, Xuan trembled. Meanwhile, Yanran was still staring at the 7 needles, unable to tear her eyes away from them. After a while, Yanran asked Xuan, by the way, what are the names of these 7 needles? Torrential pear blossom needles. When she heard Xuan's answer, Yanran muttered to herself, it sounds very powerful. These crystal needles were sparkling and translucent. Not only did they have great destructive power, but they were also hard to detect. Once the needles entered the enemy's body, it would all be over. Its name truly matched its power. After taking another look, Yanran handed the needles back unwillingly. Such a beautiful and powerful set of magic weapons. If I could have them, how cool would that be, she thought to himself, but still honestly handed the 7 needles back. Even though she had many treasures, the most precious one was the mammoth cauldron that she had just obtained not long ago. Her treasures simply could not be compared to Xuan's needles. She had already discovered that Xuan had a lot of powerful magic artifacts, but the most powerful one was that sword he wielded when she first met him. Chapter 539, Couple. Yanran's mind was in a mess. Xuan came from the East Continent, so should he not be very poor? Why did he have so many amazing magic artifacts? Sensing her gaze, Xuan said, Junior sister, if you really like these torrential pear blossom needles, then I'll give them to you. Hearing this, Yanran was stunned. Why was Xuan offering to give them to her? Was there some other meaning behind this? Thinking this, Yanran's face instantly turned red and she immediately dispelled this idea. She had to be overthinking things. After looking at the needles with reluctance, Yanran did not agree to accept it. Although she really wanted to own them, she did not want to owe someone a favor for no reason. Moreover, despite being from the same original sect, they were from different continents. No matter how close their relationship was, it would fade over time. How could she accept such a precious treasure from Xuan? Don't you like these needles? Why do you not want them now? Xuan asked with a smile. It was as clear as day that she liked them, so why was she refusing his offer? It truly was difficult to understand what she was thinking. The needles were not important to Xuan. In fact, he had only decided to use them this time around to spite the white-browed old man. Otherwise, he would not have bothered taking them out. Since there was someone who liked them, there was no reason to hold on to them. Yanran looked at the 7 needles with great interest. If she had this treasure, she would be able to protect herself better in the future. However, she really could not accept such a valuable thing from him. About this, after hesitating for a while, Yanran still waved her hand and replied, I don't want to owe anyone anything, and we're not a couple. Therefore, I won't accept such a precious treasure from you. Hearing this, Xuan rubbed his head and said, so that was what you were worried about. After thinking for a moment, Xuan looked at Yanran's face with sincerity and said gently, why don't we become a couple then? After hearing this, Yanran and Xuan looked at each other again, and her heart thumped wildly. She actually felt happy. Was he expressing his feelings to her? What should she do now? This is definitely fake. I've only met him a short while ago. How could I let him walk into my heart so easily? Or perhaps, this is love at first sight? Yanran felt very confused. In the past, if someone dared to talk to her like this, she would have sent him flying with a slap. This feeling is terrible. I can't even say no. Why is that? Part of her wanted to reject Xuan's proposal, but the other part kept urging her to agree. After thinking for a long time, Yanran finally turned her eyes back to Xuan and said after a long while, we've only known each other for a short while, so wouldn't it be bad to confirm our relationship so quickly? My teacher once told me that a relationship is about getting to know each other, falling in love, and then confirming the relationship. Isn't this too soon? Yanran said all this with an innocent face. These were all things that her teacher, Taoist Sun, had told her before. After all, she did not know much about worldly affairs. However, since her teacher had told her this, she believed it to be the truth. After Xuan heard this, he was stunned. This little girl was really as pure as a piece of white paper. After pretending to think for a while, Xuan said seriously, what you said is actually quite right. After all, how can a relationship between a couple be so urgent? Hearing this, Yanran felt a little happy. Xuan did not seem to be a big pervert. Perhaps he truly was being sincere. At this moment, Xuan said hesitantly, do you think this will work? Let's get together first, and then see if we're suitable for each other over a period of time. If you think it's okay, I'll be your boyfriend for real. Yanran was a little dumbfounded at this time and did not understand what Xuan meant by these words. Isn't that simple? I'm just going to be your nominal boyfriend first, but our relationship will remain as friends. Then, I'll slowly get to know you and fall in love with you in this kind of relationship, step by step. Is that okay? I won't do anything to you during this period of time. If you think I'm not suitable for you, then we can end our relationship. Chapter 540. Couple System. After seriously thinking about what Xuan said, Yanran had a general idea about what he meant. Xuan meant that they could get along better than friends during this period, but they could not do what a real couple could do. Looking at Xuan's handsome face and his tender gaze, Yanran admitted that she was indeed interested in such an arrangement and subconsciously agreed. All right, in any case, there was no harm in giving it a go first. If things did not work out later, she would not lose out. Furthermore, her pounding heart seemed to indicate that she did have some feelings for him. Hearing Yanran agree, Xuan was also very happy. He actually gained a girlfriend so easily. Although he was very happy, Xuan did not dare to overstep his boundaries and do something that was out of line. After all, their relationship was only temporary, and they would be separated after they left the ancient tomb. Xuan took out the torrential pear blossom needles without hesitation and handed them to Yanran. Here, junior sister, just accept these as my token of affection. If you don't accept them, I won't be happy. Looking at the needles that Xuan handed over, Yanran's heart trembled. She finally knew why Xuan confirmed their relationship first. He actually wanted to give her these needles in another way. At the thought of this, her heart was even more touched. This boyfriend of hers was quite likable. He was afraid that she would not accept them, so he actually decided to use the relationship as the pretext instead, so that she could accept the needles with peace of mind. Unknowingly, the way Yanran looked at Xuan had changed, and her cold expression had been replaced by joy. Is this the feeling of love that the teacher was talking about? It's so warm and makes me happy. Yanran thought about it happily. After all, this was her first time in a relationship. At this moment, she seemed to be full of anticipation for the days to come, and she inadvertently smiled, which left Xuan a little stunned and giddy. After receiving the needles from Xuan, she had to show some form of appreciation, so she took out a pendant and placed it in Xuan's hand. I'm poor, so I don't have anything good to give you. This pendant is made from great desolation jade. Take it as a token of affection from me. Even though it's not a rare treasure, it's still very precious. Wearing it can make your mood even better, and your cultivation will also be smoother. She looked at Xuan affectionately. This pendant could be considered her most precious treasure, and she usually carried it with her. Although it was far inferior to the torrential pear blossom needles, it reflected her feelings for Xuan. Her teacher had told her a long time ago that if a couple gave each other small gifts from time to time, their relationship would quickly become stronger. After Xuan accepted the pendant, he looked at it carefully, and then hung it on his belt. Haha, I'm very satisfied with this pendant. Xuan looked at Yanran happily. Then, he walked around in front of the onlookers, as if telling them that he had a girlfriend. After learning that Xuan was very satisfied, Yanran was also very happy, and a brilliant smile adorned her face. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the couple system and successfully binding yourself to your other half, Yanran. After officially confirming your relationship, you can get lottery draw chances. There are many amazing treasures to be found. This system notification completely stunned Xuan. Couple system, what is this thing? Xuan did not expect that his actions would awaken a couple system. What could this newly awakened couple system bring him? The lottery was not the only thing, right? While Xuan pondered this matter, the next system notification gave him the answer. The couple system is another system apart from the master and disciple system. As long as you officially confirm your relationship and give the other half a gift, you can also get a 10,000x critical reward, or even a 1 millionx critical reward. Heavens, a 1 millionx critical reward. Even Xuan, who had seen many things, could not help but take a few deep breaths when he saw this. What kind of reward would he receive from a 1 millionx critical reward? Would it allow him to immediately reach the sealed immortal realm? At this moment, Xuan was inwardly jumping with joy as if he had won the lottery. This time, he had really hit the jackpot. Amazing, amazing. Thinking this, Xuan was excited to win Yanran over as soon as possible. This system was a great source of motivation. After carefully fiddling with the needles, Yanran solemnly put them away. With these, she would be able to display much more of her strength in combat. Chapter 541, The Space in the Boundless Cauldron. Yanran was overjoyed. Today could be considered the happiest day of her life. Not only did she get a wonderful magic artifact, but she also got a caring and generous boyfriend. After all, who would be willing to give away such a precious treasure without batting an eyelid? Such an action was proof of his sincerity. On Xuan's side, he first looked at the heaven-devouring divine sparrow in the distance, then turned his gaze to the stunned onlookers, who had yet to recover from the death of the white-browed old man. After a long while, someone finally said in a trembling voice as they looked at the pool of liquid that once was the white-browed old man, "This is unbelievable." The white-browed old man couldn't even block a single move. The surrounding cultivators also felt a lingering fear at this time, and they were glad that they did not provoke Xuan earlier. Otherwise, they too would likely be pools of liquid at this moment. After all, even the white-browed old man could not stop those needles, so how could they? They also belatedly realized that Xuan had given those very same needles to Yanran, which filled them with envy. This little brother is really too generous. He didn't even blink his eyes when he gave away such a precious treasure. I feel like I've already eaten a few lemons. My mouth is sour. How nice it would be if I were a girl. I would seduce that little brother for some treasures. After hearing this, everyone immediately looked at the speaker with disdain. However, they were also extremely shocked. Xuan had actually given away the needles. Even if he wanted to hit on a girl, there was no need to give her such a precious treasure, right? Just how rich was he? Just as the onlookers were letting their imaginations run wild, an old man in a black robe stood up and said, "Hello, little brother, I am Mo Yunhai from the North Continent. It is a pleasure to meet a heroic young genius like you." As the saying goes, no one would hit a smiling person. After Xuan glanced around him, he also smiled and said, "You're too kind, too kind. I'm also very pleased to meet you." Mo Yunhai stroked his long beard as he continued, "Little brother managed to kill the white-browed old man with just a few needles. You're really powerful. I can't help but admire your strength. Haha, you really think too highly of me. With my measly strength, how would I dare to embarrass myself in front of you?" Xuan replied embarrassedly, making it seem as if he was an easy person to approach, which made the onlookers secretly give him a thumbs up. At this moment, even Yanran felt that Xuan was very modest. His strength was obvious, but he was not arrogant. This kind of personality was really rare. After hearing Yi Zan's words, Mo Yunhai was also very surprised. His eyes were fixed on Yi Zan and Yanran. The two of them were both from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and were both top geniuses. They were really a good match. In this case, it would not take long for the Great Wilderness Divine Sect to stand at the peak again. When he thought of this, Mo Yunhai could not help but sigh. Why did his own sect not have such a peerless genius? The entire sky suddenly began to shake violently. This was because the fierce battle between two ferocious beasts had actually shattered space. This is bad, the onlookers cried out in surprise. Spatial cracks began to appear everywhere, releasing a terrifying void power. Even Supreme Realm experts would find it difficult to protect themselves if they were caught within them. In the blink of an eye, an early-stage Supreme Realm expert lost his life, and even his soul was shattered. Ah, let's quickly escape, Mo Yunhai shouted in a panic, and then immediately used his protective talisman. Seeing this, the other cultivators quickly followed suit and ran for their lives. At this moment, the aura of a sealed immortal realm existence was firmly fixed on Yi Zan. Yanran also noticed this situation. Her face suddenly turned pale and she felt a little overwhelmed. The next moment, a warm arm pulled her into an embrace. Yi Zan said to the beauty in his arms with a tender expression. "Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely protect you." Hearing this, Yanran's heart started beating wildly. She did not know where to put her two hands, so she could only grab the corners of Yi Zan's clothes. A moment later, Yanran also looked around and realized that they were in a completely unfamiliar space, and were no longer in their original position. "Where is this place?" Hearing this, Yi Zan also smiled and said, "This is the internal space of the Boundless Cauldron." Yanran was already stunned. Yi Zan's Boundless Cauldron actually contained such a vast space. Just now, when she sensed the aura of the sealed immortal realm existence, she felt that she would definitely not be able to survive this time. However, unexpectedly, Yi Zan had brought them here, and it seemed that they were now safe. While she was grateful, Yanran was also very surprised. Was the Boundless Cauldron so powerful that it could even escape the senses of a sealed immortal realm existence? Even though this sealed immortal realm existence had passed away many years ago, the aura he had left behind was still extraordinary. If it attacked, even a peak-level Supreme Realm expert would not be able to withstand it. Chapter 542, The Immortal Heavenly Treasure. Outside, as the aura of the sealed immortal realm existence raged and attacked Edom, several Supreme Realm experts had already died. As for Yi Zan and Yanran, they were still safe and sound in the vast Boundless Cauldron's internal space. Incidentally, Yanran was still in Yi Zan's arms, which she felt rather conflicted about. She was embarrassed, but also felt very safe. She discovered that she actually did not want to escape Yi Zan's embrace. After continuing to enjoy it for a while, Yanran finally broke free. She slowly sized up the Boundless Cauldron's internal space. "Isn't your Boundless Cauldron way too powerful? We even managed to escape the attention of that ancient sealed immortal realm existence." Yanran felt a little envious. Her mammoth cauldron paled in comparison. She really felt like throwing it away like that sword she had lent to Yi Zan before. She glanced at Yi Zan behind her and could not help but think to herself, "I can't go on like this. I cannot compare myself with him, otherwise, everything I have will seem worthless and useless. He's taken out so many powerful magic artifacts, yet it doesn't seem like he's run out of them." The only thing that comforted her was that he was already her boyfriend nominally now. He would keep her safe, right? Thinking this, Yanran became happy again. No matter what, as long as nothing else happened, this man would always belong to her. In this world where strength was respected, who would not look up to strong cultivators? It was the same for Yanran. The stronger her boyfriend was, the safer and more proud she would feel. After some time, the commotion in the outside world died down, and the aura of the sealed immortal realm existence also disappeared. Sensing that the danger outside was gone, Yi Zan stroked Yanran's head. "All right, it's safe outside. Let's go." "Okay." Yanran nodded obediently. Then, Yi Zan teleported them out, with Yanran still in his arms. Not far away, the four powerful beasts were also injured by the aura of the sealed immortal realm existence. They were currently hovering in the air to recuperate. More and more people slowly returned once they realized that it was safe again. Most of the Supreme Realm experts of the 8 continents were eventually gathered here. After seeing this, Yi Zan was also very surprised. After all, He really did not expect the other 7 continents to have so many Supreme Realm experts. Now, he finally understood why the East Continent was said to be the most desolate place. It was because there were pitifully few Supreme Realm experts there. At this moment, the scene was quiet, which was rare. Almost everyone's eyes were attracted by the coffin on the back of the black tortoise. The coffin was a large part of the reason for the huge commotion that had just been caused. An immortal heavenly treasure. After sensing the spiritual fragrance it emitted, many people exclaimed in surprise. It seemed that the heavenly treasure everyone had been waiting for was finally going to appear, and the experts present began to circulate their spiritual power in preparation for the inevitable competition. No matter how dangerous it was, they had to try and snatch this immortal heavenly treasure. Not only would it increase their lifespan significantly, but it would greatly increase their strength, and perhaps even break through to the next minor realm. I've been waiting for the appearance of this immortal heavenly treasure. At this moment, an extremely loud voice was heard. Then, a very fat man with a chain hammer in his hand rushed over. The fat man seemed to be emitting a murderous aura. He was also very powerful, and his aura made many people's hair stand on end. Oh my god, isn't that Slaughter City's assassin leader? I didn't expect him to come and join in the fun. Many people exclaimed in shock. Even Xuan had his eyes on the man at this time, and he could clearly sense the soaring killing intent emanating from his body. It was obvious that this person was someone who was used to killing. There was a loud boom. The Pixiu, who had been recuperating, slammed its claws on the ground, scaring away the cultivators who were looking at it with greedy eyes. At that moment, everyone was shocked. How long had it been? Had it already recovered? Once the immortal heavenly treasure appeared, all of the ferocious beasts took action and used their divine powers to attack the black tortoise. A great battle was about to take place. Upon seeing this, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow began to fly around in the sky. It let out a phoenix cry and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy frantically. Then, it launched a fierce attack on the black tortoise. Seeing that the battle had commenced, the cultivators present did not make their move. Instead, they waited quietly for the opportunity to come. No one here was a fool. They knew that the first person to make their move would likely end up becoming everyone's target. It was for this reason that they were all quietly waiting for the right time. As they waited, the number of people that gathered here continued to increase. After a short while, space twisted again, and a man in luxurious clothes appeared in the sky. It's the saint of the Heavenly Wind Divine Sect, Yunhai. He's also an advanced stage Supreme Realm expert. The man's arrival caused another commotion. Chapter 543, Yunhai, Part 1. Xuan also sighed when he saw the man in luxurious clothes. It was obvious that this man was very powerful. It's actually Yunhai. Why is he here? Yanran said in a soft voice, a complicated look in her eyes. She shot a glance at Xuan, as if she had thought of some fun plan. After noticing Yanran's gaze, Xuan suddenly felt a little uneasy. Could it be that this girl was going to cause trouble? Xuan was not too sure though. After all, he did not know too much about his girlfriend. Soon it became apparent that something was up. When Yunhai arrived, he swept his gaze across the surroundings, then flew over to Yanran. Little Ran, you've actually here. I've been looking for you for a long time, Yunhai said to Yanran with a face full of concern. His eyes were filled with affection. How could Xuan not understand what was going on when he saw this? Could it be that this man was an obstacle to his path to love? Yanran's expression seemed to freeze as she spoke very impolitely. Yunhai, we're not on good terms at all. Can you please stop calling me that? Even after hearing Yanran's hostile tone, Yunhai continued to lick his lips and smile. Little Ran, I understand that you don't like me. You still think that I am a complete scumbag like before. However, I can swear that from now on, I will turn over a new leaf and pamper you well. I also understand that you only care about cultivation now and don't want to talk about relationship matters, but it doesn't matter. No matter how long it takes, I'll always be waiting for you, okay? After hearing this, Xuan had goosebumps all over his body. This guy was something else alright. A bona fide simp. However, to be honest, Yunhai seemed to be quite presentable, and he seemed to be a capable genius as well, so why did Yanran hate him so much? By his own admission, he had not been a good person before, but to what extent? Yanran said coldly, Yunhai. Can you please stop bothering me? Don't force my hand. What you do has nothing to do with me, so don't put on an act in front of me. I'm not interested. Even though Oh Yunhai felt terrible, he did not say anything. After all, he had heard such words too many times. After adjusting his state of mind, Oh Yunhai suppressed his anger and consoled himself. He had to hang in there. As long as he did that, Yanran would eventually relent and give him a chance. He was the saint of the Heavenly Wind Divine Sect, and there were no shortage of girls chasing after him. Therefore, he was very confident that he would be able to pursue Yanran eventually. Suddenly, Oh Yunhai noticed Yi Zan, who was standing beside Yanran. Why did they look so intimate? Oh Yunhai's face turned frosty as he asked in an icy tone, "May I ask who this little brother is?" "Oh, you're asking me." Yi Zan smiled and then said, "I'm Yi Zan of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. I'm also a simp like you." Ahem, I almost said the wrong thing. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master O." Hearing this, Oh Yunhai was momentarily stunned. He tried to search for recollections of this person in his memory, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recognize him. However, when he heard that Yi Zan was also from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, his nervousness subsided somewhat. The reason why the two of them were so close was probably because they were from the same sect. He had probably misunderstood just now. "Haha, you're actually a friend from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. It's a pleasure to meet you." Before Oh Yunhai could continue, Yanran suddenly said, "This is Yi Zan. He's my boyfriend." At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Oh Yunhai's face was once again covered in frost. Is this true? Oh Yunhai's heart was like a brewing storm. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He really could not believe it. Yanran had always been focused on cultivation, so how did she end up having a boyfriend without his knowledge? Besides, how could this no-name become Yanran's boyfriend? At this moment, Oh Yunhai was trying to calm himself down. He believed that Yanran had said that on purpose to make him leave. That had to be it. After all, how could a talented person like Yanran be interested in such an ordinary person? "What, you don't believe me? Then I'll reluctantly repeat it to you. This man, Yi Zan, is my boyfriend. Do you understand now?" Yanran turned around to look at Yi Zan playfully. Then, she hid in Yi Zan's arms and even deliberately rubbed her head against his chest. Only then did she look at Oh Yunhai and say, "Oh Yunhai, do you remember what I told you a long time ago? The two of us will never be together. From now on, don't come over and disturb me. I don't want my boyfriend to be jealous." Hearing this, how could Yi Zan not understand what Yanran was up to? This girl was up to no good, and was definitely intending to pit him against Oh Yunhai. That was the truth. Oh Yunhai's face turned from white to green, and then to black. He could not wait to kill Yi Zan. Chapter 544, Oh Yunhai, Part 2. Oh Yunhai already had 10,000 Ys in his heart. How did he lose to Yi Zan? Why did Yanran choose Yi Zan, despite the fact that he himself had been pursuing her for so long to no avail? He was infuriated by this, and his affection for Yanran quickly turned into hate. Fuck this. So it was like this. All this time, it was just my own fantasy. In the end, things were never going to work out. Fine then, have it your way. At this moment, Oh Yunhai seemed to have lost himself. He raised his head and screamed. Seeing this, even Yi Zan felt somewhat bad for him. He was clearly not taking this rejection well. Well, the man could only blame bad luck that Yanran had met him during this period. Relationships could not be forced anyway. Even though he sympathized with Oh Yunhai a little, there was no way that he was giving Yanran up. He was still curious as to why a peerless genius like Oh Yunhai was hated by Yanran, and if she had resisted the latter's affections for so long, how did he manage to win her over so quickly? That being said, Yi Zan was very confident in his own appearance. Furthermore, he was kind and generous. Perhaps this made him incredibly attractive to women, or at least so he thought. However, the true reason was not what he had imagined it to be. Yanran was a complete novice when it came to relationships. The biggest reason behind why she agreed was that every time her eyes met with Yi Zan's, her heart would beat faster. It was because of this that she thought that Yi Zan had successfully entered her heart. There were no other complicated reasons. "Let's leave first," Yi Zan said with a calm expression, and then he took Yanran's hand and left. He did not want to stay, lest Oh Yunhai suddenly lose control and attack him. Even though Yi Zan was not afraid of Oh Yunhai, he did not want to get entangled in a meaningless fight when the immortal heavenly treasure was so close by. Yanran was very confused at this time, staring at Yi Zan and asking, "Are are you not afraid of Yunhai? Aren't you afraid that he'll come and cause you trouble? Hearing this, Yi Zan scratched his face and said, you knew that he would come and find trouble with me, so why did you sell me out? After hearing these words, Yanran smiled and said sweetly, as my boyfriend, isn't this your responsibility? Are you afraid? Yi Zan did not know what to say. Who exactly taught this little girl this kind of twisted logic? How could she treat her boyfriend like this? However, thinking about it from another perspective, Yanran's actions were actually not bad. At least Yunhai would not be entangled with her in the future. However, he was really a little surprised just now. Yanran, who seemed like an ice-cold goddess, also could display this sort of behavior. It was perhaps something he himself would have done. Based on this situation, the two of them were actually quite compatible. Yi Zan, I have full confidence in you, okay. You will definitely be able to beat Yunhai and teach him a lesson. By doing so, you can even win my heart. Yanran clenched her little fist and looked at Yi Zan with a sincere expression. It seems that you think very highly of me, Yi Zan said with a smile on his face, but he had already started to plan in his heart. Yunhai's sudden arrival had given him a good opportunity to make some progress in his relationship with Yanran. If he performed well this time, perhaps their relationship would progress to the next level. Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity. As long as Yanran became his official girlfriend, the system might really give him that 1 million X reward multiplier. Who would not be tempted by such a reward? Yanran looked at Yi Zan, then at Yunhai. After thinking for a while, she said, in terms of cultivation level, your cultivation level isn't higher than Yunhai's. In terms of battle techniques, perhaps the two of you aren't too far apart. However, in terms of other treasures, I believe that you will definitely be able to win this battle. She had personally witnessed Yi Zan's arsenal of treasures. Since Yi Zan could restrain Yunhai with his divine rank sword, what was there to worry about? It was because of this reason that she dared to do that earlier. She could also take advantage of this opportunity to test if he was sincere toward her. If Yi Zan had true feelings for her, then he definitely would not be afraid of Yunhai. If that was the case, then he was deserving of becoming her boyfriend. At this moment, Yi Zan was still looking at Yanran with a smile. He had no clue as to what was going through her mind. Chapter 545, Yunhai, Part 3. However, things had already developed to this point, so he simply concluded that Yanran was testing him. He would prove himself to her and win her heart. Yi Zan's thoughts drifted about happily. He already had a detailed plan to defeat Yunhai and become Yanran's official boyfriend. In the distance, Yunhai finally came back to his senses after doubting his life for a while. He stared at Yi Zan coldly and said fiercely, I'm going to watch you closely and see what's so special about you. From Yunhai's perspective, Yi Zan was nothing more than an ordinary cultivator who had just reached the supreme realm. He fully expected Yi Zan to die in the upcoming battle for the immortal heavenly treasure. If Yi Zan did not die by his hands, then Yanran probably would not blame him, right? In that case, he should be able to pursue her again. I'm really smart, ha ha ha. While Yunhai was immersed in his own thoughts, the surroundings became quieter. Yunhai and the assassin leader of Slaughter City were among the experts attracted by the heavenly treasure on the back of the black tortoise. Their eyes were full of desire. At this moment, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow flew into the clouds and swooped down. It wanted to suck everyone into its stomach and digest them. Seeing this, the assassin leader immediately burst into laughter. This little bird is quite impudent. It doesn't know what's good for it. Yunhai also drew his saber and unleashed a saber beam toward the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. With a deafening sound, the huge heaven-devouring divine sparrow was split into two and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the crowd was extremely shocked. Yunhai was this strong. The heaven-devouring divine sparrow was a supreme realm beast, so there was no doubting its strength. However, it could not even withstand a single blow. When he saw the shocked expressions on the faces of the crowd, Yunhai was secretly happy. He should have been able to show off this time, right? All of a sudden, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow, which had been split into two, slowly condensed back together. Furthermore, its strength had increased significantly. At that moment, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow seemed to be very excited. It looked at Yunhai with disdain, as if to say, stinky young man, come on. Bring it on. Seeing this, Yunhai was enraged. He had thought that he had killed the heaven-devouring divine sparrow, but it had actually come back to life. Not only had it been resurrected, but the attack he had just launched had also been devoured and become a source of its strength. PFF'd. Xuan could not help but laugh. This guy was too pretentious. However, this sudden turn of events probably utterly embarrassed him. After hearing Xuan's laughter, Yunhai's face turned even darker as he spoke in a low voice, "What's so funny?" "Ahem, it's nothing. I just thought of something funny," Xuan said unhappily, and then he laughed again. It seemed like not everyone was suited for the business of showing off. Yunhai could sense the mocking tone in Xuan's voice. He really did not expect to make a fool of himself while Yanran was present. Even though his heart was filled with anger, he suddenly thought of a good idea. He forced himself to calm down and immediately looked at Xuan. "Seeing how confident brother Xuan is, your combat prowess should be pretty good, right? How about you show us what you're capable of? I'm sure everyone here would like to know how strong you are." As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers immediately echoed his words, waiting to watch the show. They could tell that there was a fight brewing between the two, though it was currently manifesting itself in the form of a competition. Yunhai was the saint of the Heavenly Wind Divine Sect, so he would attract attention no matter where he went. Furthermore, only those who had arrived early had witnessed Xuan killing the white-browed old man, and they were not about to spoil the fun. At this moment, Xuan walked out of the crowd with a calm expression. He glanced at Yunhai and said, "That's fine. Since Brother O thinks so highly of me, I would be disrespecting you by rejecting." Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Yunhai was secretly delighted. "Tisk, you brainless fellow, just you wait. I'll be the one laughing at you in a moment. I won't let you ever forget the shame you felt when that happened." Yunhai clearly did not think highly of Xuan. After all, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow was known for its powerful ability to regenerate and heal. Even though he himself had just cut the heaven-devouring divine sparrow in half, it had still survived and become even more powerful. Given Xuan's meager cultivation level, there was no way he could do anything to the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Yunhai was already looking forward to humiliating Xuan. At this moment, Xuan had already flown over to the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. He extended his left hand and waved it upward. "Tisk, acting so mysterious, aren't you going to draw your weapon?" Yunhai immediately provoked Xuan. At this moment, Xuan's right hand suddenly emitted a golden light, and an overwhelming sword intent swept out, causing strong gusts of wind and rumbling thunder. Soon, a huge sword that was over 100 meters long had condensed right above the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. Seeing this, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow could not help but shiver as memories rushed into its mind. It still remembered that Xuan had used this move to severely injure it not too long ago. Chapter 546, Yunhai, Part 4. Fake. That is definitely fake. Yunhai was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the huge sword that had condensed above the heaven-devouring divine sparrow. The sword intent that the huge sword emitted far exceeded the saber intent within his own attack earlier. There was no comparison at all. In the next moment, he seemed to have realized what was going on. His face turned pale in disbelief. Xuan had actually mastered an immortal-grade divine power. "Brother Yunhai, don't blink. I'll show you something truly wonderful," Xuan said with a smile. Then he raised his right hand and waved it down almost ceremoniously. The moment he did, the huge sword instantly descended upon the heave-devouring divine sparrow. Seeing this, the heaven-devouring divine sparrow was terrified and launched a frenzied attack, trying to throw Xuan's aim off. After seeing that everything it did was in vain, it tried to devour the attack instead. However, that was clearly a pipe dream. How could an attack of this level be devoured so easily? The huge sword came slashing down without any resistance. The heaven-devouring divine sparrow's huge body was also cut into pieces at this moment, and its blood stained the sky. At this moment, the surroundings fell silent once again. After some time, the people finally came back to their senses. This young man is too abnormal. He didn't even use his sword. A single wave of his hand was enough to leave the heaven-devouring divine sparrow in such a state. If we were on the receiving end, it would have been even more tragic. All of the cultivators present jumped up in shock at those words. Even the assassin leader looked at Xuan seriously, now treating him as his strongest rival. Yunhai's face was completely drained of blood. It was as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Xuan's combat prowess was far greater than he had ever imagined. This man who Yanran chose was definitely extraordinary. Seeing the attack that Yi Zan had just launched, he knew that even he would not be able to handle that attack. In such a situation, was it really possible to get Yanran back in the future? At this moment, he felt humiliated. After Yi Zan finished dealing with the heaven-devouring divine sparrow, he turned his gaze to Yunhai and touched the back of his head in embarrassment. This heaven-devouring divine sparrow was quite weak, and I accidentally sent it on its way so easily. I'm sure that Brother O was slacking off just now and didn't use your full strength. Otherwise, he should have been able to kill it with one strike easily. As soon as he finished speaking, all of the onlookers at the scene began to laugh. This young man really has a talent for kicking people while they're down. Mo Yunhai stroked his beard and laughed. Yi Zan's words made O Yunhai want to find a crack and hide in it. The two of them had only used one move, but the result was completely different. It was immediately obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. After hearing Yi Zan's words, O Yuna spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been waiting to mock Yi Zan, but had been mocked ruthlessly instead. Yi Zan did not care at all. Although he could sense O Yunhai's infuriated gaze, he continued to poke and prod. Little Ran, don't tell anyone about what you just saw. O Yunhai is the saint of the Heavenly Wind Divine Sect. He's a peerless genius and the sect has high hopes for him. If news of this were to spread, the outside world would probably think that his reputation is worthless. We have to help him protect his dignity, and leave him a way out. When she heard Yi Zan's serious words, Yanran could not hold it in and laughed. Yi Zan was too funny. Even though he told her not to spread it, he was clearly not keeping his voice down. It turned out that her boyfriend was quite mean. After hearing that, O Yunhai spat out another mouthful of blood. His originally handsome face was now deathly pale, and he looked extremely pitiful. That being said, Yi Zan felt quite satisfied by this outcome. Okay, I'll listen to you, Yanran replied after calming down. Then, she looked at O Yunhai and said seriously, Saint O, don't you worry. I'm not the kind of person to spread rumors, okay? At this moment, O Yunhai spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and fainted. Yi Zan's words just now had already caused him a huge wound, so what Yanran said next was like pouring salt on his wound. He had wanted to show off in front of Yanran, but had been ruthlessly humiliated instead. Damn it, this is so infuriating. Yi Zan, just you wait. This isn't the end. I'll make you understand the consequences of provoking me. O Yunhai glared at Yi Zan as he muttered to himself. He really wanted to kill Yi Zan. Were it not for the current situation, he would have already made his move. On the other side, after Yi Zan finished mocking O Yunhai, he used his spiritual sense to examine the corpse of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow, and a bone that was emitting a five-colored light soon floated over to him. Chapter 547, Divine Bone. It was heaven-devouring divine sparrow's divine bone. When it appeared, everyone cast covetous gazes toward Yi Zan. After Yi Zan examined the divine bone, he was a little dissatisfied. What's going on? Why does this divine bone only increase speed? Yi Zan was dumbfounded. He had thought that the heaven-devouring divine sparrow's divine bone would give him the devouring skill, but in the end, it only increased his speed. Although the increase in speed was significant, it paled in comparison to the devouring skill. Forget it, it's still useful I guess. Maybe with the help of the system, I can obtain something more useful, Yi Zan thought happily. Now that he was already proficient in the Flora Sword technique and Boundless Palm technique, the only thing he lacked was speed. With the help of this divine bone, that issue would no longer exist. Looking at the divine bone in his hand, Yi Zan composed himself for a moment, then turned around and looked into Yanran's eyes with sincerity. Seeing this, Yanran's heart trembled. What was this man up to this time? She subconsciously avoided his gaze. In the next moment, Yi Zan held her slender hand with a tender expression and handed the divine bone to her. Little Ran, Yi Zan said sincerely, I'll leave this divine bone with you. Yanran was dumbfounded. She looked at the divine bone in her hand in disbelief, and then turned to look at Yi Zan, who had a serious expression. Her heart was touched. Yi Zan was actually giving her the divine bone without hesitation. Did he really like her that much? Her eyes met with Yi Zan's again, and then she lowered her head shyly. Her heart was in turmoil. Had she truly fallen for him? Even though Yanran's mind was in a mess, her expression was still cold. After coming back to her senses, she asked curiously, why are you giving me such a precious treasure? Hearing this, Yi Zan smiled and said very sincerely, to me, no treasure can compare to you. Besides, isn't it appropriate to give treasures to one's girlfriend? At this very moment, Yanran once again became limp and weak, and she could hear her heart beating wildly. Then I'll accept it, Yanran said in a soft voice and a red face. Then, she put away the divine bone. With the help of the divine bone of the heaven-devouring divine sparrow, even if she did not obtain the immortal heavenly treasure, she was 100% confident that she could break through to the advanced stage of the supreme realm. Yanran was already extremely touched by Yi Zan's act of giving her the divine bone. After all, Yi Zan could also become stronger if he used this divine bone, but he chose to give it to her instead. When she heard Yi Zan say that no treasure could compare to her, the ice in Yanran's heart melted, and she wanted to jump into his arms immediately. At this moment, she truly felt that he might be the one for her. Seeing that his goddess had already fallen in love with Yi Zan, Yunhai screamed inwardly. He watched with a depressed look on his face as the woman he loved was held in someone else's arms. After a while, Yunhai cursed as he gritted his teeth. In order to pursue Yanran, Yi Zan had even given away such a precious divine bone. This was really too unbelievable. Was this a reflection of his true feelings, or was he intentionally showing off? Heavens, did he really give that away without batting an eyelid? He's something else all right. Mo Yunhai and the other cultivators were all shocked. Those who had been here earlier were even more so, because they recalled that Yi Zan had given Yanran the torrential pear blossom needles not too long ago. This kid is really generous, so much so that it's almost unsightly. The onlookers looked at Yanran with envy. After all, it was not easy to meet the right person. In Yanran's heart, it was as if she had just eaten honey, and her heart was filled with happiness. She was even full of anticipation for her future. She felt like jumping into his arms, but knew that would be inappropriate given the situation. In any case, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush. At this moment, Yi Zan's heart was also pounding after hearing the system's notification ring out in his mind. Ding! As you have given Yanran the heaven-devouring divine sparrow's divine bone, you have received a 10,000x critical reward. Congratulations! You have obtained the divine bone of the fiery phoenix. Yi Zan was very surprised, and could not wait to check out the property of the fiery phoenix's divine bone. Would it also increase his speed, or something else entirely? In any case, it was on a whole other level compared to the heaven. Devouring Divine Sparrow's Divine Bone. Chapter 548. Red Spider Lily. With the help of the fiery phoenix's divine bone, his speed should be unrivaled from now on, right? It was truly a bountiful harvest. Would the host like to start refining the fiery phoenix's divine bone immediately? Do it, system. As soon as he said this, the divine bone turned into a red light and began to merge into Yi Zan's body. At the same time, the cultivation method for the fire phoenix's divine power entered Yi Zan's mind. After refining the fiery phoenix's divine bone, Yi Zan could now move hundreds of miles virtually instantaneously, and this distance would only increase along with his mastery of the divine power. Thinking this, Yi Zan became very excited. From now on, there was probably no one who could match his speed. When he was chasing after the heaven-devouring divine sparrow back then, Yi Zan had clearly felt that he was lacking in speed, which had allowed it to escape. However, that was all in the past. In the future, even if he encountered agile enemies, he would not be at a disadvantage. Haha, this is awesome, Yi Zan thought happily and immediately began to cultivate the divine power. Thanks to his excellent comprehension ability, it did not take him long to grasp the basics. While Yi Zan was still immersed in his wonderful mood, a loud roar was heard. Is the immortal heavenly treasure finally going to appear? When they saw the coffin on the black tortoise's back shake violently, the onlookers became extremely excited. Then, a brilliant light flashed from the coffin. This coffin that had been shut for countless years was finally open. Moments later, a red spider lily emitting a dark glow slowly rose into the air. Even the space around it started to distort. After Yi Zan shouted, he held Yanran tightly in his arms. Before Yanran could break free, she also sensed the aura of a sealed immortal realm expert coming out of the coffin. It's over, hurry up and run. At this moment, all of the spectators turned pale and fled without hesitation. Yi Zan also used his boundless cauldron and hid inside with Yanran. The others were also unwilling to fall behind, and all kinds of magic artifacts were used to save their lives. However, some of the unlucky ones were instantly swept away by the aura, and did not even have time to scream before they died. The Pixiu let out a deafening sound as it shook violently. It had also been swept away by the aura of the sealed immortal realm expert and sent flying without a trace. The Xuan was not any better off either. The situation turned chaotic, and there was nothing but panic in the air. Moments later, the red spider lily that was glowing red suddenly fled into the distance. You dare to escape, don't even think about it. Yunhai immediately sensed that something was wrong and attacked the red spider lily, his eyes filled with desire. This red spider lily definitely belonged to him. If he was right, this red spider lily was the immortal heavenly treasure. If he obtained it, he would be able to surpass the supreme realm. Under such circumstances, no matter how many divine powers and secret techniques Yizan had, he would be able to deal with him easily. Furthermore, with such strength, Yanran would probably change her mind and throw herself into his arms. No matter what, in this world, strength was respected. His strength would change her heart. Hee, Yunhai, this red spider lily is mine. If you still want to keep your life, then get lost. While Yunhai was lost in his thoughts, a sudden voice broke him out of his fantasy. The assassin leader wielded his giant saber and attacked Yunhai, forcing him to dodge while shouting, "Damn it! Who do you think you are to oppose me? Does it matter who I am? You're a nobody anyway," the assassin leader replied in a domineering manner. "This isn't the Heavenly Wind Divine Sect. Your status is meaningless here." After his first attack missed, the assassin leader raised his saber and attacked again, sending Yunhai flying. At this moment, the anger in Yunhai's heart was about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. You want to be my enemy? Well, don't regret it once I'm done with you." Yunhai no longer suppressed his power and released his full strength. Then, he took out a yin-yang magic artifact and sealed the area. Waves of killing intent instantly spread out. Yunhai seemed to have turned into an emotionless assassin as he continued to launch attacks, forcing the assassin leader to retreat. At this moment, the assassin leader's anger was also aroused, and he did not hide his animosity, as he too went all out. "You are simply tired of living." As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin leader unleashed a crescent strike with his saber. What the onlookers' jaws dropped when they saw this attack. All of a sudden, a white figure flashed and rushed toward the immortal heavenly treasure. Chapter 549, Pause. Stop her. At this moment, the onlookers became united as they launched attacks together to stop Yanran. At this moment, Yanran's expression was unprecedentedly cold. Without saying a word, she activated the Great Desolation technique to launch a counterattack. Who did not want to obtain the immortal heavenly treasure? She would not show mercy to anyone who dared to block her. At this moment, her Great Desolation domain had enveloped everyone in the vicinity, and the strong pressure she exuded forced those with lower cultivation levels to retreat and give up. After all, they were too weak. If they joined in the fight, the only possible ending for them was severe injuries or death. Boom. One after another, violent collision sounds rang out. The battle became more and more heated. Yanran was holding the mammoth cauldron with one hand, while continuously using the Great Desolation technique with the other, suppressing those who got close to her. Even Yizan was shocked to see her like this. Haha, as expected of my woman. She's really strong. As for the assassin leader and Yunhai, they were already locked in a fierce battle. All of a sudden, a huge palm condensed from spiritual power appeared in the sky and tried to grab the red spider lily. Shameless fool, you actually want to fish in troubled waters, Yunhai said with a gloomy face, and immediately launched an attack. He instantly transformed into a giant rock. Flapping his wings, he released a dense rain of feather arrows toward the huge palm in the sky. There was a brief collision, and then the huge palm collapsed. At the same time, an old man with a dark face appeared within everyone's field of vision. He was the cultivator who wanted to take advantage of the situation. I was wondering who it was. It's the elder Mo Phelan. Yunhai sneered, looking down on Mo Phelan's actions. Moments later, they started fighting fiercely, kickstarting another battle. The originally peaceful area was now in chaos. Sometimes, it was hard to tell who were friends and who were enemies. Although some might be cordial on the surface, when it came to fighting for one's own interests, they would not hesitate to draw their swords. At this moment, facing so many cultivators, Yanran also felt a little strained. If this situation continued, it would not take long for her to be defeated. When she saw that Yizan was still watching the show, she suddenly became angry and roared. Yizan, what are you doing? Hurry up and come help me. I've wasted so much of my strength in the battle just now, but he is still watching the show. If this continues, I will end up crippled. After hearing her urgent call, Xuan smiled. She finally remembered that he was around. Haha, I'm coming, I'm coming. After stretching his muscles, Xuan instantly flew up to the sky to help Yanran out. However, at this moment, Yunhai decided to swing his sword at Xuan, trying to catch him off guard and kill him. Seeing this, Xuan was annoyed. Did this fool consider him to be easy pickings? I don't have time to deal with you right now. Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan casually waved his hand and released a violent sword strike, instantly disintegrating Yunhai's attack. On the other hand, the assassin leader seemed to have been possessed by the devil. No matter who stood beside him, they could not escape from his wild attacks. The immortal heavenly treasure belongs to me. I'll kill whoever snatches it. Hearing this, Yunhai laughed once more. Hee, damn B** starred. I was just messing around with you just now, but that made you arrogant, huh? Do you think it's that easy to obtain the immortal heavenly treasure? You'll have to beat me first. By the way, Xuan, you're quite arrogant. If you have the ability, come at me as well. I have no problem taking on both of you, Yunhai said heroically and pridefully. PFF'd. Don't make me laugh, okay. Xuan laughed. It was actually very easy to get the immortal heavenly treasure. All he had to do was defeat everyone present. Since you're so eager to die, I'll reluctantly agree to your request. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan once again launched a sword beam at Yunhai, but the latter managed to block it. Seeing that Xuan had joined the battle, the assassin leader sneakily began to stand by and watch. He even began to quietly eye the immortal heavenly treasure. His thoughts were easy to figure out, so Xuan and Yunhai, who were still fighting intensely, suddenly attacked the assassin leader, injuring him. At this moment, almost everyone was fighting. If this situation continued to develop, he would not be able to hold on for long given his limited spiritual power as an early-stage Supreme Realm cultivator. After hesitating for a while, Xuan glanced at Yanran, who was in the sky. She was facing everyone's attacks. If he did not hurry over to help, she might really be in trouble. As a result, he decided not to continue fighting the assassin leader and Yunhai, and started to activate the fiery phoenix divine power to rush over to help her. Haha, you want to run? Stop right there. Before Xuan could leave, Yunhai launched another attack to stop him. At this moment, Xuan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. You really think I'm a pushover, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan took out his Cloud Heaven sword without hesitation. The moment the Cloud Heaven sword appeared, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone stopped fighting in unison. Why does Xuan possess such a divine rank sword? The powerful aura released by the Cloud Heaven sword even suppressed the aura of the immortal heavenly treasure. Seeing this, Yunhai's face turned pale and powerless. He stared at the Cloud Heaven sword in Xuan's hand in disbelief. Chapter 550, Killing Spree. Why do you have that sword? Yunhai asked with a trembling voice. It was not just Yunhai who was in disbelief, everyone else was too. They could not believe what they were seeing. When the assassin leader saw the sword, his eyes were filled with desire. Hee, it's a divine rank sword. This little guy is really rich. I didn't expect him to have such a precious sword. As he muttered to himself, the assassin leader quietly moved behind Xuan. Moments later, he unleashed a powerful attack, trying to take Xuan's life while he was unprepared. Dodge quickly. In the sky, Yanran quickly warned Xuan after seeing this. She instantly went berserk, trying to rush to Xuan's side to help. At this moment, a loud bang was heard. Just as the assassin leader thought his plan had succeeded, the weapon in his hand was instantly cut in half by Xuan's Cloud Heaven sword. The assassin leader was dumbfounded, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. His treasured weapon had been destroyed just like that. Xuan stared at the assassin leader and said with a sneer, "It seems that you also want to die. Then I will send you on your way first." As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan used the Flora sword technique. An extremely terrifying sword aura swept out, causing all of the cultivators present to turn pale. Let's join forces and kill Xuan first. At this critical moment, Yunhai decided to direct everyone's focus to Xuan. The moment Xuan took out the Cloud Heaven sword, Yunhai understood that no one here would be able to defeat Xuan alone. If they wanted to defeat Xuan, they could only join forces. Otherwise, with Yi Zan present, they would have no way of competing for the immortal heavenly treasure. At that moment, all of the cultivators silently surrounded Yi Zan. Yi Zan was still very calm and disdainful when he saw that he had suddenly become the center of attention. Haha, is that it? If you have the ability, then come at me. Numbers don't matter, I'll kill all of you anyway. Tisk, Yi Zan, so what if you have that powerful magic weapon? You've only just reached the supreme realm. As long as we gang up on you, you'll run out of spiritual power sooner or later, Oh Yunhai said with a sharp tone. Then, he activated his own magic artifact and infused it with his spiritual power. Well said, this day next year will be your death anniversary. I've taken a fancy to your sword, the assassin leader chimed in as he stared at the sword in Yi Zan's hand. At this time, they were full of confidence. No matter how powerful Yi Zan was, he could not possibly kill everyone present. Cut the crap, just bring it on, Yi Zan replied heroically. From the beginning until now, he did not show any signs of panic. Haha, I'd like to see how long your arrogance lasts, Oh Yunhai roared and immediately launched an attack. Seeing this, everyone also launched their attacks at the same time, leaving Yi Zan with no space to dodge. Give me your life. At this moment, dense attacks descended upon Yi Zan like rain. At this critical moment, Yi Zan's entire body seemed to have stopped, and he did not move at all. Seeing this, the attackers were dumbfounded. What was Yi Zan doing? Could it be that he had already accepted his fate and stopped resisting? Impossible. At this moment, an earth-shattering sword aura wreaked havoc, causing a flashing lightning and rumbling thunder. The onlookers were scared out of their wits. They watched in a daze as Yi Zan raised the Cloud Heaven sword. When Yi Zan opened his eyes, a ray of light seemed to flash across them. He said calmly, "You guys are all going to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword in an arc, killing 3 Supreme Realm experts instantly. Then, one move after another, Yi Zan used the second move of the Flora Sword technique. With the sword in his hand, he continuously killed more and more people. The second move of the Flora Sword technique increased his strength by dozens of times. Fortunately for them, Yi Zan had not mastered the third move, otherwise all of his enemies would already be dead. Boom, boom, one after another, explosions sounded. In just a few breaths of time, there were countless casualties among his enemies. Yi Zan seemed to be addicted to killing at this time. No matter who it was, as long as they attacked, he would swing his sword and end their lives. Oh Yunhai was also in a sorry state. If he had not used his magic artifact, he would already be dead. On the other side, the assassin leader's eyes, which were originally filled with greed, were now filled with panic. He was trembling with fear. He had long lost the will to fight and hurriedly tried to escape. However, it was too late. Yi Zan had already painted a target on his back, and he could only widen his eyes unwillingly as he watched his body being split into 2 by Yi Zan. With a shrill cry, the assassin leader's body gradually collapsed, and even his soul was shattered by the sword. Seeing this, Oh Yunhai was scared out of his wits. He looked in Yi Zan's direction in panic. Chapter 551. Giving away the immortal heavenly treasure. With the help of the Cloud Heaven sword, Yi Zan had become the god of death. No one here could match him, even if they worked together. At this moment, Oh Yunhai felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he was young, he had almost never lost a single battle. However, he had finally tasted failure. It was as if he was a frog who had been sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Oh Yunhai was completely devastated. His originally black and shiny hair had suddenly turned white. I've lost this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Oh Yunhai felt his body go weak and he fell to the ground. He looked up at Yi Zan helplessly. The fighting spirit in his heart had long disappeared. It was only now that he finally understood why Yanran had chosen Yi Zan. In his despair, Oh Yunhai finally lowered his head. However, in the next moment, Oh Yunhai shot up into the sky and escaped without any hesitation. Seeing this, the crowd started cursing his ancestors. That damn B****Stard was the first to suggest joining forces to deal with Yi Zan, but he was also the first to escape. However, everyone also understood why he had done so. No one knew who shouted first, but the attackers instantly scrambled to escape. They were about to lose their lives, so they could not care less about the immortal heavenly treasure. It was indeed valuable, but they had to be alive to use it. Looking at the fleeing figures, Yi Zan did not pursue them. After all, he was not a psychopath murderer. Once they fled, Yi Zan smiled and activated his fiery phoenix divine power and went after the immortal heavenly treasure. At this moment, Yanran had just escaped from her own encirclement. Just as she was about to go after it as well, when she saw that someone had already taken the lead. When she noticed that it was Yi Zan, she felt conflicted. She was genuinely happy that he was the one who was going to get it, but also honestly wanted it herself. However, she decided not to fight him for it. After inwardly sighing, Yanran discarded her desire for the immortal heavenly treasure. After all, she had already obtained a lot of treasures on this trip, so she should be satisfied. Besides, she had found a particularly special treasure, which was her boyfriend. Thinking this, Yanran smiled brightly again. Looking up, she observed him intently. Floating in the sky and holding the cloud heaven sword, Yi Zan seemed like a peerless sword cultivator. After seeing what had happened to the other cultivators, no one could bring themselves to provoke or offend him. Even though Yi Zan had already taken possession of the immortal heavenly treasure, no one dared to make a move. They were not fated with the treasure. Let's leave. After a while, most of the onlookers left, as they were also afraid to be caught up in any sudden situations. If anyone made a stupid move, they might be accidentally implicated. Soon, only Yi Zan, Yanran, and those who did not provoke Yi Zan, such as Mo Yunhai, were left. Mo Yunhai stroked his long white beard and said to Yi Zan with his hands cupped, "Congratulations, little brother Yi. You managed to defeat so many opponents single-handedly, and even seize the immortal heavenly treasure. After watching your battle today, I finally understand what a peerless genius is. I'm truly impressed by you." Hearing his flattery, Yi Zan remained calm as he slowly flew over to Yanran's side. Looking at the man standing next to her, Yanran's eyes sparkled. Yi Zan's actions just now were too eye-catching. Her boyfriend was really too strong. After inadvertently glancing at the immortal heavenly treasure in Yi Zan's hand, Yanran still congratulated him with a smile on her face. "Senior brother, I really have to congratulate you in advance this time around. With this immortal heavenly treasure, breaking through to the ancient realms should be a piece of cake, right?" However, at this moment, Yi Zan looked at Yanran affectionately, glanced at the immortal heavenly treasure in his hand, and said after thinking for a moment, "Little Ran, you should be the one who uses this." Hiss. After hearing Yi Zan's words, everyone present gasped. Did I hear wrong? Yi Zan is actually giving the immortal heavenly treasure away. Mo Yunhai and the others were instantly shocked. They all thought that they were hallucinating. This was an immortal heavenly treasure. How had this little fellow given it away without batting an eyelid? Did he not know how precious it was? It would allow almost any supreme realm expert to break through to the ancient realm. Was he willing to give everything up just because she was his girlfriend? There was no need to go this far, right? The one who was the most touched was Yanran herself. At this moment, she was completely stunned. Chapter 552, Officially Together. Yi Zan actually wanted to give her the immortal heavenly treasure. She could not understand it at all. He had just spent so much effort to obtain it, yet he was giving it to her instead. She looked at him questioningly. This time, everything that happened in this ancient tomb had already exceeded her expectations. Yanran had already started to stammer. Looking at Yi Zan's tender gaze, she could not say anything. However, when her gaze turned to the immortal heavenly treasure in his hand, she could not bear to accept it. After all, Yi Zan had already given her many treasures, and she really could not bring herself to continue accepting them. She did not only care about herself. How could she allow Yi Zan to give her things without anything in return every time? After all, love should be mutual and equal, right? Thinking this, Yanran tilted her head and said, "I can't accept it." Oh my god, are these two weirdos? One is fighting to give it, and the other refuses to accept it. The onlookers who had not left were completely dumbfounded. Could they stop teasing them? If those two did not want it, why not give it to them instead? What were they trying to pull here? Hearing Yanran's response, Yi Zan was also a little surprised, but he could tell that her decision was due to her feelings for him. It seemed that he had made excellent progress in terms of solidifying their relationship. This was really good. Yi Zan looked at Yanran tenderly and said, "Little Ran, I've already told you that no treasure in this world can compare to you. Even though this immortal heavenly treasure is indeed quite rare, compared to you, it's nothing. Just accept it." Hearing this, Yanran once again blushed. Could he stop saying sappy things like that? It was really hard to reject him like this. Yanran slowly turned around and stared straight into Yi Zhan's eyes. Did he really mean what he said? Was he really intent on giving her such a precious treasure? Yi Zhan struck while the iron was hot and said, "Perhaps you're not aware of this yet, but you've already become a beacon of light in my life, and my future and hope. I was struck with a special feeling from the moment I met you." After hearing Yi Zhan's words, Yanran could not hold it in anymore and quickly interrupted him. "Stop, I'll take it, okay." How could he say such things in public? Although it was very sweet, it was too embarrassing. Now that she thought about it, it was really a great blessing that she had been able to meet Yi Zhan here. She looked at Yi Zhan with a tender face and said in a soft voice, "I understand your intentions. I'll accept this immortal heavenly treasure." After saying this, Tanran carefully put the immortal heavenly treasure away, and then lowered her head with a red face. She did not know what else to say at this moment. Her mind was in a mess. Seeing that Yanran had finally agreed to accept his gift, Yi Zhan was also very happy. "I should be able to earn an awesome reward this time, right?" Fortunately, his previous life's experience of flirting with girls was not in vain. He still had some skills and swag. "Give me a higher critical multiplier. Come on, come on." At this moment, Yanran seemed to have made up her mind and raised her head to look at Yi Zhan. In the next moment, Yanran closed her eyes and slowly kissed Yi Zhan without saying a word. Since she did not know what to say, she might as well give him a kiss. That was what Yanran was thinking at the moment. Since she already considered him to be her actual boyfriend, why not give him a kiss? This time, it was Yi Zhan's turn to be stunned. He was so shocked that he did not know how to respond. Was Yanran so bold? Since this was the case, he would not refuse. He decided to enjoy it fully. After a long while, Yanran covered her face with her hands and lowered her head again. Her shy expression made her look very cute. So this was what it felt like to kiss someone. It really was too wonderful. It was soft, and there was even a hint of sweetness. She almost did not want the kiss to end. After this trip to the ancient tomb is over, I'll have to ask a few experienced senior sisters and have them teach me about it. After thinking about this, Yanran blushed and smiled shyly, which made Yi Zhan's heart beat faster as well, and he looked at Yanran in a daze. "I'm very satisfied with what you gave me," Yi Zhan said to Yanran with a tender expression. Then, Yanran suddenly said, "If you don't mind, let me be your official girlfriend, okay?" "Of course I don't mind. I couldn't be happier to hear that." Yi Zhan immediately agreed. His efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 553, Couple Set. Seeing Yi Zhan and Yanran acting so lovey-dovey, the onlookers were completely dumbfounded. It made them feel uncomfortable. They were simply out of line. If they wanted to show off their affection for each other, they should have given them the chance to leave first. It was too much. Many people's faces darkened at their behavior, even Mo Yunhai. "Ahem, since there's nothing else going on, I'll take my leave first." "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Sigh, forget it, I'll go with you." Before long, the onlookers started leaving one after the other. There was no point in torturing themselves watching these two lovebirds. Ding! Congratulations on becoming Yanran's official boyfriend. You can start the lottery draw now. Haha, I've been waiting for this. Let's go. After receiving Yi Zhan's confirmation, the system's notification rang out again as the lottery wheel turned. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained divine rank magical artifacts from the lottery wheel. It is a limited edition set, including rainbow clothes and rainbow dress. What's this? Yi Zhan was stunned. He took a serious look at the treasure he had drawn. It was actually a couple set. Even Yi Zhan, who had seen many things, could not help but exclaim at this moment. The defensive properties of this limited edition couple set was too strong. It was comparable to a turtle shell. Unless one used some sort of attack with special properties, even an sealed immortal realm expert would not be able to do anything to someone wearing this by relying on pure strength. In this case, would he not be able to act tyrannically in front of his enemies while wearing this set of clothes? With the Cloud Heaven sword and these rainbow clothes, he could cut down anyone he did not like from now on. How awesome! Giving away the immortal heavenly treasure was truly worth it. Moreover, this was a couple set. When the couple wore these matching outfits, it would activate other amazing effects. While Yi Zhan was immersed in happiness, another system notification rang out. Ding! Because you have given the immortal heavenly treasure to Yanran, you have received a 10,000x critical reward. You have received a higher grade immortal heavenly treasure, a chaos immortal peach. Phew! Chaos Immortal Peach. I've hit the jackpot again. Xuan was so happy that he could not speak. Luck really came in droves. It seemed that he would be able to break through to the ancient realm soon. He had only just reached the supreme realm too. If things progressed in this manner, would he not reach the sealed immortal realm sooner or later? Ha ha ha, it won't be long before I become the #1 expert in the 8 continents. Then, seeing Yanran standing beside him quietly, Xuan pulled her over and kissed her. At this moment, Yanran's mind was completely blank. Looking at Xuan's smiling face, Yanran asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why are you so happy all of a sudden?" "Ahem, it's nothing. I was just excited," Xuan smiled and replied indifferently. "Why are you so excited all of a sudden?" Yanran was very confused, but moments later, Xuan's entire body emitted a 7-colored light as he changed into a new set of clothes. After changing into this set of clothes, Yanran felt that Xuan's entire body was releasing an immortal aura. However, if Xuan did not deliberately reveal his aura, no one would notice it. Most importantly, the defensive properties of this rainbow robe were really too strong. Even if Yanran attacked with all of her strength, she probably would not be able to harm Xuan at all. This set of clothes, Yanran's voice trembled as she spoke, not daring to believe what she was seeing. Not only did Xuan have a divine rank sword, but he also had this divine rank robe. Was he some sort of moving treasury? Why did he have so many treasures? She felt that her boyfriend was shrouded in mystery at this point. "Little Ran, take a look. What do you think of my outfit?" Xuan patted her head and asked. After hearing Xuan's question, Yanran finally came back to her senses and examined Xuan's clothes. "It's very good. You look a lot more handsome in it." Yanran was not stingy with her praise as she looked at Xuan with a starry-eyed gaze. Hearing this, the smile on Xuan's face grew even wider, and he said straightforwardly, "I'll also give you a set, how about it?" Yanran was stunned and forgot to answer. Could it be that Xuan had another divine rank robe? That could not be, right? Divine rank artifacts were considered a rare existence in this world. Even the top sects might not have any. Why did Xuan have so many? His net worth was probably comparable to several sects. Her guess was right. Xuan had already taken out another set of clothes and handed it to Yanran. "This one is a dress. It matches the one I'm wearing. Put it on and let me have a good look at it." Looking at the dress, Yanran could not believe her eyes. It glowed with 7-colored light, and the fabric used to make it was like the softest silk in the world. From the style, it could be seen that it really did match the one Xuan was wearing. Yanran's mind was in a mess. She had already rewarded him with a kiss after accepting the immortal heavenly treasure. What should she reward him with after accepting this dress? Chapter 554. Parting. If she accepted this dress, would she have to give herself to Xuan? At the thought of this, Yanran's entire body started to shiver, but she still wanted to put it on and try it out. As for how to reward Xuan, she would think about it later. After receiving the colorful dress from Xuan, her body also released the same 7-colored light, and she looked as beautiful as an angel who had descended to the world. She gave it a casual twirl, which rocked Xuan's world. His eyes were fixed on her, unwilling to move away for a moment. At this moment, Yanran was so beautiful and mesmerizing. Amazing. This is really amazing. Even though Xuan had seen many beautiful women, he had to say that Yanran was the only one who could make him lose himself like this. No, wait, perhaps that was not right. After all, Yuelin was also like that, but both of them gave Xuan a different feeling. At this moment, even Yanran herself was extremely shocked. After all, after putting on this dress, she had already noticed that her combat strength had doubled. Even if she was besieged by so many cultivators like Xuan just now, she was confident that she could easily win. How could this still be considered a dress? Its defensive properties made her like a moving fortress. Most importantly, after wearing this dress, she could already sense where Xuan was, and could even communicate with him while using it as a medium. Immediately after, Yanran pondered over the effects of this dress and her face turned red. Why does this dress have such a strange function? She asked herself gloomily. She looked at Xuan quizzically and thought to herself, I'll think about that another day. Thinking this, Yanran shook her head to clear it. Then she looked at Xuan and asked, "Is it beautiful?" Xuan was deeply entranced by Yanran at this time and only replied after a long while. "Beautiful, of course, my little Ran is beautiful. You put flowers to shame. You're devastatingly beautiful." Hearing this, Yanran's face turned red, and her heart blossomed with joy. After a while, she calmed down and replied, "That's good. If you think so, then that's good." Yanran did not care if other people thought she was pretty or not. As long as she was pretty in Yi Zhan's eyes, that was enough. After all, this dress was worn for her. Yi Zhan stared at Yanran for a long time before finally looking away and checking his surroundings. Why was there not a single onlooker here? It was really a pity. He had wanted to show off their couple set. Forget it. At this moment, Yi Zhan had already obtained the immortal heavenly treasure, so he was not bothered by the other treasures in the ancient tomb. That being said, it would be good to bring back a few for his disciples. Yi Zhan's trip to the ancient tomb could be said to be fruitful, and his wealth and resources multiplied once again. This was probably the richest cloud sky peak had ever been, so Yi Zhan was very happy. In his storage space, there were already countless treasures piled up inside. Not only did he have the water cloud fruit sapling, but he also had supreme treasures like the chaos immortal peach and the boundless cauldron. He had obtained all these items in this ancient tomb. After returning to Cloud Sky Peak this time, he would probably have to enter secluded cultivation for a while. His combat strength would definitely increase drastically after that. When he broke through to the ancient realm, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the East continent. However, as the other continents were still under the influence of the worldly power, Yi Zhan would be unable to cross over for the time being. Perhaps when he became a sealed immortal realm expert, he would be able to travel to the other continents with the help of other divine rank treasures. How long would he have to wait before he could see Yanran again? If he was lucky enough, a secret realm like this ancient tomb would appear again, and he might be able to meet Yanran again. Otherwise, he would have to wait until he reached the sealed immortal realm. Yanran's thoughts were actually the same as Yi Zhan's. She could not bear to part just like that. After all, the next time they met might be a long time from now. While the two of them were feeling reluctant to part, the space around them began to shake violently, and the mountains and rivers crumbled. "Oh no, this ancient tomb is already collapsing," Yi Zhan said in a hurry after noticing this. It was time to part. After the ancient tomb realm collapsed, they would all be transported back to their respective continents. At this moment, Yanran's eyes were full of emotion as she looked at Yi Zhan reluctantly. "How long do we have to wait before we meet again after this?" Yi Zhan calmed himself down and patted Yanran's head with a tender gaze. "Don't worry, I believe it won't be long before we meet again." After hearing this, Yanran smiled. She trusted Yi Zhan 100%. "Yi Zhan, no matter how long it takes, I'll be waiting for your arrival in the Heaven continent." Even though they had only known each other for a short time, Yi Zhan had already occupied an extremely important position in her heart. Although it might be a long time before they met again, this was something she had already taken into account when they first met. At this moment, they were tightly hugging each other. Then, bathed in a dazzling light, they were separated and sent back to their respective continents. Chapter 555, The Great Battle Part 1. Before they separated, Yanran naughtily bit Yi Zhan's hand, reminding him to always remember her. At this moment, because the ancient tomb's spatial realm had collapsed, all of the cultivators were forcefully teleported to the outside world. It was the same for Zhuge Yuyu, but she was at a loss. She was holding an imperial sword in her hand, which the cultivators nearby were all covetously. She had spent a lot of effort and almost lost her life obtaining this imperial sword. It contained an extremely strong killing intent, and anyone with lacking willpower would instantly turn into a mindless killing machine if they held the sword. Fortunately, Zhuge Yuyu's willpower was very strong, which allowed her to successfully subdue the imperial sword. Although the killing intent of this imperial sword was extremely strong, it was also an advantage. Using it, she could easily defeat enemies whose cultivation levels were higher than hers. The moment they noticed the sword in Zhuge Yuyu's hand, the eyes of the onlookers were filled with desire. "It's an imperial sword. This little girl is quite lucky. She actually obtained an imperial sword in the ancient tomb." An old man with a head full of white hair had already taken a fancy to Zhuge Yuyu's sword. He said excitedly, "Little girl, this sword's killing intent is too dense for you to handle, so you should help yourself by handing it over to me." Without waiting for Zhuge Yuyu's reply, the old man immediately started to attack. A crisp cry rang out, and Yuelin, who was also teleported out of the ancient tomb, easily repelled the old man. After seeing Yuelin, Li Hanyi immediately ran over to welcome her. Zhu Yuyu also relaxed. She had been fighting with someone in the ancient tomb when she had suddenly been teleported out of the ancient tomb. As the saying goes, one should not reveal one's wealth. Zhu Yuyu was also very clear about this. However, due to the suddenness of the incident, she appeared in the outside world before she could put away her sword. Were it not for Yuelin's appearance, she would have been in danger. Zhu Yuyu walked forward to thank her respectfully, and Yuelin nodded in acknowledgement. Then, she looked coldly at the old man and scolded him. Could it be that you people from the Immortal Divine Sect really think that our great Wilderness Divine Sect is so easy to bully? The old man was only a Heaven Realm cultivator, and he was an elder of the Immortal Divine Sect. Seeing Yuelin's furious face, the old man's face instantly turned pale. His original plan was to snatch the sword from Zhu Yuyu and then escape. After all, there were very few people who knew who he was in this place. However, who would have thought that he would run into one of the experts from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect so quickly? He really did not know what to do in this situation. Before he had left, the sect master had warned him not to provoke the people of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect unless there were special circumstances. How did the one person he targeted end up being a disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? Was his luck really that bad? He did not rush over not immediately after the ancient tomb revealed itself, so he had no idea which sect Zhu Yuyu was from. Otherwise, he would not have made a move just now. After trying his best to calm himself down, the old man figured out a path of escape. Moments later, he frantically ran toward the crowd, hoping to escape under the cover of the crowd. However, to his surprise, Yuelin seemed to have read his mind and was waiting for him, blocking his escape route. "Hehe, you still want to run away in this situation?" Yuelin said coldly. Her killing intent had already been ignited. The Immortal Divine Sect and the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had been at odds with each other for quite some time, especially after Yizan killed one of their elders. The enmity between the two sects had intensified since then. Since things had already gotten to this point, what else was there to say? There was no need to be kind to one's enemy. Otherwise, one would only end up harming oneself. Thinking this, Yuelin did not hesitate to use her killer move. With one move, she killed the old man. Huang Daning and his group, who had been sent out, happened to see this scene. "Hurry up and stop," Huang Daning rebuked her angrily, and immediately attacked Yuelin. However, was Yuelin afraid of him? She turned around calmly and sent Huang Daning flying with a single slap. Seeing this, the other cultivators hurriedly helped Huang Daning to stabilize his body as they glared fiercely at Yuelin. "Taoist Yuelin, what do you mean by this?" He really could not figure out why Yuelin would kill a member of the Immortal Divine Sect in public. Yuelin replied calmly, "That old man deserved to die. He tried to snatch a treasure that belonged to a disciple of my Great Wilderness Divine Sect in public. Since I happened to see it, I meted out the appropriate punishment. You should be clear about the way our Great Wilderness Divine Sect does things. If someone offends us, we will definitely return the favor. If you've got a problem with that, then come at me. I'll take you all on." After hearing this, Huang Daning and the others were stunned. They did not know what to say. Yuelin had always been known for her gentle personality, but she was being so overbearing now. Given the series of events, it seemed that these people from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were very protective of their juniors. Furthermore, Zhu Yuyu was Yizan's disciple. How could Yuelin just sit by and do nothing? "Hehe, you're quite arrogant." Another voice rang out from behind the crowd, as an old man dressed in a gray robe appeared and looked at Yuelin with a contemptuous expression. Chapter 556, The Great Battle, Part 2. Mo Zongguan. This person was the elder Taiyan's junior brother, and was also an expert on the verge of reaching the Supreme Realm. When they saw Mo Zongguan appear, Huang Daning and the others were overjoyed. "You people from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect are quite arrogant. You killed a member of our sect openly. You're clearly disregarding us, aren't you?" Mo Zongguan glared at Yuelin and scolded angrily. However, Yuelin only smiled indifferently and replied impolitely, "So what?" After hearing this, everyone froze. Heavens, are the Immortal Divine Sect and the Great Wilderness Divine Sect going to fall out completely? At this moment, many onlookers were excited. No one expected Yuelin, who had always been gentle and elegant, would actually have such a domineering attitude. It was indeed as she said. So what? In the first few rounds of battle between the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and the Immortal Divine Sect, the latter had lost all of them. Mo Zongguan was enraged. Even though Yuelin had only said 2 words, it was obvious that she looked down upon the Immortal Divine Sect. If he tolerated this, everyone would treat the Immortal Divine Sect as a joke in the future. Moments later, he made his move. The aura of a peak-level Mystic Lord Realm expert swept out, exuding a strong sense of oppression. However, Yuelin remained calm and unruffled. She took a few steps back and dodged the attack. At this moment, the spectators finally realized that Yuelin was also on the verge of reaching the Supreme Realm. Oh my god, teacher's also about to reach the Supreme Realm. Li Hanyi exclaimed in shock. A battle was imminent between these 2 evenly matched combatants. Mo Zongguan was even more shocked now. He understood that if this situation continued, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Yuelin, he said viciously, your great wilderness divine sect really wants to completely shed all pretenses of cordiality with my immortal divine sect this time, huh? Before Yuelin could respond, a burst of laughter resounded. He. Moments later, a Taoist in a black robe rushed over and sent Mo Zongguan flying back hundreds of steps with a single strike. It was Gao Shun who had come over. Uncle Gao is here. The disciples of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were surprised. Chief Gao Shun, who had always been a lone wolf, had actually come over to help. Why do I find martial Uncle Gao more pleasing to the eye? Feng Xian smiled and muttered to herself. Even Zhuge Yuyu was smiling at this moment. This martial uncle of hers was usually quite crafty and devious in the sect. However, when he was in the outside world, he would protect the sect's disciples at all times. It was as if martial Uncle Gao had 2 personalities. Sometimes, it was really hard to tell whether he was good or bad. Right at this time, Gao Shun said very heroically, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect will never back down. Mo Zongguan, since you're so arrogant, let's have a good fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his saber and unleashed several saber beams toward Mo Zongguan. Gao Shun's combat strength was higher than Yuelin's, and he had more divine powers at his disposal. Seeing Gao Shun act, Yuelin stepped back to watch the show. At this moment, the pressure on Mo Zongguan was mounting, and he had no chance to fight back. He had no choice but to turn around and say to Huang Daning and the others angrily, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and come help. After hearing this, Huang Daning and the others finally regained their senses and immediately gathered their strength to help Mo Zongguan. However, Yuelin did not watch this happen idly. She released an ice-cold aura and stood in front of Huang Daning and the others as she spoke arrogantly, if you have the ability, then try taking another step forward. At this moment, the dozens of cultivators from the Immortal Divine Sect did not dare to move. They just stood there stupidly. Haha, well done, junior sister Yuelin. When this voice appeared, Li Dai and a few others, who had just been teleported out of the ancient tomb, made their appearance and flew over to Yuelin. At this moment, most of the chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had arrived. Only Yi Zan and 1 other were not present. Yuelin turned around to look at her senior brothers and realized that they had all reached the peak of the Mystic Lord realm. Although she was shocked, her expression was also full of joy. Li Dai walked to the front arrogantly and said with his head held high, do you think you can provoke the people of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect as you please? Given your arrogance, I'll have to teach you a good lesson today. As he spoke, a long spear appeared in his hands, and he quickly lined up the shot and hurled it at Mo Zongguan. Li Dai was clearly a ruthless person. He did not care about the reason at all, and launched an attack without hesitation in solidarity with Gao Shun and Yuelin. After today's battle, people seemed to have recalled the time when Chief Tian Zan was still alive. At that time, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was an existence that no one dared to provoke. After all, Chief Tian Zan was a peak-level Supreme Realm expert. Who would dare to provoke him? At this moment, after Li Dai's flurry of attacks, the people from the Immortal Divine Sect fled. They had suffered heavy casualties. Seeing this, Mo Zongguan was furious and said fiercely, don't just stand there like idiots. Attack with all your might. Don't show any mercy. At his command, everyone from the Immortal Divine Sect took action and joined in the chaotic battle. Hua Rufeng chimed in aggressively at this moment, let's go. Let's teach this bunch of B***stards a lesson today. Chapter 557, The Great Battle Part 3. The enmity between the 2 sects could no longer be resolved. Almost all of the disciples had already started fighting. Watching the battle between the 2 sects, the onlookers nearby consciously retreated into the distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Zhu Yuyu held her sword in her hand. She turned around and looked at Feng Xian and said, Xian, be careful. Don't stray too far away from me. Feng Xian agreed readily and followed Zhu Yuyu as they charged into the crowd. The outcome of this battle was a matter regarding the dignity and standing of the two sects, so there would definitely be no one who would admit defeat. There were already grudges between them, and constant fights between the two sects had broken up in the ancient tomb. The attempt to snatch Zhu Yuyu's sword was the straw that broke the camel's back. The seeds of hatred between the two sides could no longer be suppressed. Despite the battle having only just started, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was already pushing the Immortal Divine Sect back. After all, the Great Wilderness Divine Cult had several peak-level Mystic Lord Realm experts, and even their top disciples were stronger than those from the other side. As such, the Immortal Divine Sect was on the losing end. Looking at this, Mo Zongguan could no longer see any hope. He had never expected to see his sect one-sidedly defeated like this. However, right at this moment, an old man in a black robe appeared in midair, sending Gao Shun flying with one punch. Seeing this, everyone's jaws dropped. Taking a closer look, the black-robed old man was releasing a thick black mist, which looked extremely terrifying. It's actually Elder Taiyan. Yuelin's face paled, and her face was filled with disbelief. Was Elder Taiyan not dead? Had he not been killed by Yi Zan back then? Not only that, he had clearly broken through to the early stage of the Supreme Realm. Heavens, is this for real? Shouldn't he already be dead? Why is he still alive and well? Yuelin's voice trembled as she spoke in disbelief. At this time, Gao Shun was in a miserable state. After suffering Elder Taiyan's sneak attack, he spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. The pride he had from earlier had long disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect all turned pale. If Elder Taiyan had not reached the Supreme Realm, they would still have the ability to fight him. However, things had taken a drastic turn now. Elder Taiyan had broken through to the Supreme Realm, and they did not have the power to fight back. Hehe, congratulations on breaking through to the Supreme Realm, senior brother. Mo Zongguan looked at Elder Taiyan with a face full of joy. Originally, he had thought that the Immortal Divine Sect would lose this time and forfeit their dignity. Thankfully, the heavens had answered his prayers. His senior brother was still alive. At this moment, Elder Taiyan looked at many people of his own sect with an extremely cold expression. Under the influence of this strange power, he could only maintain a tiny strand of consciousness. Useless bunch, stand back and watch carefully, Elder Taiyan said coldly. Then, he flew out of the group and looked at the forces of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect with killing intent. Gao Shun finally caught his breath at this time. Yuelin asked very worriedly, Senior brother, how do you feel? Gao Shun shook his head and took a deep breath before saying, it's not a big deal. However, Elder Taiyan's combat strength has increased significantly. If this situation continues, we will lose for sure. In a while, I'll see if I can hold him back. While I do that, you guys take the disciples and leave this place. No, how could we do that? That would be akin to leaving you here to die. The chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect rejected Gao Shun's suggestion without hesitation. After all, they were not people who would easily abandon their companions. At this moment, the disciples of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were so touched that they were speechless. So martial Uncle Gao Shun, who they had always disliked, could also be so heroic and righteous. Gao Shun still said resolutely and decisively, do as I say. Using my life to save all of yours is a worthwhile deal. These disciples are the future of our Great Wilderness Divine Sect. As long as they are alive, they will definitely be able to avenge me in the future. Don't waste any more time, leave quickly. After hearing this, the disciples did not know what to say. All along, it turned out that Gao Shun had attached such importance to them. I'll stay here and help you, Yuelin said with a heavy expression. With the two of us working together, we can at least stall him for a little more time. This will increase our chances of survival. There's no need for that. You guys better leave quickly. Don't hold me back, Gao Shun answered resolutely and decisively. He started to circulate his forbidden secret technique. Yuelin sensed what he was doing at this time, but she did not say anything. After all, she was very clear that once he had decided on this, no one would be able to change his mind. Using this forbidden secret technique had terrible repercussions. He might even be unable to break through ever again. However, under the effect of this secret technique, his strength could also be raised to the supreme realm. That being said, it would not be enough to defeat Elder Taiyan, merely hold him back. Moments later, Elder Taiyan's gaze shifted to Zhuge Yuyu as he questioned her with an extremely cold expression. If I'm not wrong, you're Yi Zan's first disciple, right? Elder Taiyan's eyes were filled with a brutal aura as he stared at Zhuge Yuyu. When he saw Yi Zan's disciple, Elder Taiyan once again recalled what Yi Zan had done to him, and his killing intent skyrocketed. Under the influence of the strange power, Elder Taiyan's consciousness had begun to become fuzzy, and was gradually replaced by killing intent. Sensing this, Zhuge Yuyu's body trembled uncontrollably, her face pale and weak. However, she still did not back down. After all, she was Yi Zan's disciple. That's right, I'm Yi Zan's first disciple. Chapter 558, Crisis Part 1. Everyone present understood how deep the enmity between Yi Zan and Elder Taiyan was. When they heard Elder Taiyan's words, it was obvious that he was going to target Zhuge Yuyu. Zhuge Yuyu was well aware of this, but she did not back down, as Yi Zan had instructed her never to lower her head to an enemy. Feng Xian also stood up and shouted loudly, "Hey! Don't forget me, I'm also from the Cloud Sky Peak. I'm also Yi Zan's disciple." Seeing this show of solidarity, the onlookers engraved the name of Cloud Sky Peak into their hearts. At this moment, even though they were facing an enemy who could easily kill them in seconds, the two girls still chose to face it bravely. "They are really admirable," Mu Baiken muttered to himself not far away. If he was in Zhuge Yuyu's shoes, he would not have done such a thing. Instead, he would have chosen to disregard dignity to save his own life first. Perhaps in Zhuge Yuyu's heart, her teacher's reputation was even more important than her own life. Elder Taiyan laughed coldly and then said loudly, "Very good. Seeing that both of you are so anxious to see the King of Hell, I'll send you on your way. Earlier, Yi Zan humiliated me several times, but he's not here today. Let me get some practice on you first and then deal with him." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Taiyan launched an attack instantly. A majestic sword beam swept towards Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian did not try to flee. They held hands and simply watched the attack approach. After all, Elder Taiyan was a supreme realm expert. Any attempts to escape would be pointless. At this critical moment, Gao Shun unleashed a full-powered sword strike, barely offsetting Elder Taiyan's sword beam. Yuelin did not watch idly. In a flash, she rushed over and pulled Yi Zan's two disciples away. Gao Shun shouted as he fully activated the forbidden secret technique without hesitation. After using this forbidden secret technique, Gao Shun would probably never be able to progress in his cultivation ever again. Moreover, his current enemy was Elder Taiyan, who was a bona fide supreme realm expert. Even using this forbidden technique, he would probably end up dying. Even so, he still chose to step up and buy time. For the disciples, looking at this scene, the cultivators from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect all had tears in their eyes. He was clearly willing to sacrifice himself for them. "Martial Uncle Gao," Hua Rufeng shouted. He felt very helpless at this time. As one of the earliest disciples of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, he was very familiar with Gao Shun. However, today, he felt that his understanding of Gao Shun was really inadequate. "Leave." When Gao Shun shouted again, all of the disciples did not hesitate and immediately turned to leave. However, how could Mo Zhanguan let these people escape? At the beginning of the battle, the cultivators from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had already killed many of his sect's disciples. Now was the best time to take revenge. Charge, block them and don't let them escape. All of you, no matter which sect you are from, as long as you interfere in the matters between our two sects, you will become an enemy of the immortal divine sect. Mo Zhanguan shouted aggressively and immediately launched an attack. He also targeted Hua Rufeng. What was the point of killing ordinary disciples? Only by killing the sect's geniuses would he derive a greater sense of achievement. In the next moment, a sharp attack was launched at Hua Rufeng. At the critical moment, Yuelin rushed forward and helped Hua Rufeng block the attack. Then, she looked at Li Dai from afar and said, "Take these disciples and leave first." Li Dai felt helpless when he heard that. However, he also understood that now was not the time to argue. After all, the disciples' safety was paramount. "Let's go. We'll take the ordinary disciples and leave." Li Dai looked at the other chiefs and shouted. Then, he raised his spear and forced his way out, trying to cover the disciples' escape route. On the other side, Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian felt as if they had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. They had yet to recover from their shock. Zhu Yuyu's mental state was still relatively good. It only took a moment for her to recover. She hurriedly pulled Feng Xian along and said, "Junior sister, hurry up and leave with me." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Yuyu immediately launched an attack. She took her junior sister and left with the other disciples. However, because they were Yi Zan's disciples, no matter where they fled, they would be closely monitored by the people from the Immortal Divine Sect. There was no way for them to hide. "Stop them," Huang Daning shouted aggressively. They could only blame themselves for being Yi Zan's disciples. Today, they had to be the first ones to be killed. "Damn it, no matter how many people you have, just watch me beat all of you up today," Yuelin said in an overbearing manner. She launched an attack and instantly forced Huang Daning and the others to retreat. She looked like a heroine. Thanks to her, almost all of the elders of the Immortal Divine Sect were blocked, so they had no way to pursue Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian. Seeing this, Mo Zhanguan was furious. "You damn witch, let's attack and kill her together." The battle began once again, and blood stained the ground. "Haha, Gao Shun, you actually deluded yourself into thinking that you could stop me." Elder Taiyan burst into laughter, his tone full of disdain. Thick black mist was released from his body, and the strange power was constantly invading his consciousness, making him even crazier and more bloodthirsty. Chapter 559, Crisis Part 2. Seeing this, Gao Shun confirmed that he was no match for Elder Taiyan. If he persisted, the only result would be death. However, what could he do? Yi Zan still had not appeared. As a peak-level Mystic Lord Realm cultivator, and one of the chiefs of the sect, it was his duty to step up and buy time for the disciples to escape. Elder Taiyan looked at Gao Shun with a face full of mockery. "Do you really think that an ant like you can actually stop me?" "Hehe, so what if I'm an ant? I'm still blocking you now, aren't I?" Gao Shun replied very domineeringly and immediately activated his forbidden secret technique once more. At this moment, he felt a strong power surge through his body, pushing him into the Supreme Realm. The crowd immediately exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, Gao Shun actually reached the Supreme Realm as well. Is this real or fake? No one could believe their eyes. Had he broken through at this critical juncture? Perhaps only Mu Baiken, who was familiar with forbidden secret techniques, knew what was going on. In order to raise his cultivation level, Gao Shun had paid an extremely great price. Whether he won or lost, he might even die due to the forbidden secret technique. Gao Shun. After sensing Gao Shun's cultivation level increase, Li Dai shouted hysterically. At this moment, he felt very indignant. The long spear in his hand directly pierced the body of a cultivator of the Temple of Eternal Youth, and then he roared again. "Everyone, get out of here. Your martial uncle Gao is risking his life to save yours." He was also very clear about the effects of this forbidden secret technique. Hence, he was furious, but helpless. Elder Taiyan was still staring at Gao Shun with a murderous expression. As he watched the latter's strength gradually rise, he frowned cruelly. "Hehe, are you so eager to die?" He had truly reached the Supreme Realm, while Gao Shun was only borrowing strength to reach it temporarily. The outcome of this battle was already set in stone. "Hehe, I'd like to see just how long you can hold on." Elder Taiyan launched an attack instantly. His powerful battle energy shook the surroundings. At this moment, the onlookers who were watching from the distance panicked, and retreated further away to avoid being caught in the battle. Seeing Elder Taiyan's attack, Gao Shun did not back down, and immediately drew his sword to block it. Gao Shun was forced to retreat while spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. The battle had just started, yet he had already suffered considerable injuries. Elder Taiyan had no intention of allowing Gao Shun to recover, and quickly pressed his advantage, unleashing a series of fierce attacks. The cultivation gap between them, in addition to the augmentation of the strange power, meant that Gao Shun could only defend passively. "It's over. If things continue this way, I'm afraid that senior brother Gao won't be able to hold on." After noticing Gao Shun's situation, Li Dai was anxious. However, what could he do now? He still had to protect the sect's disciples. Even if he did not, going over to Gao Shun's side to help would only make things worse. His lack of strength would only make things more difficult for Gao Shun. Yuelin's situation was equally urgent. She was surrounded by many elders from the Immortal Divine Sect, and was quickly running out of spiritual power. Once that happened, she would probably no longer be able to hold out. At this moment, the defeat of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect seemed to be imminent. Only a lucky few disciples were able to escape. The rest had yet to break out from the encirclement. If this situation persisted, only death awaited them. At this moment, Li Dai's expression was extremely gloomy. He watched helplessly as many disciples fell in front of him. He felt very helpless, but quickly took out a communication talisman and pinched it. In fact, every chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had this communication talisman, but it could only be used in an emergency. The situation was already so critical, so he no longer hesitated and sent out a request for help. At this moment, Aolei, who was still in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, suddenly released a powerful aura. His face was filled with fury and killing intent. The damn immortal divine sect actually dared to mess with our sect. They're courting death. After saying this, Aolei instantly gathered hundreds of cultivators and flew in the direction of the ancient tomb's entrance. At this moment, the cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect rushed out in full force to help as quickly as possible. On the other side, after discovering that Li Dai had already sent the news back to the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, the Immortal Divine Sect also sent the news back to the sect and called for help. Today's battle was bound to result in the destruction of one of their sects. Kill them all. Li Dai could not care less at this moment. He picked up his spear and charged forward, ignoring everything. He had the aura of a warrior who was embarking on a path of no return. Lu Shu shouted in a domineering manner, "Hee, senior brother Li is so brave. It's been a long time since we've fought side by side. Let's have a good fight today. Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shu instantly launched a powerful attack, killing several cultivators of the Immortal Divine Sect. On Zhuge Yueyu's side, after exchanging glances with Feng Xian, it was obvious that they had also both made up their minds. This battle was a matter of life and death for the sect. There was no way they could cower and escape. Chapter 560. Gao Shun's Death. Zhuge Yueyu held the imperial sword tightly and rushed into a group of Immortal Divine Sect disciples to kill them. Her originally white and flawless dress was now stained with blood, and the situation between the two sects entered a stalemate. However, if Gao Shun could not beat Elder Taiyan, this delicate balance would soon be over, and the Great Wilderness Divine Sect would fall into danger again. At this moment, seeing that none of the disciples of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were holding back, Gao Shun also laughed out loud. His laughter was tinged with sorrow. "Elder Taiyan, even if I can't survive today's battle, I won't let you off easily either." The moment he finished speaking, Gao Shun brandished his weapon. Seeing this, Elder Taiyan's brows became tightly furrowed. He did not know what kind of trick Gao Shun was trying to pull. All of a sudden, Gao Shun swung his saber vigorously, unleashing powerful saber beams that left open wounds on Elder Taiyan's body. Then, he quickly followed up with a vicious slash, cutting off Elder Taiyan's left hand. At this moment, Elder Taiyan could no longer suppress his anger. He had not expected Gao Shun to be able to harm him. "Damn it, I'm going to torture you to death," he shouted as he grew back his left hand. After that, he teleported in front of Gao Shun, and kicked him to the ground. Gao Shun did not stay idle, and tried his best to resist. However, the strength gap was too large, and his efforts were in vain. Elder Taiyan did not even use his weapon, and simply stabbed his hand into Gao Shun's abdomen brutally. Enduring the severe pain, Gao Shun continuously swung his saber at Elder Taiyan, leaving behind several wounds so deep that even the bones could be seen. However, this only served to anger Elder Taiyan further, who ignored his attacks and continuously stabbed his hand into Gao Shun's body. Despite seeing Gao Shun on the verge of death, Elder Taiyan was still not satisfied. He raised his hand again and ruthlessly stabbed it into Gao Shun's heart. At this moment, Gao Shun's eyes gradually lost their light, and his vitality began to fade. Sensing this, the cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect all stared at him in anguish. "Senior brother Gao," voices rang out one after another, and Yuelin's face was already tear-streaked. Chief Gao Shun, who had always been proud and arrogant, had actually sacrificed himself for them. The disciples of the Great Wilderness Divine Church were all crying as they sensed his life force dissipating bit by bit. Gao Tianyu desperately forced the enemy in front of him to retreat. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness when he saw his father fall in front of him. Moments later, he raised his broadsword and wanted to charge at Elder Taiyan, but he was stopped by Li Dai. Gao Shun's chances of survival were slim to none. He could not allow Gao Shun's son to lose his life in vain. "Hee, which one of you wants to try and stop me next? Come on. After cruelly dealing Gao Shun the fatal blow, Elder Taiyan laughed out loud. His mind had already been corroded by that strange power, turning him into an evil and vicious person. Without Gao Shun around to stop him, none of them would be able to restrain him. At this moment, Elder Taiyan redirected his gaze toward Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian. Sensing this intense killing intent, Zhuge Yuyu's face instantly turned pale. She knew very well that she would probably die at the hands of Elder Taiyan. Even so, she was still determined and courageous, and kept attacking the cultivators of the immortal divine sect. She wanted to drag as many of them with her to the grave. She really did not expect that martial Uncle Gao, who had always made things difficult for them in the past, would actually sacrifice himself heroically in order to save them. Since she could not repay this life-saving grace, she decided that it was best to go out with a bang. Xian, are you scared? Zhuge Yuyu looked at Feng Xian calmly and asked. Feng Xian also replied calmly, I have Sister Yu by my side, so what is there to fear? Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu's smile was extremely bright. The two of them walked out of the crowd of disciples hand in hand. Zhuge Yuyu was well aware of Elder Taiyan's intentions to kill them. In any case, now that things had already come to this, there was no need to continue running away. It was better to step up and draw attention away from the other disciples. Since martial Uncle Gao had sacrificed his life to save the disciples, this was the best way to honor his death. Yuelin was extremely anxious when he saw Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian walking out openly. However, she had her hands tied with Mo Zhongguan and the other elders of the immortal divine sect, so there was nothing she could do. When Elder Taiyan saw the two of them take the initiative to step forward, he spoke cruelly, ha ha ha. That's good, you've saved me the trouble of hunting you down. Cloud Sky Peak has always been a thorn in my side, so it's time for some payback. I'll start with you too. Zhuge Yuyu would not admit defeat. She said firmly, enough of your nonsense. If you've got something to say, then use your fists to speak. Arrogant, Elder Taiyan was burning with anger. He launched an attack without hesitation, wanting to kill Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian. How could the two girls possibly block a full-powered attack from a Supreme Realm expert? At this moment, the outcome seemed to be set in stone. These two peerless geniuses were probably going to die here. At the critical moment, a sharp sword beam struck and forced Elder Taiyan to retreat. Which person dared to spoil my plans? While the crowd was still in shock, an old man in a white robe emerged from the sky. After seeing this old man, Yuelin and the others revealed expressions of surprise and joy. They shouted in shock, Martial Uncle Yi Feng, the one who had rushed over to save Zhuge Yuyu, and the others was the previous Grand Elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Yi Feng, who was from the same generation as Chief Tian Zan. Chapter 561, Yi Zan returns. Yi Feng was also a Supreme Realm expert. Ever since Aolei had become the Grand Elder, Yi Feng had put aside secular matters and gone into long-term seclusion to cultivate. Were it not for this crisis, he would not have revealed himself. Li Dai was also very surprised. He did not expect that Aolei would actually bring Yi Feng with him. At that moment, several figures flew over from a distance. Over 100 cultivators appeared in an instant. They were all wearing the robes of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and were looking at the cultivators of the Immortal Divine Sect with fierce expressions. Heavens! They actually have so many Mystic Lord Realm experts. The onlookers were stunned. They had not expected the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, which had always kept a low profile, to actually have hidden such a powerful force. No sect would be able to withstand an assault from more than 100 Mystic Lord Realm experts. At this moment, another figure emerged out of the blue. Seeing this, everyone was caught by surprise again. It's actually Aolei. I can't believe that he rushed here as well. At the sight of Or, all the people at the scene were shocked. After all, they were all very clear about Aolei's temper. He was once a ruthless person who had fought his way into another sect and emerged safely. However, after taking up the position of Grand Elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, he did not show his face much. However, who would have thought that today's battle would actually get him to show up? At this very moment, Aolei arrived beside Gao Shun's body with an ice-cold expression, using a technique to preserve his soul and safeguard his body properly. After doing all this, the anger that had been suppressed for a long time finally erupted like a volcano. These people, kill them all. After hearing this order, the cultivators who had just arrived launched attacks without hesitation, trying to destroy the immortal divine sect cultivators. In any case, they had Yi Feng's help, so they did not have to worry about anything else and could just focus on killing their enemies. Upon seeing this, Mo Zongguan's proud expression had long disappeared, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. "Senior Zongguan, what should we do?" Huang Daning asked with a serious expression. The reinforcements from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were here, but their own reinforcements had yet to arrive. If they did not arrive in time, it would be difficult for them to survive. Mo Zongguan did not know what to do, so he could only seek Elder Taiyan's assistance. Elder Taiyan said arrogantly as he hovered in the air and swept his cold gaze across the cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, "If you're so eager to embrace death, then come at me." As soon as he finished speaking, his supreme realm aura swept out, forcing most of the cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect to take a step back. At that moment, Yi Feng stood at the forefront and said with a calm expression, "Hee, what's the point of showing off in front of the younger generation? Let me play around with you instead." "Tisk, Yi Feng, if Tian Zan was here today, I might be afraid, but you're not anything special." Yi Feng was a middle-stage supreme realm expert, but Elder Taiyan was augmented by the strange power, so he did not take the former seriously. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's face instantly darkened. Just as he was about to retort, another voice was heard. "Hee, I want to ask, are you afraid of me then?" After hearing this, everyone present trembled in unison, as if their deepest fear had suddenly been realized. Moments later, cold killing intent locked onto Elder Taiyan. After hearing this voice, Yuelin, Zhuge Yuyu, Feng Xian, and the others immediately looked for the source of the voice. They saw a figure slowly stepping out of the ancient tomb. Who else could it be other than Yi Zan? Seeing that her teacher had finally appeared, Zhuge Yuyu, who had been holding herself back, could no longer restrain herself and burst into tears. Who could understand how much pressure she had to bear just now to dare to step up? At this moment, Feng Xian was not any better off. She hugged her senior sister and cried together with her. After their teacher returned, they finally had someone to back them up. "It's you, Yi Zan." When he heard Yi Zan's voice, Elder Taiyan's body trembled subconsciously, and he stared at Yi Zan with eyes full of hatred. The humiliation he had suffered was because of Yi Zan. "You cowardly turtle, you finally dared to show your face," Elder Taiyan said with a furious expression. He wished he could kill Yi Zan right here and now, and dismember his body into 1,000 pieces. When Yi Zan's figure shimmered and finally exited the ancient tomb, his killing intent was already on full display. He had not expected that his carelessness would allow Elder Taiyan to survive and cause such a disastrous situation. At this moment, Yi Zan's anger could no longer be suppressed. That being said, how did Elder Taiyan manage to survive the powerful might of the Cloud Heaven Sword? After thinking about it, Yi Zan could only attribute it to that strange power. Yi Zan did not fully understand this strange power, so there had to be some special properties about it that managed to keep Elder Taiyan safe. However, this kind of thing would not happen again. Yi Zan instantly flew over to Gao Shun's corpse. After seeing that there was no longer any breath of life within it, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He had already noticed what was happening in the outside world while he was still in the tomb. However, as he had encountered spatial turbulence, he had no way of rushing out, and could only watch as the tragedy unfolded. Yi Zan blamed himself for this, and he kept asking himself why he had not checked if Elder Taiyan was really dead. Fortunately, Aolei's timely arrival had managed to preserve Gao Shun's soul. Perhaps there was a possibility of saving him in the future. When Yi Zan turned his gaze back to Elder Taiyan, his monstrous killing intent erupted. Chapter 562, Enemy Reinforcements. Yi Zan has also reached the Supreme Realm. After sensing Yi Zan's aura, the crowd was shocked. The chief of Cloud Sky Peak had broken through so quickly. Teacher has actually become a Supreme Realm expert. Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian were both shocked and overjoyed. To them, their teacher would always be the strongest cultivator and their pillar of support. Even Yi Feng was shocked and found it hard to imagine. At this moment, Yi Zan was already in the sky, flying toward Elder Taiyan. He stared at him with eyes full of killing intent and said, "It seems that you are in a hurry to die." Elder Taiyan trembled subconsciously. After all, he had lost to Yi Zan twice. It would be a lie if he said that he was not afraid. All of a sudden, Elder Taiyan screamed hysterically as his mind was completely corroded by that strange power. "Ha ha ha, Yi Zan, since you're here, let's settle our grudges." Thanks to the corrosion, the only thing that filled his mind was the desire to kill and cause destruction. The word, fear, no longer existed in his dictionary. Yizan was still very calm, and he said in an unusually cold voice, "All right, then. Get ready to die." As soon as he said this, Yizan unleashed a palm strike. Using the boundless palm technique, Elder Taiyan also responded with his own attack, which blocked Yizan's palm strike. Then, they collided again and again. It was undeniable that Elder Taiyan's combat strength had increased significantly after he had reached the Supreme Realm. Moreover, with the augmentation of that strange power, he was stronger than the average Supreme Realm expert at the same level. However, so what? Yizan was an existence who could easily kill an advanced stage Supreme Realm expert. Powerhouse. At this moment, the fight between the two of them had leveled mountains and uprooted forests. I never imagined that a battle between Supreme Realm experts would be so intense. This is truly eye-opening. The onlookers were all shocked. At this moment, Aolei was also watching this battle coldly. After some time, he turned his gaze to the Immortal Divine Sect's cultivators. He stretched out his hand and pointed his finger at them while saying coldly, "From this day on, the Immortal Divine Sect will cease to exist." After hearing this, the forces of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect took action and surrounded their enemies. No matter how hard they tried, the Immortal Divine Sect cultivators failed to break through the encirclement. From the way things were looking, the situation was bleak. Aolei's personality was like this. The moment he made a move, it would be decisive and awe-inspiring. He chose to be ruthless to avoid any future problems for the sect in the future. After receiving Aolei's order, the forces of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect all revealed fierce expressions. Li Dai even laughed out loud and said, "Aha! The tables have turned now. You idiots can just sit tight and wait for us to lop your heads off." After enduring for such a long time, everyone was anxious to exact revenge and immediately attacked. Within a short period of time, the Immortal Divine Sect had already suffered heavy casualties. However, just when Mo Zhongguan was about to risk his life to try and escape, streaks of light flashed over from a distance. Noticing this scene, everyone looked in that direction, and soon discovered that the Immortal Divine Sect's reinforcements had also arrived. Haha, this show is getting more and more exciting. The onlookers were watching in excitement. In any case, this matter had nothing to do with them, so they just had to avoid being caught in the crossfire and enjoy the show. Mo Zhongguan was overjoyed. There was hope. Among the reinforcements, there was a frail-looking old man in a black robe who glared at Yi Feng and said, "Yi Feng, are you looking down on the Immortal Divine Sect? How dare you kill our sect members?" This old man was also the former Grand Elder of the Immortal Divine Sect, and was a Supreme Realm expert from the same era as Yi Feng. Yi Feng replied in disdain, "Mo Zhen, it was your sect members that picked a fight today, yet you dare to chastise me. You truly are a shameless bunch. But you've come at the right time. I haven't stretched my body in a long time, so I'll play with you today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng immediately launched an attack. Upon seeing this, Mo Zhen's face instantly darkened. He had originally only wanted to argue with Yi Feng, but who would have thought that Yi Feng would attack without hesitation? It seemed that the battle today was inevitable. At this moment, the battle between the two sects was reignited, causing massive spiritual fluctuations in the surroundings. The most eye-catching battle was still on Yizan's side, as they kept exchanging blows without so much as a breather. Yizan hovered silently in the air, staring at Elder Taiyan with a cold expression. He now had a good grasp of Elder Taiyan's strength, which had increased significantly in comparison to back then thanks to his breakthrough in the strange power. However, it was not to the extent where he would be defeated. Yizan curled his finger at Elder Taiyan with a calm face and said with a mocking smile, "Is that it? Got anything else to show me?" Hearing this, the anger inside Elder Taiyan's heart boiled over. "You'll regret your current arrogance. I'll make sure you pay." Yizan simply curled his lips in disdain as a response. Chapter 563, Doing It Right This Time. Elder Taiyan, I was careless a few days ago, and you managed to keep your sorry life. However, miracles don't happen twice. After Yizan said these words coldly, his figure soared up 10,000 meters into the sky. Moments later, a ferocious gale began to blow, and the sounds of thunder rumbled in all directions as a sense of oppression filled the air. Even the onlookers who were in the distance felt their hearts palpitate. Yi Feng and Mo General were shocked when they sensed this powerful aura. Yizan slowly descended, raised his left palm, and said with a cold expression, "I'm not going to play around anymore. My time is precious. It's time to send you on your way." Then, he lowered his palm in a swift motion, and sharp swords condensed in the sky and started falling like rain toward Elder Taiyan. At this moment, Yi Zan seemed to have become an immortal whose every move commanded nature and the elements. Elder Taiyan was so terrified that he even forgot to run away. The strange power in his body was also suppressed. This can't be happening. Elder Taiyan was in disbelief. However, everything he was seeing was real and tangible. He felt helpless, and could not understand why Yi Zan was so strong. As the tens of thousands of swords rained down, he forcefully suppressed his panic and tried his best to withstand the attack. However, could Yi Zan's attack really be blocked so easily? Not even a quarter of an hour had passed, but Elder Taiyan's body had already been turned into a sieve. If this continued, one would be hard-pressed to even find his ashes. "Senior Brother Taiyan," Mo Zongguan shouted in panic. If Elder Taiyan was killed, the destruction of the immortal divine sect would become an almost foregone conclusion. He had to do something, so he erupted with a burst of power and forced the enemies around him to retreat. Then, he immediately tried to charge over to rescue Elder Taiyan. However, Aolei was not to be messed with. With a single punch, he forced Mo Zongguan back, severely injuring him. Haha, there's really no need for the immortal divine sect to continue existing anymore. All of you should just die. Shortly after, Elder Taiyan was truly turned into ashes. However, Yi Zan did not make the same mistake. He flew over to whatever bits of the corpse remained, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up, because he had noticed that the Elder Taiyan's soul had not dissipated. Haha, you're actually trying the same trick again. Once bitten, twice shy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan unleashed an even more powerful attack that shattered Elder Taiyan's soul. Now, he had been truly erased from this world for good. After dealing the finishing blow, Yi Zan turned his attention to the immortal divine sect cultivators. When Mo General saw that Elder Taiyan had been killed, he was furious. "Damn it, hand over your life as restitution." After a furious roar, Mo General shook off Yi Feng and charged at Yi Zan with his saber. Yi Zan was not bothered by this, and simply caught Mo Gen's saber with his elbow, then twisted his arm slightly, breaking the sword. With the rainbow robe, even if Yi Zan had stood still and allowed Mo Gen to attack him, he would have remained completely unharmed. "Your sect will be consigned to the history books." After saying this, Yi Zan punched Mo Gen, slamming him into the ground below and severely injuring him. At this moment, Mo General could finally sense the huge gap between his combat power and Yi Zan's. He was no longer bothered about fighting, and even ignored his own injuries, as he frantically tried to escape. However, Yi Feng did not let it happen. "I say, Mo Gen, where are you trying to run off to? Are you going to run all the way back to your sect?" Yi Feng asked contemptuously. Then, he continued, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Your sect is no longer safe." Hearing this, Mo Gen's expression changed drastically. What did Yi Feng mean by this? Could it be that when the reinforcements were dispatched from the sect, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had also dispatched another team to destroy their sect? When he thought of this, Mo Gen's face instantly turned pale. This time, almost all of the disciples of the Immortal Divine Sect had been mobilized, which meant that the sect was practically defenseless. If the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had truly attacked, it was probably doomed. Yi Feng looked at Mo Gen's disbelieving expression and said disdainfully, "You should be aware of how the Great Wilderness Divine Sect does things. We won't bite if we're not bitten first. However, once we bite, we will never let go. Since your sect picked a fight, you all must pay the price." After hearing this, Mo General was already clearly aware that he was doomed. His entire body went limp. The onlookers were also shocked. They even felt lucky that they had not provoked the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Heavens, the way they go about things is too ruthless and vicious. Chapter 564, Domineering Aolei. Everyone felt a sense of lingering fear at how the Great Wilderness Divine Sect dealt with things. Mo General also understood that today's matter was truly unsalvageable. In that case, he could only fight to the death. "Yi Feng, I'm afraid today's matter can't be settled peacefully anymore. Bring it on. Let me see how much you've improved after so many years." The two of them had never liked each other since they were young anyway, and they still hated each other's guts now. However, Mo General had already been injured by Yi Zan. There was no way that he could defeat Yi Feng now. The two of them started quickly and ended quickly as well. Mo General lost. Across the battlefield, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect emerged victorious. All of the immortal Divine Sect cultivators had been killed, and not a single one was left. There was no room for mercy in a battle like this. It was kill or be killed. After dealing with the enemies here, Aulay immediately issued another order: those who can move, follow me. Those who can't move, stay here and recover. Upon hearing that, Li Dai asked in confusion, Senior Brother Ao, what are we going to do? We're joining the others to uproot the Immortal Divine Sect, Aulay said coldly as he looked in the direction of the Immortal Divine Sect's headquarters. At this moment, the chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect felt their blood boil. Although hundreds of years had passed, Aulay's temper had not changed at all. After all, he was once a ruthless person who had once challenged an entire sect by himself. No one could stop him. Even when the sect master came out to plead for mercy, he still did not relent. The reason why he was so tyrannical back then was because of the existence of Chief Tianzan. As long as Aulay was hurt, Tianzan would probably kill the perpetrator without any hesitation. At this moment, Yi Zan could not help but laugh. This normally gentle and elegant senior brother actually had this side to him. Even though he had long heard of the legends regarding Aulay, this was the first time he was seeing it with his own eyes. Aulay pointed his weapon in the direction of the Immortal Divine Sect in a domineering manner. Then, he led a large group of the sect's cultivators and flew in that direction. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers had already understood that the Immortal Divine Sect was really finished this time. They had traded the death of Chief Gao Shun for the destruction of their sect. Yi Zan did not follow them. Instead, he flew over to Gao Shun. In this battle between the two sects, many of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's disciples had also fallen. However, compared to the destruction of the Immortal Divine Sect, their losses were not worth mentioning, save one, which was the fact that Gao Shun was killed by Elder Taiyan. At this moment, the remaining cultivators from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect all surrounded Gao Shun's corpse silently and respectfully. An atmosphere of sorrow filled the air, and some of the disciples could not help but shed tears on the spot. Zhu Yuyu came over to Yi Zan and asked him with a tinge of hope. Teacher, can Martial Uncle Gao be saved? At this moment, Zhu Yuyu's heart was also very heavy. After all, she knew very well that Gao Shun was killed because he was trying to save the sect's disciples. How could she repay the favor of having saved her life? Cultivators never liked to owe others, because this was a matter that involved karma. If they were not careful, it was very likely that it would affect their cultivation and future. Yi Zan did not say anything at this time. He turned around and looked at his two disciples. What made him happy was that his two disciples had not suffered any injuries, though they had used up too much spiritual power. He patted their shoulders to comfort them. Yuelin also came over to Yi Zan's side at this time. Looking at Gao Tianyu, who was still holding Gao Shun's body and unwilling to let go, she also felt very helpless. As a cultivator, it was inevitable to experience life and death of loved ones on the path of cultivation. She did not want to see Gao Tianyu lose heart because of this, so she tried to comfort him. Tianyu, you must be strong, understand. Your father was a good man. He did his best to protect everyone's safety. From this moment on, Hidden Sword Peak will be handed over to you. You must keep his legacy going. The others also felt very emotional after hearing these words. The atmosphere at the scene turned unprecedentedly serious. Yuelin looked at Yi Zan, but did not say anything. She wished that he had arrived earlier to prevent this tragedy, but things were already set in stone, so there was no point in wishing for the impossible. After crying for a long time, Gao Tianyu suppressed the sadness in his heart. He turned around and looked at Yuelin, then said firmly, I will uphold his legacy. Hidden Sword Peak will continue to flourish in my hands. At this moment, Gao Tianyu's heart was unprecedentedly firm and determined. After hearing this, Yi Zan was a little stunned and speechless. Had they really given up on Gao Shun? You little brat, why are you saying such things? Is it time for you to take responsibility for Hidden Sword Peak yet? Upon hearing this, the disciples present were stunned. Some of them even discussed in whispers, I heard that Martial Uncle Yi and Martial Uncle Gao were not on good terms. Does Martial Uncle Yi want to take this opportunity to bring down Hidden Sword Peak? Chapter 565, Immortal Grade Recovery Pill. Who knows? However, Gao Tianyu is also Martial Uncle Gao's son. Since Martial Uncle Gao is dead, isn't it appropriate for Gao Tianyu to succeed him? What did Martial Uncle Yu mean when he said that? Could it be that he doesn't want Gao Tianyu to take on the responsibility of leading Hidden Sword Peak? As the people were making wild guesses, even Yuelin looked at Yi Zhan in shock. She was really confused. How could Yi Zhan still say such words at this moment? Was he still the Yi Zhan she loved? Gao Tianyu was still very sad. He looked at Yi Zhan and asked in confusion, "Martial Uncle Yi, what do you mean by those words?" He was also very clear about the bad blood between Cloud Sky Peak and Hidden Sword Peak. However, now that he had lost his father, how could he dare to go against Yi Zhan? If Yi Zhan really wanted to make things difficult for him, he would definitely not be able to take charge of Hidden Sword Peak, and Hidden Sword Peak might even end up being controlled by someone else. At this moment, Gao Tianyu felt helpless like never before. He even felt that the whole world had turned gray. At this moment, all kinds of memories of the past surged into his mind. He recalled all of the things he had done in the past, which had caused his cultivation to stagnate for a long time. He felt extremely remorseful. After looking at the other's strange expressions, Yi Zhan remained unbothered. Instead, he said calmly, "Why are all of you assuming that Gao Shun is gone for good?" After hearing this, everyone from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was once again stunned. Could it be that Martial Uncle Gao was not dead? Yuelin even hurriedly went to check Gao Shun's pulse, and immediately felt even more confused. Gao Shun had long since lost all signs of life, so what did Yi Zhan mean by those words? After hearing Yi Zhan's words, Gao Tianyu was filled with hope and quickly hugged Yi Zhan's thigh. "Martial Uncle Yi, can my father still be saved? You have a way to save him, right? Martial Uncle Yi, I beg you, please save my father. I'm very clear that we've provoked you several times before. But no matter what, we're all from the same sect. Please save my father. If Martial Uncle Yi can save my father, I'll promise to do anything." At this moment, Gao Tianyu felt like he was holding onto his last strand of hope. He started to beg with tears streaming down his face. As long as he could save his father, nothing else mattered. At this moment, Yi Zhan felt very optimistic that Gao Tianyu would be able to change his ways in the future. There was still good within him. Zhu Yueyu tugged at Yi Zhan's sleeve, her gaze saying everything. After all, Martial Uncle Gao died to save everyone. If Yi Zhan really had a way to save Uncle Master Gao, Zhu Yueyu was more than willing to put in a few good words for Gao Tianyu. Yi Zhan looked at his two disciples. There was no way that he was going to just let him die. "All right, all of you step back a little. Leave the rest to me." After saying this, Yi Zhan squatted beside Gao Shun's body. He felt a little conflicted seeing him like this. Gao Shun, who had never gotten along with him in the past, had risked his life to save his disciples. This was a favor that he needed to return. After seeing that Yi Zhan was willing to save his father, Gao Tianyu was very excited. "Martial Uncle Yi, I have no way to repay the favor of saving my father's life, but I'll definitely do anything you ask in the future," Gao Tianyu said very sincerely. Yi Zhan would definitely not lie about something like this. He definitely could save his father. At that moment, a light flashed in Yi Zhan's hand as he took out an immortal grade recovery pill. This was the first time he was using one. At first, he had thought that these pills would always remain in his storage space. After all, he had never thought that there would be a chance to use them. However, they had actually come in handy today. In any case, he wanted to see how effective it was. The moment he took it out, the pill's extremely dense life aura was released in an instant. Heavens, what grade is that pill? People were already extremely surprised. They could clearly tell that the pill in Yi Zhan's hand was extraordinary. Surprisingly, Yi Zhan was actually willing to use such a precious medicinal pill to save Gao Shun's life. Such pills were regarded as life-saving treasures, and would often be kept for one's own use. Were Gao Shun and Yi Zhan not always at odds with each other? It seemed that Chief Yi Zhan was truly magnanimous. Then again, Gao Shun had shown incredible courage when he sacrificed himself for the disciples earlier. Perhaps this was what a true sect was supposed to be like. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Yi Zhan's actions. Yi Zhan silently stuffed the immortal recovery pill into Gao Shun's mouth and used a special technique to guide it into his body. At this moment, an extremely dense life force was instantly injected into Gao Shun's body, and even the sky displayed a strange phenomenon. Chapter 566, Reborn. This precious medicinal pill seems really amazing. The onlookers were thoroughly shocked to see that Gao Shun's entire body was already regaining an aura of life. After some time, Gao Shun's soul stabilized itself within his body. Thanks to the continuous infusion of this life force, his body gradually recovered. Even his fingertips trembled slightly, which immediately caused an uproar. Oh my god, he's really alive. Did you see that? His finger moved just now. The gaping wounds in his body were recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. However, because he had used the forbidden secret technique earlier, his skin remained dry and unsightly after his body was repaired. Martial Uncle Yi, what's going on? Gao Tianyu asked anxiously. Yi Zan shook his head and said, it's not a big deal. Because he overused the forbidden secret technique, the blood essence in his body has almost dried up. Just wait a while, the pill will be able to help him to recover from this as well. Not only that, but after he recovers, your father will most likely break through as well. Hearing this, Gao Tianyu was dumbfounded, and so was everyone else. Someone who had died and revived could still break through. Moments later, Gao Shun's body was enveloped by a ray of light. What's going on this time? I can't believe a single pill can be this miraculous. After some time, the ray of light gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of a strong middle-aged man. Thanks to Yi Zan's medicinal pill, Gao Shun actually became several decades younger. This scene left everyone speechless. Gao Shun, who had just come back to life, was similarly very shocked at this time. He had been expecting to wake up at the gates of hell. Instead, he discovered that his body had become younger by several decades, and his strength had even increased a little. After sensing the dense life force circulating through his body, Gao Shun became even more excited. He felt that his body was full of strength now. The side effects of using the forbidden secret technique multiple times had also been cured. The most important thing was that Gao Shun clearly sensed that he had the opportunity to break through to the supreme realm. If he was given some time to cultivate and forge his divine body, he would be able to reach the supreme realm easily. This was the goal that he had been pursuing all this while. After seeing Gao Shun's excited expression, Yi Zan also smiled and said, "Congratulations on your rebirth, senior brother Gao." Hearing this, Gao Shun was momentarily stunned. After a long while, he finally reacted and looked at Yi Zan, his eyes filled with confusion. He did not know what had happened after he was killed, so he quickly pulled his son to fill him in. After he found out that Yi Zan had given him an extremely precious pill that had saved his life, he was extremely touched and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his mouth. This kid was actually willing to part with such a precious pill to resurrect me. He recalled all the things that had happened in the past. He had always been secretly targeting Yi Zan and had often tried to humiliate him. Even though their relationship had improved after the Seven Peaks competition, it should not have been to the extent that Yi Zan would be willing to go this far. At this moment, Gao Shun's heart was trembling violently. He was naturally very clear about how powerful and valuable this pill was. Thinking of this, he was also very helpless. He had thought that they were even, but now he actually owed Yi Zan another favor. This was too difficult. Junior brother Yi, I have to thank you for what you did just now. I'm afraid that I can't repay you for saving my life. How can I repay you? Hearing this, Yi Zan laughed and said indifferently, we're all from the same sect, so don't be too calculative about such things. It doesn't matter if you return the favor or not. Besides, you saved my two disciples. I'm the one returning the favor this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan turned around and waved to his disciples, let's head back. Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian nodded obediently and followed Yi Zan. The matter here had already been resolved, so there was no need to stay here. Everyone was shocked by Yi Zan's magnanimity and generosity. Hua Yufeng sighed with emotion and said, Martial Uncle Yi Zan is really unfathomable. He's always so generous to his disciples and fellow disciples. Although he is always indifferent about such things, he never holds back when something big happens. After hearing Hua Rufeng's words, the others also agreed. From this moment on, Yi Zan's status was elevated once again, and there were many people who were envious of Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian's identities as his disciples. Chapter 567, More Than One. In the past, no disciple would choose to join Cloud Sky Peak. However, things were different now. Now, they could not even join it even if they wanted to. Cloud Sky Peak's reputation was now sky high, not just due to Yi Zan, but also in part due to Zhu Yuyu's achievements. Seeing Yi Zan's gradually receding, Gao Shun felt touched. Although Yi Zan had said that they were now even on this matter, it was still a tremendous life-saving favor. He had indeed saved Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian earlier, but if Yi Zan had not appeared, they would likely have still perished anyway. How could he repay such a life-saving grace? After letting out a long sigh, Gao Shun felt rather helpless. Gao Tianyu asked, "Father, what's going on? Why are you so emotional?" "Tianyu, I'm afraid we won't be able to pay back what we owe Yi Zan in this lifetime. I'm just feeling a little emotional now. After all, we made things difficult for Yi Zan in the past. I truly didn't expect him to actually save me." After saying this, he came to a decision. If there was a chance in the future, he would find a way to at least try to repay Yi Zan. He was well aware of how precious this pill was. It had not only saved him, but granted him the future that he had dreamed of previously. Soon, he would reach the Supreme Realm. "Junior brother Yi, what are your plans in the coming days?" Yuelin asked as they were on their way back. Now that the trip to the ancient tomb had come to an end, and Aolei and the others were probably on their way to annihilate the immortal divine sect, there was nothing for them to do. Yi Zan had originally planned to go back and break through to the ancient realm. However, the speed of his improvement was simply too fast, and he was afraid that his cultivation foundation would be unstable if he rushed things. As such, he instead decided to travel around and bring his 2 disciples to see the world. "I'll be traveling around for a while and seeing the world with my 2 disciples. The Divine Seal Peaks gathering is about to begin. I should probably go and take a look, but I'm not sure about it yet." Yi Zan also suddenly thought of the gathering. After all, it was a big event in the East Continent, so there was no harm in participating. As he looked at Yuelin, Yi Zan's thoughts started to run wild. He had a girlfriend in the Heaven Continent, but he could not help but compare Yanran and Yuelin. At this moment, Yi Zan suddenly thought of his couple system and asked the system, "Is the couple system only limited to one person?" "Host, the couple system is the same as your disciple system. If you have the ability, you can have more than one." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yi Zan's face, and he began to scheme. It seemed that his relationship with Yuelin could progress, and that his previous efforts were not in vain. Unfortunately, Yanran had already returned to the Heaven Continent, so he would be unable to obtain any rewards from the system from her until they were reunited. However, the system had now shown him an alternative. Yuelin seemed to have noticed Yi Zan's ill-intentioned gaze, and her face instantly turned red. This kid, could it be that he's up to no good again? Yuelin's face turned even redder when she recalled what had happened between the 2 of them in the tomb. Looking at the Gilead gold vine seedling that Yi Zan had given her, Yuelin was still very touched. Was he about to confess? What would she do if he did? How should she reply? Should she reject his advances first? If she agreed too easily, would that not be unseemly? At this moment, Yuelin's mind was in complete chaos. Then, Yi Zan asked seriously, "Senior sister Yuelin, what's wrong? Why is your face as red as an apple?" Yuelin's face was originally filled with anticipation, but after hearing Yi Zan's words, she was furious that her expectations had been disappointed and simply turned her back on him. This guy. At this moment, Yi Zan felt a little happy. He had really wanted to confess to Yuelin. However, after seeing her expression, he decided to tease her instead. He indeed got the result he was hoping for, but he also felt quite distressed. This was originally a great opportunity, but he had clearly chosen to play himself instead. This was his own fault. Chapter 568, Taoist Heitai's Panic Attack Part 1. Still, from her reaction, there was still hope for the future. First, he would teach his disciples alchemy. Then, if a suitable opportunity presented itself, he would confess to Yuelin. Thinking this, Yi Zan turned around and looked at Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian, saying, "Let's go back to Cloud Sky Peak." Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian were both dumbfounded. Feng Xian could not help but ask, "Teacher, didn't you just say that you'll take us out to see the world? Why are we going back to Cloud Sky Peak instead?" Hearing this, Yi Zan calmly replied, "The Divine Seal Peaks gathering is coming soon. We can explore the outside world later." "Teacher, what is the Divine Seal Peaks gathering?" Zhuge Yuyu asked doubtfully. Even though she had heard the name of this gathering being tossed around many times, she did not know what it was. Yi Zan looked at Zhuge Yuyu and said, "The Divine Seal Peaks gathering is the grandest and most important event in the East Continent. During this event, many powerful cultivators of the East Continent will be in Attendance. Many peerless geniuses will be gathered there to compete in terms of martial arts, as well as to discuss the Tao, each expressing their views on cultivation. Those who perform well there are considered peerless cultivators without exception and will enjoy the admiration of the people. After saying this, Yi Zan looked in Mu Baikon's direction and said, if you too want to be considered geniuses on his level, you'll have to display your strength during this gathering. In the past, Chief Tian Zan also made a name for himself during this gathering. You both have to work hard on your cultivation too. You must uphold Cloud Sky Peak's reputation. Do you understand? After hearing these words, Zhu Yueyu's heart was filled with fighting spirit, and she replied without hesitation, Teacher, you don't have to worry. The two of us will definitely cultivate diligently. We will definitely make Cloud Sky Peak proud and famous at this gathering. Yi Zan's words had successfully ignited their fighting spirit. Seeing this, Yi Zan smiled in satisfaction. That's good, that's good. After a short pause, Yi Zan continued, I think plenty of geniuses and powerful cultivators will appear at this gathering, so don't push yourselves too hard. In any case, I'm around. He also had to temper their expectations. Hearing this, the two of them were even more moved. Even if they made a mistake, he would not blame them and would always support them. That being said, disappointing him and letting down Cloud Sky Peak was not an option. Zhu Yueyu said confidently, Teacher, don't worry. This time, we'll let the outside world know how amazing our Cloud Sky Peak is. Hearing this, Yi Zan felt that his disciples were very filial and devoted. He had truly picked the right disciples. Then I'll watch as you make me proud, okay? Teacher, don't worry. Sister Yueyu and I will definitely fight side by side and win the honors for you, Feng Xian said with confidence. Yi Zan patted the heads of his two little disciples and said, all right. I'm relieved to see that you both are confident. Let's head back to Cloud Sky Peak then. Teacher, are we really going back now? Just as Yi Zan was about to leave, Zhu Yueyu suddenly asked. After some hesitation, she continued, Teacher, can we check on Su Chang before we go back? Yi Zan was stunned. He suddenly realized that Su Chang was nowhere to be found. After scanning the surroundings, he did not see a single Su family cultivator. He suddenly felt that something was not right. Did something happen to the Su family? Zhu Yueyu thought for a while and said, not long after Teacher entered the tomb, we arrived here as well. However, the people from the Supreme Divine Sect made things difficult for us. Su Chang stood up to scold them, but he was injured by one of their elders. He has probably been rushed back to the Su family's residence to recuperate by now. Oh, the Supreme Divine Sect. The anger in Yi Zan's heart was aroused. He looked at his two disciples and asked, did those people attack you as well? Zhu Yueyu waved her hand and said, thankfully, Marshal Uncle Gao rushed over in time and stopped those people. Otherwise, I would have been injured as well. Originally, the fight between me and Xie Tianyu of the Supreme Divine Sect was a normal one. I did injure him, but that's to be expected in a fight. However, the Supreme Divine Sect's elder couldn't bear to see this, so he decided to take things into his own hands. Su Chang couldn't stand to see this happen, so he came over to scold them, but the elder attacked him shamelessly. Hearing this, Yi Zan finally understood what was going on. Yi Zan looked at the forces of the Supreme Divine Sect in the distance. Sensing a prickly gaze, Taoist Heitai felt that something was wrong and immediately turned around to meet Yi Zan's gaze. Having seen what had happened to the immortal Divine Sect, he was well aware of how terrifying the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to watch a good show, so he had waited until the battle was over, and had yet to leave. When he noticed that Yi Zan was looking in his direction angrily, his body trembled. This is bad, let's hurry back to the sect. Chapter 569, Taoist Heitai's Panic Attack, Part 2. He knew after witnessing Yi Zan's strength, that none of them would be able to stand against him. In fact, if Yi Zan wanted to, he could probably exterminate the entire Supreme Divine Sect by himself. That was why he was so flustered and wanted to leave immediately. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You can choose to run away now, but if you do, I will definitely attack your sect later. As for what the outcome will be, I think you're quite aware of that, Yi Zan said coldly. Hearing this, Taoist Heitai's forehead was covered in sweat. He was panicking, and he knew that this matter would not be so easy to resolve. However, if he did not resolve this matter, the Supreme Divine Sect would probably end up in the same state as the Immortal Divine Sect. At that moment, Taoist Heitai felt like chopping Han Tai into 8 pieces for provoking the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. He could only pretend to be calm and ignorant, as he said, "Fellow Taoist Yizan, what do you mean by that? If I remember correctly, we haven't offended the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, right?" Yizan was unbothered by his acting, and simply approached him slowly with a terrifying smile on his face. "Oh, playing the fool are we?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yizan unleashed his sword intent, which made the forces of the Supreme Divine Sect breathless and pale. "I'm not very patient with my enemies. Do you really want me to resort to using force?" After hearing this, Taoist Heitai became even more flustered. He already understood that there was no way to skirt around the matter. If he did not come up with a good solution, then he and the sect would be doomed. Taking a deep breath, he said to Yizan, "Fellow Taoist Yizan, please don't rush things. We were indeed at fault for what happened earlier, and would like to sincerely apologize to you and your 2 disciples. What kind of compensation does fellow Taoist Yizan seek? We'll definitely handle this properly." Seeing Taoist Heitai comply, Yizan smiled and retracted his sword intent. "The one who attacked my disciples, I'll give you a chance. Show yourself." After hearing this, Han Tai's face turned pale. He could only look at Taoist Heitai with a pleading gaze. "Senior brother Heitai, please help me. Please," Han Tai immediately begged. Taoist Heitai was extremely conflicted. He could not even protect himself right now, much less someone else. It was a choice between the sect and one elder. Anyone would choose to exchange Han Tai for the safety of the entire Supreme Divine Sect. Seeing that Han Tai had lost all hope, Taoist Heitai let out a long sigh. "Han Tai, I'm sorry. I can only blame myself for not being capable enough to protect you. Whether or not our Supreme Divine Sect is able to resolve this crisis will depend on you." Taoist Heitai left the matter solely on the shoulders of Han Tai. Yizan was shocked by his actions. Taoist Heitai was a ruthless man. Han Tai was not a fool. How could he not understand what his senior brother meant by that? On the surface, he was leaving the matter in his hands, but in reality, if he did not resolve this matter appropriately, even if he managed to survive Yizan's wrath, there would be nothing good awaiting him at the hands of the sect. If he took the initiative to admit it, even if he died in the end, he could at least leave a good impression. It seemed that he would not be able to escape death either way. Han Tai looked at his senior brother and smiled bitterly. "Senior brother, it seems that I've worked hard for you in vain." In the end, he would be sacrificed for the sake of the sect. Hee. After Han Tai ridiculed himself, he stood up without hesitation. "It was indeed me who attacked your 2 disciples. If you want to do anything to me, then come at me." At this moment, he could no longer see any hope. Even if he really wanted to kill Yizan, he would not do something as stupid as putting up a futile struggle. He had already witnessed Yizan's strength, as well as seen his senior brother's true colors. Seeing this, Yizan laughed. "Haha, this is really interesting. I'm actually lucky enough to witness a scene from a famous trope." Yizan stared at Han Tai coldly and said, "All right, at least you've got guts. I won't take your life today." Hearing this, Han Tai was overjoyed. He was saved. However, his joy was cut short. Yizan's next words made his heart go cold. "Be honest, which hand did you use to bully my 2 disciples?" Han Tai trembled and looked down at his right hand. He already knew what Yizan was going to do. It seemed that he was going to have to part with a limb. However, it was in exchange for his life, so no matter how stupid he was, he would still make this choice. Chapter 570. Yizan's Warning. Han Tai's heart had completely turned cold after what Taoist Heitai had done to him today. He even had thoughts of exacting revenge on this senior brother of his. In any case, if he could keep his life, why not give up a hand? Han Tai said, "I won't trouble fellow Taoist Yi to do it personally. I'll cut off my right hand myself." After saying that, Han Tai pulled out his weapon and chopped off his right hand without hesitation. After doing so, Han Tai was in so much pain that he kept rolling on the ground. At the very least this guy had guts, and had taken responsibility for his own actions. As such, Yizan decided to allow him to live. Seeing Han Tai's actions, Yizan's anger had almost dissipated. He even noticed that Han Tai was already looking at Taoist Heitai with hatred. This is really interesting. There will probably be a good show to watch in the future, Yizan thought to himself. He was actually quite curious about what would happen between Han Tai and Taoist He Tai in the coming days. Revenge was probably on the horizon. Thinking this, Yi Zan felt very amused, but still pretended to be calm. Not bad, you've got courage. Let's forget about what happened before. After saying that, Yi Zan looked at the people around him with cold eyes and continued, this is also to let all of you understand that my disciples are not so easy to bully. If they were injured in a fight with their peers, I won't be bothered. After all, they can only blame themselves for being too weak. However, if a cultivator from the older generation dares to lay a hand on my disciples, then I can only advise them to wash their necks and await execution. After hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled, and they felt very fortunate that they had not provoked Yi Zan's disciples. There was also a group of onlookers who were very careful and whispered to the people of their own sects, remember the appearance of Yi Zan's two disciples and tell the disciples of our sect not to provoke them in the future. Avoid them if possible. If you really provoke them, don't blame the sect for not protecting you. How terrifying. I'm afraid anyone who provokes them will die. The onlookers began to discuss one after another. There were even some people who drew portraits of Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian in order to have them distributed among the disciples of their sects. No one wanted to be on the receiving end of Yi Zan's anger. Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian were also very touched that their teacher would go so far for them. They no longer felt aggrieved by what had happened to them earlier. To have such a good teacher was something that everyone else dreamed of. How could they ask for more? After Yi Zan warned the others, he looked at Han Tai again and said, your admission of guilt and willingness to accept responsibility has saved your life today. However, if you're unreconciled about this, then feel free to come and seek me out for revenge in the future. No, no, no. I would never do such a stupid thing. I wouldn't dare, Han Tai quickly said. It was already very good that he had survived this calamity. Besides, the one he truly wanted revenge on now was Taoist He Tai. There was no reason to provoke Yi Zan again. Hearing this, Yi Zan understood Han Tai's intentions. He simply looked at Taoist He Tai and said, haha, the Supreme Divine Sect is truly eye-opening. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan left with his two disciples without any hesitation. His words were filled with contempt for the Supreme Divine Sect. Who would join such a heartless sect, only to be abandoned and left for dead in times of trouble? Were it not for Yi Zan's generosity, Han Tai might have already gone to see the King of Hell. Who would be willing to accept such a fate? With this, a clear line was drawn between the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, the Supreme Divine Sect. After settling this matter, Yi Zan brought Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian to visit the Su family's residence to check on Su Chang. However, in the end, he realized that this guy was just pretending and did not suffer any serious injuries. He had made his family worry for nothing. Seeing this, Yi Zan was so angry that he kicked the latter in the butt, as if he was disappointed. Teacher, a lot of people from our sect have gone to the Immortal Divine Sect. Should we go and help? After leaving the Su family's residence, Zhu Yuyu looked at Yi Zan and asked. After Gao Shun was revived and recovered, he immediately rushed to the Immortal Divine Sect to help the others. Yuelin also followed him. However, it did not seem like her teacher planned on joining them. Hearing this, Yi Zan said with a smile, what's wrong? Don't tell me you want to go there and witness what can only be described as a living hell. Yi Zan could not bear to let his two disciples see the cruel scene of countless cultivators being slaughtered, so he chose not to help. After all, the two big sects were irreconcilable, so Aolei and the others would definitely not leave behind any future seeds of trouble. Everyone in the Immortal Divine Sect would be slaughtered, down to the last person. Chapter 571, Qingyang Restaurant again. When they envisioned that bloody scene, Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian shivered. They even felt a little nauseated. However, they were cultivators, after all. If they did not possess mental fortitude, what would they do if they encountered such situations in the future? As they were in the East Continent, their teacher could shelter and protect them. However, what about the future? They would eventually visit the other empires, and even continents. Even though she felt disgusted, Zhu Yuyu still made up her mind and said, Teacher, I want to go and take a look. Hearing this, Yi Zan also felt very pleased and said, all right, since you want to go, then I'll take you there to see it. After saying that, Yi Zan looked around and thought for a while before speaking. However, there's no hurry now. I still have something to deal with. After I'm done with this matter, we'll go and take a look. However, if it's already settled over there, then we won't go. There would be nothing to see then. Hearing this, the two of them were a little interested. What exactly was their teacher going to do? Following Yi Zan, the three of them arrived at the #1 restaurant in Qingyang City, Qingyang Restaurant. The Qingyang restaurant was involved in many businesses, but even now, no one knew who its master was. The person in charge of this branch of the Qingyang restaurant was a mystic lord realm cultivator, Han Sikong. Not long ago, Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian had also encountered trouble here thanks to Lin Dong. Coincidentally, Han Sikong had been around and took the initiative to help them. When they arrived at the Qingyang restaurant, the two girls were very confused. What exactly was Yi Zan doing here? Hello there, customers, please come in and take a seat. After seeing the three of them, a servant immediately came over and arranged for Yi Zan and the others to sit. However, Yi Zan just stood there and then said in a calm tone, "Go and pass on a message for me. Ask the person in charge to come out and see me." After hearing this, the servant was momentarily stunned and immediately pinched himself to wake up. Looking at Yi Zan's appearance, he knew that this person had to have a great background and was probably here to stir up trouble. At the thought of this, the servant was a little excited. The Qingyang restaurant had been in this place for so long, yet no one had ever dared to stir up trouble here. However, what was the background of this young man? That being said, was the boss someone that could be randomly called out like this? Respected guest, you have my apologies. The boss of our Qingyang restaurant has many responsibilities, so he is really busy. If there's really something you need, you can tell me and I'll pass it on. The servant was still polite, but the contempt in his expression was obvious. This was no surprise. After all, to be able to become a servant of the Qingyang restaurant, one had to have a certain status. Yi Zan looked at him and did not take this matter to heart. After all, he was not here to cause trouble. Moments later, Yi Zan released his supreme realm aura, causing the entire Qingyang restaurant building to shake. The servant's face turned pale in an instant. He stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Feeling this powerful sense of oppression, the servant was already clear that the young man in front of him was no ordinary person. On the contrary, he was an extremely powerful expert. It seems that we have a distinguished guest today. While the servant was at a loss, Han Sikong walked down from the second floor. Even though he looked very calm, he was inwardly panicking. What happened? Why did this peerless expert suddenly come to my place? Han Sikong had many questions, but no answers. In recent days, news of Yi Zan's remarkable feats had spread far and wide, and everyone knew that he had broken through to the Supreme Realm, which was a realm that countless cultivators could only dream of. As a Supreme Realm expert, he was basically untouchable within the entire East Continent, much less this insignificant branch of the Qingyang restaurant. There was no way Han Sikong would dream of ever offending Yi Zan. However, what he did not understand was why Yi Zan had come knocking on his doorstep. Could it be that someone from the Qingyang restaurant had provoked Yi Zan without his knowledge? Han Sikong became even more nervous when he thought of this possibility. However, he was an experienced man, so he still looked calm. Honored guest, Yi, is there something you need from our small Qingyang restaurant today? Han Sikong asked carefully. Yi Zan just glanced at him indifferently and asked, "Are you the person in charge of the Qingyang restaurant?" "Yes, I am." Han Sikong was already sweating profusely from the panic. Was this demon here for him? I don't think I've offended him, so why did he come to find me? Had he been made someone else's scapegoat? Yi Zan just smiled and said, "I finally got to see you. As the person in charge, you really are too busy. It's so hard to meet someone as important as you." Han Sikong's face turned pale. He glared at the servant and quickly said, No, I just happened to have something to deal with just now. I didn't know it was you, honored guest Yi. If I had known, I would have welcomed you personally." Looking at Han Sikong's fawning appearance, Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian were both stunned. Previously, they had thought that Han Sikong was a top expert. From the perspective of outsiders, the Qingyang restaurant also had a strong background and no one dared to provoke it. However, unexpectedly, Han Sikong was so submissive in front of their teacher. Could it be that their teacher had already become so powerful? The two of them were extremely puzzled, not knowing what was going on. It was probably because Yi Zan doted on his two disciples too much, so he always subconsciously excluded them when exerting his spiritual pressure. If Han Sikong knew what the two girls were thinking at this time, he would probably have cursed immediately. I'm afraid that no one in the entire East Province would dare to offend you or your teacher after what's been going on. Chapter 572, Purchasing Medicinal Herbs. Yizan smiled and said, "You're too polite. I've already inquired about it. The businesses of the Qingyang restaurant encompass a very wide scope, and have even spread to most areas of the East continent. Therefore, I came here today to ask for your help." After hearing this, Han Sikong shivered and said, "Sir, just tell me what needs to be done. As long as it's within my abilities, I will do my best to accomplish it." That was what he said, but Han Sikong was terrified. Who would ask for help like this? Who would release such a terrifying aura and then ask for help? After hearing Han Sikong's answer, Yizan found a place to sit down and took out a piece of paper from his storage space. On it was a list of all kinds of herbs. "Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to collect some herbs. Since you have your hands in a wide range of businesses, I just want your help in collecting them." Hearing that, Han Sikong quickly looked at the list of herbs. Although some of them were not very common, they could still be purchased with a little effort. In fact, it was not particularly difficult for him to obtain these herbs. However, he had no idea what Yizan was going to do with so many herbs. Was he going to use it to refine pills? In any case, that was none of his business. What did make him happy though was that this was an opportunity to establish a relationship with Yizan. Yizan's fame had already spread far and wide. His combat ability was unparalleled, and he was known as the #1 genius in the East continent. Furthermore, he was a supreme realm expert. If they could build a good relationship with him, it would be extremely beneficial to the Qingyang restaurant. As the person in charge of the Qingyang restaurant and a capable merchant, he had already made his decision. "Ah, so it was like this. Just leave this to us. It won't be a problem for us to purchase these herbs, and I'll definitely get them all sent to Cloud Sky Peak as soon as I can. However, we won't accept any payment for this. Think of this as a small gift from our Qingyang restaurant. What do you think?" Han Sikong said all this as he looked at Yizan expectantly. It was obvious that he wanted to be on good terms with Yizan. However, the ball was in Yizan's court, not his. Yizan looked at Han Sikong indifferently. He obviously knew what Han Sikong's intentions were. After thinking for a moment, he said, "There's no need for such an arrangement. I have enough money to pay for it, and it's enough that you show your sincerity. After all, as cultivators, we hate to owe others things. You should understand this, right?" All right, I understand," Han Sikong quickly replied. Although he was a little disappointed, it was still proceeding in a favorable direction. "How about this then? We'll sell you the herbs we bought at cost price." Yizan looked at Han Sikong indifferently. It seemed like Han Sikong was really trying to make friends with him. Well, since he was this persistent, it would be a bit discourteous to keep rejecting the offer, and it might sour the relationship. Yizan said very calmly, "All right, you can set the prices yourself. Just don't overstep your boundaries." He had only come to purchase medicinal herbs to prepare the required materials for alchemy. When he was in the ancient tomb, Yizan had already thought about doing this. Originally, he was prepared to leave this matter to the Su family, but there were too many herbs he required, so it was not convenient for the Su family to purchase them, as they lacked the necessary networks and connections. As such, he had come to the Qingyang restaurant instead to purchase the items. Yizan did not really care about the price of these herbs. After all, money was just a number to him. Han Sikong said with a smile after carefully putting away the list Yizan gave him, "Sir, just leave this matter to us. We'll definitely satisfy your requirements." Yizan was relieved to hear Han Sikong's words. Purchasing all these herbs was not something that could be done in a short time by just anyone. After thinking for a moment, Yizan was already preparing to deal with other matters. He had already thought of these things, but unfortunately, he had not had the time to do so recently. Now, he should take advantage of this period of time to complete these things. Yizan asked in a flat tone, "It seems that your Qingyang restaurant is also involved in the auction business, right?" After being momentarily stunned, Han Sikong quickly said, "Yes, we are. Does Sir want to auction off some treasures?" "That's right, I do have some treasures that I want to sell, but this matter isn't urgent. Let's discuss it later." After saying that, Yizan glanced at his two disciples while saying, "Help me to prepare a room first. There are some other things that I need to settle first." Han Sikong quickly replied, "Okay, I'll get someone to arrange the best room here for you now. Casey, go and make the arrangements now. Upon hearing this, the servant immediately said in a trembling voice, all right, I'll go immediately. At first, the servant had thought Yi Zan was just a rich man's son. Unexpectedly, even Lord Han Sikong, whom he admired so much, kept trying to please him. It was obvious how powerful this person was. At this moment, the servant was already sweating profusely. He was afraid that if he accidentally provoked him, he would lose his life. Thinking about it, he felt very scared. Fortunately, this expert was magnanimous. Otherwise, he would not have lived after what he had done. The servant quickly guided the three of them to a luxurious suite. Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian were both very puzzled. What matters did their teacher have to settle in Qingyang City? Chapter 573, A Mountain of Gold Part 1. When they entered the room, Yi Zan sent the servant away. Zhu Yuyu then asked him, Teacher, why did you purchase so many herbs? Do you want to open an herb business? Feng Xian was also looking at Yi Zan with great interest, waiting for an answer. Yi Zan also slowly opened his mouth at this time. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to teach you how to refine pills. The herbs are in preparation for that. Ah, teach us how to refine pills. After hearing Yi Zan's words, the two of them secretly rejoiced. After all, as cultivators, they definitely knew how popular alchemists were. Even if their alchemy skills were not particularly good, they could still refine pills for their own use. In the future, there would be no need to ask others for help. Furthermore, they had seen how precious the pills that Yi Zan often used and gave away were, so their excitement was understandable. Alright, now is not the time to be happy. After all, alchemy is not an easy craft to learn. Not only must you have a certain level of talent, but you must also persevere and practice hard. Only then will you be able to refine high-quality pills. But you don't have to be too discouraged. Even if you can't refine high-quality pills, it's not a big deal. After all, I have plenty of pills in reserve for you to use. I'm just teaching you alchemy to increase your repertoire. Who knows, it might be helpful to you both in the future. It truly was a blessing for them to be Yi Zan's disciples. They would never lack cultivation resources, treasures, or techniques. Don't worry, teacher. We'll do our best to master alchemy, Zhu Yuyu replied with confidence. Yi Zan was very pleased with this, but at the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up. It was time to reap some rewards from his disciples. Thinking this, Yi Zan pretended to sigh affectionately. He looked at his two disciples and said, the two of you have suffered a lot following me. Our cloud sky peak is really too poor, and I haven't had enough money to even buy you new clothes. You both haven't had the chance to dress up like other girls your age. After hearing Yi Zan's words, they felt moved. They really did not expect their teacher to even consider these things. Teacher, don't say that. You've already been very good to us, so how would we dare to ask for anything else? Zhu Yueyu's voice trembled as she spoke. Moments later, Yi Zan turned around and looked at Feng Xian. Xian, you were born into the royal family. You could have enjoyed a luxurious life, but you've suffered so much with me instead. As your teacher, I want you to be safe and to be able to cultivate diligently, but I also want you to live happy lives. Feng Xian quickly said, Teacher, I'm actually very satisfied with our current lives. Material things like money really aren't important. Besides, we're already quite happy, so please don't worry about such things. At this point, Yi Zan finally got to the point. Yi Zan took the thousands of profound gold he had received from the Su family, and said while sighing, this is all I can give you. Go ahead and spend it. Get some pretty clothes and accessories for yourselves. Seeing that huge amount of profound gold, Zhu Yuyu was completely dumbfounded. This was the first time she had seen so much profound gold. However, although she felt very grateful, she still wanted to reject it. Unexpectedly, Yi Zan spoke before Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian could reject him. My dear disciples, in the future, you'll definitely need to make your own living outside. What will you do if you don't have money? This is only a small amount of money. Please accept it, you'll need it in the future. This is all I can give you. After hearing Yi Zan's words, they could no longer bring themselves to reject him. Their teacher was truly the best, and had never stopped caring for them. Ever since they became his disciples, they had always been protected, nurtured and taken care of. No matter what they encountered, their teacher would always stand behind them. It was truly a blessing of a lifetime. Teacher, we understand. We'll keep the profound gold. After some sniffling and crying, the girls finally agreed. Seeing that his 2 disciples had finally accepted the profound gold, Yi Zan's heart was bursting with joy. Fortunately, he was rather good at acting and with words. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to get them to agree. Although Yi Zan was secretly happy, the expression on his face was still calm as he comforted his disciples. All right, there's no need to be so emotional. Keep the profound gold in your storage spaces first. You can go out and shop to your heart's content later, and buy whatever you like. You don't have to be bothered about this small amount of money, okay? After saying that, Yi Zan patted their heads. Zhu Yuyu looked at Yi Zan and replied, all right, teacher. We understand. Chapter 574 to 574 A Mountain of Gold Part 2. As a princess, Feng Xian did not really understand the concept of money, and even wanted to hand over her share to Zhu Yuyu to manage. However, Zhu Yuyu would not allow that, so she still got half of the amount, which was about 6,000 taels. Ding! Congratulations! The host has given his disciples 12,000 taels of profound gold. The host has obtained a 10,000x critical reward. Congratulations, the host has received 120 million taels of profound gold. 0.120 million taels of profound gold. After hearing the system notification, Yi Zan was overjoyed. This was an enormous sum of money. He was now a member of the Nouveau Riche. He could buy whatever he wanted. Should he renovate the residences on Cloud Sky Peak? Should he go on a spending spree at an auction? The possibilities were endless. It only took a short while for the 120 million taels of profound gold to be transferred into his storage space. Seeing the small mountain of profound gold, Yi Zan's heart beat wildly. He could not wait to start spending it. To be honest, while 120 million taels of profound gold was indeed a lot, if he were to start buying precious treasures and artifacts, it would not last very long. In addition, alchemy required startup capital. Those herbs and furnaces would not fall from the sky. Therefore, he still had to watch his spending. At least for now. The reason why he had asked Han Sikong if he could sell some of the treasures he possessed was to earn more money. After all, he had obtained plenty of treasures in the ancient tomb, and many of them were useless to both him and his disciples, so he might as well sell them. However, before auctioning them off, he still had to see what other system rewards he could obtain by giving them to his disciples. The original item might be useless, but the system's reward would likely be something useful. Yi Zan had already made a plan for this, and he knew very well which items he could or could not sell. Moreover, if he bought some stuff from the auction and gave them to his disciples, he would be able to reap even better rewards. Was that not simply wonderful? Thinking this, Yi Zan looked at his 2 disciples again and said, my dear disciples, show me what you obtained from the ancient tomb. After hearing this, the 2 girls were instantly invigorated. Zhu Yuyu was the first to speak. Teacher, I was quite lucky in the ancient tomb this time. I was able to obtain an imperial sword of good quality. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Yuyu slowly took out a sword. However, Yi Zan could not help but frown when he saw it. The killing intent contained within this sword was simply too dense. If it was used over long periods of time, it would not be good for its user. However, this was not a big deal. Yi Zan gently brushed his hand over the sword and instantly wiped away the evil intent mixed within the sword, leaving behind only pure killing intent. After examining it carefully again, Yi Zan returned it to Zhu Yuyu and said, this sword is quite good, and is suitable for you to use at this level. It should be able to help you to deal with enemies of the same level. Hearing this, Zhu Yuyu felt very happy. If her teacher said so, then the treasure was worth the trip to the ancient tomb. Xian, what did you gain? Yi Zan looked at Feng Xian and asked. She smiled and took out a wind chime from her storage space. Yi Zan picked it up and examined it carefully. He found that although it was a good quality treasure, it was not an imperial treasure. Still, it was quite good. After returning the wind chime to Feng Xian, Yi Zan began to think carefully. During this trip to the ancient tomb, Zhu Yuyu's overall gains seemed to surpass Feng Xian's. However, in terms of cultivation, Feng Xian's improvement was faster. Feng Xian's strength had already reached the peak of the materialization realm. When she left Cloud Sky Peak, she had only just entered the materialization realm. From the looks of it, Feng Xian should have obtained some other treasures that helped her increase her cultivation level within the ancient tomb. Zhuge Yuyu had reached the middle stage of the Void Realm, which was higher compared to the early stage Void Realm cultivation that she had before she left Cloud Sky Peak. Even though her improvement was not as fast as Feng Xian's, it was much faster than most other cultivators. She had basically almost caught up with Hua Rufeng, who had been cultivating for far longer than she had. After checking the harvest of his 2 disciples, Yi Zhan also smiled in relief. They did well. After a moment's deliberation, Yi Xian took out the godsaber he had obtained after killing the white-browed old man. The godsaber was short and sharp, and its power could not be underestimated. Even Yi Zhan had almost been injured by it. Xian, you don't have a suitable weapon to wield, so I'll give you this godsaber. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zhan handed it to her. Feng Xian was stunned. The moment she touched the godsaber, she could sense the extremely dense killing intent within it. In terms of quality, this godsaber was even comparable to Zhuge Yuyu's imperial sword. At this moment, Feng Xian was already at a loss for words. However, Yi Zhan continued to strike while the iron was hot and said, all right, there's no need to say anything more. Just take what I give you. Why are you being so polite? Since I've already given it to you, I must have thought things through. Yuyu already has the imperial sword, and the Cloud Sky sword, but you don't have a proper weapon yet. Both of you are precious to me. I will not be biased. Take this godsaber and use it well. Chapter 575. God's Sword. After receiving the godsaber from her teacher, Feng Xian held it in her hands and began to wave it around. Yi Zhan looked at this scene with a smile and said, this weapon is called the godsaber, and it can be used to unleash an extremely powerful ability. When we return to Cloud Sky Peak, I'll teach you how to use it. With its help, your Hellfire technique will be able to display even more power, and your combat strength will definitely increase by several times. Feng Xian became excited and replied, teacher is the best. With the increase in her cultivation level, she had encountered more and more powerful cultivators and now understood the importance of having a good weapon. From now on, she would no longer need to constantly be under the protection of her senior sister. She could not wait to try it out. Seeing this, Yi Zhan was also very happy. Then, he took out 2 sets of flexible armor. Of these 2 sets of armor, one was of the fire attribute, and the other was of the ice attribute. Yi Zhan had obtained them from the white-browed old man, and they were just right for his 2 disciples. Even though these 2 sets of armors were not as strong as his rainbow robe, they were sufficient to use at their level. Take a set each. There's no need to be polite. The 2 of them were stunned. There was still more. What was wrong with their teacher today? Could it be that he had really become rich overnight and could not wait to give away all his treasures? If outsiders were to see this scene, they would definitely be full of envy. What kind of teacher would continuously give treasures to his disciples in the mystic world? Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian did not hesitate anymore. They simply accepted it, as they had already thanked him too many times. What was important was that they did not let their teacher down in the future. Feng Xian took the fire attribute armor and put it on, while Zhuge Yuyu chose the ice attribute armor. At this moment, Zhuge Yuyu even felt that her trip to the ancient tomb was a waste. In the end, she obtained far more treasures from her teacher. Her teacher's care warmed her heart. She vowed to remember his kindness and generosity. After giving out all the things he needed to give, he deemed his efforts a success. Yi Zhan looked at his 2 disciples and said, all right, there's still plenty of time, so you 2 can go shopping together and buy whatever you want. I will give you the day off today. You can go and do whatever you want. All right, teacher, you're the best, the 2 of them quickly replied. As soon as they said that, they walked out hand in hand, skipping toward the street. Ever since they were accepted as Yi Zhan's disciples, they had been fully focused on cultivation, and had not truly had the time to relax like this. Furthermore, with their teacher nearby, they could wander around the streets without any worries. When he saw his 2 disciples walk out of the room, Yi Zhan immediately grinned from ear to ear because of the system notification that had rang out in his mind. Ding! As the host has given Feng Xian the godsaber, the host has obtained a critical reward and received a god's sword defective. The godsaber had earned him a god's sword. Yi Zhan was excited, and quickly examined it. The moment he took it out, a shocking murderous aura hit him square in the face, and filled the room. If it wasn't for Yi Zhan's timely control, Qingyang City would probably have descended into chaos from the outpouring of killing intent. The god's sword's origins were from ancient times. The killing intent it contained was far greater than the Cloud Heaven sword. Moreover, this sword was defective. If it could be repaired, would it not be a super powerful sword? It seemed that he had struck gold both literally and figuratively today. Yi Zan's eyes seemed to glow as he stared at the god's sword in his hand. He was so excited that he could not speak. Even though the god's sword was badly damaged, he would not be fooled by its appearance. If the god's sword was in peak condition, it would even surpass Yi Zan's Cloud Heaven sword. With it, he might even be able to resist a sealed immortal realm expert. However, the downside was that it would not be easy to restore it to its peak state. Furthermore, even if he could restore the god's sword to its peak state now, Yi Zan did not have the strength to fully activate it, and would be drained after unleashing a single attack, if he even managed to activate it at all in the first place. Then, another system notification rang out. Ding! As you have given the fire and ice attribute flexible armors to your 2 disciples, you have obtained 2 critical rewards and have received a set of fire and ice flexible armors. This time, Yi Zan did not get an amazing treasure like before. Even so, something that he considered lackluster would be something that countless others dreamed of. If he were to put these up for auction later, he would probably be able to earn a tidy profit. However, after thinking about it, he decided to give these 2 to his disciples as well, and auction off the ones he had just given them. Chapter 576, Auction Part 1. These quality goods should not be sold and wasted like this. It would be much better to give them to his disciples. After all, he could not be by their side all the time, so the stronger and more well protected they were, the better. After some serious consideration, Yi Zan took out a portion of the treasures he had prepared to put up for auction. Among these treasures, the Yama's needle was a decent treasure. There were also some other treasures that Yi Zan was not bothered to appraise fully. He took them all out and decided to auction them. By the time Yi Zan had sorted through all of these things, half a day had passed. Teacher, we're back. Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian walked into the room with smiles on their faces. Yi Zan did not turn around, but asked, how was it? Are you happy with what you bought? Did anyone cause you any trouble? We're very happy. How could anyone possibly come and provoke us? By the way, teacher, what are you doing now? Feng Xian walked over with great interest and looked at the treasures that Yi Zan was going to auction off. Only then did Yi Zan raise his head to look at Feng Xian. He immediately replied, actually, I'm not doing anything. I'm just sorting through some treasures. I've just found these 2 sets of flexible armor. These are better than the ones I gave you earlier, so take these instead and try them on. After hearing this, the 2 of them were extremely shocked. Zhu Yuyu also hurried over and picked up the ice attribute flexible armor and examined it carefully. Wow! This flexible armor is wonderful! Zhu Yuyu exclaimed in shock. In the mystic world, armor sets were also extremely valuable, even more so than weapons. After all, a good set of armor might be the difference between life and death in battle, and might save them in the event of a surprise attack. Therefore, good sets of armor were prized and the object of desire of countless cultivators. Teacher, could it be that you're planning to sell all of these treasures? As she spoke, Zhu Yuyu took out the ice attribute flexible armor she had just been given earlier. Yi Zan just said indifferently, yes, in any case, these treasures aren't of much use to me. I'll exchange them for money so that we can buy more herbs for alchemy. Hearing this, Zhu Yuyu understood his intentions. She immediately swapped the old set of armor for the new one. After packing up all of the treasures, Yi Zan led his 2 disciples out of the room. Sir. Seeing Yi Zan appear, Han Sikong hurried over and said respectfully, Sir, I've already started ordering the herbs on your list. It probably would not take long for him to purchase all of the herbs on the list. I'll send them to Cloud Sky Peak personally later. Hearing this, Yi Zan nodded. Han Sikong was indeed very thorough in his work. Alright, just send it to me after you've bought everything. Also, I'll have to trouble you to help me auction off these treasures that I've picked out. Yi Zan then took out a storage bag and handed it to Han Sikong. Hearing this, Han Sikong was stunned, but also secretly delighted. He also knew very well how strong Yi Zan was. As a supreme realm expert, these treasures should be quite valuable. If it was possible, he would have bought all of these treasures himself. I wish I could buy them all myself, but my financial resources are lacking. Han Sikong then continued quickly, Sir, coincidentally, the Qingyang restaurant is holding an auction today. Many cultivators have come here to pick out some treasures. The treasures you want to auction off should be able to get a good price today. Hearing this, Xuan said, then, help me take a look at these treasures first. Xuan directly handed the storage bag to Han Sikong, trusting that he would do this task well. In any case, he was not worried that someone would run off with his treasures. Stealing from a Supreme Realm expert was an incredibly stupid thing to do. Sir, let's go somewhere else and talk. After looking around, Han Sikong felt that it was not convenient to talk here, so he led Xuan and the others to the auction house. Sir, this place is where the auction will be held, Han Sikong explained to Xuan as he pointed at the building in front of them. Then, he took out a few masks and handed them to Xuan and the other two. Young master, the auction house safeguards the privacy of every distinguished guest. Therefore, when entering the auction house, guests are required to wear this mask. This is to prevent those with evil intentions from identifying and stealing from the winners of the auction items. Xuan nodded in understanding. However, was it really useful to just wear a mask? Xuan laughed to himself, but he still put on the mask anyway. Although he had not personally entered an auction house, he was no stranger to the auction process. After all, he had read countless stories and novels in his previous life. Under normal circumstances, when the protagonist arrived at the auction house, they would either pick up a great deal by chance, or provoked some other big shot. However, it was different for him. After all, he was the big shot here. Who would dare to provoke him? Wearing this mask was probably only to protect the safety of others, and it was not of much use to Xuan. Xian, why is this auction house so strange? Following behind Xuan, Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian started to talk in whispers. Hearing this, Feng Xian also started looking around. However, she did not notice anything, so she asked, Senior Sister Yu, what do you mean? Zhu Yuyu's gaze was locked on various women that were darting left and right around the auction. She felt that there was no light in their eyes, as if they were robots. This was why she felt that the situation was very strange. Why did these women look like this? Chapter 577, Auction Part 2. Feng Xian quickly understood what her senior sister meant when she said those words. She quickly explained, those women are indeed quite miserable. They might have been sold to this place when they were young, and trained to be maidservants who would receive the auction house's guests. The training is quite harsh, and is meant to ensure complete loyalty and obedience to the auction house. This does seem very cruel, but this is how the mystic world is. It's the law of the jungle. They happen to get the short end of the stick, and lack the strength to change their fate. After hearing Feng Xian's words, Zhu Yuyu's face had already turned pale. She felt a little scared. If Xuan had not taken her in as a disciple, would she have ended up like these women? Thinking of this, Zhu Yuyu felt disgusted, but at the same time, her heart was filled with gratitude. Toward Xuan, he truly was her life-saving benefactor. Looking at Xuan's back, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. After a while, she said to Feng Xian, thankfully, teacher took me in. Otherwise, I might have ended up like them. Hearing this, Feng Xian smiled lightly. She held Zhu Yuyu's hand and replied, our experiences are actually somewhat similar. Compared to Zhu Yuyu, Feng Xian's situation was only slightly better off. Being used for marriage, she was actually no different from a tool. The two of them looked at each other. The meaning within their gazes was self-evident. Then, they followed Xuan closely into a luxurious room. Sir, this is one of the most luxurious rooms in our auction house, Suite 001, Han Sikong said fawningly. He had wanted to add that this suite could only be entered by the top guests of the auction house. However, he was afraid of making Xuan unhappy, so he silently kept these words in his heart. None of the previous top guests could compare to Xuan's status anyway. Walking into the suite, Xuan scanned the room and felt that it was pretty good. This place is pretty decent. After saying that, Xuan walked over to a luxurious chair and sat down, as if it were his own home. This feeling isn't bad. It makes me feel like a tycoon, Xuan thought to himself. After some time, he stood up and said to Han Sikong, alright, help me take a look at these treasures first. Then, you can auction them off. I'm in a hurry, as I probably have to make a trip to the Immortal Divine Sect later to help exterminate them. Heavens, did he need to add that information tidbit? Although Xuan's words were calm and uncaring, Han Sikong was dumbfounded. Such words were enough to have him shaking in his boots, and his back was already covered in cold sweat. Even standing beside Yi Zan, he felt a little uncomfortable. He did not doubt Yi Zan's words. After all, the battle between the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and the Immortal Divine Sect had already become widely known. Grand Elder Aulay was probably there doing his thing already. I can't afford to provoke such an existence. I've got to keep him happy. All right, sir. I'll get it done right away, Han Sikong shivered and quickly replied. After taking a careful look at Yi Zan's treasures, Han Sikong took out some of the more precious ones and set them aside for the main auction in a while. As for the other common items, they would be put up for auction at the secondary auction. After doing all this, Han Sikong was once again at a loss for words. Yi Zan's wealth was unimaginable. The Yama's needles were probably the most precious treasure that their auction house had ever sold. After all, a treasure like this would normally be kept for one's own use. Which expert would be willing to auction it? What Han Sikong did not understand was that the treasure he thought was precious was just an ordinary thing to Yi Zan. It was not worth mentioning at all. Sir, I'm done checking them. The Yama's needles, as well as the ice and fire attribute flexible armor sets, will be the main auction's final items. What kind of price do you want to set for them? Han Sikong asked in a trembling voice. However, Yi Zan did not know much about the prices of these things, so he replied indifferently, you have full authority to decide. Han Sikong smiled and raised 2 fingers. What do you think about having the starting bid set at 20 million taels of profound silver? This time, it was Yi Zan's turn to be surprised. The starting price was already 20 million taels of profound silver. Chapter 578, Feng Lu Part 1. Even though it was profound silver, 20 million taels of profound silver was equivalent to 200,000 taels of profound gold. At that time, if he were to give that amount to his disciples and get another bountiful reward from the system, would he still have to worry about money in the future? Furthermore, this was just the starting price. Heavens! At this moment, Yi Zan already felt that he had a boundless future ahead of him. The excitement in his heart was indescribable, but there was no change in his expression. Ahem, all right, let's set that as the starting price then. After hearing that Yi Zan had agreed to the starting price, Han Sikong's heart was finally at ease. He was really a little scared. If Yi Zan wasn't satisfied with the price he just offered, and flew into a rage, he might even have died. Why was this deal so frightening? This was the most dangerous deal he had ever made in his entire life. He was drenched in cold sweat. All right, sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Wait here a moment, I believe that the auction will begin soon. Yi Zan nodded in acknowledgement and sat down again. Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian also sat down next to Yi Zan. They were also looking forward to watching the auction. What kind of price would their teacher's treasures be sold for? As time passed, the seats in the auction hall were gradually filled up. However, at that moment, Yi Zan noticed that there was an argument outside the suite. Prince Zonglu, there's a VIP guest in suite 001. You can't enter. Tisk. What VIP? I'm a prince, and the most important guest here. As soon as he finished speaking, a pot-bellied old man in a golden robe suddenly opened the door and walked in. After seeing this person, Feng Xian could not help but frown. Zhu Yuyu had already noticed her junior sister's strange behavior and quickly asked, Xian, what's going on? Do you know who this old man is? After thinking for a moment, Feng Xian replied, yes, I do. He's the prince of the Yangli Divine Empire. His name is Feng Lu, but people call him Prince Zonglu. He can be considered my uncle, I guess. Zhu Yuyu nodded in understanding. They were wearing masks on their faces, so it was not strange that Feng Lu did not recognize Xian. Do you want to go over and say hello? Zhu Yuyu asked innocently. Hearing this, Feng Xian felt helpless and said in an unpleasant tone, it's not as simple as you think. Although he's my uncle, I don't consider him as family at all, nor does he. Besides, my status in the royal family pales in comparison to his, so I have no reason or right to greet him. After hearing this, Zhu Yuyu came to a sudden realization. She secretly clutched Xian's small hand. Let's see which VIP actually stole my suite. Feng Lu walked into the suite slowly with an arrogant expression. After looking around, he ignored Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian. He felt that these two women were only here to serve the VIP. Then his gaze fell on Yi Zan. Seeing him, Feng Lu frowned and thought to himself, this person looks so young. Could it be that he's from a large family? Thinking this, Feng Lu was relieved. As long as it was not a particularly powerful family, he could easily resolve this matter. At this moment, Yi Zan did not say a word. He looked at Feng Lu with a calm expression. A servant hurried over and said frantically, "I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't stop him just now and allowed him to come over to disturb you." After saying that, the servant's legs started to tremble in fear. He still remembered that Han Sikong had specifically told him to serve Yi Zan well and not to provoke him, otherwise, the people here would probably die. However, to his surprise, no matter how hard he tried to stop Prince Feng Lu, the latter ignored him completely and just barged in. This put him between a rock and a hard place. "Prince, if you're tired of living, don't drag me into this. I haven't lived long enough." Yi Zan raised his hand and gestured to the servant, indicating for him not to meddle in this matter. Then, he stared at Feng Lu to see what tricks he would try to play. After careful consideration, Feng Lu decided that Yi Zan was indeed a young master from a major family who had gone out for a stroll out of boredom. As such, this young master was probably trying to show off and had thus spent a lot of money to secure this suite. After thinking for a while, Feng Lu calmed down and said with a smile, "May I ask which major family you are from?" "I am a prince of the Yangli Divine Empire. You can call me Prince Zonglu. I have always occupied Suite 001, and would like to ask for your cooperation to relinquish it to me." Royalty had always paid attention to etiquette in everything. This was also the practice of their empire. After learning that this person was actually a prince of the Yangli Divine Empire, Yi Zan was momentarily stunned and turned to look at Feng Xian. Seeing this, Feng Xian nodded at Yi Zan, confirming that this person was indeed from the Yangli Divine Empire. The corners of Yi Zan's mouth curled up slightly, and he said straightforwardly, "Oh, Prince Zonglu, good to know. All right, you can get out of here now." Upon hearing this, Feng Lu's face darkened. Despite knowing his background, this person did not back down. There were only two possibilities for such a thing to happen. One was that this young man really had a great background, and the other was that he was a fool who did not know any better. Chapter 579, Feng Lu Part 2. Staring at Yi Zan, Feng Lu said with a dark face, "What is your background? You would even disregard my status and authority as a prince." Yi Zan had run out of patience. He stood up and was about to make a move. At this moment, Han Sikong rushed over. When he saw that Yi Zan was ready to make a move, he was terrified. Heavens, he had only left for a short time, yet someone was already stirring up trouble with Yi Zan. Did this person want him to have a heart attack? Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Prince Zonglu might not have lived to see the sun tomorrow. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't handle things properly and allowed others to disturb you. Sir, please don't worry and just let me handle this matter for you," Han Sikong said while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, looking frightened. He could not be blamed for this. After all, neither the Qingyang restaurant, nor the Yangli Divine Empire was capable of withstanding Yi Zan's wrath. Even a top-tier sect like the Immortal Divine Sect had suffered at his hands. Han Sikong felt like punching Prince Zonglu in the face. Of all the people to provoke, he had chosen Yi Zan. "Han Sikong, what are you doing?" Seeing Han Sikong run up to Yi Zan and apologize as soon as he came in, ignoring him, Feng Lu felt very aggrieved. He was the prince of the Yangli Divine Empire. How could this young man's status compare to his? What was wrong with Han Sikong today? Han Sikong, who was already filled with both terror and anger, was incensed when he saw that Prince Zonglu had dared to question him. Still, both were honored guests, though their statuses were as different as night and day. As such, he had to pacify Prince Zonglu as well. Han Sikong calmed himself down and said politely, "Prince Zonglu, I'm sorry. It's first come, first served. Since Suite 001 is already occupied, please occupy another suite." After hearing these words, Feng Lu's facial expression darkened. Those were not the words he expected to hear from Han Sikong. At the same time, he was also interested in this young man's background. Why was Han Sikong taking the young man's side instead of his? He knew Han Sikong's character very well. As the person in charge of the Qingyang restaurant, he was a very adaptable person. Therefore, seeing the latter ingratiate himself in front of that young man spoke volumes. Feng Lu looked at Yi Zan again. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked out of Suite 001. Once they were outside, Feng Lu turned to his subordinate and said, "Investigate his background." I want to see what's so special about that person that even Han Sikong is trying to please him. In Suite 001, after seeing that Han Sikong had settled the matter, Yi Zan asked Feng Xian with a smile, "Xian, are all of the princes of your Yangli divine empire like this?" Feng Xian shrugged and replied, "Actually, I'm not sure. After all, I don't usually come into contact with them. Teacher, if you want to teach him a lesson, then just do it. You don't have to take me into consideration. The only person I'm close to in the Yangli divine empire is my brother." After saying this, she licked her lips and said, "It's best to teach them a hard lesson. Beat them so hard that even their own father won't recognize them. That will keep them from acting so arrogantly in the future." Hearing this, Yi Zan laughed. Smiling, Yi Zan tossed the matter to the back of his mind and promptly forgot about it. After all, a prince like this was only an insignificant person in his eyes. He could easily deal with him. Then, Yi Zan looked at Han Sikong again and said, "I hope that this kind of thing won't happen again. Do you understand?" After hearing Yi Zan's words, Han Sikong trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. Even though it was just a simple statement, it made him feel a terrifying sense of oppression. Who knew what kind of disaster would befall him and even the Yangli divine empire if he allowed Prince Zonglu to provoke Yi Zan? I understand, sir, you don't have to worry. There won't be a second time," Han Sikong answered fearfully. Yi Zan then waved him off, indicating that he could go about his own business. After all, Han Sikong was the one handling the sale of his treasures. At that moment, in Suite 002, Feng Lu had just sat down. He was so angry that he threw the cup on the table to the ground. He looked terrible. "Damn it, who is that guy? How dare he disregard me like that?" After smashing all of the cups, a subordinate rushed to his side. "Prince Zonglu, we've already conducted a thorough investigation, but found nothing about that person. We don't know where he came from, but he doesn't seem to be a young master from a major family." After hearing this, Feng Lu frowned. "I can't believe it. Why would Han Sikong be so nice to him? He must have a great background. Go and check it out again. Once you've figured out everything, come back and report to me." Feng Lu ordered with a dark expression. The subordinate was frightened and quickly left to investigate the matter. Chapter 580, Bidding War, Part 1. What Feng Lu did not know was that no matter how hard they tried, his subordinates would not be able to find out anything about Yi Zan. After all, Yi Zan was the chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's Cloud Sky Peak. There might be news about his feats in the secular world, but only cultivators who had come into contact with him before would be able to recognize him. After some time passed, the auction began. From his suite, Yi Zan had a great view of the stage below. The lady in charge of the auction had already walked out. She hit the gavel onto the rostrum and said in a delicate voice, "Dear distinguished guests, the anticipated auction segment has arrived. We will first start with the secondary auction items." After that, another lady in revealing clothes slowly walked out with a box and placed it on the center of the stage. When the crowd saw the auction item, they were shocked. It's actually a high-grade magical treasure. What's going on today? There's even a high-grade magic treasure up for grabs. At this moment, the crowd was already rubbing their hands in excitement. Meanwhile, opposite Suite 001, Feng Lu was also excited when he saw the auction item. Yi Zan happened to notice this, and he had already thought of something interesting to do to pass the time. Seemingly sensing Yi Zan's ill intentions, Feng Lu stared at him, feeling very angry. "Tisk, you're just a nobody who happens to have some sort of backing. Without your family, do you think that you would be qualified to be here? Just wait, let's see what items you bid for, kid." Feng Lu considered himself quite wealthy, and was determined to use his wealth to get back at Yi Zan for the humiliation he had suffered earlier. Moreover, he really wanted this high-grade magic treasure, so it was a win-win situation. This saber is called the Scarlet Flame Saber. It's a high-grade magical treasure. I believe that all of you can tell that it's definitely a very rare item. Let's get to it. The starting price of the Scarlet Flame Saber is 90,000 taels of profound silver. The distinguished guests can start bidding now. As soon as she finished speaking, the guests on the auction floor did not bid immediately. Instead, they looked up at those occupying the suites. After all, if these people were to bid, they would not be able to win. As time passed, Suite 001 was the first to give a price. 100 million taels. Everyone's jaws dropped. They're starting off with that price. Aren't they pricing out everyone immediately? While the crowd was in a heated discussion, Feng Lu's face darkened. He stared at the 1,000,000 taels sign in his hand that he had been about to raise. It seemed particularly ironic. Damn it, is this guy deliberately going against me? Looking at Yi Zhan, Feng Lu gritted his teeth in anger. At this moment, he could almost imagine Yi Zhan's mocking gaze. Prince Zhonglu, please don't. However, he would not listen to his subordinate's advice. He picked up a different sign and raised it, which frightened his subordinate even further. 1,000,000,000 taels. When they saw Suite 002 bid, people exclaimed in surprise. Holy shit, who are these two people? This is just the first item. Is there a need to be so competitive from the get-go? At this time, they could somewhat tell that the guests in the two suites were definitely not on good terms. There was no other explanation for such impulsive bidding. At this time, a beautiful woman in a red dress in Suite 003 looked in the direction of the two suites with a puzzled expression. She turned around and instructed the servant beside her, "Go and find out who those people in these two suites are." Understood, a servant with an ice-cold expression said and slowly left the suite. Young miss, are we going to participate in this auction? The woman in the red dress thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, let's sit back and watch for now. Our main goal is to investigate the strange power. We are not familiar with the situation in the Yangli Divine Empire, so it is best not to provoke these major families." All right, another subordinate said as he turned his attention back to the situation on the stage. After Feng Lu placed a bid of 1,000,000,000 taels of profound silver, the atmosphere was boiling over. The lady in charge of the auction was dumbfounded. Originally, she thought that this treasure would only sell for tens of millions taels of profound silver at most. Who would have thought that the guest in Suite 001 would immediately raise the price to 100 million taels? The guest in Suite 002 was even more shocking, bidding 1 billion taels. That was equivalent to 10 million taels of profound gold. After making this bid, Feng Lu looked at Yi Zhan with a sneer as if saying, "If you have the ability, then continue bidding. Bring it on, I have plenty of money." Yi Zhan's expression did not change at all when he noticed Feng Lu's sneer. He smiled and bid again, increasing the bid by a mere 1,000 taels. Feng Lu's face turned extremely gloomy when he saw the provocative bid. This guy is trying to embarrass me, right? If Yi Zhan's price was much higher than his, he would not have felt so incensed. However, it was only an increase of 1,000 taels, and he felt as if someone had slapped him in the face. After hearing the bid, the guests were on the verge of laughter. Isn't this person clearly trying to make fun of the people in Suite 002? He clearly has the money, but wants to piss off the other side. As the crowd stifled their laughter, the woman in the red dress in Suite 003 also covered her mouth and chuckled. This person is quite interesting. I wonder where he came from. From afar, she saw the man in Suite 001 wearing white. Under the cover of the mask, even though she could not see his face, she could still tell that he was quite young, and seemed to have an elegant disposition. Feng Lu stood up in anger. Chapter 581, Bidding War, Part 2. He gritted his teeth and raised the bid again. 1.4 billion taels. At this moment, all of the other guests' jaws dropped. He had actually raised the bid again. This price was enough to buy a pile of high-grade magic treasures. Was there something wrong with his brain? Feng Lu knew that the price was inappropriate, but he was a prideful man. After making the bid, Feng Lu looked at Yi Zhan arrogantly. It was obvious that he wanted Yi Zhan to outbid him. If you have the ability, then come at me. He had already decided that if Yi Zhan continued to raise the price, he would decisively give up. He would make Yi Zhan suffer. Unexpectedly, the corners of Yi Zhan's mouth curved up slightly, and he sat down again, clearly not intending to raise the bid again. What the fuck? Feng Lu was dumbfounded when he saw this. Was he really not going to bid again? 1.4 billion taels going once, going twice. After calling out 3 times, the woman announced, "Congratulations to the guest in Suite 002 for winning the bid for this high-grade magical treasure for 1.4 billion taels of profound silver." When the gavel fell, it was over. This was the rule and Feng Lu understood it very well. At this moment, a sense of regret washed over him. He had played with fire and gotten himself burned. However, this was only a small amount of money for him. As long as his pride was intact, it was worth the money. In Suite 001, Zhu Yuyu looked at the first auction item with a face full of curiosity. She then turned to Yi Zhan and asked, "Teacher, Weren't you the one who brought that item for auction? Why did you bid for it? Was her teacher playing around? Xuan pretended to be momentarily stunned for a moment and asked, "Ah, was it really mine?" Zhu Yuyu was really quite innocent and naive. She nodded and said, "That's right. It was among the treasures that you were sorting out in front of us earlier." Xuan laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. I must have forgotten. Fortunately, I didn't continue bidding. Otherwise, I would have lost a lot of money." Looking at Xuan's smiling face, anyone would be able to figure out that he was simply messing with the bid. After some time, Zhu Yuyu also figured it out. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Feng Xian then chimed in while rolling her eyes, "Teacher, aren't you being too mean to Prince Zonglu?" She had been shocked by his initial bid, and wondered when her teacher had become so rich. Xuan picked up the teacup calmly and drank it happily. "This prince is so kind. He's donating so much money to me in the name of pride. How funny. Let's see how far I can take this." Next up is the second auction item. After hearing the auction hostess voice, Xuan immediately suppressed the smile on his face and even pretended to be very angry about what had just happened. He even glared at Feng Lu. After seeing this, Feng Lu instantly felt refreshed. It was money well spent. Did this kid want to play with him? He would show him who was the real boss around here. It was just money, and he had plenty of it. Feng Lu was delighted, and drank a cup of tea. He felt that even the tea tasted refreshing now. How comfortable. He pulled the maidservant beside him to sit on his lap. The smile on his face was very wretched. When the second auction item was revealed, the guests once again widened their eyes. It was actually a low-grade spiritual artifact. After sensing the surging power from the auction item, their eyes were glued to it. Every spiritual artifact was extremely precious, and would almost never show up in the secular world. An ordinary major family would at most have 2 or 3, but under normal circumstances, none of them would part with any. At this moment, the guests were deeply astonished. To them, this spiritual artifact could already be considered a priceless treasure. Ordinary magical artifacts were already extremely precious to them, let alone spiritual artifacts. After seeing the purgatory whip on display, the crowd began to rub their hands in anticipation. It was the same for Feng Lu. His eyes were already glowing. This spiritual artifact is called the purgatory whip. It's a low-grade spiritual weapon, the auction hostess continued. I won't explain how powerful it is, as everyone can probably tell from its aura. Let's start the bidding now. The starting price is 1 million taels of profound silver. As soon as she finished speaking, Xuan made a bid. Hearing this, the crowd on the auction floor were once again dumbfounded. Oh my god, he's actually playing this trick again. Is he doing this because he failed in his first bid just now? People could not help but start to make guesses. However, this person's participation also meant that they had to give up on this item. As such, they decided to sit back and enjoy the show. They were certain that the guests in Suite 002 would not let this opportunity pass by. Feng Lu smiled. Haha, I'm going to make you prostrate yourself in awe today. HMPH, so you're out of money. Why is it only 1.4 billion? Xuan looked at Feng Lu sarcastically and immediately raised the bid again. 1.9 billion taels. Who? The other guests had already begun to take deep breaths to calm their excitement. Heavens, this is the first time I've seen someone pay such a high price for something. If it were me, I'd probably have to spend a few lifetimes to finish spending that amount. At this moment, the atmosphere was boiling over again. This 1.9 billion taels of profound silver, if converted to profound gold, was 19 million taels of profound gold. Chapter 582, Earth Treasure Flower. It had to be said that Feng Lu was indeed quite rich. He had bid 1.9 billion taels of profound silver without even blinking. Xuan could not restrain his curiosity. He turned around and asked Feng Xian, "Are all the princes of the Yangli Divine Empire so rich?" He heard Feng Xian mutter to herself for a moment before she said, "Every prince has his own territory, and Prince Zonglu's territory is Qingyang City. The annual tax income from such a large city must be a terrifying number, so it's not surprising that he's rich." Hearing this, Xuan started thinking. Based on this information, these mortal empires were indeed quite rich. In comparison, as the chief of Cloud Sky Peak, he could not even afford to pay several taels of profound silver back then. That being said, given his current status, making money seemed very easy. As long as he put one of his treasures up for auction, he would be able to earn a fortune, especially with a rich person like this prince propping up the bids. Zan even felt that this person was quite cute. The next moment, his expression changed again. He glared at the prince and said, "I'll bid 3 billion taels." From Zan's appearance, it almost looked like he was exasperated and desperate. Feng Lu laughed when he saw this. HMPH. Small fries are indeed small fries. They are all so impatient. He laughed contemptuously and continued to bid 3.9 billion taels. He wanted to suppress Zan and humiliate him. After seeing this, Zan smiled proudly. Feng Lu finally came to his senses when he saw the smile. "I'm finished. Was this guy trying to trick me?" His expression darkened instantly. Seeing Zan's smug smile, his heart was filled with anger. He now knew that Zan was not after the auction item at all. He was just deliberately raising the price to spite him. Furious, he flipped the table and almost vomited blood. "Damn it, I must know everything there is to know about this person. How dare you trick me? I will teach you the meaning of the word regret." The second auction item was unsurprisingly won by Feng Lu for an exorbitant price of 3.9 billion taels of profound silver. However, Feng Lu was not the slightest bit happy about it. If Zan had not been here, with his status, he could definitely have gotten it for a much lower price. After the two incidents, he was traumatized. He would not be fooled so easily the next time. Zan leaned back into the chair, feeling happy. 3.9 billion taels of profound silver, ha ha ha. This guy is really gullible. He suddenly felt a little guilty. He was not going to make this guy bankrupt, was he? Cough, cough, definitely not. After all, Xuan had just said that all of the princes were extremely wealthy. All Zan had to do now was wait. Once the auction ended, he would receive a huge sum of money. At that time, as long as he gave the money to his disciples, he would be able to reap another multiplied reward from the system. However, the multiplier for the master-disciple system seemed to be lacking in comparison to the couple system. Would it be better to get Yuelin to be his girlfriend and give her the money instead? It did seem rather feasible. There were still different auction items on display on stage, but none of them caught Zan's eye. Finally, when the 8th auction item was brought out, something finally piqued his interest. This was a blood-colored enchanting flower that was sealed in a crystal box. The auction hostess said, "This flower is called the Earth Treasure Flower. It's a middle-grade spiritual herb. Consuming it will cleanse one's meridians and improve one's level of talent. It can even increase one's strength." Earth Treasure Flower. Zan's eyes were fixed on the flower, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Teacher, this flower doesn't seem to be anything special. Why do you want it?" Zhu Yuyu asked in confusion when she saw that Zan was about to bid for the flower. After all, this flower was only a mid-grade spiritual herb. It might be precious to ordinary cultivators, but it was pretty much worthless to Zan. Everything Zan had given his disciples was better and more precious than this flower. However, what Zhu Yuyu did not understand was that what Zan was really after was not the effects of the herb itself. Zan took a sip of tea and slowly said, "If it's just for consumption, its effects are indeed very ordinary. However, I'm not looking to consume it, but to refine pills with it." This stunned his two disciples. Seeing this, Zan followed up quickly, "I once read an ancient book that recorded the refining process of an extremely magical pill called the Feather Transformation Pill. If one can obtain one of these pills, it was said that even a mortal can become an immortal. I don't know how much of what was recorded in that book is true, but I'll probably find out after refining it. It so happens that the main ingredient required to refine this pill is the Earth Treasure Flower. The only problem is that the grade of this Earth Treasure Flower doesn't meet the requirements. However, it should still be enough for me to refine a first-grade feather transformation pill." After hearing this, Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian were very excited. They said in unison, "Teacher, let's bid for it quickly then." Chapter 583, Fruitful Auction. After saying that, Zan once again got up and walked to the balcony of Suite 001. After noticing Zan's figure, the other guests started whispering again. "Is he going to cause trouble again? Haha, we don't need to worry about that. We just have to enjoy the show." By now it was evident that whenever Zan bid, the guest in Suite 002 would suffer. Meanwhile, in Suite 002, Feng Lu's face darkened again when he noticed Zan. "Is this B*** trying to play me again?" His subordinate quickly looked at Feng Lu and tried to stop him. Prince Zonglu, let's not act on impulse this time. After all, this guy is obviously trying to set you up. Feng Lu glared at his subordinate and shouted angrily, shut up. Do you think I don't know that? No matter what, this time, I will definitely not bid again. When the auction hostess announced the starting price, Yi Zan was also the first to bid. But this time, he did not call out a bid of over 100 million taels. Instead, his bid was only 10 million taels. He did not forget to look in Feng Lu's direction with a teasing expression. When he noticed Yi Zan's expression, Feng Lu became even gloomier. He's actually goading me, damn it, does this guy really think that I have the intelligence of a 3-year-old? He would not be fooled this time. However, he only bid 10 million taels this time. What was this kid up to? Feng Lu could not figure it out, but after seeing Yi Zan's teasing expression, he became certain that this was another trap. He did some rough calculations and realized that he had spent almost all of the money he had brought with him. Moreover, there were still other treasures that the auction house had yet to put up for bidding. If he were to spend a large amount now, he would have to spend the rest of the auction watching in jealousy. I must endure this time. The crowd was very surprised. Was Sweet 002 not going to rise to the challenge this time? This was not his style. Haha, things are getting more and more interesting. In Sweet 003, the lady in the red dress had already figured out what Yi Zan was up to, and the corners of her mouth curled up. She was even more interested in the man in Suite 001. After all, no ordinary person could toy with someone like this. At present, that man had placed such a low bid, yet no one was daring enough to challenge it. Young miss, at this moment, a maidservant next to her spoke up. The VIP in Suite 002 is a prince of the Yangli Divine Empire. He is called Prince Zonglu. However, we don't have any leads regarding the identity of the VIP in Suite 001. That being said, the person in charge of the Qingyang restaurant seems to be very respectful toward this distinguished guest. He must have a great background. Hearing this, the lady in the red dress was momentarily stunned before she waved her hand at her subordinate. All right, I understand, you may leave. After thinking for a while, she began to wonder who this man was. If even Han Sikong is being so nice to him, he must have a powerful background. However, after pondering this matter for quite some time, she still could not formulate any guesses as to who it might be, so she temporarily put this matter aside. As Prince Zonglu did not raise the price, the other guests did not dare to provoke the guest in Suite 001. Hence, the auction hall was unusually quiet. He had only spent 10 million taels of profound silver to buy this earth treasure flower. This was a pleasant surprise. The prince was probably getting wary after being tricked twice. As the gavel fell, Yi Zan easily got himself a cheap spiritual herb. After obtaining the earth treasure flower, Yi Zan was no longer interested in the next auction items. The auction was coming to an end, and it would soon be time for the main auction highlight, which was the treasures that Yi Zan had prepared. Because the prince was no longer so gullible, Yi Zan did not try to trick him again. After all, he had already fleeced this prince for plenty of money during the first 2 auction bids. This sum would be enough to supply him and his disciples with enough herbs and materials for alchemy for a long time. However, what shocked Yi Zan was that someone else was fighting with the prince for the 2 final items, to the extent that the bid reached tens of billions. Yi Zan looked in the direction of Suite 003 with confusion. Although he could not see her face clearly, he could tell that she was a beautiful woman. Why did she like these Yama's needles so much? Yi Zan could not think of a reason, so he decided not to think about it too much. In any case, it was profitable for him. Let's leave. We should be able to reach the Immortal Divine Sect in time. After saying that, Yi Zan prepared to leave the auction house with his 2 disciples. He did not need to worry about dealing with the post-auction procedures, as Han Sikong would handle it. The proceeds from the auction and the herbs he wanted to purchase would be sent to Cloud Sky Peak. After walking out of the auction house and having a brief conversation with Han Sikong, Yi Zan decided to take his 2 disciples directly to the Immortal Divine Sect. However, at this moment, a loud voice rang out. You provoke me, yet you're delusional enough to think you can escape unscathed. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Lu approached Yi Zan with a furious expression. Yi Zan also turned around and glanced at him indifferently, a calm smile still on his face. Hee, could it be that this foolish prince is trying to lose more than just his money? Yi Zan thought this to himself, but did not say anything. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the prince had up his sleeve. Chapter 584, Li Kun. You be asterisk starred, no matter what status you have today, there's only one possible outcome for you after provoking me, which is death, Feng Lu said angrily. He gestured toward Yi Zan and dozens of armored soldiers surrounded him. This is Qingyang City, which is my territory. Let's see how you get yourself out of this predicament. At this moment, Feng Lu's heart was filled with anger. Were it not for Yi Zan, how could he have lost so much money? There was no way he could accept such a big loss without getting back at Yi Zan, which was why he had immediately used his authority to mobilize soldiers to surround Yi Zan. Furthermore, even more soldiers were rushing over. On the streets, the people were shocked to see this. Aren't these Prince Zonglu's soldiers? Why are there so many of them? What is going on? They were panicking, thinking that some sort of crisis had befallen the city. Outside the auction house, Yi Zan was still watching calmly. On the other hand, Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian were ready to draw their weapons at any moment. At this moment, a tall and burly man in full armor hurried over to Feng Lu's side. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Your Highness, your loyal retainer Li Kun has already brought soldiers to assist you." As soon as he finished speaking, this person erupted with an aura of a middle-stage heaven realm expert. Seeing this scene, the faces of the onlookers turned pale. A middle-stage heaven realm expert. Who is this young man? He actually dared to provoke Prince Zonglu. Everyone was watching with interest, craning their necks over others to try and get a good view of Yi Zan to try and identify him. When Feng Lu noticed Li Kun's arrival, he burst out laughing. "General Li, you made it here." With Li Kun present, Feng Lu was full of confidence. He glared at Yi Zan and scolded him. "You be asterisk starred, you won't be able to escape today. I'll capture you, then force your parents to beg for your life. Go, capture those three and tie them up." After hearing Feng Lu's order, the soldiers immediately took action and moved to act. With an angry roar, Han Sikong rushed out of the auction house, looking very upset. However, after seeing Han Sikong, Li Kun laughed contemptuously and asked, "Han Sikong, do you really want to interfere in this matter? Do you think that Qingyang restaurant's status in Qingyang City is untouchable? You're overstepping your boundaries." Hearing this, Han Sikong's face instantly darkened, but it soon turned bright and he laughed. "Ha ha, this is really too funny." Han Sikong's expression was contemptuous. The reason why Qingyang restaurant could survive in Qingyang City for so long was indeed due to Prince Zonglu's blessings. However, things were different now. If Prince Zonglu and his men wanted to teach the others a lesson, Han Sikong would not interfere. However, this time, they actually wanted to cause trouble for Yi Zan, which was a completely different story altogether. After all, Yi Zan was a supreme realm expert. As long as he could please him, what was there to be afraid of? A supreme realm expert could even easily destroy the Yangli Divine Empire. "Li Kun, do you know who you provoked today?" "It's Yi Zan," Han Sikong said imposingly, then stood in front of Yi Zan to block Li Kun. After hearing this, Li Kun's expression changed drastically despite not knowing who Yi Zan was. However, the prince had asked him to come over to help, so he could not refuse. After hearing Han Sikong's words, Li Kun suddenly felt a little regretful. Could it be that this young man is someone I can't afford to offend? Li Kun thought to himself. He knew Han Sikong very well. As a businessman, he must have his reasons for going against the prince like this. "Tisk, who are you trying to scare?" Feng Lu walked up fiercely and said directly. "I don't care who you are. Since you provoke me, you won't be able to leave. No matter who you ask for help, it won't work. Han Sikong, you have to make your stance clear now. If you continue to oppose me, then the Qingyang restaurant has no reason to exist in Qingyang City." Han Sikong burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. As a puny prince, who gave you the courage to act arrogantly like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Han Sikong raised his hand and waved. Thousands of cultivators rushed out of the auction house in an instant. Each of these cultivators exuded a threatening aura. Their strength was not something that Feng Lu's soldiers could stand against. Seeing this, Li Kun's face instantly stiffened and he said, angrily, "Han Sikong, are you planning to go to war today?" At this moment, another laugh was heard. "Ha ha ha, not bad, you guys are very good." Yi Zan walked up calmly and glanced at Li Kun and Feng Lu with a mocking expression. He spoke again. Originally, I wanted to hurry on with my journey. However, it seems that if I don't make a move today, I won't be able to leave. Forget it, forget it. Since the two of you are asking for it, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Han Sikong's face turned pale. The others might not understand how strong Yi Zan was, but he did. If he were to really make a move, the entire Qingyang city might end up being destroyed. Sir, please calm down. He immediately ran over to dissuade him. It's not a big deal. I'll take care of it for you. Just wait for a moment. Chapter 585, The Crown Prince Arrives Part 1. Out of consideration for the safety of the people in Qingyang City, Han Sikong decisively stood up to dissuade them. After all, he was well aware of how powerful Supreme Realm experts were. Yi Zan could easily annihilate Qingyang City in its entirety with a wave of his hand. As a resident of Qingyang City for many years, he had some feelings for the place and was not willing to watch the city be destroyed. Yi Zan glanced at Han Sikong. Seeing that this person was sincere and had helped him a lot, he decided to restrain himself. However, he still said openly, Han Sikong, I'm giving you 3 minutes to settle this. If you can't handle it within this time, then I'll take action myself. Don't worry, sir, I won't let you down. After hearing this, Han Sikong was finally relieved. He was not afraid of Prince Zhonglu at all. The only thing he was afraid of was Yi Zan getting angry. If it really came down to that, how many people would die? The citizens would likely be spared, but these innocent soldiers might be caught in the crossfire simply because they were doing their duty. He rushed over to Li Kun and Prince Zhonglu, and said firmly, I definitely won't let you have your way. If you really have the ability, then come at me. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense, and everyone could tell that a battle could break out at any moment. Neither side was willing to take a step back. Just then, another group of soldiers rushed over, and followed by an extremely luxurious carriage. Everyone could tell that the carriage carried another member of the royal family. What exactly is happening? Why is there another one coming over? The crowd was very surprised and looked over in unison. Everyone's attention was drawn to the newcomer. Who was he? As the carriage came to a halt, a young man alighted from it. He looked poised and dignified. After seeing this person, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The crown prince of the Yangli Divine Empire. Feng Tianyi's expression was dark as he quickly walked towards Yi Zan. When Feng Lu saw that the crown prince had come over, he thought that the latter was here to help him. He smiled so brightly that the corners of his lips reached his ears. Just as he was about to go up and pay his respects to the crown prince walked past him without any hesitation and directly walked over to Yi Zan. Upon seeing this, both Feng Lu and Li Kun's faces turned pale. Greetings, Chief Yi Zan. I am the crown prince of the Yangli Divine Empire. You can call me Tianyi. Feng Tianyi greeted Yi Zan politely when he walked up to him. At this moment, as the crown prince, he was also sweating profusely and feeling extremely nervous. However, he also felt lucky. After all, he had made it in time. Otherwise, their Yangli Divine Empire might have faced complete destruction. Unlike Feng Lu, Feng Tianyi had a much better grasp of the news from the cultivation world. Furthermore, they had met once. It had been totally out of his expectations that Feng Lu would provoke this monster. Brother Tianyi. After seeing Feng Tianyi, Feng Xian immediately smiled and walked over to him. This was her big brother, and she had been on very good terms with him since they were young. He had doted on her very much. Feng Tianyi also rubbed Feng Xian's head and asked with a smile, Xian, we haven't seen each other for a long time. How have you been recently? Feng Xian smiled sweetly and replied, Brother, don't worry. Teacher and Sister Yuyu treat me very well. I've never been better. That's great. I was planning to visit you at Cloud Sky Peak soon, but it seems that there's no need for that now. After saying this, Feng Tianyi's face darkened again. He gritted his teeth in anger when he thought about the disaster that Feng Lu had almost brought upon the Yangli Divine Empire. Did these two brainless people not know how much trouble they had caused? Chief Yi Zan, I'm really sorry. My uncle was indeed reckless and rude just now. I would like to apologize on his behalf. Yi Zan looked at Feng Tianyi calmly, but he was inwardly shocked. It had not been long since they last met, yet the fate energy surrounding the crown prince had actually become far more dense. This is quite interesting. If he rises to power, the Yangli Divine Empire will welcome an era of rapid development and prosperity. Before Yi Zan could say anything, Feng Lu interjected with an annoyed expression, what are you doing? Don't you think you're on the wrong side? His heart was filled with anger. He did not understand why the crown prince would help Yi Zan at this time. He was Feng Tianyi's uncle. Could it be that this young man's background was really so terrifying? After hearing what Feng Lu said, Feng Tianyi looked at him and said mercilessly, "Shut up. Who are you to call me Yer? Address me by my proper title." At that moment, Feng Lu broke out in a cold sweat. Feng Tianyi's meaning was very clear. He was the crown prince of the Yangli Divine Empire, and the future emperor. Under normal circumstances, even if he was a prince, he would still have to bow to the crown prince with respect. However, because they were usually very easygoing, they did not pay much attention to etiquette between members of the royal family. In this situation, their relationship was null and void, and only Feng Tianyi's status as crown prince mattered. Feng Lu was even more confused. Feng Tianyi had said such harsh words to him because of Yi Zan. Chapter 586. The Crown Prince Arrives Part 2. Feng Lu was forced to admit defeat. He lowered his head and said to Feng Tianyi, "Greetings, Crown Prince." He bowed respectfully, but his expression was extremely dark. Li Kun was also very shocked at this time. He suddenly realized that the young man that his men had just surrounded was really an existence that he could not provoke. At this moment, he felt immense regret. He looked at Feng Lu unhappily. Although he personally had not made a move, his and his legion's presence here already spoke volumes. There was no way to explain their way out of this situation. "Greetings, Crown Prince. I just happened to come here to support Prince Zonglu. This matter has nothing to do with me." Li Kun was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately tried to clear his name. At the very least, he did not want to lose his life or even his position as general. Feng Tianyi laughed and stared at the two of them coldly. "Do the two of you even know who you provoked today?" Hearing this, the two of them immediately shivered and said, "We're not sure. Who is he?" Hearing this, Feng Tianyi walked toward them and said coldly, "He's the chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's Cloud Sky Peak. You two really have guts, don't you? Of all people to provoke, why did you have to provoke a Supreme Realm expert? Are you two in a hurry to visit the Netherworld?" When they heard Feng Tianyi reveal who Yi Zan was, everyone present was speechless and shocked. That young man is actually Sword Immortal Yi. He's so young. They had long heard of Yi Zan's fame, but there were very few people who could recognize him, which was why they were so shocked when they heard Feng Tianyi reveal Yi Zan's identity. Feng Lu's expression was ashen, and he fell to the ground weakly. This can't be happening. The guy the first provoked is actually a Supreme Realm expert. At that moment, Feng Lu wanted to bang his head against a wall. Li Kun's face was also very pale. He wanted nothing more than to beat Feng Lu up for dragging him into this matter. What was a Heaven Realm expert like him going to do against a Supreme Realm expert anyway? Throw eggs at him. He was like an ant in front of Yi Zan. Li Kun knelt down in front of Feng Tianyi and begged, "Crown Prince, you have to save me. I have parents and children to take care of, and it was Prince Zonglu who summoned me here. I didn't know that this was the legendary chief Yi Zan. I'm begging you, Crown Prince. I have worked hard for many years for the Yangli Divine Empire. You have to save my life. I still have much more to give to the Empire." At this point, he was kneeling down and begging for mercy. In fact, it would be funny if anyone in his position did not do the same. It was a matter of life and death, and he had not been the main perpetrator anyway. Li Kun. After seeing Li Jun expose him without any hesitation, Feng Lu gritted his teeth in anger, but before he could say anything, Li Kun quickly scolded him. "You dare to criticize me? I've treated you as my good friend, but you called me here to commit suicide. Do you think I'd forgive you? You're dreaming." No matter what, he was still a general who held military power. Were it not for the summons from a member of the royal family, and the fact that his legion was garrisoned here, he would not have come out to help. At the same time, the beautiful woman in the red dress from Suite 003 was also watching this scene from inside the auction house. "So he is Sword Immortal Yi," Hong Shu mumbled to herself. She suddenly recalled something and was even more shocked. She did not expect that a peerless genius would appear in the East Continent in such a short time. He had already broken through to the Supreme Realm at such a young age. With a little more time, would it not be possible for him to reach the sealed immortal realm? Hong Shu took a deep breath to calm herself down. "Young miss, should we intervene to forge a good relationship with Yi Zan?" He might be able to help us investigate this strange power. The subordinate beside her looked at Hongshu and made a suggestion, but Hongshu shook her head and replied, "There's no need for that now. I can tell that we'll definitely meet him again in the future. Let's leave first." As soon as she finished speaking, they left and disappeared from the auction house. Looking at Li Kun, who kept begging for mercy, Feng Tianyi was extremely angry at this time. He also felt a little bad. Although Li Kun was indeed in the wrong today, considering his long period of service and his position as general, it would be inappropriate to fire him for something that Feng Lu had caused. Feng Tianyi said coldly after a long sigh, "Li Kun, I believe you are also aware that your status and authority comes from the Yangli Divine Empire. The only person you have to obey is the Emperor, not Prince Zonglu. I can let you off for today's matter. If there's a next time, you should be clear about what will happen, right?" Li Kun was drenched in cold sweat after hearing Feng Tianyi's words. He understood what Feng Tianyi meant. Chapter 587. Asking for help. Feng Tianyi's words had undoubtedly hit hard. After all, it was the Emperor's orders that he had to follow, not Prince Zonglu. He was a general who held military power, but he was not allowed to mobilize the army without an order stamp with the royal seal. "This subordinate understands," Li Kun replied in a trembling voice. Even though he was terrified, he was also extremely grateful that the Crown Prince had let him off this time. If the Crown Prince did not show any mercy this time, not only would he lose his position as general, but he might also lose his life. Feng Tianyi stared at Li Kun, and then returned to Yi Zan's side, thinking about how to deal with this matter. After a while, Feng Tianyi said sincerely, "Chief Yi Zan, General Li Kun has realized his mistake. Could you spare him this time?" After he finished speaking, Feng Tianyi winked at Feng Xian. "Sister, your brother treated you well in the past, didn't he? I need your help now. As Yi Zan's disciple, it would be much more effective if she was the one persuading him." Feng Tianyi was so anxious that he was sweating. His status as crown prince was worthless in this situation. Actually, even if the emperor came here in person, it would not change a thing. If Yi Zan really did not want to, he could easily ignore his request without consequence. Were it not for the fact that his sister was Yi Zan's disciple, Feng Tianyi would not have even considered letting Li Kun off. After all, he might get himself into trouble if he was not careful. Feng Xian noticed her brother's intentions and understood what he wanted her to do. Although she did not want to interfere with her teacher, she also wanted to help her brother out a little. After a while, Feng Xian pulled on Yi Zan's arm and said tentatively, "Teacher, although Li Kun did participate in this matter, he didn't overtly take action. Could you let him off this time?" Hearing this, Yi Zan rubbed Feng Xian's head in a pampering manner and replied, "All right, I'll agree this time." Yi Zan was not bothered about Li Kun at all. After all, the one truly at fault for today's matters was Prince Zonglu. However, at this moment, Yi Zan looked at Feng Xian and continued, "Xian, being kind and compassionate is indeed a good quality, but at times, it can also be a bad thing. I can let Li Kun off today, but there's something you must be clear about." After hearing this, Feng Xian tilted her head to look at her teacher, feeling somewhat puzzled. "What is it, teacher?" Yi Zan emphasized his next words clearly. "Remember this, sympathizing with an enemy is hurting yourself." Feng Xian's trembled when she heard that. She nodded affirmatively to indicate that she had taken his words to heart. The path of cultivation was already very difficult. If you sympathized with an enemy, he might stab you in the back the very next day, or return kindness with evil when he became strong enough. "Teacher, I understand." Hearing this, Yi Zan was satisfied. These things were important learning opportunities for his disciples. In any case, both Prince Zonglu and Li Kun did not pose a threat to him at all, and could be erased from existence with a wave of his hand. However, the situation offered an opportunity for his disciples to see the evils of this world. His two disciples were still too innocent. He was also afraid that they would be too kind to their enemies and end up harming themselves or being taken advantage of. After Yi Zan finished explaining this matter, he said expressionlessly, "You should be glad that Xian interceded for you today. Let's drop this matter." But, as he spoke, Yi Zan stared straight at Prince Zonglu, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This guy was both a good and a bad guy. He was annoying and trying to cause problems for him, but this guy had also made him rich. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him to earn even more money. After all, it was this person's own fault for coming to his doorstep for some fleecing. Yi Zan walked up to the trembling Li Kun and said to him, "You should leave this place first." Hearing this, Li Kun's face instantly lit up with joy. The stone that had been weighing upon his heart was finally lifted, and he quickly replied, "Thank you, Chief Yi Zan. I'll leave immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Kun hurriedly left with his soldiers, not daring to stay for even a moment. Fuck. Feng Tianyi was dumbfounded by this scene. He ran away so quickly. As a general who guarded the borders, he actually fled so quickly in an emergency. If the borders were in danger, could he really be relied on? Feng Tianyi was in disbelief. However, after thinking about it from another perspective, he felt that this was very normal. Li Kun might not be afraid of an enemy army, but a Supreme Realm expert was another matter altogether. No matter how many troops he had under his command, fighting a Supreme Realm expert was no different than hurling eggs against a rock. Even a Mystic Lord Realm cultivator would probably be scared out of their wits if they knew that they had angered a Supreme Realm expert. At this moment, Yi Zan stared at Prince Zhonglu, smiling. After a while, he said, "Prince Zhonglu, weren't you very arrogant just now? Were you not going to punish me for going against you?" After hearing this, Feng Lu wanted to bury his head in his knees. He waved his hands and said, "No, no, no. In front of you, how could I be so arrogant?" Feng Lu wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in it. If he had known that Yi Zan was a Supreme Realm cultivator, he would have never done such a thing. After all, he did not want to die yet. Chapter 588. Played for a fool. Feng Lu had thought that he would be able to win this time. He believed that, as long as he caught Yi Zan, he could blackmail the latter's family to make up for the money he had just lost during the auction. However, Yi Zan's identity made this impossible. Even if Yi Zan was someone who could be captured, was he going to blackmail the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? Hell no. Yi Zan frowned and said in an unpleasant tone, "Oh, is that so? That's not what you said just now. Chief Yi Zan, I'm really sorry. I didn't know any better and offended you. Please state your request. No matter what it is, I'll do my best to make up for the offense. I hope you will be merciful and let me go. I truly am sorry." As he spoke, Feng Lu was already in tears. He had really poked the bear this time. Hearing this, Yi Zan knew that his opportunity to earn big had arrived. This hapless prince was truly a god of wealth. After a moment of silence, Yi Zan said, "If I'm not mistaken, you won the bids for a large number of auction items just now, right?" The meaning of his words were clear, and Feng Lu immediately took out the auction items he had won. "Chief Yi Zan, these are the auction items. Consider it a small token from me." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Lu handed Yi Zan the storage bag that contained the items with both hands outstretched. His heart ached terribly. These items were bought with his hard-earned cash, yet they were handed over to someone else before he could use them. However, he had only himself to blame for this predicament. Himself and his goddamn pride. Why was an expert like Yi Zan out here in the secular world? Should he not be cultivating in seclusion on Cloud Sky Peak? Feng Lu had many grievances, but could not voice them. It was no wonder Han Sikong had been so protective of this person at the beginning. It was not without reason. A Supreme Realm expert could deal with both him and the Empire with a wave of his hand. Yi Zan was still smiling calmly. He took the storage bag from Feng Lu and looked at it. He realized that most of the items he had put up for auction had been bought by this wealthy prince. "Fine. Since you are Xian's uncle and you have realized the error of your ways, I'll let you off today." Upon hearing this, the tension within Feng Lu's heart finally relaxed. His clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. He was already a man past his prime, but this was the first time he had shamelessly begged for forgiveness like today. When he saw Feng Xian standing beside Yi Zan, his heart immediately became even more bitter. If he had noticed Feng Xian from the start, this matter would never have gotten this far. At the thought of this, Feng Lu burst into tears. He had truly lost big time today. Why did he have to assume that she was a servant? The fact that Feng Xian was Yi Zan's disciple was common knowledge within the royal family, as it was a big deal. He had only himself to blame for his pride and carelessness. Yi Zan patted Feng Lu's shoulder and said with a smile, "There's something you should know. Chief Yi Zan, I'm all ears. Actually, most of the auction items you won belong to me. In a sense, I have to thank you for giving me all this money to spend." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan could not help but laugh out loud. Then, he left with his two disciples, leaving the hapless Prince Zhonglu behind. Upon hearing this, Feng Lu felt the world spin around him. He coughed a few times before falling to the ground. Prince Zonglu. His guards anxiously hurried over to help him up. At that moment, Feng Lu felt as if his heart had been hammered with a giant nail. He was so angry that he almost fainted. The money that he had worked so hard to save up had been given away just like that. Xuan had been playing him for a fool the whole time. He was just deliberately raising the price, which was why he kept provoking him. Furthermore, he had danced to Xuan's tune like an idiot, and had even been happy when he won those bids. He was really stupid. He had really been taken for a ride thanks to his pride. When Feng Lu recovered, he felt that the whole world was gray. Fortunately, these treasures had at least saved his life. Otherwise, he would have died right here and now. Xuan deliberately stopped and said when he passed Feng Tianyi, "Tianyi, you're quite capable. I reckon that it won't take long for the Yangli Divine Empire to ascend under your leadership." After hearing Xuan's words, Feng Tianyi was also very excited. He said, "Thank you, Chief Xuan. You think too highly of me." Xuan nodded, and then looked at Han Sikong and said, "This time, the matter was resolved thanks to you. If it wasn't for your help, I would have had to act." Chapter 589, Mo Nan, Part 1. Hearing Xuan's words, Han Sikong smiled helplessly. "Sir, please don't scare me." However, he was pleased that the situation had not escalated further. "Sir, I'll send the money from the auction to Cloud Sky Peak along with the herbs. Is that okay?" "Sure thing. Then, we'll be leaving first." After saying this, Xuan brought Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian away, beginning their journey toward the Immortal Divine Sect. Quite a bit of time had passed, so he was not sure if the situation over there had been resolved. If they had already finished fighting, they would probably only be able to pick up the scraps and do some cleanup work. Still, it would be worth the visit if the fighting had not ended. At this moment, the Immortal Divine Sect was already under fire. Aolei roared, "Go! Kill them all!" Upon hearing this order, many of the sect's cultivators launched their attacks, shattering the sect's guardian formation. When this happened, the sect's cultivators that had surrounded the Immortal Divine Sect all charged in. However, before they could make it in, the guardian beast of the Immortal Divine Sect woke up. It was a descendant of a Qilin. Moments later, it roared fiercely and rushed to meet the incoming cultivators. Evil creature. Aolei instantly launched an attack. Using the Great Desolation technique, he pulled the Qilin into his domain, greatly weakening its attacks. Owu. The Qilin roared again, and then tried to swipe Aolei with its hooves. Aolei was not afraid of it at all, and drew his sword and unleashed another attack to meet it. The Qilin's hoof was chopped off by Aolei's sword as soon as the two made contact. Ah, he's also a Supreme Realm expert. Everyone widened their mouths in shock. At this moment, they finally discovered that Aolei had reached the Supreme Realm. Even Yi Feng was extremely shocked. In reality, Aolei had reached the Supreme Realm a long time ago, but had never revealed it. Even when the ancient tomb opened, he had not participated in the exploration, choosing instead to temper his cultivation in seclusion. However, at this moment, he was no longer hiding his cultivation level. From a secret room in the Immortal Divine Sect, an old man with a head full of white hair frantically flew into the sky. When he saw the people from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect killing his sect's cultivators, he was enraged. "Aolei, what gave you the courage to attack my Immortal Divine Sect?" This old man felt extremely angry and confused. Why would Aolei and the forces of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect suddenly show up here? He had been cultivating in seclusion for many years, and had no clue as to what was going on in the outside world. Were it not for the fact that the Immortal Divine Sect was under attack, he would not have shown himself. Upon seeing this old man, Aolei's expression changed. This old man was still alive. Yi Feng was equally shocked. He could not believe his eyes. They were no strangers to this person. Back then, when the Immortal Divine Sect had picked a fight with Aolei, and the latter had also attacked the sect. It was because of this old man's appearance that the matter was suppressed and resolved. This person was Mo Nan, a cultivator of the same generation as Yi Feng. He was a middle-stage Supreme Realm cultivator, which was considered very terrifying. At that time, perhaps only Chief Tian Zan could defeat him. No one else dared to pick a fight with him. The reason why Aolei had dared to attack the Immortal Divine Sect back then was due to Chief Tian Zan's support. However, now that Chief Tian Zan was no longer here, there was no one in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect who could defeat Mo Nan. When he had planned to come here and eradicate the immortal divine sect, Aulay had mistakenly believed that Monan had died a long time ago. Who would have expected that the old man was still alive and well? Furthermore, in this situation, it was a little difficult to stop halfway. Yi Feng went over to Aulay and said softly, "Aulay, why don't we just drop this matter? After all, this old man is really too strong, and my senior brother Tian Zan is no longer with us." Hearing this, Aulay was very unwilling, especially after recalling that Gao Shun had been killed by these people. His fists were tightly clenched. "Don't even think about it. Today's matter will definitely not end here. We must eradicate everyone from the immortal divine sect to avenge Gao Shun." Even after seeing Monan appear, Aulay still did not back down, his aura surging once more. "Monan, you old cur, there's no need to exchange words pointlessly. No matter what, I'm going to destroy the immortal divine sect today." As soon as he finished speaking, Aulay immediately launched his attack. Monan was utterly shocked when he saw this. Only 100 years had passed, yet that young brat from back then had already reached the supreme realm. However, when he realized that his sect's cultivators were still being slaughtered, he trembled with anger. He forced Aulay to retreat with a palm strike and asked angrily, "Aulay, there doesn't seem to be any enmity between our sects, so why are you attacking us? The matter from back then had already been resolved. Are you not afraid of retribution?" "Ha ha ha, retribution, if I'm not afraid of anything. Besides, this matter started because of your sect. Your people bullied our sect's disciples, and even killed my junior brother cruelly." After saying this, Aulay felt even more grief and indignation, and he roared with an expression that was laced with killing intent. "No matter what, I have to kill all of you today." Chapter 590, Monan Part 2. Hearing that someone from his sect had actually killed Aulay's junior brother, Monan's face paled. Which of his junior brothers did that person kill? Monan felt like dragging that person out and giving him a good scolding. Who was so bold as to incite trouble for the immortal divine sect like this? In the past, someone from the immortal divine sect had severely injured one of Aulay's disciples. As a result, Aulay had come to the immortal divine sect for revenge. Chief Tian Zan had also been present to watch over Aulay. Fortunately, that matter had been resolved in the end. He had personally apologized to Aulay and had even healed his disciples' injuries. However, someone from the sect had killed one of Aulay's junior brothers. This time, it would probably not be so easy to deal with. Monan was furious. Aulay did not stop despite being pushed back. He swung his sword again at one of the immortal divine sect's peaks. Monan dodged the attack, and quickly tried to mediate the matter. "Aulay, can you stop for a moment and let me figure out what's going on? I'll definitely investigate this matter properly and will hold that person accountable." The current situation was very dangerous for the immortal divine sect. He was being held back by Aulay, and Yi Feng was watching him closely, so he had no way of saving the sect's disciples. Monan's fury was ignited as well. He was trying to be accommodating, but it did not seem that Aulay had any intention of stopping. "Damn it, Aulay, do you think I'm afraid of you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a full-force attack of a middle-stage Supreme Realm expert was unleashed, forcing Aulay to retreat several steps. "Aulay, had it not been for Tian Zan, would you still be alive today?" Monan then said viciously, "A tree that's more than 10 meters tall must have grown from his grave, right? I'll say this one last time. Get out of here right now and I can let this matter go. Otherwise, be prepared to bear the consequences." Monan's heart ached as he witnessed his sect's cultivators being killed one after another in front of him. How long had it taken to establish and grow the sect? The foundations of the sect were being torn down before his very eyes right now. Many of the sect's cultivators had already been killed, and there did not seem to be any experts around to protect them. Monan was the only one, and he was being held back by Aulay. If this continued, the immortal divine sect would be destroyed sooner or later. Looking at the situation, Monan had no choice but to compromise. Even if they already had a great number of casualties, if he could get Aulay to leave now, it was still better than being completely destroyed. At this moment, Aulay went over to Yi Feng's side. His expression was unusually grave. After those few moves he had exchanged with Monan, he had a grasp of how powerful Monan was. Just as he was about to continue the war of words with Monan, a voice was heard. "Senior brother Aulay, I'm here." Aulay turned around and, to his surprise, saw Gao Shun flying over as fast as he could. At the sight of this, all of the cultivators from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect who were still fighting were dumbfounded. Is that a ghost? Ao Lei was also extremely shocked. He stared at Gao Shun with disbelief and asked, "Junior brother Gao, you're still alive? Was this real?" After all, he had witnessed Gao Shun's life force fade with his own eyes. Should he not be dead? Why was he here? Furthermore, why did he look perfectly fine? Not only did he come back to life, but his cultivation had also increased and he looked as if he had become 10 years younger. Once he reached Ao Lei's side, Gao Shun hurriedly told them what had happened to him earlier. "Senior brother Ao, junior brother Yi Zan gave me an immortal grade recovery pill. That's how I managed to be revived, and even obtained many benefits in the process." Chief Yi Zan saved Chief Gao Shun. Everyone from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was stunned. Chief Yi Zan was actually so rich. He actually gave away an immortal grade recovery pill. Also, weren't those two at odds with each other? At this moment, Ao Lei was also very puzzled. Why would Yi Zan be so generous to actually take out an immortal grade recovery pill to save Gao Shun? He was also aware of the bad blood between them and the two peaks that had been ongoing for countless years now. Of all the people, Yi Zan should have been the last person to have been willing to pay such a price to save Gao Shun. That being said, how amazing was that pill? It even managed to bring Gao Shun back to life. After Gao Shun appeared, the fighting came to a sudden halt, as everyone was looking at him in a daze. Mo Nan's face darkened when he finally figured out what had happened. "You guys are a piece of work. In the end, you were just looking for a random reason to attack my sect, right?" Mo Nan, who had originally thought that he was in the wrong, became furious because Gao Shun, who was supposed to be dead, was still hale and hearty. Things had suddenly become different. "Ao Lei, I'll definitely teach you a lesson today and show you that the immortal divine sect should never be provoked." With those words, Mo Nan instantly rose into the air, and thick dark clouds condensed in the sky. A bolt of purple lightning flashed past, and the Qilin, whose left hoof had been chopped off, instantly recovered and appeared below Mo Nan. Mo Nan then landed on the Qilin's back, erupting with a terrifying amount of spiritual power that made the surroundings tremble. Shit! Ao Lei's face paled. It seemed that Mo Nan was determined to fight them to the death today. He turned around without any hesitation and shouted, "Everyone, heed my order. Leave this place." As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Lei took out a jade stone that was emitting 7-colored light and activated it. Great Desolation Technique. Seeing this familiar light, the cultivators from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were very shocked. After all, it had been a long time since Ao Lei had used this stone. Chapter 591. Yi Zan's Arrival. In complete contrast to before, Ao Lei actually used a piece of Great Desolation Jade Stone to activate the 7-colored divine light. Augmented by the Great Desolation Jade Stone, the power of his attacks were increased 100-fold. Even Yi Feng felt his heart palpitate when he sensed this. After seeing that the two Supreme Realm experts had already started fighting, the weaker cultivators began to back off to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Despite Mo Nan's powerful attacks, Ao Lei showed no fear at all. After all, what had happened had already happened, so there was no room for regret. The grudges between the two sects already could not be reconciled. Mo Nan mobilized all of the power in his body and poured it into the Qilin's body, helping it to launch an even more powerful attack. After the Qilin roared, it unleashed another extremely forceful attack. At this moment, Ao Lei also shouted loudly, "Suppress." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Great Desolation at full power, dispelling the attack. From the start of the battle until now, the two sides had yet to determine who was stronger. The fact that Ao Lei could resist Mo Nan, despite the latter being stronger than him, showed how powerful the Great Desolation Technique was. Moreover, the Great Desolation Technique was not in its complete state. If he could piece together the complete Great Desolation Technique, it would definitely be considered the strongest cultivation technique in the East Continent. After dozens of exchanges, Ao Lei felt that he could not hold on much longer due to his lacking cultivation level. He was not only up against Mo Nan, but also the Qilin. Hehe, Ao Lei, you're approaching your limits, aren't you? The gap in our strength is not something you can bridge just because you have the Great Desolation Technique. You'd best prepare yourself for the afterlife. Mo Nan laughed impudently, believing that victory was imminent. Now that things had come to this, even if Yi Feng and Gao Shun joined forces to attack him, it would not matter. Oh no, senior brother Ao is likely to lose. Gao Shun had been secretly storing up power in order to help. However, at this moment, a huge sword descended upon Mo Nan from the sky, exuding terrifying sword intent. Mo Nan's face instantly paled as he dodged. The Qilin beneath his feet was unable to resist the huge sword and died a violent death. His heart trembled. Is that a divine rank sword? The simple and ancient-looking sword made everyone's heart palpitate, and for a brief moment, it was as if the sword was the only thing that existed in this world. Dark clouds formed in the sky, wind surged, and lightning flashed. Killing intent filled the air. The god's sword had made its appearance, and even Mo Nan, a middle-stage Supreme Realm expert, was too stunned to move. Which expert does this sword belong to? Everyone searched the sky to find the owner of the sword. Mo Nan was terrified by the Qilin's death. Is the immortal divine sect doomed to perish today? Even if he felt unwilling about this matter, he knew that this sword was not something he could contend against. The owner had not even shown himself, yet the sword itself had suppressed him. Aulay and the others were also similarly shocked. Was this expert here to help them? The only one with a divine rank sword was Xuan, and they had all seen the Cloud Heaven sword. This was definitely not the same sword. While everyone was feeling very curious about this, a handsome man in a white robe appeared. He landed on the god's sword, which then slowly descended. Xuan was calm and looked at Mo Nan mockingly. Haha, it's a good thing I came in time, he muttered to himself as he observed the situation. The fiery phoenix divine power was really powerful. With it, he had covered such a long distance within half a day. It was unlikely that there was anyone in the East Continent that could keep up with him now. After seeing Xuan appear here, everyone's jaws dropped. Oh my god, the sword really belongs to him. Quick, give me a slap and wake me up from this dream. Can he actually have two divine rank swords? Gao Shun similarly felt very shocked at this time. He was also inwardly grateful that their relationship had improved from before. Otherwise, he would probably have been beaten to a pulp at some point. Chapter 592, Fast Like a Phoenix. Fuck, I definitely can't compare myself to this guy, or else I'll die of jealousy, Gao Shun thought to himself. Xuan was still observing the situation around him while hovering on the god's sword. He then waved his hand, and teleported his two disciples to his side. Both of you head over to your martial uncle's side and stay there. Don't wander around. Alright, we understand. Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian nodded. Their faces were pale. After all, they had been traveling with their teacher this entire time. However, the speed at which they had been flying was too terrifying. This was an experience that they had never experienced before, and even they felt slightly dizzy after the trip. After watching his two disciples move to safety, Xuan fixed his eyes on Mo Nan. May I ask who you are? Mo Nan's face was drained of blood, and his legs seemed to be trembling. He felt a strong sense of danger from Xuan. It was almost like he was standing in front of Chief Tian Zan back then. Xuan simply replied, I am the disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's Chief Tian Zan, and the current chief of Cloud Sky Peak, Xuan. Hearing this familiar name, Mo Nan's heart trembled. You're Tian Zan's disciple. Mo Nan stared unblinkingly at the young man before him. He had never expected this young man to be Tian Zan's disciple. He even felt that the sense of danger this young man exuded was more threatening than Tian Zan's back then. Mo Nan had already been suppressed by Tian Zan then. Was he now going to be suppressed by Tian Zan's disciple as well? The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he was. Mo Nan was already gritting his teeth, exuding an even more powerful aura. The shame and embarrassment he felt was unbearable. He was unwilling to give up, so he channeled all of the spiritual power in his body. With a loud boom, a bolt of purple lightning flashed across the sky. Is that a heaven-grade divine power? The crowd was shocked and looked in his direction. Right after the purple lightning appeared, Mo Nan's aura changed drastically, as if he had become a completely different person. His hands were slowly moving, and lightning kept flashing around him. Moments later, countless lightning bolts fell and formed a formation around him. I don't care who you are, but since you dared to invade my immortal divine sect, I'll make sure that this becomes your burial place. With the aid of the lightning formation, the aura emanating from Mo Nan grew even more terrifying, instantly forcing everyone nearby to retreat. However, Xuan was still standing firmly on the god's sword. He leapt forward with a calm expression and rushed into the lightning formation that Mo Nan had set up. Good, let me see the power that gave you the courage to say such words. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan activated his boundless palm technique, and a huge palm imprint condensed in front of him. In the next moment, a long lightning dragon condensed and charged directly at the palm imprint that Yi Zan had condensed. Accompanied by a loud roar, energy shockwaves swept out, but the two people hovering in the air were still standing steadily in place, having not even moved a single step backward. Yi Zan also began to get serious. He reached out and touched the lightning around him, thinking to himself, this lightning formation is indeed powerful. The divine power Mo Nan had used was the infinite lightning bolt formation, a secret technique from ancient times. After activating this technique, it would form a lightning formation around the user. If an enemy barged into this formation, they would be attacked by endless lightning bolts, which were very powerful. Furthermore, it would also enhance the strength of its user to a certain extent. Brat, you're quite courageous. You actually dared to enter my lightning formation headfirst. Mo Nan looked at Yi Zan sarcastically, as if he was looking at a dead man. This person's combat strength was quite good, but he was too arrogant. In this lightning formation, I am invincible. No matter who comes to save you, it won't help. With those words, Mo Nan promptly launched an attack, hurling a fist that was crackling with lightning. Because he was trapped in the formation, the attack reached Yi Zan almost instantaneously. However, in terms of speed, Yi Zan had the fiery phoenix divine power. Haha, do you think you're very fast, stinky old man? Yi Zan laughed sarcastically. Before Mo Nan's giant lightning fist could land on him, he disappeared without a trace. One could see blurry red streaks in his wake. When Yi Zan's figure reappeared, he was already outside the formation. What? No way. Mo Nan's expression changed drastically, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yi Zan could actually come and go as he pleased in the lightning formation like a fish in water.